concept erasure energy to leak out instantly. He was so terrified that he thought he was doomed. In the end, as soon as the energy emerged, it was neutralized by the protective shield automatically activated by the Daotech experimental suit he was wearing, provided by Sun Mengyao. Warning, operational error. Deducting 0.1 rule fragments. The Flame Titan froze in place, touched his unharmed body, and then looked at the glaring deduction notice on the panel, his expression becoming extremely complicated. Although the process was full of twists and turns, the rewards were immense. When the God of Craftsmen successfully and completely dismantled a finger of the cleaner and placed it into the designated sample recovery chamber. Ding! Unit God of Craftsman Hephaestus submitted Qualified Sample and Execution Unit, X1. Evaluation, Completeness 98%. Reward, 5 rule fragments. Looking at the number on his panel, which had changed from 0 to 5, the God of Craftsmen, Hephaestus, a deity who had lived for millions of years, found his eyes unexpectedly moist. This was the first fortune he had earned through his own labor. This scene greatly stimulated the other gods. It was as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Their previous fear and reluctance vanished completely. Replacing it was an unprecedented, fervent enthusiasm for work. The entire square underwent a complete change in atmosphere. Quick! I was the first to spot this logic processing module. Don't fight me for it. Odin, king of the gods. Scan faster. Our team is waiting for your data to proceed with the next step of cutting. Whose causal chain probe is out of charge? Lend it to me. I feel like I'm about to locate its visual sensor. Lei Zhou watched in stunned silence from the side. Carrying his axe, he leaned closer to Sun Mengyao and whispered, "Sister-in-law, why do I feel like Lin Feng isn't building some kind of martial arts arena? He's building a high-tech shady factory?" Just as this bustling assembly line operation reached its climax, the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, who had always been focused and displayed exceptional talent, suddenly let out a surprised exclamation while dismantling the core area of the cleaner's chest cavity. "Teacher! Here, there's something very strange here." Using tweezers, he carefully extracted a tiny black chip, no larger than a grain of rice, from the depths of a pile of complex logic boards. The chip was covered in fine cracks. Dr. Qinjing immediately instructed the team to conduct an analysis. Within seconds, her eyes lit up with a brilliance 10 times brighter than when she first saw the blueprint for the forging platform. "It's it! It's exactly it!" Ding! The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Major discovery. Unit God of Craftsman Hephaestus has discovered a hidden component, emotion suppression module, damaged. Special reward, 500 rule fragments. Title awarded, Hephaestus, Master of Disassembly. Hephaestus looked at his account, which instantly skyrocketed to a massive 505, along with the dazzling golden title above his head, and was so excited he almost knelt on the spot. Meanwhile, Dr. Qinjing's team had already plunged into a frenzy. "The analysis report is out," a young scientist shouted excitedly. "The function of this module is to forcibly eliminate all emotional fluctuations of the target individual, maintaining their absolute rationality and purity. And the cracks on it, after data tracing, the cause of the damage was determined to be an impact from a high-intensity, logically unresolvable, highly directional, mimetic information stream." Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned toward the stunning figure not far away, who was curiously fiddling with an analyzer. Li Yue felt the attention of the crowd. She raised her head, blinked her eyes as pure as the stars, looking a bit puzzled. Then, as if something occurred to her, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she subconsciously began to hum a new melody. "You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth." The gods of Asgard collectively shivered. They looked at Li Yue's pure and innocent smile, and their reverence for science and art deepened further. After clearing all external modules, they finally reached the core of the cleaner. There was no energy core or divine essence as imagined by everyone. There was only a fist-sized, perfectly round seed emitting a faint chaotic glow. It floated there quietly, as if nurturing an entirely new universe. Dr. Qinjing's instrument emitted a piercing alarm the moment it was aimed at the seed. Unable to parse. Unable to parse. Its existence surpasses all our current theoretical models. At that moment, the entire world of the second martial arena shook violently. The supreme voice of the system left by the Dominator resounded through the skies once again. Special item detected, Seed of the World, Tier 1. Major world event unlocked, Genesis. Event description: all participants in the arena may proceed to the concept forge to contribute rule fragments and other resources to collectively nurture this seed of the world. Event objective: unite everyone's wisdom and strength to personally forge and define an entirely new world. This world will serve as the first team dungeon of the second arena and will be open to all participants. The world will be created by your own hands. The world will be created by your own hands. This cold system prompt, every single word, felt like an invisible heavy hammer, fiercely striking the hearts of the gods of Asgard. The body of the God King Augustus trembled slightly, uncontrollably. His murky eyes, which had witnessed the birth and death of the universe, were fixed intently on the seed of the world floating in midair. "That is not hope. That is a mirror. A cruel mirror reflecting all their failures and incompetence. Their world, the home they once took pride in, fought for, but ultimately failed to protect, was destroyed. And now, that ruler, that supreme being who had imprisoned them here, had given them an opportunity. An opportunity to personally create a new world. Augustus slowly closed his eyes. It was as if he could see, in that distant future, this world they had personally nurtured, defined, and shaped, being freely traversed, explored, and conquered by countless players like Li Zhou. The only meaning of this world's existence is to become a more advanced, more complex copy meant to be conquered. This, perhaps, is the final and most cruel mercy granted by the ruler to these failures. In the square, those gods who once stood high above are now fervently dismembering the nightmare that once brought them endless fear, like a group of the lowest-tier workers, all for the sake of earning the rule fragments that determine life and death. Their old world has already turned to dust, but the seed of a new world lay right before them. August opened his eyes, and all the confusion, resentment, and humiliation in them vanished completely. All that remained was an absolute clarity and rationality, forged through the sediment of endless ages. He knew they had no choice. Sister-in-law, why do I feel like this guy Lin Feng isn't building some martial arts arena, but rather a high-tech shady factory? Lei Zhou, carrying an axe, leaned close to Sun Mengyao, lowered his voice, and wore an extremely peculiar expression on his face. Sun Mengyao withdrew her gaze from the seat of the world and glanced at him indifferently. Factory? Her cool voice carried a barely perceptible hint of deeper meaning. No. This is a civilization's rebirth. Under Sun Mengyao's directive, Dr. Qin Jing and her team began constructing the concept forge with an almost frenzied efficiency. Blueprints unfolded in the air, transforming into billions of dazzling streams of data. Long Xiao's researchers skillfully retrieved modules emitting a faint blue glow from their spatial backpacks and began assembling them according to the guidance of the data streams. It was a construction beyond mortal comprehension. No roaring machines, no splashing sparks. Every module's assembly is accompanied by a resonance on the level of laws. When the first cornerstone was laid, the entire space of the second martial arena trembled slightly. When the final core processor was embedded, a pillar of light shot skyward from the center of the forging platform, stirring the endless winds and clouds of this gray world. A magnificent building, indescribable in words, rises from the ground. It looks like an ancient altar, yet also resembles a futuristic data center. Countless intricate patterns of laws flow slowly across its surface, like breathing. At its core lies a deep darkness that seems capable of devouring all light, with billions of light points flickering within, resembling the embryonic form of the universe. Concept Forge construction completed. Genesis World event officially begins Phase 1, Foundation of Laws. Dr. Qin Jing stood before the towering forge, adjusted her glasses, and her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. She turned around, facing all the Asgardian gods who had stopped their work, awestruck by this miraculous creation. Behind her, a massive light screen unfolded out of thin air. It was a project task board. Everyone. Dr. Chen Jing's voice, transmitted through amplification equipment, reached everyone's ears clearly, cold yet full of power. From now on, your job is no longer to dismantle corpses. Instead, it is to create. She pointed to the task board. On it, rows of brand new tasks were clearly listed. Main quest, define physical laws. Subtask 1, define gravity. Task requirements, submit a complete model of the law of gravity that can be adopted by the system. Reward, 10,000 rule fragments. Prerequisite, submit complete analysis reports on mass, space, and dimension. Subtask 2, define thermodynamics. Task requirements, submit. Reward, 8,000 rule fragments. Subtask 3, define electromagnetic force. Task requirements. Reward, 12,000 rule fragments. Looking at the rows of tasks shimmering with golden light, the gods of Asgard found their breathing growing rapid. Those weren't just tasks. They were the only ladder for them to reclaim their power. A god who once presided over knowledge and wisdom looked at the 10,000 rule fragments behind the gravity task, his eyes turning red. Instinctively, he wanted to use the ancient knowledge about the movement of stars, passed down for millions of years in his mind, to solve it. But when he tried to materialize that knowledge, he found that the truths he had once been so proud of were so pale and powerless in the face of this entirely new rule system based on data and models. His knowledge was merely knowing what is. What the system wants is the reason why. Damn! 10,000 points. Lei Zhou was almost drooling. His eyes darted around, and he immediately started shouting. I get this. Isn't it just Newton's 3 laws of motion? And Einstein's theory of relativity? I scored full marks in middle school physics. He eagerly wanted to take on the task. However, a young scientist beside him merely glanced at him indifferently and adjusted his glasses. Lord Thor, what you mentioned is merely a macroscopic low-dimensional representation within a specific space-time reference frame. What we need to define is a model of a super-unified force field capable of supporting the stable operation of an entirely new universe from the Big Bang to heat death, spanning multiple dimensions, and compatible with both magic and divine power systems. The scientist paused for a moment and added, By the way, your concept of gravity in our draft model is just one insignificant variable under a branch called weak interaction that can be practically ignored. Lei Zhou. He felt as though his 9 years of compulsory education had been dealt a dimensionality-reducing blow. The gods of Asgard also fell into silence. They finally understood that this was not just the deprivation of power, but rather, a complete subversion of their knowledge system. Their idealistic worldview, built on the foundation of God said, "Let there be light," was utterly crushed in the face of this rigorous and cold scientific methodology. Just when everyone was at a loss, sighing helplessly, the divine King Augustus made his move. He did not go for those tasks with the most lucrative rewards related to the laws of physics. He simply walked quietly to the corner of the mission board and found a task that seemed unremarkable, with a reward of only a mere 2,000 points. Auxiliary task, define time flow rate. He extended the hand that had once controlled the fate of countless lives and gently tapped on the virtual light screen. Unit August accepts the task, define time flow rate. He turned around, looking at his still confused former colleagues. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. From now on, establish the Asgard Rebirth Project Team. All gods, according to their respective domains and knowledge, are divided into groups. The god of knowledge is responsible for data organization and theoretical deduction. The god of craftsmanship is in charge of model construction. The goddess of life is responsible for logical error correction. The leadership skills he once used to command the divine army were, at this moment, being applied to form a research team. The gods looked at Augustus, and a faint glimmer of light reignited in their eyes. They might not understand science, but they understood how to obey the orders of the strong. At this moment, Augustus, through his actions, once again proved who among them was the most clear-headed and the strongest. A frenzied scientific research competition centered around Genesis thus began. The old gods set aside their final shred of dignity and, with an almost reverent attitude, sought guidance from the Longsha scientists they once regarded as mere ants. They learned how to use 3D modeling software, what variable control means, and what data comparison entails. A bizarre scene unfolded in the square. A former flame titan, due to a decimal point error that caused the entire thermodynamic model to collapse, was being scolded mercilessly by a young scientist in his early 20s, who pointed at his nose, leaving him utterly humiliated and unable to utter a single word in defense. A storm god, desperate to accurately calculate the formula for atmospheric circulation, was sweating profusely and repeatedly seeking advice from a meteorology PhD. They resembled a group of art students forcibly transferred to the sciences, undergoing a soul-crushing transformation. Lei Zhou watched in amazement, feeling that this was even more interesting than watching himself fight a boss. Several days later, when the Asgard Rebirth Project team led by Augustus submitted a report titled Preliminary Definition Model of Time Flow Rate version 1.0a, document over 1,000 pages thick, blending theology and science, and filled with countless formulas and models to the concept forge, everyone held their breath. Buzz. The core of the forging platform, that dark nebula, began to slowly rotate. Proposal Stabilized Time Flow Rate version 1.0 has been received, commencing computational evaluation. Evaluating. Model completeness, 78%. Logical consistency, 91%. Scalability, 63%. Evaluation complete. Overall rating, B+. Proposal passed. Boom. An invisible ripple spread out from the forging platform. The seat of the world suspended in midair trembled slightly, and on its surface, a barely visible mark representing time emerged. Seed of the world has acquired the concept, time. Cultivation progress plus 0.1%. Asgard Newborn Project Team, awarded, 5,000 rule fragments. When those 5,000 fragments were distributed precisely to each member's account based on their contribution. A god of time who once governed the River of Ages looked at the hard-earned 327 points in their account. This ancient being, who had lived for millions of years, burst into tears like a child. This was their first piece of dignity earned through their own wisdom and labor. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of this success, an unexpected incident that no one had anticipated occurred. The star goddess Liyue, who had been quietly staying in the corner and showed no interest in those complex formulas, casually drew a picture on her terminal out of boredom. In the drawing, there was a clear sky, soft grass, and a little girl chasing butterflies. She finished the painting and felt very satisfied, then, as if driven by some mysterious force, she submitted the painting as a concept to the forging table. She just thought it was fun. But the next second, buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire concept forge emitted an unprecedented, intense roar. The nebula at its core spun wildly, as if it were about to devour the entire world. A dazzling, indescribable multicolored light, symbolizing supreme glory, shot skyward. Superspec concept proposal detected. Proposal name, the summer afternoon breeze. Under evaluation. Evaluation result. SSS+. Comments. This proposal provides the first foundational emotional logic anchor of beauty and happiness for the world about to be born. Its value, immeasurable. Reward distribution. Unit Liyue received reward, 100,000 rule fragments. Seed of the world acquired concept, happiness. Cultivation progress plus 1.0%. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the terrifying string of zeros that suddenly appeared in the Liyue account. Then they looked at their own accounts, with the pitiful 3-digit balance. The disparity of the world was once again brutally laid bare before them. Dr. Qingjing and her team were collectively petrified. They poured their heart and soul into building a rigorous physical model, only to contribute 0.1% progress to the world. Meanwhile, a casual painting by Liyue, a vague and ethereal feeling, directly contributed 1%. This is not scientific. Just as everyone was still in a state of immense shock, the seed of the world, which had absorbed the concept of happiness, underwent an astonishing transformation. A small, translucent sprout, seemingly formed from light and a gentle breeze, slowly and gracefully unfurled from the top of the seed. It was not a leaf in the physical sense. It was the embodiment of a fragment of emotion. When it appeared, everyone present, whether gods or mortals, felt a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of grass and sunshine, softly brushing against their cheeks. That breeze dispelled the weariness in their hearts, swept away the fear and unease deep within their souls. A long-lost feeling called happiness quietly descended. The God King Augustus stared at that tender sprout, completely stunned. He suddenly understood something. What the sovereign wanted to create was not a lifeless material world governed solely by cold physical laws. What he desired was a living, breathing world, filled with laughter and tears, love and hate, a vibrant world of stories. This revelation drove the gods present into instant madness. They seemed to have discovered a brand new formula for wealth, abandoning those headache-inducing physics equations and turning to a field they were more adept at, concept creation. I'll define glory. I've fought tens of thousands of divine battles. No one understands glory better than me, a war god roared excitedly. I'll define love. I've witnessed countless romances between mortals and gods, a love goddess said, her face full of longing. I'll define cuisine. I've tasted food from all 9 realms. Thunder Zeus joined in enthusiastically, wiping away his drool. A brand new, incredibly vast market filled with infinite possibilities suddenly opened up. However, reality is harsh. The glory submitted by the god of war was rated as sea level by the system, with the comment, filled with a primitive desire for bloody and violent conquest, lacking the core of protection and sacrifice. The love submitted by the god of love was rated as B-level, with the comment, overly focused on external romantic gestures, neglecting the understanding and companionship on a soul level. As for the gourmet food submitted by Lei Zhou, it was directly rejected by the system on the grounds of information being too polluted, posing a risk of species degradation. They quickly discovered that defining a concept that could be rated as S-level by the system was far more difficult than they had imagined. It not only required profound understanding but also a kind of heartfelt, pure, and entirely selfless recognition. Sun Mengyao quietly watched all of this. She watched those gods who once reveled in destruction and conquest, now racking their brains and arguing endlessly over how to define the warmth of a home and how to describe the joy of a victory. The corners of her mouth subtly, almost imperceptibly, curved upward. At last, she fully understood Lin Feng's intentions. He was neither building factories nor writing programs. He is preaching, in the cruelest yet gentlest way, forcibly reshaping the core of a civilization. He aims to completely transform these gods, who only know how to take and destroy, into humans who understand giving and creating. Amidst this grand Genesis movement, which is unfolding with great fervor, the seed of the world, which had already sprouted several leaves of concept, suddenly and without warning began to tremble violently. On one of its leaves, just defined by a god of music to represent harmony, a tiny yet glaring, black spot appeared. The next second, a piercing, red alarm blared throughout the entire second arena. Warning! Warning! Detected incompatible and highly corrosive foreign concept invasion. Source of invasion? Judgment, logical singularity, cancer of the rules. Subtask activated, first debugging. Mission objective, eliminate all invading bugs before the seed of the world is completely corrupted. Mission countdown, 10 o'clock. 9:59. 9:58. Everyone was stunned. The black dot began to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever it reached, the originally harmonious and beautiful patterns of laws became distorted, chaotic, and filled with an aura of violence and destruction. A pure, unadulterated malice, as if it intended to devour everything, seeped out from that black dot. What is this? Lei Zhou was shocked and horrified. Dr. Qingjing's team immediately directed all their instruments at the black dot. Unable to analyze. All our detection waves have been swallowed by it. Its information entropy is increasing exponentially. It is self-evolving. Alert! It is attempting to tamper with the time laws we just defined. Augustus's face changed dramatically. He could feel a will completely different from them, from this martial arena, and even from that ruler, a will filled with chaos and madness, descending. It was a kind of pure chaos that took destruction as joy and termination as its purpose. It's the aura of the void. An ancient god, well-versed and experienced, spoke with a trembling voice. In the previous era, they had already appeared. They are the parasites of the universe, the end of all things. Amid the crowd's panic and confusion, Sun Mengyao moved. Her cold gaze locked onto the ever-expanding black dot, and the thunderclap sky-splitting blade in her hand let out a clear and resonant hum. All researchers, step back. Lei Zhou, Liyue, August, organize everyone to form a defensive line, protect the forging platform and the seat of the world. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable calmness that instantly soothed the agitated crowd. This bug. Sun Mengyao's figure was like a thunderbolt tearing through the gray sky. Without the slightest hesitation, she charged straight at the writhing, expanding black spot, carrying endless lightning and killing intent. Thunderclap sky-splitting blade emitted an excited hum in her hand. It was the blade's instinctive desire to sever all things unclean. Chi! The blade precisely pierced the core of the black dot. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined, nor any dazzling light effects from energy collisions. It felt like slicing into cotton, or rather, into an absolute void. All the raging power of lightning, all the laws concentrated on the blade, vanished without a trace the moment they touched the black dot, like a clay ox entering the sea. A bizarre and extraordinary deep red damage number slowly emerged above the black dot. +1, 457, 789. It wasn't a negative number, but a positive one. Sun Mengyao's full force strike not only failed to cause it any harm but instead healed it. That black dot, after absorbing Sun Mengyao's attack, visibly swelled in size, and the chaos and malice it emitted became even more intense. What? Lei Zhou's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He carried his axe, staring at the scene in disbelief. Sister-in-law's strike was incredibly powerful. How did it end up healing it instead? What kind of thing is this? A scammer? The gods of Asgard were even more terrified, their souls nearly scattering. Even this overwhelmingly powerful lady couldn't cause any harm if they went up. Wouldn't they just be walking into disaster? Wait. Look at its structure. Dr. Qinjing's sharp voice shattered everyone's shock. On the massive light screen before her, the data model of the black dot was refreshing, collapsing, and reorganizing at a frantic pace. Its essence is neither matter nor energy. It is a collection of negative concepts. Its existence is nothingness. Miss Sun's attack, in essence, is destruction, using a force of presence to attack a target of absence. This not only fails to destroy it but instead provides its nothingness with a coordinate and space to expand. The more we attack, the faster it grows. Dr. Qinjing's speech was as rapid as a machine gun, her eyes flashing with a mix of fear and fanaticism. Simply put, a young scientist beside her explained in more layman's terms, it's like trying to erase a hole on a blank sheet of paper with an eraser. The result only makes the hole bigger. This explanation left everyone with a profound sense of helplessness. An enemy that cannot be killed. An enemy that grows stronger the more you fight. I refuse to believe in this nonsense. Lei Zhou roared furiously, his muscles bulging as the giant axe in his hand radiated the domineering brilliance of the law of power, and he swung it down fiercely. The result was unsurprising. +894,551. The black dot expanded once more. Roar! A Titan deity mustered the courage and activated the newly unlocked basic skill smash using a fragment of rules, delivering a punch to the edge of the black dot. +124. The black dot wriggled symbolically, as if mocking his overestimation of his abilities. Warning! Seed of the world contamination level has reached 17%. Mission countdown, 713. The icy system notification sound, like a death knell, struck at everyone's hearts. The defensive front twisted and dissolved under the erosion of the black dots. Those light walls formed by laws were erased from the plane of existence the moment they came into contact with the black dots. Panic spread like a plague. Amidst this despair, Liyue, who had been quietly standing at the rear, kept her star-like pure eyes fixed on the concept forge. She looked at the tender sprout that had grown because of the submission of a summer afternoon breeze, symbolizing happiness. She then glanced at the black dot that continuously devoured all meaning, representing nothingness. A thought, like lightning, flashed through her mind. The opposite of chaos is order. The opposite of darkness is light. So, what is the opposite of nothing? It is not destruction, but being. It is existence itself. She didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to rush toward the magnificent forging platform. Liyue, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Lei Zhou shouted. But Liyue paid no attention. She stood in front of the forging platform, no longer envisioning a grand and perfect concept as she had before. Her hands turned into a blur on the virtual light screen. Line after line of brand new, utterly simple concepts were submitted by her at a frenzied pace. Concept proposal, the first ray of sunlight in the morning dot. Concept proposal, the scent of grass after the rain. Concept proposal, the lullaby hummed by a mother. Concept proposal, the embrace when friends reunite. Concept proposal, the joy of rewards after hard work. She did not strive for an SSS rating. What she submitted were the smallest, most humble, yet most genuine and authentic proofs of life and existence itself. Buzz. The core nebula of the forging platform emitted a deep rumble. Proposal: the first ray of morning sunlight approved. Rating: B. Proposal: the scent of grass after rain approved. Rating: C+. Proposal: the lullaby hummed by mother approved. Rating: A. At the moment the first proposal was approved. In that wildly expanding black void, suddenly, a tiny yet incomparably warm golden light appeared. Then, a second, a third, a fourth. Like the first star lighting up in an eternal night. The darkness symbolizing nothingness, upon encountering these points of light symbolizing existence, for the first time, ceased its expansion. It wasn't destroyed, but filled. Effective. Dr. Chen Jing's eyes erupted with unparalleled brilliance as she excitedly shouted at everyone. Cease the attack. Stop it all. Change the strategy. Don't try to eliminate it. Use your imagination, use your memory, to define the space it occupies. Use existence to fill the void. This is a war of creativity. A war of creativity. Dr. Chen Jing's words were like a thunderclap, jolting all the gods trapped in panic and despair. The god King Augustus was the first to react, and in his murky eyes, a spark of wisdom suddenly burst forth. He understood. This was the true test from the Dominator. Everyone, listen to my command. Augustus's voice, amplified through the sound equipment, echoed across the venue, carrying an undeniable authority. Abandon all aggressive thoughts. Stop thinking about how to defeat it. Instead, think of the most beautiful things you've ever seen. The deepest memories. Then, submit them to the forge. This is not a battle. This is a self-validation of civilization. Under his command, the previously chaotic scene instantly became orderly. The gods of Asgard, after a brief moment of astonishment, immediately sprang into action. It was as if they had grasped the last straw of hope, unleashing an unprecedented enthusiasm. A frenzied concept proposal competition centered around filling the void thus began. Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, was the first to rush to the forge. He no longer pondered over creating an invincible artifact, but instead closed his eyes and recalled the moment when, as a young apprentice, he successfully forged his first perfect dagger. Proposal: the clumsy pride felt when completing the first creation. Rating: A-. A glowing point, representing craftsmanship and radiating a coppery red light, lit up in the black void. A goddess who once presided over abundance and the earth recalled an afternoon of harvest, where mortal worshippers sang and danced, offering the first handful of golden wheat to her. Proposal: the joy of harvest and a grateful heart. Rating: A. A golden glowing point, symbolizing prosperity, lit up accordingly. The god of war submitted the trust of comrades relying on each other's backs while defending their homeland. The god of knowledge submitted the sudden enlightenment when solving a millennium-old puzzle. The god of storms submitted the breathtaking sight of the first rainbow appearing after a storm. What they submitted were no longer those grand, vague concepts about glory or love, but rather specific, detailed, and emotional moments. These moments might seem insignificant, but they are real, intense, and filled with the tangible sensation of being alive. Even Lei Zhou, a burly man whose mind was filled with muscles in combat, finally had a breakthrough after several submissions. Of the thrill of splitting an enemy's head in half with one axe swing were rejected by the system as too violent. He scratched his bald head, racking his brain, and in the end, all he could think of were memories of following Lin Feng on Blue Star. Proposal: on a summer evening, at a street-side barbecue stall, sizzling skewers dripping with oil and ice-cold beer. Proposal: pulling an all-nighter gaming with the brothers, and witnessing the sunrise together at dawn. Proposal: after winning a tough battle, lying on the ground, thinking about nothing, quietly gazing at the sky. To everyone's surprise, these simple joys of ordinary life filled with the essence of daily life unexpectedly received consecutive high ratings of B+ and even A-. Damn! I've got it! Lei Zhou looked as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes wide open, dancing with excitement. Turns out being a foodie can save the world. He found his own path and began submitting proposals about food, entertainment, and lazing around at an insane speed, thoroughly enjoying himself. The black void retreats step by step. The area representing nothingness is rapidly being filled and illuminated by countless points of meaning, each shining with a different light. It's like a black canvas, being painted with brilliant colors by countless brushes simultaneously. Warning! Seed of the world pollution level has dropped to 8%. Mission countdown, stopped. Mission countdown, reversing. The scales of victory begin to tilt. Sun Mengyao stood quietly in the center of the battlefield. She gazed at the brilliant galaxy formed by countless fragments of meaning, at the void being assimilated by existence itself. A faint ripple emerged in her cold, clear eyes. She sheathed her blade and closed her eyes. What surfaced in her mind was not earth-shattering battles, nor world-destroying divine techniques. It was in front of Xiefeng Pass, when Li Guosheng sacrificed himself to save her, that resolute figure. It was beneath the Antarctic glacier, when she awoke from endless solitude and saw Lin Feng, that reunion spanning eternity. It was atop Wushan Mountain, when Lin Feng handed her the Demon Emperor's divine essence, that undeniable gentleness. It was through countless days and nights, when she held the blade, not for slaughter, but to protect the land behind her, the countless lights of homes on that land. She opened her eyes, and the lightning in them was no longer wild but had become incomparably clear and resolute. She swung her blade once more. This time, the blade did not strike at nothingness but slashed toward the empty space in front of her. As the blade swept through, it left behind not a rift in space but a brilliant scar of pure will and conviction, eternal and indestructible. She submitted her own unique proposal to the forging platform. Proposal: the meaning of the blade's existence is to protect. Buzz. The entire concept forging platform, along with the world of the second martial arena, shook violently. An indescribable golden-purple light, blending the ferocity of thunder with the gentleness of protection, shot skyward. Detected an oversized concept proposal. Rating: SSS+. At the moment the rating appeared, that dazzling blade mark seemed to come alive, transforming into a sacred barrier spanning heaven and earth, fiercely imprinting itself upon the void that was about to be completely filled. It is not filling. It is defined as. With an irrefutable, absolute will, it brought a perfect conclusion to this war of creativity. The galaxy composed of countless points of light instantly stabilized and merged under the suppression of this blade's scar. Finally, the black spot that once brought endless fear completely disappeared. In its place is a completely new, translucent leaf in a magnificent gray-golden hue, quietly growing on the seat of the world. The veins of the leaf are countless tiny points of meaning light. And the main stem of the leaf is precisely the scar named guardianship left by Sun Mengyao. First debugging task completed. Final evaluation, perfect. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to all participants of the second martial arena for successfully resisting the first void erosion. The seed of the world has acquired new concepts, protection and contrast. Cultivation progress plus 15%. Starting to distribute personal contribution rewards. A massive amount of rule fragments, like a cascading galaxy waterfall, descended from the sky and poured precisely into each participant's account. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory and harvest. They watched the skyrocketing numbers in their accounts, feeling the ecstatic joy of surviving a great ordeal. They defeated the unkillable monster. In a way they had never imagined. The joy of victory, like rich wine, turned the entire square into a sea of celebration. The gods of Asgard, looking at the unprecedented fortune in their accounts, were moved to tears of excitement. They eagerly rushed to their skill trees to unlock the long-sealed powers. Ha ha ha, my lava eruption. I can finally conjure fireballs again. A flame titan, watching the faint yet undeniably real flames rising from his fingertips, laughed like a 300-ton child. Whisper of the wind. Healing breeze. I can heal now. A goddess exclaimed excitedly. Although she had only unlocked the most basic healing divine spell, it meant she was no longer a useless bystander. They were like a group of children who had just received a massive New Year's allowance, frantically spending as they transformed those hard-earned fragments of rules back into their own power. Even if it was just the most basic of skills, the sense of fullness from the return of that power to their bodies was enough to make them ecstatic. Lei Zhou was grinning from ear to ear. Relying on his concept proposal of martial arts on the tip of the tongue, he ranked third on the contribution leaderboard, just behind Sun Mengyao and Li Yue, earning a fortune. Knowledge is power. The ancients did not deceive me, he exclaimed while waving his hand, upgrading his axe skill for splitting Mount Hua from beginner to intermediate level. Feeling the surge of power within him, he grinned foolishly. However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, Dr. Chen Jing and her team once again dropped a bombshell. Everyone, please quiet down. Chen Jing stood on the high platform of the forge, and her voice instantly silenced the bustling square. First of all, congratulations to everyone for defeating the bug and protecting the seed of our world. Secondly, on behalf of the Longsha Academy of Sciences, I am here to announce a groundbreaking research achievement. She gently waved her hand, and a rule fragment emitting a soft white glow, along with a crystal-clear, diamond-like dazzling knowledge crystal, floated side by side in the air. By analyzing the law structure of the leaf of protection earlier, we successfully developed the technology for purifying and compressing rule fragments. We have named this high-density energy body knowledge crystal. Its energy purity is 100 times that of rule fragments. Moreover, it possesses a more stable structure, making it suitable as the core energy source for driving more advanced Daotech. Chen Jing adjusted her glasses and calmly announced. From now on, the Academy of Sciences will open the exchange of certain advanced technologies and equipment. For example, the personal Rule Protective Suit 2, the portable concept analyzer, and the Rule Resonator required to unlock more advanced skills. And the exchange for these technologies will no longer use rule fragments, but instead, knowledge crystals. The exchange ratio is tentatively set at 1,000 to 1. As these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The gods, who just moments ago felt they had struck it rich overnight and achieved financial freedom, had the smiles on their faces freeze. They stared blankly at the dazzling knowledge crystal, then glanced at the rule fragments in their accounts, which they had just thought were plentiful. A familiar fear of being dominated surged in their hearts once again. They had turned back into paupers. God King Augustus, the project manager who had just made a fortune thanks to his excellent organizational skills, now wore an expression more bitter than if he'd swallowed gall. He had finally figured it out. In this world created by Lord Lin Feng, they, the old gods, would forever remain at the bottom of the food chain. Rule fragments were the salary, and knowledge crystals are capital. They work hard to earn money, but in the end, others turn around and create real estate and finance, effortlessly reducing them back to their original state. August sighed, resigned, and once again adjusted his robe before bowing deeply in the direction of Dr. Qinjing. Respected teacher, regarding the collaborative project on knowledge crystals, we in Asgard are very interested. Watching this adaptable God King humbly go to negotiate business once again, Lei Zhou shook his head repeatedly from the side. Too ruthless, too ruthless. These science enthusiasts have such dirty hearts. Sun Mengyao paid no attention to the commotion caused by the currency reform. Her gaze remained fixed on the thriving seed of the world. That newly born, magnificent gray golden leaf was imbued with the laws of protection and meaning, causing the entire seed of the world to exude an unprecedented aura of resilience and warmth. Yet, for some reason, she always felt that at the deepest part of that leaf, at the core where the former black spot once resided, something seemed to linger. At that moment, the core of that leaf of protection, the gray golden center point, flickered suddenly and without warning. It has no aggression, nor does it emit any malice. However, a line of twisted text, belonging to no known civilization, like a red-hot branding iron, was fiercely imprinted deep into the souls of Sun Mengyao, Liu, and Augustus. They were the three leaders who contributed the most in this debugging war. This line of text appeared only in their perception. The meaning of the text is simple, yet filled with a primal, chilling desire. We are very hungry. Immediately afterward, before they could react, the second line of text followed. The feast is coming. Sun Mengyao's pupils suddenly contracted. The third line of text, carrying an indescribable malice that seemed to pierce through endless time and space, was singularly branded deep within Sun Mengyao's soul. The fisherman's bait is very tempting. We will, in the end, devour him. Boom! Sun Mengyao's mind felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into it. Fisherman. This title, who else could it be besides Lin Feng? She understood instantly. This is by no means a randomly occurring bug. This is a scout. A beacon. Those monsters called the Void, they know about Lin Feng's existence. They know about this world that is being created. They regarded Lin Feng's actions as fishing. And this world, along with all of them, was merely bait. The victory just now was not a victory at all. They had merely succeeded in wiping away a drop of saliva from the outside world that had fallen onto the plate. And the drooling, hungry giant beast was charging madly toward the plate, following the scent. Sun Mengyao's expression instantly turned as cold as eternal ice. She raised her head, looking at the gods and mortals in the square, still cheering for unlocking new skills and fretting over the new currency, completely unaware. She lowered her head again, glancing at the blade in her hand, named Guardian. An unprecedented chill and shiver rose from the spine, instantly spreading through every limb and bone. The real war hadn't even begun. She gripped the knife in her hand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Faster, it must be faster. Stronger. They must forge this world into a fortress of war capable of withstanding everything before the feast begins. The joy of victory, like rich wine, plunged the entire square into a sea of jubilation. The gods of Asgard, looking at the unprecedented fortune in their accounts, were moved to tears of excitement. They couldn't wait to rush to their skill trees and begin unlocking the long-sealed powers. Ha ha ha! My lava eruption! I can finally conjure fireballs again. A flame titan laughed like a 300-ton child as he watched the faint yet undeniably real flames rise from his fingertips. Whisper of the wind. Healing breeze. I can heal now, a goddess exclaimed excitedly. Although she had only unlocked the most basic healing divine spell, it meant she was no longer a useless bystander who could only watch helplessly. They were like a group of children who had just received a massive New Year's allowance, frantically spending as they transformed those hard-earned fragments of rules back into their own power. Even if it was just the most basic of skills, the sense of strength returning to their bodies was enough to make them ecstatic. Lei Zhou was grinning from ear to ear. Thanks to his concept proposal, the martial arts arena on the tip of the tongue, he ranked third on the contribution leaderboard, just behind Sun Mengyao and Li Yue, earning a fortune. Knowledge is power. The ancients did not deceive me, he exclaimed with emotion, waving his hand grandly as he upgraded his axe skill, splitting Mount Hua from beginner to intermediate. Feeling the surge of power within him, he grinned foolishly. However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, Dr. Qinjing and her team once again dropped a bombshell. Everyone, please quiet down. The revelry in the square quieted instantly, like a pot of boiling oil doused with a ladle of cold water. Dr. Qinjing calmly announced the revolution of the monetary system, each word like a precise scalpel, slicing open the gods' newly swollen money bags, revealing the empty reality inside. Knowledge crystals. God King Augustus chewed on this new term, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a bitter gourd. Just moments ago, he had been calculating how to use this massive sum in his hands to prioritize unlocking the core-skilled God King's decree and regain a portion of his former majesty. Now it seemed that forget the decree, he couldn't even afford the instruction manual for it. The gods behind him displayed a variety of expressions. Some were bewildered, some angry, while others looked utterly despondent. They felt like a group of miners who had toiled in a mine for a year, carrying pouches full of copper coins to town, only to discover that the only accepted currency here was gold bars. Lei Zhou watched from the side, laughing uncontrollably. He leaned close to Sun Mengyao and whispered gleefully, "Sister-in-law, look. At these gods, their faces have turned green. I bet they're all itching to string up Dr. Chen and give him a beating right now." However, the response he anticipated from Sun Mengyao did not come. He turned his head, only to see Sun Mengyao's expression colder than an ancient glacier. It wasn't her usual aloofness, but an extreme chill that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In the depths of her pupils, lightning intertwined with murderous intent not directed at any specific enemy, but as if she were staring into an endless abyss of darkness, devouring everything in its path. Lei Zhou's smile froze on his face. From Sun Mengyao, he sensed an unprecedented, hair-raising aura of danger. It wasn't the vigilance before a battle, but rather, the deathly stillness before the end of the world. "Sister-in-law? What's wrong?" Sun Mengyao did not answer. In her mind, those few lines of twisted text burned and echoed over and over, like maggots gnawing at her bones. "We are very hungry. The feast is coming. The fisherman's bait smells good. In the end, we will eat him. Fisherman. Lin Feng." This thought was like a red-hot iron awl, fiercely piercing the deepest part of her soul. In an instant, she understood everything. What random bugs, what cosmic parasites, it's all lies. This is a trap. A colossal trap, meticulously laid out from the very beginning, targeting Lin Feng and spanning endless time and space. Those creatures called Void, they know Lin Feng. They regard Lin Feng's martial arena as a fish pond exuding an irresistible aroma. And this world being created, along with all of them, is nothing more than bait in the fish pond to lure even larger prey. That seemingly glorious victory just now was not a victory at all. They had merely succeeded, using all their wisdom and courage, in wiping away a drop of saliva from the plate. Meanwhile, the drooling, ravenous beast had already followed the scent, casting its greedy gaze in this direction. An extreme chill surged from the base of Sun Mengyao's spine, instantly coursing through her entire body. The hand gripping the thunderclap skybreaker blade emitted a faint cracking sound from her knuckles due to excessive force. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping across the square. Lei Zhou was still looking at her with a worried expression. Liyue was curiously playing with the dazzling knowledge crystal, her pure eyes filled with wonder. August had already adjusted his mindset and was leading a group of dejected gods, preparing to discuss cooperation and loans with Dr. Chen Jing. They knew nothing. They were still cheering for the power they had just gained, still troubled by the brand new monetary system, and still dreaming of redefining their own glory in this new world. Sun Mengyao's lips pressed into a straight line. She couldn't speak. The truth was too cruel, enough to crush the spirit of anyone here. Once it was revealed that Lin Feng had become the ultimate target, the newly united team would instantly collapse. Panic and despair would devour them faster than any enemy. She slowly suppressed the surge of killing intent and fear that was almost bursting out of her body, pushing it back to the deepest part of her soul. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze had returned to its usual coldness, but within that coldness, there was now an undeniable, steely determination. She took a step forward, and her figure instantly appeared at the top of the forging platform, standing beside Dr. Chen Jing. "Everyone." Her voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry a certain special authority, instantly silencing all the noise and discussions. Everyone's gaze focused on her. The victory just now is only the beginning. Sun Mengyao's gaze swept over everyone, from the gods of Asgard to the researchers of Longxia. Her words were cold and direct. "That bug was no coincidence. It is a scout of the void. They have already discovered us, and they are about to arrive." She paused for a moment, giving everyone time to digest the news. The square fell into dead silence. The joy that had just filled the air vanished completely. In its place was the resurfacing fear of that black void. "They are very hungry." Sun Mengyao uttered the words etched into her soul, omitting only the most crucial part. "And we, in their eyes, are a grand feast. The feast is coming." These 4 words were like 4 heavy hammers, striking hard at everyone's heart. "I hereby announce," Sun Mengyao's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority, "from this moment on, the Genesis plan is terminated." "What?" Dr. Chen Jing was the first to cry out in shock. She abruptly turned her head to look at Sun Mengyao, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "Miss Sun, we've only just begun. The cultivation of the seed of the world has already entered the right track. As long as we proceed step by step, we..." "Step by step?" Sun Mengyao interrupted her, her voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "Step by step, creating a paradise filled with happiness and beauty, only to wait for those monsters who know nothing but hunger to devour it whole, skin and bones?" She extended her finger, pointing at the seed of the world that was thriving and growing. "It's beautiful, but fragile. It is the cradle of a civilization, but not the fortress of one. Sun Menyao's gaze locked directly onto Dr. Chen Jing's eyes, and the will contained within it made even this top scientist feel a moment of unease. Dr. Chen, I need your team to immediately, right now, change all the plans. Abandon all definitions of aesthetics, emotion, and humanity. Devote all computational power, all resources, and all knowledge crystals to an entirely new direction. Dr. Chen Jing's breathing grew rapid. What direction? Sun Mengyao spoke each word deliberately, her voice as sharp as a blade. War. I want you to forge this seed of the world into a war fortress. I want its first law upon creation to be slaughter. I want every river it flows to be scalding lava and sharp blades. I want every breeze it blows to carry the death wails that can tear apart divine souls. I want every inch of land it grows to transform into traps and cages that devour enemies. What I want is not a cradle. Sun Mengyao's eyes flashed with lightning, her killing intent boiling. What I want is a meat grinder. A war with no retreat is about to begin. And this feast will be their last supper. Sun Mengyao's words, like a storm mixed with hail and thunder, swept across the entire square. Everyone was shaken by the madness and resolute will in her words. War fortress, meat grinder. Lei Zhou murmured to himself. The giant axe in his hand seemed to sense the bone-chilling killing intent, emitting a low hum. Instead of feeling fear, he found his blood beginning to boil uncontrollably. This is the rhythm he is familiar with. The gods of Asgard, on the other hand, looked at each other, their expressions shifting from initial shock to a complex solemnity. They were warriors, their entire lives spent battling various enemies. More than anyone, they understood what the word war truly meant. However, the one who reacted the most intensely was Dr. Chen Jing. I object, she almost screamed, and beneath the thick lenses, the rational eyes of a scientist showed, for the first time, a flame of anger. Miss Sun, you are desecrating creation. You are strangling the possibility of an entire world. She pointed at the seat of the world, which was emitting a gentle glow, her voice trembling slightly with agitation. What we are creating is a civilization. A brand new civilization with infinite possibilities. It should possess art, philosophy, love, and peace. Not a monster that exists solely for slaughter from the moment of its birth. By doing this, how are you any different from those monsters that destroy worlds? Dr. Chen Jing's questioning was forceful and resonant. Many young scientists behind her also showed expressions of agreement. They were scholars, explorers, whose lifelong pursuit was creation and understanding, not destruction. Sun Mengyao quietly looked at her without refuting, merely extending her hand. A faint, distorted text not belonging to this world appeared in her palm. It read, "We are very hungry." This line of text was a faint echo forcibly imprinted by her own power from the core of the leaf of guardianship. The moment this line of text appeared, the concept analyzer worn by Dr. Chen Jing and all the researchers around her emitted an extremely piercing alarm. Alert! Ultra-high-dimensional information contamination detected. Alert! Logical singularity. Unable to parse. Underlying algorithms are being eroded. Quick! Disconnect! All the instruments are overloaded. A scene of utter chaos. The screens of the nearest precision instruments were instantly filled with static, followed by plumes of black smoke, rendering them completely inoperable. Dr. Chen Jing's face turned ashen. She could feel that merely seeing that line of text had caused her mental strength to be frantically pulled and devoured by an invisible black hole. It was a fear rooted in the deepest instincts of life itself. Like a herbivore catching the scent of a predator. Sun Mengyao clenched her palm, and the line of text vanished instantly. She looked at the pale-faced, gasping Chen Jing, her voice still icy. Now, do you still think we have the right to talk about love and peace? Dr. Chen Jing opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. We are not creating a civilization. Sun Mengyao's gaze swept over everyone present. We are forging a weapon. A weapon that can carve out a sliver of hope for us, for Lin Feng, in the impending darkness. When your world is about to become dinner for a ravenous beast, the only thing you need to consider is not whether the dinner is elegantly plated, but whether the knife in your hand is sharp enough. Her voice, like a morning bell or evening drum, awakened everyone still immersed in idealism. Dr. Chen Jing fell silent. She looked at the instruments that had been scrapped due to overload, then at Sun Mengyao's utterly emotionless eyes. Finally, she slowly removed her glasses and wiped them with the corner of her clothing. When she put her glasses back on, all the struggle and anger in her eyes had vanished. In their place was something colder, purer, the absolute rationality of a scientist. I understand now. She took a deep breath. Survival is the first priority of civilization. Any theory that contradicts this is fallacy. She turned to face her somewhat bewildered team members, her voice regaining its usual calmness and decisiveness. Attention everyone! Abandon Genesis Plan A3. Immediately activate the highest priority emergency plan, Fortress Plan. Redirect all computational power to the construction of rules of war. Redefine the three fundamental concepts of mass, energy, and space to make them more offensive and defensive. Materials Team, immediately research how to convert rule fragments into high-density explosives. Logic Team, simulate the feasibility of causality weapons. I want you to deliver, in the shortest possible time, a plan that can define a single attack as infinite attacks. Dr. Jing Chen, a steadfast pacifist and creator, after witnessing that despairing corner of darkness, turned to the opposite extreme faster and more thoroughly than anyone else. A nearly mad glint sparkled in her eyes. If the enemy is nothingness, then we shall drown it with existence itself. If they want to consume, then we shall turn ourselves into a steel poison pill that chokes them to death. A crazier, more hysterical scientific research competition unfolded. The entire square turned into a high-speed war factory. The gods of Asgard were also infected by this frenzied atmosphere. After a brief moment of shock, the god King Augustus immediately demonstrated his decisiveness as a generation-defining ruler. He reorganized all the gods according to their divine roles into more than a dozen combat groups, including the Attack Concept Group, Defense Concept Group, Tactical Deception Group, and Logistical Support Group. God of War. You are responsible for defining absolute hit. I want every one of our attacks to be unavoidable. God of Protection. You are responsible for defining damage immunity. I want our fortress to be immune to the first 10 attacks. God of Trickery, Loki. You, never mind, you are responsible for defining friendly fire, making the enemy's attacks have a certain chance of hitting their own people. Loki, who was called out, revealed a playful smile on his handsome face. He gracefully bowed and said, "As you wish, my king. I'll make sure they beat their own brains out." The old gods, with all the filthy, cunning, and cruel experiences they had accumulated over millions of years of war and plunder, contributed them without reservation. Like a pack of wolves driven to desperation, they began to bare their sharpest fangs to the world. In this frenzied arms race, Liyue, which had always been treated as a mascot and made a fortune simply by painting and singing, encountered a dilemma. She excelled in beauty and happiness. But now, the entire project team was discussing how to kill more efficiently and how to defend more solidly. Her breeze on a summer afternoon seemed completely out of place in such an atmosphere. She sat somewhat dejectedly to the side, watching everyone enthusiastically submit various proposals brimming with hostility. At this moment, Sun Mengyao walked up to her side. "They are all forging swords and shields," Sun Mengyao's voice was soft. "But a fortress filled only with weapons has no soul. It will decay in endless battles and eventually collapse." Liyue raised her head, looking at her in confusion. "I need you," Sun Mengyao's gaze fell on the seat of the world, "to define hope for this cold fortress, for all of us. In the darkest abyss, light a lamp that will never extinguish." Liyue was stunned. She looked into Sun Mengyao's eyes, which reflected endless killing intent, and deep within them, hidden even from herself, fatigue and fragility. In that instant, she understood. She nodded firmly, and in her eyes, as pure as the stars, the light reignited. She picked up the paintbrush. This time, she did not paint the sunlight, nor the grasslands. What she painted was a scorched ruin consumed by the flames of war. Amidst the ruins, a small, pure white, unnamed flower was blooming resiliently, facing the smoke and dust. Concept proposal: a flower blooming amidst the ruins. Rating: SSS+. Comment: provides the first foundational spiritual logic anchor of resilience and hope for the upcoming world of war. Its value is immeasurable. Seed of the world acquires the concept, hope. The first cornerstone of the fortress plan, unyielding heart, has been established. A gentle yet incredibly resilient white light shot up from the forging platform, merging with the seed of the world. The seed, which had begun to appear ferocious and distorted under the oppressive killing intent of the crowd, regained its stability and solidity under the soothing influence of the white light. It remained a fortress of war, but at its core, there was now an added essence, an indomitable soul. The establishment of the Heart of Defiance was like a shot of adrenaline, injected into the hearts of everyone present. That gentle yet resilient white light dispelled the violence and restlessness that had arisen in their hearts due to the frenzy of war preparations, making their thoughts clearer and their resolve firmer. They realized that what they were forging was not a machine that only knew slaughter, but a living fortress with an unyielding will. The progress of the fortress project began to advance at a terrifying speed. With the computational power provided by Dr. Qin Jing's team at any cost, one by one, the laws of war that had previously existed only in theory were rapidly defined, transforming into new veins on the seed of the world. Proposal: energy deflection field. Rating: I effect: all energy attacks entering the range of this world will be forcibly deflected by an angle of 10% to 15%. Proposal: spatial anchoring protocol. Rating: A+. Effect: significantly enhances the spatial stability of the world itself, making it difficult to teleport, fold, or destroy. Proposal: matter annihilation proliferation. Rating: yes. Effect: when any matter within the world is annihilated, it releases destructive energy 3 times its own mass, causing backlash to the attacker. One concept after another, filled with the aura of iron and death, was continuously added to the seed of the world. It was like a ravenous sponge, madly absorbing all knowledge of war, rapidly becoming ferocious and powerful. And the gods of Asgard, in this frenzy of internal competition, also erupted completely. They abandoned the restraint of the gods, revealing the ultimate skills they had kept hidden for millions of years, all in an attempt to secure a more significant position and earn more knowledge crystals in this fate-deciding project. The God King August, an elder who had lived through endless ages, finally emerged from days of secluded calculations and, together with his project team, submitted a proposal to the Forge that could only be described as earth-shattering. In Asgard, we have a legend. August's voice, hoarse yet solemn, echoed across the square. The souls of warriors who die heroically in battle will be guided by the Valkyries to the Hall of Valor, where they will enjoy eternal glory and, upon the arrival of Ragnarok, fight for us once more. I offer this concept to the world. He extended his withered hand and wrote down his proposal on the light screen. Proposal, Valhalla. Core Concept 1, Glory Return. Any unit that dies in battle within this world, if its fighting spirit is deemed heroic by the system, its data core will be automatically retrieved by Valhalla and undergo reconstruction. Core Concept 2, Combat Cycle. Reconstructed heroes will retain their combat experience and partial abilities from their previous life and will be deployed as guardian units in the next defensive battle. Core Concept 3, The Immortal Legion. Every successful defense will add new members to the Hall of Heroes. In theory, as long as the battle continues, this army will never be exhausted and will grow stronger with each fight. The moment this proposal was submitted, the entire concept forge seemed to be overwhelmed by the grandeur of this vision, plunging into several seconds of silence. Then, an unprecedented golden pillar of light, as if formed by the battle cries and glory of countless heroes, erupted with dazzling brilliance, shooting straight into the sky, almost tearing apart the gray heavens entirely. Mythical concept proposal detected. Rating, SSS+++. Comment, this proposal provides the fortress plan with a perfect solution for troop cycle and growth potential. It transforms death into strength. It turns every failure into the cornerstone of the next victory. Its value is beyond estimation. Reward distribution. The Asgard Newborn project team has received a reward, 1,000 knowledge crystals. God King August has been granted a special title, the Immortal Founder. The Seed of the World has acquired a mythical concept, Valhalla. Cultivation progress plus 25%. 1,000. 1,000 brilliant knowledge crystals, dazzling like diamonds, poured down like a golden rain, suspended before August and his team. The gods of Asgard were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the galaxy formed by the knowledge crystals, their breaths halted. Happiness came so suddenly. Just a second ago, they were penniless, unable to afford even an advanced skill manual. Now, in an instant, they had achieved capital freedom. King, we struck it rich. Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, was trembling all over with excitement. Augustus looked at those knowledge crystals, and on his wrinkled old face, a heartfelt and incredibly complex smile finally appeared. This was the first time since they arrived in this world that they had truly, in the truest sense, relied on their own knowledge and heritage to earn the system's highest recognition. They were no longer workers who only knew how to dismantle corpses, no longer students who merely copied assignments. They had become the irreplaceable core builders of this world. This long-overdue glory thrilled them more than the return of any power ever could. The birth of the Hall of Heroes brought a qualitative change to the Fortress project. On the surface of the Seed of the World, the phantom of a magnificent palace emerged, with countless blurred golden figures training, roaring, and exuding overwhelming battle intent. However, just as everyone was still immersed in this immense joy, a cold alarm sounded once again. Warning! High-intensity void energy reaction detected. Coordinates, outer space of the Seed of the World, 120,000 kilometers away. Energy level determination, scout level plus. Quantity, 3. Estimated contact time, 10. 9. They're here. Everyone's hearts suddenly leapt to their throats. Sun Mengyao's gaze sharpened, and her figure instantly appeared in the sky above the square, staring into the gray void. All non-combat personnel, enter the fortifications. Augustus reacted immediately, shouting loudly. Having just acquired immense wealth, he promptly invested most of the knowledge crystals to unlock several powerful group defensive divine spells. Layer upon layer of golden divine power shields firmly protected the forge and the world seed. However, everyone knew this was only a temporary measure. There's no time to build a remote strike system. Dr. Qin Jing's voice was filled with urgency. Our rule-based weapons are still in the theoretical stage. At that moment, Lei Zhou, carrying his newly upgraded epic-level giant axe reinforced with a knowledge crystal, grinned. Remote? Who needs remote? He suddenly stomped his foot, his muscles bulging, and an overwhelming aura of dominance surged skyward. Sister-in-law, old Augustus, didn't you submit so many laws about space, gravity, and repulsion before? Temporarily lend me the permissions for these laws. Sun Mengyao and Augustus exchanged a glance and instantly understood his intention. Permissions granted. Buzz. Around Lei Zhou's body, the space began to twist violently. He felt as if he had merged with the spatial laws of the entire world. He let out a wild laugh and aimed the giant axe in his hand at the 3 rapidly approaching energy reaction points in the void. Take this. Super electromagnetic orbit, heaven-cleaving battle axe throw. Using all his strength, he hurled the giant axe in his hand with all his might. The giant axe, at the moment it left the hand, was enveloped and accelerated by layers upon layers of spatial and gravitational laws. Its speed instantly broke through the limits of physics, transforming into a streak of light completely imperceptible to the naked eye, tearing through space and vanishing before everyone's eyes. The next second, in the void, 12,000 kilometers away from the seat of the world, three figures resembling twisted shadows, known as Void Scouts, were rushing at an astonishing speed toward the seed that emitted an enticing aura of existence. However, they hadn't yet managed to get close. An incomprehensible stream of light emerged from the void and, in a completely irrational manner, instantly pierced through their bodies. No explosion, no sound. The three shadows vanished silently, as if erased from the canvas by a rubber eraser. On the square, Lei Zhou gasped for breath and reached out his hand. Space rippled slightly, and the giant axe, carrying a trace of void residual aura, returned to his hand. Done. He proudly hoisted the axe, winking at the dumbfounded gods. However, the cheers of victory had yet to erupt. Warning! A larger-scale void energy reaction detected. Judgment, Void Wolf Pack. Quantity, 127. Estimated contact time, 30:29. Lei Zhou's smile froze on his face. Oh my. Did I stir up a hornet's nest? Everyone's faces instantly turned extremely grim. One could be taken down in seconds, three could still be handled. But over 100. They would swarm in like a tide from all directions, completely impossible to defend against. Just as despair descended once again, Sun Mengyao slowly closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into the deepest part of the seat of the world, merging with the scar she personally defined, named Guardian. In my name, I define the frontier of this realm. Her voice resounded thunderously on the level of the laws. Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all shall be. Longxia. Those who invade my territory, no matter how far, will be punished. Boom. The seed of the world trembled violently. In the vast void outside that seed, all the fundamental laws previously defined by everyone, such as space, gravity, repulsion, and others, seemed at this moment to have found their sovereign. They frantically converge, compress, and condense. Finally, on the periphery of the seat of the world, a phantom of the Great Wall, spanning billions of miles across the void and composed purely of laws and the will of guardianship, rose up from the ground. It was like a slumbering giant dragon, firmly protecting the entire world within. Almost at the moment the Great Wall took shape, those 127 void wolves also arrived. They ignored space, ignored distance, and like phantoms, fiercely crashed into the newly formed wall of laws. Boom, boom, boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a series of dull thuds, as if striking deep into everyone's soul. On the wall of laws, light flashed wildly, countless mysterious runes flickered in and out of existence, and the towering wall trembled violently under the relentless impacts, as if it were about to collapse in the next moment. But it, in the end, held on. Warning! Law wall durability has dropped to 79%. Energy reserves critically low. Fortress Plan Final Test Great Wall Watch initiated. The cold system notification sounded like the final death knell, resonating deep within the souls of all participants in the fortress plan. However, this knell did not bring despair. Instead, it ignited a desperate, fearless resolve born from being cornered. Sitting at the core of the seat of the world, the main consciousness, Lin Xian, felt it most vividly. Those 127 impacts, each one felt as if it directly struck his very soul. His consciousness was connected to the entire wall of laws. As the wall trembled, his soul quaked as well. That 79% durability was not just a cold number but a direct reflection of his mental and willpower nearing exhaustion. Energy reserves critically low. Lin Xian's consciousness, a vague humanoid form composed of pure spiritual radiance, flickered faintly within the seat of the world, on the verge of collapse. To construct this wall of laws at the final moment, he had nearly drained all the free energy of the nascent world's prototype and even overdrawn the seat of the world's source power. This is already the limit. However, the enemy won't give you a chance to catch your breath. Boom! Another loud crash. But this time, it was no longer a scattered impact. The 127 Void Wolves seemed to possess a unified command center. After a brief pause, they formed a bizarre formation, linking head to tail, transforming into a massive siege cone that spanned the void. All the wolves' strength, speed, and that eerie stride that ignored spatial distance were, at this moment, twisted into a single force. They transformed into one, with the largest Void Wolf King at the forefront as the spearhead, and once again, with power 100 times greater than before, they fiercely struck the same point on the wall of laws. Crack! This time, it was no longer a muffled sound. A crisp, glass-like shattering noise spread along the veins of the laws throughout the entire wall. On the section of the wall that was struck, countless intricate runes instantly dimmed, and a deep crack, like a ferocious scar, suddenly appeared on the majestic structure of the wall. Warning! Wall of Laws single-point structural integrity compromised. Durability reduced to 65%. Energy reserves below the alert threshold. Lin Xian's consciousness suddenly trembled, and a trace of light particles peeled off from his body, dissipating into nothingness. This was a sign of damage to the core of his soul. He couldn't keep passively taking hits like this anymore. Great Wall Watchers, where are you? Using the last of his strength, Lin Shen let out a roar from the depths of his soul. This roar was not a sound but the highest command imbued with the will of a king, instantly spreading to every corner of the Law's Great Wall. The fortress plan and its watch have never been a lone battle fought by one person. Buzz. As his will was issued, the vast Law Wall stretching for billions of miles seemed to awaken like a slumbering dragon, opening its eyes. On the towering walls, which had previously been bare with only the structure and battlements, countless points of light suddenly appeared out of thin air. These points of light quickly stretched and condensed, transforming into figures clad in ancient armor, their faces indistinct, wielding weapons of law. Some wield heavy shields and battle axes forged by the law of gravity, their figures towering like mountains, their presence deep and steady like an abyss. Some draw energy longbows woven by the law of electromagnetic force, their arrows made of pure photons, unmatched in sharpness. Others don flowing robes, and with a flick of the dust whisk in their hands, they cast an invisible net formed by the intertwining of a strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force, unbreakable yet capable of disintegrating all things. These are the Great Wall Watchers. They are the imprints of will from all the pioneers and guardians who sacrificed themselves for this newborn world since the launch of the fortress plan. Their bodies have long vanished into the void, but their pure will to protect has been remembered by the seed of the world and, at this moment, re-emerges in the world, taking form through the laws. They are heroic spirits, beacons, the true flesh and soul of this great wall. By the king's command. The grand and solemn chorus does not come from their mouths but resonates from the collective will of all the watchers. They have no independent thoughts, only a shared obsession, to protect the Great Wall, to protect the world within the Great Wall. Roar! The Void Wolf Pack, transformed into a siege ram, struck successfully and retreated once more, preparing to launch a third and even more lethal charge. In the Wolf King's blood-red eyes, cruelty and greed flickered. It could sense that behind that wall lay an incredibly delicious newborn world. By devouring it, its pack would undergo an unprecedented evolution. But this time, the Watchers would not give it another chance. Seal! The phalanx of gravity Watchers at the forefront let out a unified roar of will. They slammed their massive gravity shields fiercely against the city wall. In an instant, the vast void beyond the Great Wall seemed to be filled with countless invisible stars. A terrifying gravitational field took shape instantly, layer upon layer, forming a gravitational swamp as viscous as a quagmire. The siege ram formed by the wolf pack had just accelerated when it plunged headlong into this swamp. The strange, unstoppable stride that ignored spatial distances failed for the first time. They could traverse space in the conventional sense, but they could not escape the laws twisted to the extreme. The immense gravity not only slowed their speed but also frantically tore at their formation, attempting to rip apart the tightly connected pack of 127 void wolves. Awah! The wolf pack let out painful and furious howls, the ethereal glow on their bodies flickering violently as they resisted the pull of gravity. Fire! The order was given again. On the city wall, tens of thousands of electromagnetic sentinels simultaneously drew their energy longbows. On the bowstrings, there were no arrows, only clusters of blazing light too intense to look at directly. It was pure light, and also the ultimate law. Buzz! 1,000 arrows fired in unison. Countless arrows of photons, traveling at the indisputable speed of light, instantly traversed the space distorted by the gravitational swamp and accurately struck the struggling void wolves. Thud! 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 There were no explosions, only the sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter as the light arrows pierced through the void bodies. Each light arrow carried the powerful law of electromagnetic annihilation, targeting not the physical bodies of the void wolves but the very concept of their existence. One void wolf after another, under the barrage of light arrows, was erased by the force of the law before they could even let out a wail. Starting from their midsections, they were swiftly obliterated, dissolving into the most primal void energy and vanishing completely. With just one round of volleys, nearly 30 of the 127 void wolves forming the siege wedge were formatted on the spot. The formation instantly collapsed. Roar! Watching its kin being slaughtered, the leading void wolf king was utterly enraged. It threw its head back and howled toward the sky, unleashing a void fluctuation far more terrifying than all the previous wolf packs combined. Its body was no longer solid but became more ethereal, like a constantly writhing mass of pure darkness. Within that darkness, there was no light, no matter, and even the laws seemed to be devoured and assimilated. It opened its massive mouth. It was not a mouth in the physical sense but a true void of nothingness. The moment the void appeared, the surrounding gravity swamp was instantly sucked in, along with the arrows of photons that had yet to be fired, vanishing without a trace. It is devouring the laws. Not good. Lin Xian's consciousness throbbed wildly. These void wolves were not mindless beasts without intelligence. They were the scavengers of the void, the embodiment of the universe's entropy increase. Their instinct was to devour all orderly and stable structures, reducing them to chaos. And laws were the most orderly structures in the universe. Ordinary void wolves could only rely on brute force to crash into things, but this Wolf King had clearly evolved to a higher level where it could gnaw on laws. The Wolf King, having devoured the gravitational field, aimed its massive void-like maw at the wall of laws and took a fierce inhale. Buzz buzz buzz. On the Great Wall, the section already riddled with cracks had its foundational laws of space and repulsion stripped away thread by thread, as if unraveling silk. These threads were pulled into streams of light, flying toward the Wolf King's mouth. The wall was dissolving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Warning! Law structure being devoured. Durability rapidly decreasing. 58%. 55%. 52%. Energy reserves critically insufficient. The Watchers' rule-bound forms are becoming unstable. On the city wall, the figures of many Watchers began to flicker, turning transparent, as if they might vanish at any moment. Their existence depended on the energy supply of the rule-bound Great Wall. The wall being devoured was equivalent to uprooting their foundation. Crisis descends once again. And this time, it is more perilous than ever before. Lin Xian's consciousness was already flickering, like a candle in the wind. He knew that conventional methods were no longer enough to deal with this Wolf King. A risky move must be taken. All Watchers, return to your positions. He issued the final command. On the city wall, all the surviving Watchers, whether embodiments of gravity, electromagnetism, or the strong and weak nuclear forces, simultaneously transformed into streams of light and merged into the Great Wall beneath their feet. They imprinted their final will, completely merging with the Wall of Laws. This is not dispersal, but a true union. In an instant, the Great Wall, which had appeared somewhat dim due to energy depletion and the devouring of laws, erupted once again with dazzling brilliance. It was no longer a lifeless object but had truly come alive. The billions of miles of wall seemed like a dormant dragon, slowly opening its dragon eyes at this moment. The bricks of the wall were its scales, the battlements its sharp teeth, and the will of Lin Xian and all the Watchers was its dragon soul. By my will, I command all laws. Lin Xian's voice at this moment became the voice of the entire Great Wall, grand, solemn, and filled with an undeniable authority. The dragon raises its head. Boom! The entire Great Wall of Laws, that majestic wall stretching billions of miles, actually moved. It was like a living cosmic dragon, suddenly lifting its head from its protective circular posture around the seat of the world, that very section which had been most severely ravaged by the Void Wolf King. The dragon's head was formed purely of laws, its eyes were burning stars, and its whiskers were dancing galaxies. It opened its massive maw, also composed of laws, and let out a roar that shook the entire void at the Void Wolf King, which was devouring the laws, a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar was not a sound, but a higher dimensional resonance of laws. Decree, existence is reason. Decree, protection is order. Decree, void, be banished. 3 decrees, words become law. The first decree stabilized the collapsing rule structure of the Great Wall itself. The second decree granted the Great Wall supreme protection authority, weakening all attacks. The third decree was the most direct judgment on the Void Wolf King. An invisible yet unstoppable force of banishment erupted from the dragon's mouth, instantly enveloping the Void Wolf King. The Wolf King's void mouth, which devoured everything, felt full and repelled for the first time. Its void-like body, under the laws of existence and order, began to twist and evaporate violently, like snow meeting a blazing sun. Aru! The Wolf King let out its first howl of true fear since its birth. It wanted to escape, but the law of banishment had already locked onto its essence. Its ability to disregard space was utterly useless in the face of the higher order law decree. In the end, under the horrified gaze of all the surviving void wolves, their invincible king, that mass of darkness representing ultimate destruction, was forcibly squeezed out of this time and space. It did not die, but was banished to a realm beyond concept, a place even it could not comprehend or return from. The Wolf King disappeared. The remaining dozens of void wolves, having lost their backbone, fell into chaos and fear. The dragon formed by the Great Wall of Laws slowly turned its head, its icy dragon eyes sweeping over them. The wolf pack instantly collapsed, scattering madly in all directions and disappearing into the vast depths of the void. Great Wall Watch Phase 1 Wolf Pack Charge, completed. Assessing damage to the Great Wall of Laws. Warning! Durability remaining, 31%. Energy reserve remaining, 3%. All Watcher will imprints entering dormancy, awaiting recharge. Fortress plan has entered the emergency repair phase. The next trial, Abyssal Gaze, is expected to arrive in 3 standard hours. A series of system notification sounds rang out, announcing a brief victory. The dragon phantom formed by the Wall of Laws quickly dimmed, reverting back to the scarred and cracked wall. At the core of the seat of the world, Lin Xian's consciousness, that cluster of spiritual radiance, had dimmed to the extreme, almost merging with the surrounding darkness. He had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. 3% energy, 31% durability, and 3 standard hours until the next trial, an unknown one called Abyssal Gaze. Time had never been so pressing. He must find a way to restore his strength during this brief moment of peace. Otherwise, there would be no miracle of the dragon raising its head next time. His consciousness slowly sank into the deepest part of the world seed, beginning to frantically analyze and deduce a way to break the impasse. Beyond the Great Wall lay a fleeting tranquility. Within the Great Wall, it was a race against time. Time transformed into the sword of Damocles hanging above Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. 3 standard hours. For a world on the path to maturity, this is but a fleeting moment, yet for a seed of the world on the brink of collapse, with only 3% energy remaining, it is nothing short of a final ultimatum of death. Lin Xian's consciousness, that nearly extinguished spiritual radiance, sped through the core region of the seed of the world. This was not a material space, but an ocean where concepts and laws intertwined. Countless threads of light, runes, and streams of information swirled around him like a galaxy, each representing a possibility, a way out. Energy. I need energy. His thoughts turned into a torrent, frantically scanning every corner of the seed of the world. Conventional charging method, absorbing free energy from the void, estimated to take 300 standard days to recover to 50%, excluded. Activate backup energy source. Backup energy was completely depleted during dragon raising its head, excluded. Sacrifice part of the world structure, converting it into pure energy, will result in instability of the world seed foundation, permanent damage, irreversible, listed as the last option. One plan after another was simulated and swiftly rejected. Despair, like a cold tide, continuously eroded his already fragile will. At this moment, his consciousness touched an area bound by layers of chains of laws. That area was deeply hidden at the very bottom of the seed of the world. Like a forgotten, forbidden cage. It exuded an aura both ancient and scorching, completely out of place with the vibrant vitality of the seed of the world. What is this? Lin Xian's consciousness cautiously approached. He could sense that the imprints of the Watcher's wills, which formed the wall of laws, even in their dormant state, harbored extreme vigilance and rejection toward this area. It was as if something terrifying enough to destroy everything was imprisoned within. His analytical ability was fully activated, and his mental power pierced through the layers of law seals like a probing needle. Parsing in progress. Target, fundamental concept seal. Parsing progress, 1%, 13%, 37%. Warning. High-risk conceptual contamination detected in this area. Continuing parsing may result in the annihilation of the consciousness entity. The system's prompt tone was cold and urgent, but Lin Xian did not back down. He had no way out. The so-called high risk also means high reward. He increased the input of his mental energy, and that dim radiance, like a candle flickering in the wind, swayed violently as if it could extinguish at any moment. Finally, at the cost of nearly half of his remaining mental energy, he tore open a corner of the seal. Boom! A torrent of scorching, violent, and utterly primal information instantly surged into his consciousness. It was neither energy nor law, but a pure concept. World Source Fire. A name exploded in his mind. This was not a flame, but the initial possibility born from nothing at the beginning of creation. It is the fundamental force driving the evolution of the world, and the most violent source of destruction. It can ignite all tangible and intangible things as fuel, transforming them into the purest energy of creation. The reason the seed of the world can grow is precisely because it contains a tamed, dormant world source fire within, and the seal before him was imprisoning the violent aspect of this source fire. A mad plan took shape in Lin Xian's mind. He intended to use himself, along with the seed of this broken world, as kindling to ignite this raging source fire. This was a high-stakes gamble. If successful, the seed of the world would instantly gain an immense amount of energy, enough to face any crisis. If it failed, he and his world would turn to ashes, leaving no trace of their existence. There's no time to hesitate. His consciousness resolutely charged toward the seal. He began to reverse engineer the brilliance of his spirit, transforming his existence into the key to unlock the seal. Warning! Watcher Lin Xian is performing an irreversible operation. Self-will imprint is being sacrificed. Seal release protocol initiated. With myself as the fuel, I shall burn away the void. Lin Xian let out a silent scream as his spiritual brilliance began to burn, transforming into a golden flame that fiercely struck the ancient seal. Crack, crack. The chains of laws shattered inch by inch in response. The world source flame, which had been imprisoned for countless ages, finally broke free from its restraints. In that instant, the core of the world seed was no longer darkness but transformed into an expanse of pure, ultimate white. There was no temperature, no sound, only the absolute majesty of existence being created. A flame of conceptual essence, indescribable in words and seemingly composed of the birth and death of countless universes, quietly ignited at the core. Lin Xian's consciousness was almost evaporated in an instant, but with his last shred of sanity, he bound his core imprint to this source fire. He became the rider of this runaway wild horse, though the horse could crush him at any moment. World source fire activated. Energy reserves are rising exponentially. 5%, 15%, 50%, 99%. Warning! Energy overload. The structure of the world seed cannot withstand the power of the source fire. Law wall durability is being eroded by source fire. 30%. 25%. Just as he expected, while source fire provided energy, it also burned the world itself. This was a poison that quenched thirst at the cost of life. Not enough. What I need isn't just energy, but restoration. Lin Xian's will intertwined with the source fire as he forcibly altered its properties, shifting it from pure creation to imbuing it with the concepts of repair and regeneration. Using his understanding of the world, he bridled this wild force. This process was far more perilous than the previous battle against the wolf pack. His consciousness, under the scorching burn of the source fire, teetered on the brink of collapse time and again, only to be reassembled each time through sheer unyielding willpower. In the outside world, the scarred wall of laws suddenly radiated dazzling golden light from within. From the ferocious cracks, no longer did dim glimmers flow out, but instead, molten gold-like liquid as scorching as magma. Wherever this liquid passed, the cracks in the wall were repaired and reforged at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming sturdier than ever before, even imbued with a trace of immortal divinity. Wall of Law's durability is rapidly being restored. 40%, 60%, 85%. Repair completion at 95%, partial structures undergoing sourcefire tempering mutation, strength increased by 300%. All Watcher's Will imprints have been activated by the sourcefire and are awakening from dormancy. Fortress plan repair completed, emergency state lifted. Just as the Great Wall inside and out was renewed and brimming with immense power, the system's notification sound once again turned sharp and piercing. Warning! High-dimensional spacetime disturbance detected. Target Abyss Gaze has arrived ahead of schedule. Before the words had even faded, the tranquil void beyond the Great Wall darkened without any warning. It was not the darkness of light vanishing, but a deeper kind of nothingness. It was as if a massive eraser was wiping out every concept. In this space, matter, energy, laws, and even distance and time themselves became meaningless in the face of this darkness. No enemies, no army, only a presence is watching here. A massive, cold, indifferent gaze spans infinite dimensions, casting itself upon the Wall of Laws. Under this gaze, the Wall of Laws, which had just been tempered by the source fire to become indestructible, actually begins to fade. The intricate runes of law on the wall, like weathered murals, start to blur and fade, as if their very existence is a mistake being corrected. Warning! The Wall of Laws is being conceptually erased. Durability assessment failed. Current existence integrity, 99%, 98%, 97%. The wolves charges destruction on a physical level, but this abyssal gaze seeks to erase you completely from the very foundation of existence. You cannot attack it, nor defend against it, because the moment you become aware of its existence, you are already being erased. This is an assault from a higher dimension. So, this is the true test? At the core of the world seed, Lin Xian's consciousness was no longer a dim light cluster. Refined by the source fire, he had transformed into a vague humanoid figure composed entirely of pure radiance. He looked at the terrifying scene outside, yet his heart was calmer than ever before. He had no way out, nor did he need one. You gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back at you. He murmured softly, but what if I myself am the deeper abyss? He made an even crazier decision. He slowly spread his arms, his body composed of light actively facing the abyssal gaze. At the same time, he completely released his suppression of the world source fire. Since you want to erase my existence, then I will use the ultimate existence to fill your void. In the next moment, the entire Wall of Laws, along with the world seed within it, transformed into an unprecedented, massive source of light. The infinite world sourcefire, no longer content with mere restoration, erupted beyond the wall in the most ferocious manner. This is not an attack, but a form of expansion. Lin Xian intends to use his own world to contaminate that abyss representing ultimate nothingness. An ultimate war between existence and nothingness erupts fiercely in silence. Great Wall Watch Phase 2 Abyss Stare begins. The void, with no up or down, no four directions, no past or future. Here, darkness is not a color but a state of nothingness. When that abyssal gaze descended, the entire Wall of Laws, along with the world it protected, was like a photograph being immersed in a strong acid solution. Its colors and contours of existence were being rapidly and mercilessly dissolved. On the wall, the runes of law reforged by the primordial flame, once indestructible, now flowed away like sand paintings. They were not shattered but had their meaning of existence stripped away. A rune representing fortitude had its concept of fortitude erased, turning it into a meaningless scratch that could dissipate at any moment. This is an irresistible dimensionality reduction strike. Just like three-dimensional beings can never comprehend the fear of two-dimensional paper figures being erased by a rubber. Existential integrity, 95%, 92%, 88%. The system's cold alarm sounded like a countdown for this newborn world. The core of the seed of the world, that figure composed of pure radiance, Lin Xian, at this moment, made a move that caused all the dormant wills of the Watchers to tremble. He did not choose to strengthen the defenses, nor did he attempt to analyze the enemy's weaknesses. He chose to open the door and invite the thief in. You want to see? Lin Xian's will transformed into a torrent, echoing throughout the seat of the world. Then I'll let you see enough. He completely released the restraints on the world source fire within his body. If the source fire before was like a tool forcibly bridled by him to repair the city walls, then at this moment, the source fire had broken free of all shackles, returning to its most primal, most ferocious form, the god of creation. Boom! An indescribable, pure force of existence erupted thunderously from the core of the seat of the world. It was no longer the golden liquid repairing the city walls but had transformed into a conceptual storm sweeping across the entire void. Endless world source fire surged outward in the most domineering and unreasonable manner from every inch of the wall of laws, from every battlement. In an instant, the void, which had been fading, was forcibly imbued with color. A cluster of primordial fire spewed forth, defining a burning ocean in the void, where every drop of water was a stellar system in the process of birth and death. Another wisp of primordial fire splashed, declaring that there should be a mountain made of paradoxes here, where every stone simultaneously exists and does not exist. Sound was given shape, time grew tentacles, and space bloomed with foul-smelling flowers. This was no longer creation, but a kind of mad pollution. Like a madman wielding countless colors of paint, hysterically scribbling on a canvas that is being erased. That cold, indifferent abyssal gaze showed hesitation for the first time. It can erase existence, but the speed at which it erases is far slower than Lin Xian's speed of creating chaos. It had just erased a burning sea of stars, when a singing gravitational field immediately emerged nearby. As soon as it reduced the gravitational field to nothingness, Lin Xian defined a library made of hatred in its place. This is a war for madmen. It's not about whose weapon is sharper, but about who is more insane. Inside the seat of the world, on the plaza of the martial arena, everyone was stunned, dumbfounded by the sudden and extraordinary changes in heaven and earth. The sky was no longer gray but flickered with billions of incomprehensible colors in an instant. The earth alternated between becoming soft cotton and transforming into sharp mountains of knives. My axe is singing me a love song? Lei Zhou stared in shock at his epic giant axe, which had somehow grown a mouth on its handle and was passionately humming an off-key, unknown tune to him. The situation was even worse for the God King Augustus. His newly unlocked God King's decree had turned into God King's blessing, and now, whenever he issued an order to anyone, they would uncontrollably start dancing joyfully. The entire world had plunged into a bizarre and chaotic state due to Lin Xian's reckless actions. Only Sun Mengyao tightly gripped the knife, forcibly enduring the soul-tearing sensation of the chaotic laws. She raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the chaos to see that solitary figure gambling against the entire abyss. She couldn't see Lin Xian, but she could feel him. She could feel that unyielding will, willing to drag himself and the entire world into madness just to fight to the end. He is using himself to buy us time. Sun Mengyao's voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. Dr. Qin Jing and her team have now abandoned all instruments. Under such chaotic rules, any logic-based device would be instantly destroyed. But in her eyes, there was a glimmer of understanding. I understand, she murmured to herself. What the enemy wants is the reset of order, the void. And Lord Lin Xian, he is creating something, an absolute chaos that even the void cannot comprehend. In the face of absolute chaos, the act of erasure itself has lost its meaning. In the void, that abyssal gaze seemed to be enraged. It no longer erased inch by inch but began to strike from a higher dimension, targeting a core concept. Existential integrity, stable. Warning. The core concept of this world, meaning, is being stripped away. The storm subsided. Lai Zhou's axe no longer sang, and August's decree returned to normal. But a kind of emptiness even more terrifying than the previous chaos enveloped everyone. They suddenly realized that they had forgotten the meaning of the fight. Why are we standing here? Why resist? What is the meaning of living? Even someone like Lei Zhou, a brute with nothing but battle on his mind, slowly lowered the giant axe in his hands, his gaze turning blank. Hope is being stripped away, and willpower is being dismantled. This is the most terrifying aspect of gazing into the abyss. It does not kill your body, only destroys your heart. The core of the seed of the world. Lin Xian's figure, formed of light, also began to grow dim. The mad creation of the source flame also requires a meaning as its fulcrum. When this fulcrum is removed, no matter how violent the flame, it is nothing more than a rootless illusion. Is this your method? Lin Xian's consciousness drifted like a lone boat in the torrent of emptiness. Deprive everything, returning it to nothing. But you are wrong. His light and shadow gazed into the depths of the seat of the world, toward that cornerstone named hope, defined by Li Yue's own hands. Toward that scar named protection, carved by Sun Mengyao's blade. Some things cannot be taken away. Because from the moment they were born, they were never meant to exist for themselves. Lin Xian's consciousness fiercely collided with those two SSS plus level mythological concepts. He did not borrow their power but instead completely fused his remaining will with these two concepts. With protection as the blade, and hope as the light. I am the meaning itself. Boom! Lin Xian's figure completely disappeared at the moment of fusion. In its place, at the core of the world seed, a single eye slowly opened. An enormous eye, outlined by pure will of guardianship, with the light of hope that never extinguishes as its pupil. This eye bore no trace of madness or chaos, only an indescribable, gentle yet resolute tranquility. The moment it opened, all the extracted meanings within the entire world seed instantly returned. Lei Zhou suddenly gripped the axe tightly, battle intent reigniting in his eyes. August straightened his back, and the majesty of the God King descended once more. Everyone's hearts were once again filled with the belief known as why we fight. Then, this eye pierced through the barriers of the world, pierced through the great wall of laws, and gazed into that darkness representing ultimate nothingness. It no longer passively endured the gaze. It chose to look back. What are you looking at? A gentle yet supremely majestic thought crossed dimensions and reached the source of the abyss. That cold, indifferent gaze experienced intense fluctuations for the first time. It was as if a precise computer had suddenly received an unprocessable paradox imbued with emotion. Lin Xian did not stop. He gazed into the deepest essence of the abyss with this eye of guardianship. He saw endless solitude, saw the eternal void after devouring everything. So, you are not nothing. You are just afraid of being. Lin Xian's will transformed into the gentlest light, piercing the core of the abyss. You are afraid of being forgotten by existence. Boom! The entire void beyond the Great Wall, that darkness representing the abyss, churned and twisted violently, like boiling water. For the first time, it felt an emotion other than being gazed upon. That is, fear. It is afraid, its innermost essence has been seen through. In the end, the darkness that enveloped everything receded like the tide, disappearing in a state that could almost be described as embarrassed and panicked. Great Wall Watch Phase 2 Abyss Stare, completed. Final assessment, perfect. The abyss receded. That terrifying gaze, capable of resetting the universe to zero, vanished without a trace. The core of the seat of the world, the giant eye composed of protection and hope, slowly closed, transforming once again into Lin Xian's indistinct silhouette of light and shadow. Only this time, his light and shadow were no longer a dim, flickering candle but resembled the core of a star forged through countless trials, solid, stable, radiating a restrained yet immense power. His consciousness, or rather his soul, in this gamble against nothingness, was not erased but instead absorbed a trace of the opponent's dissipated essence, completing an unimaginable transformation. He was no longer merely the guardian AI of this world. He had become the first true soul of this world. Seed of the world gains a new concept, void and reverse definition. The world's core guardian, Lin Xian, is promoted to soul of the world. Fortress plan cultivation progress plus 30%. A massive stream of data surged into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness like a waterfall. He could clearly feel that the entire world seed was undergoing earth-shattering changes. If the previous world was a program that could only passively add various functional modules, then now, it has gained the ability to autonomously learn and create antivirus programs. It understood nothingness in order to better define existence. On the plaza of the martial arts arena, the chaotic storm of laws had long since subsided. Everyone was still immersed in the thrilling battle of hearts just now, unable to recover for a long time. That's it, we won? Lei Zhou, carrying his axe, scratched his bald head in disbelief. Why do I feel like I was just standing here spacing out, and the enemy ran off on their own? The God King August, however, wore a solemn expression. Stroking his long beard, his eyes glimmered with wisdom and reverence. No, that wasn't spacing out, he said in a deep voice. At that moment, our will to fight, our reason for existence, were all being drained away. If it weren't for that Lord turning the tide, we would probably have already become soulless walking corpses by now. Everyone was startled upon hearing this, feeling a lingering sense of fear. At that moment, Dr. Qin Jing's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Look quickly. What is that? Following the direction of her pointing finger, everyone looked over. Beyond the wall of laws, in the area where the abyss had just receded, a strange scene was unfolding. That void did not return to its previous state but instead left behind an enormous scar. It was like a piece of shattered glass clumsily glued back together, with the space here taking on an irregular, distorted lattice-like structure. Countless tiny, pitch-black cracks flickered in and out of existence, as if connecting to some unknown dimension. A contradictory aura of both existence and nothingness seeped out from that conceptual scar, making everyone feel a discomfort that stemmed from the depths of their souls. Is this a battlefield relic? Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, had a fervent gleam in his eyes. My goodness! The laws within this structure are completely chaotic. If we can analyze it, we might be able to create weapons that defy causality. His words ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The God King Augustus's eyes flickered, and he immediately cleared his throat, assuming a posture of divine majesty. Ahem! This place is the testament to our glory after jointly repelling the abyss. According to the ancient traditions of Asgard, this place shall be named Janungda Gap Corridor, as the sacred ground for our study of the supreme laws. He wanted to seize the initiative and claim this prime land within his sphere of influence. I object. Lei Zhou was the first to jump out. He slammed his giant axe onto the ground, causing it to hum and vibrate. What kind of ridiculous corridor is that? It doesn't even sound appetizing. I think this place, with its alternating hot and cold energy and chaotic laws, is perfect for a cosmic-level teppanyaki. Let's call it Master Lay's Barbecue Plaza. You brute. This is sheer blasphemy. A wisdom god from Asgard was so furious that even his beard curled up. You know nothing. Gastronomy is the primary productive force, Lei Zhou retorted without backing down. Just as the dispute over the naming rights of the new territory was about to escalate into an all-out brawl, Sun Mengyao's icy voice promptly put an end to the farce. Shut up. 2 words, and the square instantly fell silent. Sun Mengyao paid them no attention. Her gaze remained fixed on that conceptual scar, her brows slightly furrowed. Her intuition told her that the thing was not as simple as it appeared. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice directly echoed in everyone's mind. The voice carried a touch more human warmth than before, yet it also contained a deeper, more profound majesty, as vast as the universe. That is not a trophy. That is a door, left unclosed. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Door? Dr. Qin Jing hurriedly asked, a door to where? To the abyss. Lin Xian's answer made everyone's hearts, which had just settled, leap to their throats again. I repelled the gaze, but I couldn't completely close the passage it came through. This scar is the entrance to that passage. However, you don't need to worry too much. Lin Xian's voice paused for a moment. I have already used the power of the soul of the world to temporarily seal it. Before the seal is completely eroded, we are safe. Moreover, Lin Xian's tone carried a hint of peculiar meaning. This door is both a danger and an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle beam of light shot out from the core of the seat of the world, precisely enveloping Dr. Qin Jing's team. Dr. Chen, from now on, the Academy of Sciences will establish a top priority project team, Abyss Project. I will grant you partial access to the soul of the world to analyze that scar. I need you not to study how to defend against it, but to study how to utilize it. Study how to create a void weapon capable of erasing the enemy's concept. Study how to open this door, so that we can actively step into the abyss. Lin Xian's words were like dropping a nuclear bomb into a calm lake. Taking the initiative to step into the abyss? Everyone was utterly shocked by this insane idea. Even Lei Zhou thought that this guy named Lin Xian was crazier than himself. Dr. Qin Jing trembled all over, and beneath the thick lenses, the eyes of a scientist erupted with an unprecedented fervent glow. This is the true spirit of science. Exploring the unknown. Conquering the unknown. Mission guaranteed to be completed, she almost shouted in response, leading her team like a group of crazed individuals injected with adrenaline, charging toward that ominously radiating conceptual scar. Looking at this group of frenzied scientists, August and Lei Zhou exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Well, the territory still wasn't seized. However, Lin Xian's next words instantly lifted everyone's spirits. As a reward for resisting the abyss, all participants in the fortress plan will receive a law infusion. Before the voice had faded, beams of light composed of the purest world's origin power descended from the sky, precisely enveloping everyone in the square. Lei Zhou felt a surge of immense power flooding into his body. On the blade of his axe, which had just learned to sing love songs, a pitch-black line appeared out of thin air, as if it could devour all light. Your weapon Heaven Splitter has gained the Law Annihilation special effect. In Li Yue's hand, the tip of her brush gathered a point of pure hope radiance that could not be directly gazed upon. Your concept of hope has been elevated to law of causality. Hope. The hope you envision now has a certain probability of becoming an inevitable reality. As for Sun Mengyao, she experienced the most intense transformation. The primordial force infused into her body resonated strongly with the scar deep within her soul, named Guardian. On the scar, lightning surged, but within the lightning, there was now a trace of profound, all-consuming void energy. Her blade can not only protect existence but also slay nothingness. At this moment, her strength underwent a qualitative leap. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the surge in power. Although they were merely spectators in this war, their will to protect the world was rewarded most abundantly through Lin Xian. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Sun Mengyao unease grew even stronger. She raised her head and looked at the temporarily sealed door. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xian hadn't finished speaking earlier. The lingering resonance of the power infusion still echoed above the square. The gods felt the divine power within them, regained and even more refined than in their prime, and their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a great calamity. Lei Zhou was even more excited, swinging his giant axe imbued with the Law Annihilation special effect. Wherever the axe blade passed, it left a black scar in space that lingered, unable to heal for a long time. Awesome! Absolutely awesome, he laughed loudly. Now, if 100 of those void wolves come at me, I could split them all into basic particles with a single swing. However, this joyful atmosphere was completely shattered by a sudden signal, one that did not belong to this world. Buzz. A faint yet highly penetrating fluctuation, without any warning, pierced through the wall of laws, through the barrier of the world seed, and appeared directly above the martial arena. It was neither energy nor spiritual power, but rather, a fragment of information, broken to the extreme. It was like a drowning person, using their last ounce of strength to release a bubble before sinking into the endless depths of the sea. Alert! Unknown information intrusion detected. Dr. Chen Jing's team had just set up a temporary monitoring station when it suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. Everyone immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly once more. Is it the abyss making its move? August's expression was grim, divine power quietly circulating within his body. However, Lin Xian's voice promptly echoed in everyone's minds, carrying a hint of gravity and puzzlement. Not an enemy. This message carries no malice. It's more like a final testament. Lin Xian's light and shadow appeared in the center of the square. He extended his hand, and the fragmented message transformed into a cluster of flickering, twisting light codes, falling into his palm. Its encryption method is very ancient and also familiar. Lin Xian's eyes were flooded with countless streams of data flashing wildly. He was using the terrifying computational power of the world's soul to decode this information from an unknown time and space. Sun Mengyao walked to his side, gazing at the cluster of light codes. For some reason, the unease in her heart grew even stronger. From that piece of information, she could sense a kind of aura that shared the same origin as hers, yet was filled with despair and sorrow. Decoding, complete. Lin Xian's voice carried an unprecedentedly complex emotion. He gently waved his hand, and the cluster of light codes transformed into a projection of light, displayed before everyone. In the projection was a world strikingly similar to their seat of the world, but on the verge of collapse. The sky burned with black flames, and the earth was covered with cracked scars. Countless monsters of various forms, all exuding an aura of void, surged like a tide, engulfing every corner of this world. In the center of the scene stands a collapsed, majestic temple resembling their Hall of Heroes. A world soul also composed of light, but dimmer by countless times compared to Lin Xian, is being frantically torn apart and devoured by tens of thousands of void creatures. Record number 73. A fragmented and static-filled thought emanated from the light and shadow. Flame Project 73rd Cradle World confirmed to have fallen. Guardian Qi is about to be assimilated. The tide of the void is arriving, faster than expected. Fisherman, your power is both hope and bait. We couldn't hold on until the moment the fish took the bait. Warning, warning. Their rate of evolution has exceeded all predictions. They have learned to think. They are searching for the fisherman's origin. Slaw. The light and shadow stopped abruptly here, completely dissipating. The entire square fell into a dead silence. The amount of information is overwhelming. The Torch Project, the 73rd Cradle World, the fisherman. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's hearts. Sun Mengyao's body swayed slightly. In her mind, those lines once imprinted deep in her soul resurfaced. The fisherman's bait is very tempting. So that's it. So they weren't the only bait. In the endless time and space they are unaware of, there are 72, or even more, worlds like theirs, treated as sparks, as cradles, as bait, that have already fallen. Lin Feng's seemingly omnipotent martial arena, that so-called Genesis, is not some unique miracle at all. It is merely a node in an unimaginably vast plan that spans across all worlds. A consumable that could, at any moment, be mercilessly devoured, just like the world in the light and shadow earlier. A chill that pierced to the bone instantly gripped her heart. Sister-in-law. Lei Zhou looked at her with concern. Although he wasn't very sharp, he understood what was going on. They seemed to be nothing more than a group of fish in some big shot's pond, living in constant peril. I'm fine. Sun Mengyao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the storm raging in her heart. She raised her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian's silhouette, her voice incomparably firm. Tell me, that fisherman is Lin Feng, right? Lin Xian was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Yes, and no. His answer was unexpected. Fisherman does not specifically refer to one ruler. It is more like a code name. All those who respond to the Ember Plan, using their own essence to create cradle worlds, and attempt to ignite the spark of civilization under the erosion of the void, are called fishermen. And our ruler, Lord Lin Feng, is the most unique and the most powerful among all the fishermen. Because Lin Xian's tone carried a hint of fervent reverence. He alone, with his own power, set up thousands upon thousands of fish ponds across the endless time and space. Thousands upon thousands. This number made everyone, including Sun Mengyao, completely lose the ability to think. They couldn't imagine what kind of majestic and terrifying power that must be. A person, standing against the darkness of the entire void. Using countless newly born worlds as battlefields, as stakes. This is no longer a war, but a high-stakes gamble with civilizations as chess pieces. I understand. Sun Mengyao slowly tightened her grip on the knife in her hand. All the fear, all the unease, at this moment, transformed into an unprecedented, boiling fighting spirit. So, he had been carrying so much on his own all along. So, what she thought was the ultimate battle was, in the grand scheme of the chessboard he faced, merely an insignificant corner. Fortress plan must be accelerated. Sun Mengyao's voice was resolute and decisive. We can no longer be the bait passively waiting. We must become the knife that can sever the fishing line for him. Her will, through the connection with the guardian blade scar, was instantly transmitted to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's silhouette trembled slightly, as if moved by her resolute will. As you wish. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred again. The conceptual scar temporarily sealed by Lin Xian, the door leading to the abyss, began to shake violently without any warning. On the seal, the light flashed wildly, as if enduring some immense pressure. What's going on? Lei Zhou exclaimed in shock. On the other side of the door, there's something. Lin Xian's voice, for the first time, carried a trace of genuine horror. It's not the gaze, nor the void wolf pack. It's speaking to me. What is it saying? Lin Xian's light and shadow flickered violently, as if his core logic was being impacted by some incomprehensible force. It says, an ancient, hoarse, and infinitely wise yet slightly curious thought pierced through the seal, slowly resonating in the deepest part of the soul of every living being in the square. The bait is ready. Can we start the feast now? That ancient and hoarse thought was like a red-hot iron ball thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring boiling ripples deep within everyone's soul. The bait is ready. Can we start the feast now? The voice carried no murderous intent, no malice, only a pure and extreme sense of curiosity and anticipation, as if it had been starving for countless centuries. This was more spine-chilling than any battle cry filled with killing intent. On the square, the joyful atmosphere that had just risen due to the law infusion instantly froze. Lei Zhou's arrogant smile stiffened on his face. He instinctively gripped his axe tightly, looked around, but saw nothing. Who's talking? Get out here! He roared angrily into the void, his voice carrying a trace of tremor he himself hadn't noticed. God King Augustus's expression was extremely grave, and the gods of Asgard behind him were on high alert, layering their divine shields one after another, wrapping themselves tightly. However, Lin Xian's light and shadow negated the vigilance of everyone. It's neither outside nor inside. Lin Xian's voice echoed in everyone's minds, carrying a solemnity in the face of the unknown. It's on the other side of the door. It's smelling. Smelling? Lei Zhou was stunned. Before the voice had faded, a sudden change occurred. At the edge of the square, on an experimental platform recently set up by Dr. Qin Jing's team to analyze the matter annihilation proliferation effect, a plasma flame used to generate energy extinguished without warning. It wasn't extinguished due to energy depletion, but vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the experimental platform itself, a metal structure made of ultra-high-strength alloy, began to visibly turn cold. It's not the cold caused by a drop in temperature, but a conceptual cold. Metal has lost its property as a good conductor of heat and has turned into something that absolutely isolates heat. Alert! The second law of thermodynamics is experiencing localized failure. Energy is being stolen in an unknown manner. Dr. Chen Jing's team instantly fell into chaos. It's not stealing. Lin Xian's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of realization. It's tasting. Tasting. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The entity that called itself Taotai did not launch any attack. It merely extended its tongue and, through a door, lightly licked a certain concept of this world. And the laws of this world, like a cake bitten into, now had a gap. Not bad. The taste is somewhat like the primordial fire era's essence soup, but the texture is more refreshing. That ancient voice rang out once again, carrying a hint of joy as if savoring a fine delicacy. Immediately after, the entire world began to undergo bizarre changes. Lei Zhou only felt the axe in his hand grow heavier. When he looked down, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The epic giant axe he had just acquired, imbued with the Rule Annihilation's special effect, with its unparalleled sharp blade, had actually gone soft. Like a piece of butter melted by the sun, it drooped limply, losing all concepts of sharpness and solidity. My axe! Lei Zhou let out a wretched cry. On the other side, the god King Augustus was attempting to stabilize the surrounding laws with divine power. He solemnly raised his scepter, chanting the ancient Asgardian oracle, trying to define order. However, what came out of his mouth was a string of meaningless, dreamlike syllables. He, as the majesty concept of the God King, was tasted. Now, he is just a rambling ordinary old man. The entire world seems to have turned into an absurd farce. Various fundamental physical concepts and laws are being treated as appetizers, tasted one by that unknown entity. Enough! Sun Mengyao's clear shout interrupted the escalating chaos. Her body was the only existence unaffected. The scar-named guardian was like a stabilizing needle in the sea, firmly anchoring her existence and isolating her from the distortion of all external concepts. She raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, directly staring at the sealed door. Lin Xian, by knowing what it eats, you can analyze what it is. Analyzing? Lin Xian's light and shadow flickered rapidly, and a torrent of data flowed through his core. It is not devouring, but analyzing and tasting. It has little interest in energy or matter, it is only interested in laws and concepts themselves. It's like a gourmet. A gourmet? A peculiar glint flashed in Sun Mengyao's eyes. She glanced at Lei Zhou, who was on the verge of tears because his axe had softened, then at Augustus, who was beginning to question his existence after losing his dignity. An incredibly bold, even borderline insane idea arose in her mind. Since he's a gourmet, there must be something he doesn't like to eat. Dr. Chen. Sun Mengyao turned to the equally flustered research team nearby. Here. Dr. Chen Jing adjusted her glasses, forcing herself to stay calm. The research report you did earlier on meme contamination and information paradox, give it to me. What? Chen Jing was stunned. Lei Zhou. Sun Mengyao turned to the burly man again. Ha? Sister-in-law, I'm here. Lei Zhou dejectedly held his noodle axe. Take all those messy things you learned online, everything you think is the most boring, the most pointless, and the most inexplicable, and organize them all for me. Lei Zhou was even more bewildered, but he still instinctively nodded. Finally, Sun Menyao's gaze fell upon Li Yue. The star goddess was staring in horror at the paintbrush in her hand. The tip of the brush was uncontrollably drawing some twisted, unattractive lines. The concept of beauty she represented was being tasted. Li Yue. Sun Menyao's voice was unquestionable. I need you to draw hope one more time. Li Yue raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. But this time, Sun Menyao's lips curved into a cold smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. We won't add salt, we won't add sugar. We'll add shit. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Sun Mengyao with the eyes of someone watching a madman. Only Lin Xian, after a brief calculation, had his body formed of light and shadow tremble slightly. Understood. Conceptual saturation attack, using a highly concentrated, composite concept filled with logical contradictions and informational garbage to impact the target's taste center, causing conceptual nausea. Theoretically, feasible. Lin Xian's words provided theoretical support for Sun Mengyao's crazy plan. No, we are not attacking. Sun Mengyao shook her head, her gaze turning sharp as a blade. We are the chefs. Since the guest wants to eat, let's prepare for him a feast, one he will never forget in his lifetime. As soon as she finished speaking, behind that door, the ancient voice sounded again with curiosity. Oh, has the kitchen started the fire? The most bizarre and maddest cooking in the universe thus began. The central plaza of the martial arts arena was swiftly cleared, turning into a massive kitchen. The star goddess Li Yue, an artist who once only painted idyllic scenes and defined beauty, now stood solemnly at the stove, which was actually the conceptual forging platform. She had been appointed as the head chef of this absurd feast. Do we really have to do this? She looked at Sun Mengyao, the starlight-flowing brush in her hand trembling slightly. This is an order. Sun Mengyao's response was concise and cold. Li Yu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the fragility and confusion had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. She lifted the brush. This time, she did not draw the small flower tenaciously blooming amidst the ruins. On the light screen, her pen tip fell, sketching out a scene of ruins engulfed in apocalyptic flames. At the center of the ruins, on a cracked, snowflake-covered screen, a blurry video was looping. A cat, defying the laws of physics, was frantically chasing its own tail. Above the video, a unicorn with rainbow-colored wings and a trail of rainbow-colored gas behind it was performing calisthenics while emitting a piercing laugh. Concept proposal: cyber-cute pets and fitness beasts in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Rating? Comment: the concept is filled with incomprehensible, absurd, and illogical hope, making it impossible for the system to provide an effective rating. With just the first stroke, the forge emitted a strained buzzing sound. Not enough. Sun Mengyao's voice rang out. The flavor is too weak. Lei Zhou, add seasoning. All right. Lei Zhou had long been waiting impatiently. He took a quick step forward, cleared his throat, and with all his divine power, shouted at the light screen the memes he had learned online once he didn't even fully understand himself. All in. Let's do this, brothers. I'll only feel sorry for Gigi. Your background is so fake. Thank you. Every time he shouted, a beam of light composed purely of meme energy fiercely smashed into the painting of Li Yue. The cat chasing its tail suddenly had a green hat appear on its head and started spinning while crying. The exercising unicorn's movements turned into some kind of bizarre swaying dance, humming an off-key love you as it went. The level of mental pollution on the screen skyrocketed exponentially in an instant. Augustus! Sun Mengcheng shouted. The god King Augustus wore an expression of utter despair. He had lived for billions of years and fought countless divine wars, yet he had never imagined that one day, his divine power as a god king would be used in such a manner. Nevertheless, he raised his scepter and, with the most solemn and sacred tone, chanted, I, in the name of the god king of Asgard, hereby define the sacredness and ceremonial significance of this image. Anyone who views this painting must hold reverence in their heart, bathe and change clothes, and recite the core values 100 times. Boom! A golden divine radiance merged into the painting. The already bizarre image instantly gained an additional layer of a solemn and majestic golden frame, and the background music transformed into a solemn and sacred hymn. However, the melody of the hymn was actually that of a brainwashing pop tune. Sacredness and vulgarity, solemnity and absurdity, two completely opposing concepts were forcibly blended together. The god of mischief, Loki, watched with eyes gleaming, rubbing his hands in excitement as he felt he had discovered the ultimate meaning of his divine existence. He secretly unleashed a divine power, endowing the cat's tears with the concepts of absolute truth and triggering sorrow. Now, anyone who sees this cat crying will uncontrollably burst into tears as well. Dr. Chen, the final step. Sun Mengyao commanded. Understood. Dr. Chen Jing and her team were already fully prepared. They had reverse-engineered the taste logic derived from the recently analyzed concept of Taoya's tasting experience. Activate the logical reverse hedging program. Integrate the underlying code of happiness with the functions of pain. Inject the Schrödinger's joy module. Let every pixel in the painting simultaneously exist in a superposition of funny and not funny. Invisible chains composed of pure data streams were injected into the painting, condensing this pot of conceptual slop cooked together by gods, brutes, and scientists into its final essence. Finally, on the light screen, the painting was completely formed. It could no longer be described in any language. It could make you feel hope, yet plunge you into despair in an instant. It was both sacred and solemn, yet absurdly comical. It was logical, yet riddled with paradoxes. It was an absolute, malicious, spiritual chocolate with a taste of feces. Warning! Warning! Detected, an indescribable conceptual creation. Rated S-class, highly toxic. Comment, this object belongs only in the heavens. Recommended to launch it at the enemy's homeland. 1 is better than 6. The fortress plan has acquired a new concept, mental potent laxative. Done. Sun Mingyao's eyes gleamed, time to eat. Lin Xian understood and used the power of the world's soul to package this poisonous delicacy into the purest conceptual data packet. Then, proactively, he passed it through that door. In the abyss. A vast will, indescribable and composed of hunger itself, is leisurely savoring the various flavors coming from the other side of the door. The concept of solidity is a bit like dried meat strips, chewy. Majesty is like aged wine, with a lingering aftertaste. Beauty, too sweet, a bit cloying. It resembles a deity savoring all things, indulging in the only pleasure of its eternal life. At that moment, a new dish was served. It appeared to be a dessert named Hope. Oh, a dessert after the main course? The Taotai, with great interest, opened its invisible mouth and gently took a bite. The next second, time seemed to stand still. For the first time, the ancient will of the Taotai, which had existed for countless ages, experienced a crash. It tasted hope. But immediately afterward, its taste buds were overwhelmed by an intense and unrelenting flavor of awkwardness, absurdity, boredom, and mental chaos. It's like a top-tier gourmet, full of anticipation, takes a bite of caviar, only to discover that the caviar is mixed with mustard, durian, canned herring, and programmer's dandruff. Ugh! A dry heave emanating from the deepest part of the soul, filled with disgust, confusion, anger, and collapse, echoed throughout the abyss. Boom! The door sealed by Lin Xian erupted like an uncontrollable volcano. What spewed out was not magma, but endless, dazzling, undigested fragments of concepts. These fragments are the remnants of countless worlds devoured by the Taotai over billions of years. At this moment, due to the violent nausea triggered by this toxic delicacy, it regurgitated them all in one go. On the plaza of the martial arena, an unprecedented concept meteor shower began to fall. Warning! A massive amount of unclaimed concept fragments detected. Classifying in progress. Discovered fallen divinity fragment X173. Discovered lost civilization technology blueprint X589. Discovered ancient behemoth gene sequence X1244. Congratulations to all participants of the fortress plan for successfully repelling the abyss devourer's intrusion through mental contamination. Final evaluation, epic victory. Reward, priority rights to analyze all concept fragments. In the square, everyone was stunned. They just went along with the nonsense, and the result, a pie fell from the sky? And not just any pie, but a solid gold one that could crush someone to death. Just as everyone was about to cheer for this windfall of wealth, a voice filled with rage and confusion came from behind that door once again. You bunch of cooks. What the hell was the name of that dish just now? The roar of the gluttonous beast echoed in the void, but what it contained was more a sense of bewilderment from shattered beliefs than murderous intent. Clearly, the poisonous delicacy left it with a psychological shadow far greater than the physical trauma. Sun Mengyao did not respond, merely staring coldly at the door that continued to spew concept fragments. This farcical victory did not make her lower her guard. Dr. Chen, organize a team immediately to collect all the fragments. Analyze and categorize them with the highest priority. Yes. Dr. Jing Chen's face flushed with excitement. She led her team, like a pack of hungry wolves charging into a treasure trove, pouncing on the ongoing conceptual meteor shower. These were not mere fragments, this was clearly a complete cosmic library, recording the rise and fall of countless civilizations. The god King August and his Asgardian gods also realized what was happening. They abandoned their divine composure and scrambled to seize the fragments radiating divine brilliance. Augustus grabbed a shimmering fragment, and after a brief analysis, his expression turned incredibly complex. This is a fragment of the thunder divinity from Olympus. Have they fallen as well? From that fragment, he felt the final, unwilling roar of a god-king from his era. Lei Zhou, on the other hand, showed no interest in those flashy items. His eyes immediately locked onto a jet-black, ink-like fragment of a giant beast's bone, exuding a primal aura. He reached out and grabbed, and the fragment transformed into a stream of light, merging into his now fully restored, solid giant axe. Your weapon Heaven Splitter has successfully absorbed the shattering concept of the astral behemoth. The special effect Law Annihilation has been enhanced. Lei Zhou felt the axe in his hand grow several times heavier, as if he were holding a collapsed star. He was confident that with one swing now, he could smash a hole in space itself. The entire plaza was immersed in an atmosphere of joyous harvest. However, amidst this atmosphere of revelry, a discordant shadow silently slipped out from the door, still spewing fragments. It was a humanoid creature as twisted as a shadow, with no fixed form, its body seemingly composed of flowing darkness. As soon as it appeared, it noiselessly clung to the ground, sliding toward a fragment emanating intense fluctuations of time laws. Its movements went unnoticed by anyone, except for Sun Mengyao. Her gaze, from beginning to end, never left that door. At the moment the shadow was about to touch the fragment, Sun Mengyao's figure instantly vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the shadow. Uninvited guest. She coldly uttered 3 words. The shadow seemed startled, abruptly shrinking back, its body instantly becoming ethereal, as if about to merge into the space around it. This is the ability that void creatures excel at, existing in a state between presence and absence, immune to most physical and energy attacks. Lei Zhou also noticed this uninvited guest. He roared furiously, swung his recently enhanced giant axe, and struck fiercely. On the blade of the axe, black Law Annihilation threads flickered, with power enough to split mountains and shatter stars. However, the giant axe effortlessly passed through the shadowy figure's body and smashed heavily into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? Lei Zhou exclaimed in shock. Useless, brute, shouted a god from Asgard. It's in a phantom state, our attacks are ineffective against it. The gods all took action, their divine spells shining brightly, but without exception, every attack passed through the shadowy figure's body. The shadow seemed to mock them, moving like a phantom through the dense attacks, once again lunging toward that fragment of time. At that moment, Sun Mengyao made her move. She had no earth-shattering aura, nor any dazzling special effects. She simply, straightforwardly, drew her blade and thrust forward. Her sword was still that pitch-black, unadorned long blade. But at this moment, the blade was faintly surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura of nothingness, so profound it seemed capable of devouring everything. It was the power she had comprehended during her confrontation with that abyssal gaze. A brand new realm where she wielded the edge of nothingness with the will of protection. A blade thrust forward. The shadow seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting a silent shriek. Its ethereal form, under Sun Mengyao's blade, was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, forcibly pushed from a state of non-existence back into the reality of existence. Squelch! The blade, without suspense, pierced into the shadow's chest. No blood, only a cloud of black mist seeped out from the wound. The shadow let out a painful screech, unwilling to continue the fight, and turned to flee back into the door. But how could Sun Mengyao give it the chance? Suppress! She formed a seal with her left hand, and a rune composed of lightning and void instantly imprinted itself on the shadow's back. The shadow's body suddenly stiffened, firmly immobilized in place. Only then did the crowd react, rushing forward to surround the scene. They looked at the creature subdued in one move, then at Sun Mengyao standing with her blade, expressionless, their eyes filled with awe. This woman of the Dominator, her strength had already reached a level beyond their comprehension. Just as everyone thought the battle was over and prepared to interrogate this abyssal scavenger, the shadowy figure's body suddenly began to twist violently. It did not resist but instead actively transformed its body into a scene of light and shadow. Within the light and shadow was a vast star map. At the center of the star map, a coordinate point was flashing red light frantically. And next to the coordinate point was a mark they were extremely familiar with, the emblem of the Ember Project. This is... Lin Xian's holographic projection appeared beside Sun Mengyao. He quickly analyzed the star map, his voice becoming extremely grave. This is the distress signal from Cradle World number 73. No, that's not right. Lin Xian's core data stream operated at an unprecedented speed as he cross-referenced this star map with the previously received last words message. A chilling and bone-piercing truth surfaced. We were deceived. Lin Xian's voice made everyone's hearts in the square sink to the bottom. The earlier last words were fake. Or rather, it's not entirely true. That was indeed the final message from World 73, but it was intercepted, altered, and then sent out deliberately as bait by those monsters in the tides of the void who have already learned to think. Their goal wasn't to seek help from other worlds, but to go fishing. To fish out a fisherman, or to find a pond significant enough. Lin Xian's words were like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing everyone's joy of harvest. This so-called abyssal thief wasn't here to steal anything. It is a messenger. Using this method, it delivered the real star map to us. The appearance of the Taotai was no coincidence, Sun Mengyao interjected, her voice as cold as ice. The Void and the Abyss have joined forces. The Void is responsible for locating targets, while the Abyss tests their strength. The bait is ready. This phrase wasn't just meant for us to hear. It was also their code to confirm the target among themselves. A massive conspiracy spanning two ultimate forces of calamity unfolds before everyone. And they, this world named the Fortress Plan, proved themselves not to be mere bait by repelling the gluttonous probing in an inconceivable manner. They were marked as the main course. A colossal, blood-red target was fiercely branded onto the coordinates of this world in everyone's perception. Silence. A deathly silence. The joy of surviving a catastrophe turned into a bone-chilling fear of being targeted by a top predator. After a long while, Lei Zhou's somewhat hoarse voice broke the silence. Then, what do we do now? Run away? No one answered him. Sun Mengyao slowly raised her head. Her gaze passed over the crowd, looking toward that still profound door, toward the endless darkness filled with malice. There was no fear, no despair on her face. Only a trace of coldness, as if it had been waiting for far too long, a smile. Very good. I was just thinking, the wait has been too long. Sun Mengyao's laughter was soft, yet it was like a cold needle, piercing through the frozen silence of the square. In that laughter, there was no joy, no ease, only a kind of sharpness honed to the extreme, almost tangible. Lei Zhou stared blankly at her, the words "are we running away?" stuck in his throat, unable to swallow them. On Sun Mengyao's face, he couldn't see a trace of fear, only a kind of cold excitement, like a chess player finally waiting for their opponent to take a seat. Sister-in-law, you. His words remained unfinished. Because the blood-red, enormous target imprinted on the world's coordinates has come alive at this moment. Buzz. An invisible yet omnipresent ripple spreads out from the center of the target, sweeping across the entire seat of the world in an instant. It is not an attack, yet it is more insidious than any attack. In the square, an Asgardian deity who had just picked up a piece of lost civilization technology blueprint from the ground suddenly froze in his ecstatic expression. Instead, an indescribable fatigue and emptiness took over. He looked at the blueprint in his hand, which contained enough power to overturn an entire galaxy, yet he felt no interest in studying it. What's the use, he muttered to himself, casually tossing the supreme treasure coveted by countless civilizations onto the ground like a piece of trash. Even if it's created, so what? We're just bait, destined to be eaten sooner or later. Dying sooner or later, what's the difference? His words were like a drop of ink falling into clear water. Despair began to spread. The God King Augustus, who had just straightened his back, slowly bent down again, stroking his long beard. The majesty and wisdom that once belonged to a God King in his eyes were being replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. He began to uncontrollably ponder. If he surrendered now, could he secure a quick death? Or, as a former God King, did he have the privilege of being treated as a dessert after the meal, rather than being thrown into the main course stew along with the common soldiers? Lei Zhou felt the giant axe in his hand grow heavier than ever before. He wasn't afraid of death, he just suddenly found that fighting had become utterly uninteresting. Only one thought lingered in his mind: so tired, I just want to lie down, fall asleep like this, think about nothing, do nothing. It doesn't seem so bad. Even those mad scientists had stopped their work. Dr. Qinjing stared at the fragment before her, radiating the brilliance of the fallen divinity, but a voice echoed repeatedly in her mind: research it, analyze it, and in the end, won't it just become a dish on someone else's table? Your wisdom, your discoveries, their ultimate purpose is merely to add a touch of knowledge flavor to that dish. Warning. High-level conceptual erosion detected. The fate of prey. This concept is stripping all intelligent beings in this world of their will to resist and desire to survive. Fortress Plan participants, willpower intensity is rapidly declining. 91%, 83%, 75%. Lin Xian's voice echoed in Sun Mengyao's mind, carrying an unprecedented urgency. This was a more insidious soul-crushing technique than abyssal gaze. Abyssal gaze makes you forget the meaning of battle, whereas this one forces you to admit that your purpose is to be devoured. It engraves the identity of prey into your soul from the very root. Do not panic. Sun Mengyao's response was eerily calm. She glanced around at the group of disheveled, utterly dejected gods and elites in the square, then made a decision that nearly caused Lin Xian's core logic to crash. She did not try to boost morale, nor did she refute the whispers of despair. She simply cleared her throat and, in a calm tone as if announcing the afternoon tea menu, said, "Pass on my orders. Attention, everyone. From now on, we surrender." In the square, everyone raised their hollow eyes, staring at her blankly. Since our fate is to be devoured, resistance is meaningless. Then why should we remain standing? Sun Mengyao's voice carried a strange, undeniable persuasiveness. Lie down, all of you, lie down. Use the most comfortable posture and wait for the arrival of the end. Lei Zhou was the first to respond. With a clang, he threw down his axe, sprawled out on the ground in all directions, and muttered, "Sister-in-law was right, lying down is indeed more comfortable than standing." The God King Augustus hesitated for a moment, then sighed, adjusted his divine robe, found a cleaner spot, and elegantly lay down on his side, even thoughtfully placing an energy pillow under his head. However, Sun Menyao's tone shifted. We are the main course, and we must have the demeanor of a main course. We can't just quietly wait for death like this, that would lack any sense of ceremony. Lin Shen. Here. Activate the panoramic martial arts mode. Lights, sound, special effects, crank them all up. Sun Mengyao snapped her fingers. From this moment on, we are hosting the first Fortress World Apocalypse Lying Flat Carnival. All gods, all warriors, all scientists must participate. The carnival's theme is simple. The familiar, icy curve appeared at the corner of Sun Mengyao's mouth. Compete to see who is more despairing, who lies flatter, and whose waiting to die posture is more creative. The King of Despair ultimately selected will be granted the privilege of being eaten first, and I will personally award him the Best Ingredient honorary medal. The entire world fell silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Lin Xian, using the authority of the world soul, instantly grasped Sun Mengyao's intentions. Command received. Doomsday Lying Flat Carnival officially begins. Boom! The entire sky above the martial arts arena was instantly replaced by countless dazzling neon lights. Deafening, earthy electronic music-style BGM echoed through the clouds. In the center of the square, a massive holographic stage rose up, with a few large words flashing in the coolest font, "Chill out." Right now. Everyone was dumbfounded. The concept of the fate of prey erosion was also dumbfounded. It was like a master hypnotist, just having led everyone into the deepest nightmare of despair, only for the patient's family to barge in and open a disco next door. Lei Zhou lay on the ground, looking at the colorful lights in the sky and listening to the music that made his head throb. He suddenly felt that just lying there waiting to die didn't seem all that comfortable after all. "Hey, what's your name? Augustus, right?" He turned his head to look at the God King lying beside him like a noblewoman. "That pose of yours won't do, it's too ordinary and doesn't reflect our dignity as the main course. Look at mine, the great rock spreading its wings pose, doesn't it have more visual impact?" Augustus opened his eyes, looked at Lei Zhou's indecent posture, and frowned. "Vulgar. A true noble, even when awaiting death, must maintain elegance. My sleeping Venus pose is the real art." "Rubbish. That's just effeminate. You brute, what do you know about aesthetics?" The two gods, who had just been contemplating how to die with more dignity, actually started arguing over which lying down posture looked better. Dr. Qin Jing and her team were also pulled out of the emptiness of research being useless. She watched this absurd scene, adjusted her glasses, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. "I understand now," she said to her assistant beside her. "Immediately establish a mathematical model. Analyze which form of despair expression in the current environment can maximize the favor of the judge, Sun Mengyao. This is a brand new game theory topic." "Yes." Her team, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately began frantically calculating on the light screen. Plan A, tears streaming down, showcasing the beauty of sorrow. Plan B, maniacal laughter, portraying the pinnacle of despair. Plan C, silent and speechless, dismissing death with philosophical detachment. The entire world underwent a sudden shift in tone. Everyone was swept into this absurd despair competition. They are no longer passively feeling despair, but actively, in an extremely exaggerated, extremely distorted, and extremely illogical manner, performing despair. Warning. Concept intrusion. She #@%. Logical conflict. #@UN%. The will to resist in the target world is surging in an incomprehensible manner. 99%. 150%. 300%. The concept of prey's fate is being polluted by massive, chaotic, and contradictory despair information. Concept structure is showing instability. Warning. The conceptual core is being reverse overloaded. On the other side of the door, at the boundary between the void and the abyss, a vast will composed purely of malice is perplexedly gazing at the world that was just marked. The fate of prey it unleashed is one of its proudest creations, which has caused countless powerful civilizations to silently abandon resistance and willingly march toward the slaughterhouse. But today, it failed. No, something even more terrifying than failure. It could feel its conceptual power being wildly absorbed, distorted, and then, used as nourishment by that world in a way it couldn't comprehend. In that world, every living being was frantically squeezing out the emotion of despair, not to resist, but to win that bizarre competition called the carnival. They treated its poison as a stimulant. What the hell are these things? That immense will, for the first time, felt shaken. Boom! It was as if an invisible string snapped in the void. Branded in the sky above the fortress world, the blood-red target collapsed with a violent flicker, like a malfunctioning program, disintegrating into countless points of light and vanishing without a trace. Fate of the prey concept erosion has been cleared. Congratulations to all participants of the Fortress project for successfully shattering the enemy's psychological attack through performance art. Final assessment, a grand victory for performance art. Reward, a new concept is obtained in this world. Optimistic pessimism. Effect, in any desperate environment, all intelligent beings will receive an additional willpower boost and have a certain chance to resist mind control attacks. the deafening music in the square stopped. The dazzling lights also vanished. The gods, who had just been fiercely arguing over the title of King of Despair, were all stunned in place. They looked at the exaggerated tear marks drawn with energy still lingering on each other's faces, and the bizarre lying down postures they had adopted. For a moment, they were all caught in an awkward silence. Ahem! The god King Augustus was the first to stand up. He straightened his disheveled divine robe, regaining the dignity of a god king, as if the person who had just argued with Thunder Zeus over the best sleeping posture wasn't him. A rather unconventional trial, he commented dryly. Thunder Zeus also got up, picked up his axe, scratched his bald head, and chuckled foolishly. Although the process had been strange, the outcome was good. Only Sun Mangyao remained calm. She walked up to the shadow creature she had subdued, known as the messenger, and gently placed the blade against its neck. Now, we can have a proper chat. What is your next act? The shadow creature named Messenger trembled violently under Sun Mengyao's icy blade. Its body, composed of flowing darkness, clearly conveyed an emotion, fear. It could not comprehend. This world, this group of beings, was entirely beyond its understanding. The poisonous delicacy that even a glutton couldn't swallow repelled the abyss's probing. An absurd lying flat carnival exploded the void's spiritual curse. Is this supposed to be bait for slaughter? Clearly, it's a group of lunatics, wearing fish skins, even crazier than the abyss and the void. I say. A faint thought emanated from the shadow creature's body. It had completely given up resisting. The next one, there is no next program. The fate of the prey is the final test of Void Dreamweaver, His Eminence. You have passed, in a way it cannot comprehend. According to the rules of the Gourmet Alliance, the ingredients that pass the final test will be promoted, from main course to guest chef. What the heck is this? Lei Zhou came over carrying his axe, looking utterly baffled. The main course turns into the chef? What kind of rule is that? Sun Mengyao's gaze shifted slightly. Go on. Becoming a guest chef means you will gain an opportunity to showcase your culinary skills to the Gourmet Alliance. The messenger's thoughts stuttered intermittently due to fear. You can use this world to create a one-of-a-kind concept dish. If this dish can gain the approval of the Alliance's review committee, then your world will no longer be just ingredients, but will become an official member of the Alliance, a top-tier concept kitchen. What if it's not approved? Sun Mengyao pressed further. If it's not approved, the messenger's body trembled even more violently. Then it will be treated as failed cookware, along with the failed dish, and completely recycled, broken down into the most basic seasonings. In the square, everyone understood clearly. This is not a promotion at all, it's a more brutal, two-choice death game. Either make a dish that satisfies those perverts and become one of them, or be completely erased along with your own world. Those bastards. Lei Zhou cursed furiously. This is outrageous. I'll fight them to the end. The god King Augustus also had a grim expression. He would rather die in battle than become a cook to please others. The glory of Asgard must not be tarnished. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. However, Sun Mengyao once again made a decision that no one could have anticipated. I accept. She calmly uttered 3 words. What? Lei Zhou's eyes nearly popped out. Sister-in-law, are you crazy? Working as a cook for those bastards? This isn't about being a cook. Sun Mengyao's gaze swept over all the indignant gods present. This is war. However, our battlefield is not on the front lines, but in the kitchen. Our weapons are not swords, but kitchen knives and spatulas. Her voice was not loud, yet it calmed everyone down. Do you think we have a choice? Sun Mengyao's tone was cold and realistic. With our current strength, going head-to-head with that so-called Gourmet Alliance, is the outcome any different from a failed dish? The crowd fell silent. The intelligence brought by the messenger had already made them clearly realize what a massive organization the enemy was. The alliance of the void and the abyss was suffocating to even think about. Since they set the rules, we'll play them to death within their own rules. Sun Mengyao's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. Don't they want to taste conceptual cuisine? Then we'll make it for them. Create a dish so unforgettable, so unparalleled in flavor, that it will haunt them forever. She turned toward Lin Xian's silhouette. Lin Xian, can that door still be modified? Yes. Lin Xian immediately replied. After absorbing the massive fragments of concepts spewed out by the glutton, the authority of the world soul has been greatly expanded. I can perform in-depth editing on the rule structure of the door. Very good. Sun Mengyao nodded. From now on, disable the defense and sealing functions of the door. Turn it into a menu for me. Menu? Lin Xian's core data stream once again showed a trace of disorder. Yes, menu. Sun Mengyao's lips curled into a cold smile of triumph, decorated in the most splendid, most enticing, and most appetite-stimulating way. I want all those guys on the other side of the door to drool at just one glance, to be utterly captivated. We do not accept their invitation. We must take the initiative to open our doors for business. Starting today, Fortress World will be renamed to the first private cuisine of all heavens. As soon as this name was announced, the entire square fell into a deathly silence once again. If the previous doomsday lying flat carnival was merely absurd, then the current #1 private kitchen in all realms is simply insane. When the enemy's blade is already at their throat, not only do they not run, but they even open a restaurant and boldly claim the title of #1 in all realms. What kind of audacity is this? I object. The God King Augustus was the first to step forward. He could accept adopting some flexible strategies for survival, but he could not tolerate this almost self-humiliating approach. This is blasphemy against divinity. We are gods, not clowns, he declared righteously. Exactly. Another Asgardian god of war echoed, we should gather all our forces, fortify the Great Wall, and fight the enemy to the death. Not open a restaurant here. Well said. Thunder Zeus joined in the uproar, to hell with it. What are we afraid of? For a moment, voices of opposition rose one after another. Sun Mengyao did not speak, merely watching them quietly. After everyone had finished speaking, she finally spoke slowly. Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Are you done talking? She took a step forward. Augustus, is your so-called fight to the death like last time, where you couldn't even touch the shadow of the enemy, got your dignity stripped away, and turned into a rambling old man? Augustus's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. God of war, is your so-called fight to the death where your divine power can't even touch a single hair of the opponent? The god of war lowered his head in shame. And you, Lei Zhou. Sun Mengyao's gaze fell on the burly man. Your so-called damn it means your axe turns into a noodle? Lei Zhou's face turned red in an instant, and he instinctively hid the now normal axe behind his back. Sun Mengyao's gaze, as sharp as the sharpest blade, swept over all the dissenters one by one. Your so-called dignity, your so-called glory, are worthless in the face of an absolute power gap. When the enemy can arbitrarily define your strength, your majesty, your existence, what will you use to fight to the death? With your laughable, fragile pride that shatters at a touch? The square fell silent. Sun Mengyao's words were like knives tempered with ice, brutally slicing open the bloody reality they were unwilling to face. I'm not discussing this with you. Sun Mengyao's voice turned completely cold. She slowly drew the long blade from her waist. On the blade, that wisp of deep black aura, infused with protection and nothingness, slowly flowed. An indescribable, higher-dimensional, terrifying pressure that transcended all laws descended with a roar. All the gods present, whether it was Augustus or Lei Zhou, felt in that instant as if their divine essence, their very existence, was being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. They were horrified to discover that their connection to the laws of this world had been forcibly severed. They have become rootless duckweed. And Sun Mengyao is the sole ruler of this universe. Here, I am the rules. If you don't understand, you can die. Now, is there anyone who objects? Her voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute authority over life and death. Augustus opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He could feel that if he dared to utter the word no, in the next moment, his divinity would be completely erased from the conceptual level. It wasn't death, but something far more terrifying, a complete erasure. Lei Zhou was so frightened that he shuddered, shaking his head like a rattledrum. He finally understood that this sister-in-law, usually as cold as ice, was the most untouchable and terrifying existence in this world. World Core Guardian Sun Mengyao activates Hidden Authority Executor of the Heavenly Tao. Authority effect, within the scope of the Fortress world, temporarily holds the highest rule-defining power of the world. Lin Xian's voice timely provided an annotation for this horrifying scene. Sun Mengyao is no longer just the guardian of this world. When Lin Feng is absent, she becomes Lin Feng's embodiment. Very good. Sun Mengyao contentedly sheathed her sword. The terrifying pressure dissipated like smoke. Only then did the gods feel as if they had been granted amnesty, gasping heavily for air, their gazes toward Sun Mengyao filled with awe from the depths of their souls. Lin Xian, let's begin. Let our first guest witness our sincerity. Yes. Lin Xian's light and shadow slightly bowed to her, then transformed into a torrent of data and merged into the door leading to the abyss. The next moment. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the conceptual scar exuding an aura of ominousness and chaos began to undergo drastic changes. It is no longer a twisted lattice, no longer a pitch-black crack. Countless rays of light intertwine within, weaving a magnificent and peculiar pattern that combines classical and sci-fi aesthetics. Fragments of concepts spat out by the Taotai were cleverly refined by Lin Xian, transformed into the dish descriptions on the menu. Appetizer, Chef Lei's secret teppanyaki star beast ribs, with rule annihilation sauce. The accompanying image is a bold CG of Lei Zhou wielding a flaming giant axe, splitting a planet in half. Soup, Odinson family's ancient recipe of world tree dew, infused with a hint of destiny's aura. The accompanying image shows Odin solemnly raising a cup, with Asgard's golden palace in the background. Main course, Hope Canvas of the Star Goddess, limited edition, includes random meme Easter eggs. The accompanying image shows Liyue painting under the starry sky, her brush scattering billions of stars. Finally, at the very top of the menu, written in a font composed of the pure essence of creation, impossible to gaze upon directly yet brimming with supreme allure, is the name of this restaurant. The best private cuisine across the heavens. And an extremely arrogant tagline. take a bite, and die without regrets. Not satisfied? Get a refund on the spot, including both the person and the world returned to you. This most luxurious and extravagant menu in the universe was boldly displayed at the entrance of the abyss. It issued its first loud proclamation of opening towards the endless darkness. The entire universe seemed to fall into a momentary silence with the appearance of this menu. Behind the door, the chaotic and noisy whispers belonging to the void and abyss vanished. Time seemed to have been paused. On the plaza of the martial arts arena, everyone held their breath, nervously staring at the door that had now become radiant and dazzling, exuding an enticing aroma of food. They didn't know what awaited them next. Would it be the thunderous wrath of the Gourmet Alliance? Or an endless swarm of greedy predators drawn by this audacious advertisement? 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Nothing happened. A deathly silence, more unsettling than any storm. Lei Zhou couldn't hold back. He leaned closer to Sun Mengyao and whispered, "Sister-in-law, did we mess up? Why is there not a single guest? Did our over-the-top advertising scare them all away?" Sun Mengyao ignored him. Her gaze remained calmly fixed on that door. She was waiting. Just as Lei Zhou thought their grand opening promotion was about to end in a cold reception, that magnificent menu door finally showed a hint of reaction. A faint yet incredibly pure thought cautiously emerged from behind the door. Within that thought, there was no malice, no greed, only an ultimate curiosity. Like a country boy visiting a luxury store for the first time, both yearning and timid. Excuse me, can you really do anything here? As soon as this thought emerged, everyone was stunned. They had envisioned countless possibilities, but never did they imagine that the first one to arrive would be such a polite guy. A sharp glint flashed in Sun Mengyao's eyes. She did not respond but instead used her executor of heavenly will authority to mobilize the world's essence and added a new line of small text to the menu. This shop supports private customization. If you can imagine it, we can make it happen. The moment this small line of text appeared, the consciousness behind the door clearly became excited. Great. I want to order a dish. But I don't have the currency of your universe. Can I use information to trade instead? Information? Sun Mengyao's heart stirred. Okay. She responded succinctly. Wonderful. The thought cheered excitedly. I want to order a dish called Mother's Embrace. The name of this dish surprised everyone. It didn't sound like those concepts brimming with power. Instead, it was full of warmth and emotion. All right. Sun Mengyao responded again. First, hand over your intelligence as the deposit. All right. Behind the door, the consciousness did not hesitate at all. The next moment, a soft orb of light, composed purely of information, slowly floated out from the menu door. Lin Xian's light and shadow extended a hand and absorbed the light sphere into its core. A massive amount of data began to be frantically analyzed. A few seconds later, Lin Xian's voice echoed in everyone's minds, carrying a hint of surprise. The information is real. This is a detailed document about the internal structure of the Gourmet Alliance. The Alliance is not a monolithic entity but is composed of 3 major factions. First, there is the fundamentalist faction, to which the gluttons belong. They pursue the most primitive and purest laws and concepts of the universe, believing that any form of cooking is a desecration of the ingredients. Second, there is the innovative faction, to which the void dream weavers belong. They are passionate about using various mental attacks and conceptual distortions to marinate their ingredients, believing that prey, in the depths of despair and pain, exudes the most delicious flavors. And the third, Lin Xian's voice became somewhat peculiar, is the observers faction. They neither participate in the hunt nor in the tasting, they simply record. They record every dish served on the table, every world devoured, and then compile it into a book, titled The Cosmic Apocalypse Cookbook. This thought originates from the observers faction. He is an editor of the cookbook. This truth sent a chill down everyone's spine. A civilization that records the birth and death of the universe as culinary delicacies. Why did he order Mother's Embrace? Li Yue couldn't help but ask. According to the intelligence, Lin Xian replied, observer civilization is a collective consciousness civilization without the concept of individual. They have no parents, no families, all members are born from an information mother hive. They can comprehend all the laws of the universe, but the one thing they cannot understand is emotion. So, he didn't come here to eat. Sun Mengyao hit the nail on the head. He came to conduct field research. He wants to understand a concept through us, one he has never experienced and cannot document. Interesting. The corners of Sun Mengyao's mouth curved into a faint smile. She looked to the side at the goddess of stars, Li Yue, who had been silent since earlier. Chef, it's your time to shine. Li Yue paused for a moment, then understood Sun Mengyao's meaning. She took a deep breath and walked to the concept forging platform. This time, she didn't draw ruins, nor did she draw cute pets. Her pen tip gently sketched the outline of a baby on the light screen. Then, she drew a pair of hands. A pair of gentle, love-filled hands that softly embraced the baby, a mother's hands. No earth-shattering special effects, no complex and profound rules. Only the purest, the most simple, the one that can touch the deepest chord of the soul, love. Concept proposal, a mother's embrace. Rating, unrateable. Comment, the way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The moment the painting took shape, an indescribable, warm yet vast power emanated from it, instantly filling the entire square. All the gods present, no matter how cold-hearted a king or bloodthirsty a war god they once were, had the softest part of their hearts touched at that moment. They thought of their homelands, recalling those precious memories long gone. The god King Augustus's eyes were slightly moist. He remembered the taste of the apple pie his mother, Frigga, made for him before he became the god king. Lei Zhou, the big oaf, uncharacteristically quieted down. He scratched his head, recalling how, as a child, whenever he made a mistake, his father would chase him with a stick, cursing him as a little brat, but would always give him an extra chicken drumstick at dinner. It's done. Sun Mengyao packaged the painting into a conceptual data packet. Lin Xian, serve the dish. Yes. The warm orb of light, carrying the mother's embrace, slowly passed through the door of the menu. Behind the door, the consciousness belonging to the observer trembled sharply the moment it touched the orb of light. Then, it fell into a long, long silence. Just when everyone thought the transaction was complete. An unprecedented, terrifying will so immense that it caused the entire world sea to tremble descended with a roar. It did not come from the door. It directly tore through space and time, appearing out of thin air above the fortress world. That will, cold, vast, devoid of the slightest trace of emotion, like the universe itself. Its appearance caused the observer behind the door to emit a scream of utmost terror. No! It's the mother nest. It has discovered me. It wants to eliminate me as anomalous data. Immediately after, an immense hand, indescribable by any dimension and composed purely of information and logic, reached out from the void and grabbed at the menu door. What it seeks to erase is not just the observer, but the entire kitchen that created the abnormal dish called Mother's Embrace. This is the true, first diner. A top-tier predator that shows zero tolerance for the dish called emotion. The giant hand composed purely of information and logic reached out from the torn spacetime, carrying an absolute will to erase all anomalies, and slowly pressed downward. It did not stir up a storm of energy, nor did it emit a deafening roar. Yet, in the instant it descended, the very foundation of the fortress world groaned under unbearable strain. In the plaza, the ground paved with ultra-high-strength alloy had its sturdy properties mercilessly stripped away, its molecular structure began to disintegrate, turning into the most primitive dust. In the air, the concept of breathable was distorted, forcing the gods to activate internal circulation, otherwise, their lungs would instantly fail from inhaling ineffective gases. The rules are being rewritten. Existence is being defined as wrong. Damn it! Lei Zhou was the first to be unable to endure this oppressive feeling, like a frog being boiled alive. With an angry roar, his muscles bulged, and divine power poured unreservedly into the giant axe in his hands. On the blade of the axe, the pitch-black line that had absorbed the concept of behemoth shattering expanded wildly, transforming into a black lightning bolt capable of tearing through stars, slashing fiercely at the giant hand. Shatter for me! This axe strike was the pinnacle of his divine life, powerful enough to pulverize a neutron star into dust. However, the black axe light vanished into thin air before it could even touch the giant hand. No, it didn't vanish. In Lin Xian's supercomputing vision, all the energy, laws, and even the concept of shattering itself that constituted the axe's radiance were analyzed, dismantled, and then, reduced to nothing within a billionth of a second by the giant hand. It was as if a mathematical problem, once solved with the answer equaling 0, lost its reason to continue existing. Lei Zhou stood frozen in place, staring at his empty hands. The giant axe bound to his soul had been logically deleted due to the attack and temporarily ceased to exist. In the name of order, construct an absolute barrier. The god King Augustus's expression was as grave as it could be. He raised his scepter high, and the divine power of the gods of Asgard converged, forming before him a golden divine shield composed of countless sacred runes. This was the strongest order and protection law he could command. The giant hand slowly descended, its fingertips gently touching the divine shield. There was no collision. The divine shield silently and effortlessly dissipated, as if it had never existed, like a phantom. Augustus was struck as if by lightning, spitting out divine blood, his face full of disbelief. His order had been defined by the opponent as meaningless redundant code and was directly optimized away. Despair, like a plague, once again enveloped the square. If the previous fate of the prey was a psychological attack, then at this moment, the hand of logic brought an insurmountable chasm on both physical and conceptual levels. It's over, it's the mother nest's formatting strike. Behind the gate, the will of the observer had already turned into a pure, fear-distorted scream. Anything defined by the mother nest as illogical pollution will be completely eradicated from the root. Run! You all! Its words were left unfinished, because Sun Mengyao moved. She neither charged forward with a roar like Lei Zhou, nor defended futilely like Augustus. She simply adjusted her collar, took 2 steps forward, stood at the very front of everyone, and looked up at the giant hand that covered the entire sky. Under the terrifying pressure that could make even gods tremble, her figure remained as upright as a pine tree, calm as if she were admiring a scenery unrelated to herself. "Dear guest." She spoke, her voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the depths of every soul present, even piercing through the barriers of time and space to reach the immense will behind the giant hand. "Coming uninvited and wanting to wreck the shop, this is against the rules." The entire world fell into a strange silence because of her words. The massive hand that was slowly pressing down even paused for a fleeting moment, almost imperceptibly. It seemed that its unimaginably vast computational core was trying to comprehend what breaking the rules meant. Rules? In its definition, it itself was the rules. Sun Mengyao paid no attention to its hesitation, merely turning around indifferently to look at the star goddess behind her, whose face had turned pale from fear and shock. "Li Yu." "Why yes." Li Yu jolted upright, instinctively straightening her posture. "It seems this guest is dissatisfied with both our appetizers and soup," Sun Mengyao said in a tone as calm as if she were giving instructions to the kitchen staff. "In that case, let's skip the usual process. Let's go straight to our store's treasure." Store's treasure? Everyone was stunned, even Li Yue herself didn't know when they had a store's treasure. "Then, what is it?" Li Yue asked softly. The corners of Sun Mengyao's mouth curled into a cold arc. "A dish so impressive that after eating it, the guests won't even be able to pack it up and take it away." She didn't specify the name of the dish, but her gaze fell on the newly drawn A Mother's Embrace by Li Yu. Li Yu instantly understood. Her body trembled slightly due to the madness she was about to commit, but her gaze was brighter than ever. Fear, at this moment, was replaced by an even more intense excitement called creation. She was about to create a masterpiece so great that even the gods could not imagine it. "Lin Shen," Sun Mengyao ordered again. "Here. Clear the training ground. Transfer all heroic spirits and warriors to a safe zone, leaving only us. Redirect all the energy of the world soul to the concept forge. At the same time, notify Dr. Qin Jing's team and have them prepare." Sun Mengyao's eyes sparkled with a mix of madness and rationality. "Prepare to receive a gift grand enough to fuel their research until the end of the universe." "Understood." Lin Xian's voice, for the first time, carried a trace of uncontrollable excitement. Through Sun Mengyao's instructions, he had deduced the essence of the store's prized treasure. It was not a dish. It was something capable of blowing up the entire logical universe. Super bomb. The central square of the martial arts arena was instantly cleared, transforming into a vast and empty stage. At the center of the stage, there was only a conceptual forging platform and the star goddess Li Yue standing in front of it, holding a paintbrush. Above the stage was the slowly descending hand of logic, emanating an aura of world-destroying menace. Around the stage were Sun Mengyao, Lei Zhou, Augustus, and all the Asgardian gods so tense they could barely breathe. The most lopsided and absurd showdown in the universe was about to unfold. "Begin, chef." Sun Mengyao's voice was like the starting gun. Li Yue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She did not start writing immediately. In her mind, the painting A Mother's Embrace emerged. That warmth, that pure love, was the collection of all her beautiful memories. But now, mere beauty was no longer enough. She needed more complex ingredients. When she opened her eyes again, the gentle starlight was gone, replaced by a profound depth that had seen through the joys and sorrows of all things. She began to write. On the light screen, what she drew was no longer a tender embrace. Instead, it was a woman, giving birth to a newborn in excruciating pain. It was the fusion of creation and pain. Next, she depicted the scene of a mother teaching her child to take their first steps, where joy and anticipation were mixed with the worry of the child falling. It was the coexistence of hope and fear. She painted the scene of a child arguing with their mother during their rebellious phase. It was the contradiction of love and hurt. She illustrated the moment when the child set off on a journey, with the mother standing silently at the village entrance, waving goodbye. It was the intertwining of reluctance and blessing. She portrayed the mother, now elderly and lying on a hospital bed, still gazing lovingly with clouded eyes at the grown-up child by her side. It was the cycle of life and decline. Scenes and moments were seamlessly blended together by her with an extraordinary technique. "Not enough." Sun Mengyao's voice rang out. "The intensity isn't strong enough." "Lei Zhou." "Ha? Oh." Lei Zhou snapped out of the moving imagery. "Shout your loyalty and protection into it." Sun Mengyao commanded, in the dumbest, most unreasonable way you can. Although Lei Zhou didn't understand, he still followed through. He recalled the time at Blood Maple Pass, facing Demon Lord Shi Tian, when he had the most primal impulse to protect Lin Feng, even knowing it would cost him his life. "Who dares touch my boss? I'll wipe out their entire family." He poured all his divine power into this belief, filled with blind loyalty and simple righteousness, roaring as he infused it into the painting. Boom! On the scroll, the image of the mother instantly gained an aura of inviolable majesty. When her child was bullied, she would unhesitatingly transform into a lioness, using the most primal violence to protect her cub. Augustus. The god King Augustus was momentarily stunned. "Your arrogance and favoritism." Sun Mengyao's voice was resolute. As the God King, you must believe that your people, your bloodline, are the noblest. Add that unreasonable favoritism into it. Augustus's expression shifted, and finally, he raised his scepter. He thought of his son Balder, the god of light, whom he had favored so much that he made all things in the world swear not to harm him. A golden divine power, filled with the arrogance of the God King and unreasonable favoritism, merged into the painting. In the scroll, the mother looked at her child, her eyes brimming with an undeniable pride of, "My child is the best in the world." Dr. Qin Jing. Ready. The research team far in the rear had long been fully prepared. Inject grandfather paradox. Inject ship of Theseus. Inject Schrodinger's cat. Take all the greatest logical paradoxes in human history and use them as MSG, sprinkle them all in. Understood. Chains composed purely of data, shimmering with the light of contradiction, emerged from the void and were fiercely branded onto the canvas. The content of the canvas began to turn bizarre and surreal. The child was sometimes a boy, sometimes a girl. The mother sometimes existed, sometimes vanished. The entire canvas fell into a superimposed state of is and is not. Lin Xian. Sun Mengyao issued the final command, "Reduce the sauce." Yes. Lin Xian's figure emerged in a shimmer of light. He extended his hands, and the soul of the entire fortress world, which had just absorbed the core logic of the mother nest and surged with terrifying computational power, was unleashed in full force at this moment. He transformed into a conceptual black hole, frantically compressing this canvas that fused countless contradictory concepts such as love, hate, life, death, loyalty, arrogance, favoritism, paradox, and more. The space in the square twisted under the terrifying compression. Finally, the painting that could encompass an entire universe was forcibly compressed into a single point. A chaotic sphere of light, only the size of a fist, yet seemingly containing infinite mysteries, flickering constantly between existence and non-existence. It quietly hovered in mid-air, emanating an aura that even the hand of logic found perplexing. Warning: ultimate conceptual creation detected. Name: logical paradox maternal love. Rating: beyond cognition. Comment: this entity should not exist in any universe. It is the end of logic, the singularity of causality, the ultimate poison dedicated to absolute rationality. The hand of logic that covered the sky and blocked the sun came to a halt. For the first time, its body, composed of billions of logical runes, showed hesitation. In its calculations, the glowing sphere before it was a collection of errors, the antithesis of logic, a virus of the highest priority that must be eradicated. Yet at the same time, it parsed from this glowing sphere a faint trace, a source aura that bore an uncanny resemblance to the name of its own mother nest, yet was entirely opposite. Clear? Or, analyze? Its core algorithm, for the first time, encountered a divergence. In the end, the clear command gained the upper hand. The hand of logic no longer hesitated, spreading its 5 fingers, and slowly reached out toward the logic bomb named Mother's Love. It must use the most absolute rationality to crush this absurd sensibility. Watching this scene, Sun Mingyao's lips curled into a cold smile, as if saying, "The fish has taken the bait." The giant hand closed. The 5 fingers, composed purely of logic and carrying the absolute power to define and erase everything, grasped the chaotic light sphere named Motherly Love. No earth-shattering explosion. No earth-shattering energy impact. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. In the next second, a sudden mutation occurred. The surface of that giant hand, composed of a perfect structure formed by billions of intricate runes, suddenly began to flicker violently, like an old television with a poor signal. Immediately, cracks appeared out of thin air on the giant hand. These were not physical cracks, but a collapse of logic. Inside the giant hand, the vast, universe-like mother nest consciousness was undergoing an unprecedented system storm originating from its foundational layers. When it attempted to analyze, deconstruct, and erase the light sphere with absolute rationality, it was instead reverse invaded by the endless, paradox-filled stream of emotional information within the light sphere. Directive: eliminate the concept of love. Paradox warning: love is the premise of protection, and protection is one of the foundational elements of the hive. If love is eliminated, the logical chain of protection will collapse, leading to an incomplete definition of the hive. Directive: eliminate the concept of sacrifice. Paradox warning: sacrifice is the extreme manifestation of reproduction, and reproduction is the core logic of collective consciousness. Expansion: if sacrifice is eliminated, the expansion directive will come into fatal conflict with the highest directive of self-preservation. Instruction: eliminate the concept of hope. Paradox warning: hope is an irrational positive expectation of the future, a redundant variable driving evolution. However, if hope is eliminated, evolution will lose direction and fall into a logical deadlock of meaningless cycles. One fatal paradox after another, like the most terrifying computer virus, frantically replicates and spreads within the core code of the hive. Its proud, cold, and perfect logical loop was completely shattered. For the first time, it understood what pain was. For the first time, it felt what conflict was. For the first time, it experienced love. No, no, I am logic. I am order. I am. A roar, belonging to no language yet filled with endless pain and collapse, thundered forth from behind that giant hand, from the distant edge of time and space. Rip! That logic hand, which once blotted out the sky, could no longer maintain its form. It was like a program completely collapsing after being infected by a virus, beginning to fall apart. But what was disintegrating was neither energy nor matter. Instead, it was fragments of the purest, golden glowing root logic, stripped of the hive will. Each fragment represented a fundamental operating principle of the universe. There are those who define gravity, those who write time, and those who compose space. An unprecedented golden rainstorm, composed of truth, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire martial arena. Behind the door, the consciousness of that observer was completely stunned. It could feel that its connection to the mother nest had been severed. In its place, countless chaotic fragments of information, which it had never encountered before, were flooding into its consciousness through the former connection channel. There are the cries of babies, the lullabies of mothers, the reluctance of youths leaving home, and the unwavering resolve of heroes before their deaths. Its collective consciousness is being scattered by the flood of emotions. My God, what have you done to the mother nest? It let out a scream mixed with fear and ecstasy. No one answered it. Because the real feast has only just begun. Lin Xian. Sun Mengyao called out clearly. Present. The computational power of the world soul has reached the critical point. Ready to begin at any time. Lin Xian's voice trembled slightly due to extreme excitement. Time to eat. Yes. Lin Xian's light and shadow, at this moment, transformed into an invisible, massive vortex that enveloped the entire world. The billions of root logic fragments descending from the sky were like rivers flowing into the sea, being frantically drawn in, devoured, and absorbed. Warning! A massive amount of unclaimed root logic detected. Absorbing. The computational power of the world soul is skyrocketing exponentially. 1,000%. 10,000%. 1,000,000%. Warning! Computational power has exceeded the calculable limit. Fortress world rules are undergoing fundamental reconstruction. Acquired new world trait, logic definition authority, beginner. You can now, within a small scope, modify, distort, or even create fundamental physical and conceptual laws. Acquired new world trait, causality barrier, beginner. This world will generate an information black hole effect against the vast majority of prophecies, deductions, and causality-based attacks, rendering them ineffective. A series of system notifications flooded everyone's minds like a waterfall. They could clearly feel that the world they were in was undergoing an earth-shattering, ultimate transformation from the inside out. It was no longer a passive fortress, no longer a kitchen waiting for enemies to come knocking. It was becoming a living universe, one with its own will and the ability to define its own rules. Lei Zhou stared in astonishment at all of this, tentatively thinking about his axe. The next moment, a giant axe, even more solid than before and with chaotic light swirling around its blade, appeared out of thin air in his hand. He even felt that, if he wished, he could turn this axe into a beam of light or a song. The God King Augustus, on the other hand, stared in shock at the top of his scepter, or a wisp of golden flame, representing the root logic, was slowly burning. He knew that if he could fully master this flame, he would no longer merely uphold order but could rewrite order. This golden rain fell for a full quarter of an hour. When the last fragment of logic was completely absorbed by the soul of the world, the sky returned to clarity once more. That terrifying giant hand, along with the massive mother nest will behind it, had vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Only the radiant menu door still quietly hovered there. Sun Mengyao slowly withdrew her gaze, stepped forward, and gently brushed off a trace of golden light dust from the door. Her face still bore that cold and indifferent expression, as if the earth-shattering cooking just now was nothing more than a trivial matter. She softly said to the empty doorway, "Take care, dear guest, and we look forward to your next visit. Your positive review has been received by our shop." As soon as she finished speaking, the magnificent menu door suddenly flashed with light. A line of brand new text, composed of a more ancient and noble script, seemingly formed from the embers of countless extinguished stars, slowly emerged. Gourmet Alliance Council has added the supreme private cuisine of the heavens to the Michelin Universe level must-visit restaurants list. A Ultimate Gourmet has placed your restaurant under special attention. On the martial arts field, the golden storm of truth had just subsided, leaving behind the crisp scent of reconstructed laws lingering in the air. Lei Zhou, carrying the giant axe he had recovered, now seemingly more powerful than ever, grinned widely and slapped the shoulder of the God King Augustus, who still maintained his elegant posture, causing the latter to stagger slightly. "Old August, did you see that? We're chefs now. Michelin-starred chefs." Lei Zhou's booming voice made everyone's ears buzz. "From now on, don't call me the God of Thunder, call me Chef Lei. Specializing in teppanyaki, money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied." Augustus brushed off the spot Lei Zhou had slapped with disdain and adjusted his meticulously arranged divine robe. Yet, in his eyes, which had witnessed countless epics, there was an unmistakable trace of shock and bewilderment. He has lived for billions of years, experienced the twilight of the gods, witnessed the birth and death of the universe, and never imagined that one day he would be recorded on a cosmic-level menu as the soup chef. Even more absurd, this ragtag group they hastily assembled actually managed to use an unheard-of logic bomb to overstuff a terrifying entity that even he couldn't contend with. This is no longer war, this is performance art, mythology, and madness beyond the limits of his barren imagination. Dr. Chen. Sun Mengyao ignored the two jokers, her voice pulling everyone's attention back. Immediately organize a team to conduct preliminary analysis and archiving of the root logic absorbed by the world soul. I want to see a complete world upgrade report in the shortest possible time. Yes. Dr. Chen Jing and her team were currently in the ultimate frenzy of scientists. On the light screen before them, countless golden runes, representing the fundamental codes of the universe, cascaded like a waterfall. This was no mere trophy, it was clearly the creator's source code. Cracking even a single line would be enough to propel human civilization into a dimensional leap. The entire world was immersed in an atmosphere of post-catastrophe survival and euphoric fortune. However, Sun Mengyao's gaze remained fixed on the menu door, which had become even more magnificent, with countless depictions of the birth and death of stars engraved on its frame. The line of text formed from the embers of stars was like a brand, deeply etched into her eyes. A ultimate gourmet has added your restaurant to their special attention. This is not praise, it is a mark. At that moment, the magnificent menu door underwent another change. The light on the door became softer than ever before, as if transforming from a bustling restaurant open to the public into an exclusive private room reserved for distinguished guests. Immediately, a thought transcended time and space, directly appearing on the menu, transforming into a new line of text. This line lacked the coldness of Mother Nest and the greed of gluttony. It was gentle and polite, yet carried an undeniable, condescending tone of appraisal. I have heard of your shop, capable of cooking all things and harmonizing the emotions of all beings. There is a request now, may I ask if you would accept it? Lei Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then leaned forward and shouted loudly, take the order. Why wouldn't we? We're in business, how could we turn customers away? What would you like to eat, sir? Teppanyaki or slow-cooked soup? The line of text seemed completely indifferent to Lei Zhou's loud voice. It flickered slightly and revealed the second half of the sentence. I would like to order a dish. A dish that does not exist in the present, only in the past. Dish name, the last fireworks of the eldest princess. As these words appeared, the temperature of the entire square seemed to drop suddenly. Everyone's gaze instinctively converged on Sun Mengyao. The ancient Xia divine dynasty, Princess Yaoguang. This is the memory buried deepest in Sun Mengyao's bloodline, the heaviest and most glorious past she has never mentioned to anyone after awakening her past life. How did the other party know? This is no longer just ordering food. This refers to explicitly naming and extracting the past life memories of a deity, along with all the glory, sorrow, resentment, and determination contained within those memories, placing them on a platter for others to savor. Scoundrel! Lei Zhou's face instantly darkened, and the giant axe in his hand buzzed. This is provocation. Sister-in-law, don't pay attention to him. Let me smash this broken door with one swing of my axe. The god King Augustus also frowned. He could sense that behind this order lay a malicious intent of prying, even more unsettling than the logic erasure of the mother nest. Sun Mengyao remained silent. Her hand gently rested on the hilt of the blade at her waist, her knuckles slightly pale from exertion. She could feel an invisible yet omnipresent gaze, scrutinizing her through that door, through those words, examining every corner of her soul. The other party was waiting for her reaction. If she became angry, if she refused, it would prove that this dish was her weakness, her Achilles heel. For a top-tier gourmet, savoring the most delicate part of the prey is undoubtedly the ultimate pleasure. After a long while, Sun Mengyao released her grip on the knife handle. She slowly raised her head, her cold gaze fixed on the line of text, and calmly uttered two words. All right. But, the rule of this shop is to pay a deposit first. Her response surprised everyone. Lei Zhou was even more anxious, scratching his head. Sister-in-law. You? Sun Mengyao raised her hand to stop him. She knew that this war had become inevitable the moment the other party wrote down that dish name. Backing down would only make the other party's appetite grow stronger. In that case, she might as well turn the tables. She was curious to see what kind of flavor the so-called ultimate gourmet intended to savor from her past. The text on the menu seemed very satisfied with her reaction, flashing pleasantly. A deposit, of course. I wonder, does this meeting gift suit everyone's taste? As soon as the words fell, an extremely dazzling starlight shot out from behind the door, hovering in midair above the square. Within the starlight, what is enveloped is neither some divine artifact nor any rare treasure. Instead, it is a, slowly unfolding, boundless and dynamic star map. On the star map, billions of stars shimmer, and countless galaxies flow. Lin Xian's silhouette instantly appeared beneath the star map, and the core data stream began to parse at an unprecedented speed. A few seconds later, his voice, which always maintained absolute rationality, carried a trace of unmistakable shock. This isn't a star map. This is the trajectory map of the Tao. The complete operational formula of all the great Tao laws in our universe, known and unknown, from the beginning of creation to the end of the cosmos. Why does gravity arise? Why does time pass? Why does life emerge? Why does destruction descend? All the answers lie within this. As soon as this conclusion was revealed, the entire room fell into dead silence. Even the God King Augustus's pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at the star map, his body trembling slightly with excitement. For deities like them, whose power is rooted in mastering the laws, he understood better than anyone what this star map represented. This is equivalent to an exam where someone directly slaps the standard answers, along with the problem-solving approach and all the exam questions for the next 500 years, right onto your face. Mastering it is tantamount to grasping the ultimate shortcut to a higher realm. This is a fatal temptation that no deity can resist. What an impressive move. Sun Mengyao looked at the star map, but her gaze grew increasingly cold. The other party is using truth itself to purchase a fragment of her memory. This precisely proves how astonishingly valuable that fragment of her memory is in the eyes of the gourmet. We've accepted the deposit. Sun Mengyao's voice was resolute and decisive. Li Yue. She turned around and looked at the star goddess, who had been frowning silently since earlier. Prepare to fire. This dish is not easy to make. It will burn your hands. Li Yue's complexion was somewhat pale. As the head chef, she understood better than anyone what it meant to cook a conceptual dish. It was not merely a reproduction of art but also the deepest understanding and reconstruction of the concept itself. And this time, the ingredient was Sun Mengyao's past life memories, the most brilliant yet tragic finale in the life of Yaoguang, the eldest princess of the ancient Xia divine dynasty. That memory carries the downfall of a divine dynasty, the wails of billions of souls, and the complete transformation of a princess from noble royalty to a blood-soaked war goddess. The emotions within are so complex, the will so fierce, it is like a living volcano of sorrow and glory, ready to erupt at any moment. A single misstep, and she, the chef, could be consumed by the terrifying power inherent in this ingredient, leaving her soul utterly obliterated. What's wrong, scared? Sun Mengyao looked at her, her gaze calm. Li Yue took a deep breath and shook her head. In her starry eyes, the light of a creator reignited. No. I was just thinking, what kind of timing would perfectly showcase the brilliance of that firework display? The corners of Sun Mengyao's mouth finally revealed a faint smile. She walked to the concept forging table, extended her hand, and gently pressed it against the cold light screen. Don't use fire. This time, I will personally become the fuel. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes. An immense and ancient aura awakened from within her. She was no longer the cold and calculating commander. At this moment, she reverted to being the princess clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, standing atop the last wall of the divine dynasty. Behind her lay a shattered homeland, and before her stretched the endless erosion of the Tao. Princess Yaoguang. Boom! The entire concept forging platform seemed to be infused with infinite energy, vibrating intensely. On the light screen, Li Yue no longer needed to sketch. Sun Mengyao's memories, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged forth actively, transforming into the most vivid images. It was a divine kingdom suspended in the universe, whose magnificence defied description. Pavilions and towers were all forged from stars, rivers, lakes, and seas were streams of flowing time. Golden divine dragons frolicked amidst the sea of clouds, while colorful phoenixes sang atop the parasol trees. That was the long-lost ancient Xia divine dynasty. In the center of the scene, there is a young girl dressed in a magnificent palace gown, chasing butterflies under a peach blossom tree. She is none other than the young Yaoguang. Her face is brimming with a carefree smile. However, this beautiful picture lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Above the firmament, a faint, almost imperceptible gray crack quietly appeared. Immediately after, the entire world began to fade. The vibrant divine realm, as if splashed with gray paint, gradually lost all its color and vitality. The erosion of the Tao had arrived. In the square, all the onlooking deities felt as if their hearts were being fiercely gripped by an invisible giant hand. They could clearly sense the aura of despair in the scene, powerful enough to wither the entire universe. The scene shifted rapidly. The warriors of the divine dynasty, under the lead of the former great sage equal to heaven, the fighting Buddha, launched a desperate charge. Divine powers exhausted, magical artifacts shattered. One ancient god after another, powerful and mighty, was stripped of their divinity and existence in the battle against the Grey Tide, turning into cold, meaningless statues. The young Yaoguang witnessed all of this with her own eyes. She watched as her father, the ancient Xia god Emperor Inglong, burned his final essence to send her and a small group of clansmen out of the divine kingdom. She watched the uncle monkey, who always smiled warmly and taught her staff techniques, transform himself into a wall at the last moment. With his unyielding way of battle, he became a golden barrier, delaying the spread of the corrosion. Protect the flame. That was the last sentence she heard. At this point in the scene, the sorrow and despair had grown so intense that even a god king like Augustus felt his heart tremble. He even felt that this dish was already complete. It was filled with a tragic beauty, enough to move any taster. However, Sun Mengyao memories did not end there. The scene shifted. The surviving remnants of the ancient Xiao wander in the cold and dark universe. Once noble and adorned, they shed their splendid royal attire and don tattered battle armor. She no longer weeps, no longer grieves. In those once clear, water-like eyes, only two things remain: hatred and hope. She began to cultivate, pushing herself to the limit in an almost masochistic way, squeezing every ounce of power from her bloodline. She began to fight, against all kinds of ferocious monsters in the universe, and against those interstellar marauders who took advantage of the chaos. Her marksmanship grew sharper and sharper. Her will grew increasingly resolute. She shouldered all the hopes of the survivors on her own. She became the new flame-bearer. At that moment, a barely noticeable shadow, filled with a sense of prying, silently appeared in the corner of the memory scene. It is like a thief sneaking into the kitchen, trying to steal a taste of the most exquisite broth while the chef is not paying attention. That is the will of the ultimate gourmet. It is not interested in the fall of the ancient Xia divine dynasty. What truly fascinates it is how Yao Guang forged that unyielding will in the depths of despair. What it seeks to savor is the flavor of that transformation. Get out! Li Yue immediately spotted the sneaky thief. With a clear shout, her celestial power transformed into a wall of light, attempting to block the shadow outside. However, the shadow, like formless water, easily seeped through her defenses. Greedily, it extended toward the center of the scene, where a lonely figure of a girl, silently polishing her spear under the starry sky, stood, watching as that shadow was about to touch Yao Guang's core of will. Once it made contact, this memory of Sun Mengyao would be tainted, or even altered. This dish would then be a complete failure. And Sun Mengyao, as the fuel and ingredient, would inevitably suffer damage to her Dao heart, or even have her soul collapse. Brute! Roar! At this critical moment, Sun Mengyao's icy voice echoed in reality. Lei Zhou froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. He didn't know what to roar, but he knew he had to do something now. He unleashed his most pure and irrational brotherly loyalty toward Lin Feng, along with his obsession to protect, for which he was willing to sacrifice his life, without reservation, roaring it out. Nobody touches my sister-in-law. A force filled with the concept of unreasonable protection charged fiercely into the memory scene. The extending shadow was momentarily halted by the sudden surge of crude yet utterly pure power. Immediately after, Augustus made his move. He did not roar but solemnly declared with the dignity of a god king. In the name of Asgard, I define this memory as sacred and inviolable. A golden force representing the majesty of the king and order transformed into a shackle, locking onto that shadow. The shadow's movements became even slower, but it was still advancing. The personhood it represented was clearly superior to Lei Zhou and Augustus. Not enough. Cold sweat had already seeped from Li Yue's forehead. Its essence is too high, our seasoning can't suppress it. In reality, Sun Mengyao's body began to tremble slightly. Evidently, in the world of memories, she had already engaged in the most direct confrontation of wills with that shadow. Just when everyone was at their wits' end. The star map, which was floating midair and served as the deposit paid by the ultimate gourmet, a map recording the trajectories of all universal paths, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A gentle yet supremely wise voice echoed in Lin Xian's core. Detected the aura of the same origin, Embers Project. Analysis complete, defined as ally unit. Activating. Cooking Assistance Program. The next moment, within that star chart, the most brilliant and central golden law, representing the way of battle, transformed into a towering, furry stick. That stick gently poked in the memory scene. Pop. The overbearing shadow of will belonging to the ultimate gourmet burst like a balloon pricked by a needle, instantly vanishing into ashes. In the memory scene, the lonely girl wiping her long spear seemed to sense something. She lifted her head, looked into the void, and a faint, nostalgic, and warm smile appeared on her lips. The scene froze. The dish was ready. When the shadow of that furry stick flickered and disappeared, and when the willful shadow of the ultimate gourmet was completely crushed, the entire martial arena fell into an eerie silence. Lei Zhou opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the star map that had returned to calm, then glanced at Princess Yao Guang, who had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth in the image. Just now, what was that thing? A stick, he stammered as he asked. The expression on God King Augustus's face, however, was more solemn than ever before. From the fleeting shadow of that stick, he felt a pure and ultimate force that made even him tremble, as if it could shatter all the heavens in the myriad ways, an unparalleled battle intent. That fighting spirit is identical to the battle god Buddha who transformed himself into a wall in the memory scenes of the ancient Xia divine dynasty. It's not what, Lin Xian's voice echoed in everyone's minds, carrying a trace of awe that no data could conceal, it's who. This deposit, this so-called trajectory map of the operation of 10,000 paths, is itself a trap, a test. But at the same time, it is also a beacon. A final protection and gift left by the great sage equal to heaven to the successors of the spark at the last moment of his self-sealing. It is testing us, and at the same time, protecting us. The truth is revealed. Only then did everyone suddenly realize that from the very beginning, they were never fighting alone. That legendary hero, even though transformed into a barrier, still protects the last hope in his own way. Sun Mengyao slowly opened her eyes. Her face was somewhat pale, but her gaze was astonishingly bright. In the recent battle of wills, not only did she successfully preserve her memories, but with the help of the way of battle, she also gained a brand new understanding of her past life's power. She looked at Li Yue and nodded. Li Yue understood, extending her delicate jade hand to gently swipe across the light screen. The frozen frame, carrying the memories of Princess Yaoguang's lifetime of glory and tragedy, was perfectly condensed, packaged into a radiant orb exuding endless charm. Concept dish, the last firework of the eldest princess. Quality? Beyond comprehension. Comment, the flame never dies, its light eternal. Serve the dishes, Sun Mengyao said calmly. The ball of light slowly passed through the menu door. Behind the door, a long silence ensued. This time, the silence was different from before. If tasting Mother's Embrace was a moment of confusion and impact, then this time, it is a profound experience, as if spanning across eternal time, a taste and an aftertaste. After a long time, that gentle yet commanding thought reappeared. But this time, its words carried less of a playful tone of critique and more of an air of equality, even tinged with a hint of respect. A very delicious dish. Exceeded my expectations. You are not chefs. You are the inheritors of civilization. As agreed, this is the reward you deserve. As soon as the voice fell, another stream of information came from behind the door. This time, it was no longer a vast star map, but an extremely brief video containing an overwhelming amount of information. In the image, there is an incomprehensible sea of nothingness that transcends dimensions and time. At the center of the sea, there is an unimaginably enormous angler. Its body seems to be composed of countless remnants of universes heading toward their end. In its hand, it holds an equally indescribable fishing rod. And on that fishing rod, billions of invisible fishing lines dangled. Each fishing line was connected to a struggling world, like a bait. The gluttonous beast, the void dream weaver, and even the recently defeated brood mother they had encountered before were merely small rolls on the fishing lines of this eternal angler, tasked with guarding the bait. As for the so-called Gourmet Alliance, it was nothing more than a game created by this being to pass the endless, tedious time. At the end of the footage, the camera zooms in. Everyone was horrified to discover that among the densely packed bait worlds suspended by fishing lines, there was one they were all too familiar with, a faintly glowing blue planet. Earth. Blue Star was shockingly among them. This is the truth? Lei Zhou's voice was extremely dry. They gave it their all, using both wits and courage, repelling wave after wave of enemies, only to find out in the end that they didn't even know who their real opponent was. They were merely a slightly more troublesome fish in the pond. And that angler was the true, sole ruler of this universe. Why did he tell us this? August sharply pointed out the crux of the problem. This footage is enough to plunge any civilization into the most profound despair. Why did this ultimate gourmet choose to deliver this despair to them as payment? At that moment, the final sentence emerged from the consciousness on the door of the menu. Because the game is too boring. I am tired of tasting the same monotonous bait filled with the flavor of despair and destruction. But your dish has allowed me to taste a brand new flavor called hope. I began to wonder, when a fish becomes aware of the angler's existence, what will it do? Will it collapse even faster? Or leap out of the water, trying to bite off that fishing line? I'm looking forward to it. So, I've decided to give you a chance. A chance to truly take a seat at the table. With the appearance of this sentence, a card composed purely of the N-Law, emitting a dark golden glow, slowly floated out from the door. The front of the card bore no text, only a constantly rotating, deep vortex that seemed as if it could draw on one's very soul. Item, invitation from the end of the universe. Type, effect, by holding this item, you will qualify to participate in the endgame hosted by the angler. Description, either become the ultimate winner or the final supper. Looking at this ominous invitation, everyone fell silent. It is both an opportunity and a death warrant. Accepting it means they will face the ultimate ruler of the universe. Rejecting it means they can only wait, like other bait, in ignorant despair for the day the rod is reeled in. Sun Mengyao reached out her hand, but stopped just as the invitation was about to float in front of her. She raised her head, her cold gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, engaging in a silent confrontation with the gourmet hidden behind the scenes. Who are you, really? She asked. The words on the door reappeared, carrying a hint of a smile. Me? I'm just a pitiful diner, also tethered by fishing lines, yet yearning to taste the flavor of freedom. I am giving you an invitation, and at the same time, creating an opportunity for myself. As for my name, you can call me the storyteller. As the words fell, the magnificent door of the menu, along with all the text on it, slowly dissipated like a phantom. Only that dark golden invitation card remained, quietly floating in mid-air. And an even larger, even more despair-inducing, ultimate puzzle. Sun Mengyao stared at the invitation card in silence for a long time. In the end, she still reached out and took it in her hand. The card felt icy cold to the touch, yet seemed to carry an infinite weight. She knew that from this moment on, their enemy was no longer the Gourmet Alliance, but that figure who held the fate of countless universes, that angler. And their battlefield was no longer this small world, but that place, known as the Endgame, the card table at the edge of the universe. Pass on my order. Sun Mengyao turned around, her voice not loud, yet it spread clearly across the entire square. From now on, the best private kitchen in all realms will suspend operations. What we are going to make is no longer food. Instead, a weapon to overturn the table. Lin Xian, allocate all resources entirely to the analysis and development of Taoist technology. Our goal is only one. She raised the dark golden invitation in her hand, her eyes burning with an unprecedented, icy flame. Before he returns, we must personally forge for him a pair of scissors sharp enough to cut that fishing line. Scissors. The dark golden invitation card floated silently in midair, like a verdict leading straight to hell. The aura it emitted was no longer mere malice or greed, but a higher-level indifference that regarded all things as mere playthings. On the martial arena, the euphoria and exhilaration that had just arisen from defeating the mother nest and dividing the massive root logic were completely frozen at this moment. Fish pond? Lei Zhou's voice was dry, and for the first time, his usually scatterbrain mind experienced what it meant to crash. We fought tooth and nail, only to end up as a fish in a fish pond? He looked at Sun Mengyao, then at Augustus, trying to find a trace of denial on their faces. The face of God King Augustus was darker than the glaciers of Asgard that never melt. He gripped his scepter tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. As a god king, he had spent his life pursuing order and dignity. He could accept defeat, even death, but he could not accept that everything he prided himself on, his glory, his struggles, his very existence, was merely a game script designed for the amusement of the angler. This was more humiliating than having his godhood erased outright. What the hell are we even fighting for? Lei Zhou finally snapped out of his shock, plopping down on the ground and tossing aside the newly upgraded giant axe with a loud clang. They're the boss, and we're just the dish. The boss eats whenever they feel like it. Struggle? Struggle a bit, and the boss might find us chewy, maybe we'll even die faster. His defeatist words unexpectedly revealed the deepest despair in everyone's hearts. Indeed, when the enemy is the very ruler of the universe itself, what meaning does resistance hold? Perhaps we should accept it, an old god from Asgard rasped, his voice hoarse. At least being the final supper sounds more dignified than being nameless bait. Despair, like the most terrifying plague, began to spread in the hearts of the gods. At that moment, Sun Mengyao moved. She neither refuted nor comforted. She simply stepped forward, picked up the giant axe that Lei Zhou had thrown to the ground, then walked up to Augustus and pulled the scepter symbolizing the majesty of the king of gods from his loosened grip due to his distraction. Finally, she walked up to Li Yue and took the brush that had just created the logic bomb. She gently placed these three weapons, representing different power systems, in the center of the square, next to the dark golden invitation. You are right. Sun Mengyao spoke, her voice cold yet clearly overpowering all the murmurs. We are fish, bait, a meal on the plate. This is the truth. Her gaze swept over every deity present, without a trace of pity or sympathy. But it seems you've all forgotten one thing. Our private kitchen has never served dishes meant for guests since the very first day it opened. What we make are weapons, ones that can poison guests to death, make them burst, or even flip them over along with the table. Her words made Lei Zhou, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly lift his head. From Taodai, to Void Dream Weaver, and then to Mother Nest, which guest has ever walked out of our shop with a smile? Sun Mengyao's lips curved into a cold arc. Now, this angler has given us an invitation, inviting us to participate in his endgame. He thought he was bestowing an opportunity. But in my view, he merely made a mistake that all arrogant diners are prone to make. He got too close to his food. Sun Mengyao extended her finger and lightly tapped the dark golden invitation. He gave us a ticket that allows direct access to his desk. Her voice suddenly rose, sharp as a drawn blade, slicing through the cloud of despair that hung over everyone. If you want to be a fish at the mercy of others, I won't stop you. But what I want is not to leap out of the water to bite off that fishing line. Sun Mengyao's gaze fell upon the giant axe, the scepter, and the paintbrush. What I want to do is boil the entire fish pond dry. What I want to do is melt this fishing rod completely. What I want to do is climb up along this fishing line, drag the damned fisherman down from his seat, and turn him into the final, and toughest, dish of our #1 private kitchen in all realms. The treasure of the house. Boom! An indescribable will, mixed with madness, determination, and supreme dominance, erupted from Sun Mengyao's body. Behind her, the phantom of Yaoguang, the eldest princess of the ancient Xia divine dynasty, flickered and disappeared. She was not the sorrowful princess, but the indomitable war goddess who wielded a spear and dared to declare war against the corrosion of the Tao across the entire universe. Lei Zhou's eyes instantly turned red. He leapt up from the ground, snatched back his axe, slung it over his shoulder, and roared with spittle flying, well said. Sister-in-law, let's take them down. Isn't he just a fisherman? I'll even split his fishing rod in half. August's body no longer trembled. He gripped his scepter once more, and the light of a god king reignited in his cloudy eyes. He solemnly performed the oldest Asgardian ritual towards Sun Mengyao. Your will is the direction of Asgard's blade. Despair was completely swept away, replaced by a do-or-die, death-defying frenzy of battle intent. Very good. Sun Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. Then, the first step. She looked toward the distant research base, her voice regaining its calm. Dr. Chen, how much material do we have for our scissors now? Dr. Jing Chen's figure appeared before everyone through a holographic projection. Her face showed no fear, only a pathological fervor, a scientist's obsession when faced with the ultimate problem. Report! We have obtained 37 trillion units of root logic fragments generated from the collapse of the mother nest, as well as the star map gifted by the storyteller, which contains the operational formulas of the entire cosmic Tao. But, Dr. Jingchen adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a gleam of madness, we lack a scalpel capable of cutting these materials. With our current technology, it's like asking a primitive human to dismantle a photon computer. Any erroneous attempt could trigger a disaster at the level of fundamental laws. Her voice had just fallen when a muffled explosion and a flurry of panicked exclamations came from the laboratory. Report! Concept collapse occurred in laboratory number 3. We attempted to apply the root logic of sharpness to a surgical scalpel. And the result was that within a 3-meter radius around the scalpel, the concept of sharpness was erased. A researcher reported in terror. Through the screen, everyone saw a surgical scalpel quietly suspended in the laboratory. Everything around it, whether the metal table or the sturdy walls, had turned into something resembling tofu, easily penetrable with a finger. They had lost the opposing concepts of sharpness, solidity, and toughness. This is what Dr. Qin Jing referred to as a disaster. They hold the power of creation in their hands, yet they can't even make the simplest knife. I understand. Sun Mengyao watched the scene, her gaze devoid of any emotion. What we lack is not a scalpel. She looked at the heart of the world, slowly pulsating at the center of the world, created by Lin Feng's own hands. What we lack is something that can translate these root logics into a language we can understand and use. A compiler. A spark of realization flashed in Dr. Qin Jing's eyes as she immediately understood Sun Mengyao's meaning. That's right. It's the compiler. Or rather, an operating system. Her emotions became heightened as she paced back and forth in the holographic projection, gesturing with her hands. Our current situation is like having the most advanced CPU, the world's soul, and endless source code, root logic, but we don't have a Windows or Linux system to call and run them. We tried to directly manipulate the source code, and the result was a blue screen, a system crash. This analogy was simple and easy to understand, even Lei Zhou got it. Isn't that easy? He slapped his thigh. Why don't we just install a system ourselves? That's where the problem lies. Dr. Qin Jing gave a wry smile. The operating system of the universe is the laws of the Tao itself. What we need to do now is to build our own small, customizable application on top of this vast, unshakable system. And writing this program requires an entirely new programming language. The square fell silent once again. The gods looked at each other in dismay. These terms were beyond their comprehension. August could define order, but he had no idea how to write a single line of code. Lei Zhou could shatter planets, but he had no clue what a compiler was. Their power was vast and magnificent, yet it lacked the interface needed to refine and manipulate it with precision. If programming means setting rules, then... The silent goddess of stars, Liyue, suddenly spoke softly. Her voice attracted everyone's attention. Maybe I can give it a try. Sun Mengyao looked at her, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. Tell me your thoughts. My power is conceptualization. I can draw an abstract idea into a perceivable entity. Liyue organized her words. If, Dr. Qin, you can describe an instruction using the most fundamental logic, perhaps I can use the heart of the world to draw this instruction into a temporary, localized new law. Dr. Qin Jing's breathing instantly became rapid. Are you saying, you can act as a human compiler? Turning our high-level language, scientific logic, directly into machine code, laws, executable by the heart of the world hardware? Liyue nodded hesitantly, more or less, that's what it means. Genius. This is simply a genius-level concept. Dr. Qin Jing trembled with excitement. The heart of the world is the central processor, the goddess of Liyue is the graphics renderer and compiler, and our research team, are the programmers. A perfect development team combining theology and science. Feasible, Sun Mengyao decided immediately. Proceed with testing at once. What are we testing? Lei Zhou curiously leaned in. Starting with the simplest. Dr. Qin Jing's eyes sparkled with wisdom. In the history of computers, the first program was Hello, World. And for us, the first program of DOFA technology is called Apple, Fly. Soon, a carefully selected, rosy and plump apple was placed on the stone platform in the center of the square. Liyue stepped forward, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. In front of her, there was no canvas, the entire world was her canvas. Dr. Qin Jing's voice came through the mental link, clearly entering her mind. Step 1. Define the target. Lock onto the apple on the stone platform, designated Alpha. Granted uniqueness, excluding interference from all other apples in the universe. Liu extended her finger and lightly tapped in the void. An invisible thread made of starlight precisely connected to the apple. Step 2. Define the behavior. Assign Alpha a constant upward force. The value of the force is exactly equal to the gravity acting on it. Liu began drawing. She didn't draw an upward arrow but instead envisioned in her mind a gentle, invisible hand softly supporting the apple. This approach aligned more closely with her system of power than a simple physical definition. Step 3. Define the constraints. This rule will only take effect within a spherical space with a 1-meter radius centered on this apple. The duration of effect is tentatively set to 10 minutes. Glass. Moon's forehead began to bead with fine sweat. This was even more exhausting than when she previously painted logic bombs. Back then, she was venting her emotions, creating bold and expressive strokes. But now, she was crafting the most meticulous fine-line painting, where every detail had to be flawless. She could feel that the new law she was writing was undergoing intense conflict with the deeply entrenched law of gravity of this world. The apple began to tremble violently. It occasionally shot up half a meter, then heavily slammed back onto the stone platform. Tiny cracks even appeared on the surface of the apple, as if it were about to be torn to pieces by two completely opposing forces. No! Liu's face turned pale. The backlash from the law of gravity is too strong. My definition can't suppress it. Don't fight against it. Sun Mengyao's voice rang out just in time. Go around it. Go around it? Gravity is a property of space. Don't try to counteract gravity, just directly modify the property of that small piece of space where the apple is. Sun Mengyao revealed the key insight. Tell that space that for the apple, up is down. Liu's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. Why go head to head? She's a programmer now, she has the authority to bypass system rules. She immediately changed her approach to drawing. She no longer painted the uplifting hand but instead created an inverted world. In the miniature space surrounding the apple, she flipped the entire universe upside down. Buzz. A faint hum, as if emanating from the depths of a dimension. The apple, which had been violently struggling, suddenly ceased all its movements. Then, under the breath-held gaze of everyone, it slowly, steadily floated up from the stone platform, finally coming to rest 1 meter above the platform in midair. No energy fluctuations, no rule conflicts. So natural, as if it was meant to be there. Outside the outer space barrier of the fortress world, in a void that was originally empty, a lotus, impossible to describe its beauty with any language, composed purely of light and laws, was slowly blooming. It had no color, yet seemed to encompass all the colors of the world. It made no sound, yet seemed to be chanting the most sacred cosmic melody from the dawn of the universe. With each petal unfolding, countless runes of laws emerged and vanished. Just by looking at it, August felt his understanding of order deepened further. Thunder Universe was even more stunned, feeling his divine power uncontrollably surging toward the lotus. This is... Liu's eyes were filled with shock. This is the embodiment of Tao. It's the miracle of the universe's origin. It's bait. Sun Mengyao's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's fervent hearts. Everyone instantly snapped back to reality. Yeah, what a coincidence. They had just successfully created the God Slayer bullet, a gift grand enough to drive deities mad, and it simply appeared at their doorstep out of nowhere. This is not a miracle at all. This is blatant provocation from that angler. It seems to be mocking them in this way, contemptuously telling them, "Your weapons, I've seen them. Now, I'm giving you a better toy. Do you want it? It's testing us." Dr. Qingjing adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting the dreamlike glow of the lotus flower, yet her gaze remained incredibly calm. This is a classic prisoner's dilemma. We don't know what's behind this bait. Is it a trap? Or a true opportunity? Who cares what it is? Lei Zhou gripped his battle axe tightly and said fiercely, "If it's given by the enemy, it's definitely not something good. Sister-in-law, give the order. Let me chop it to pieces with one swing." "Absolutely not." Augustus immediately objected, "The opponent's intentions are unclear. If we attack recklessly, we might trigger unforeseen consequences. The fact that it can materialize Tao proves its power is far beyond our imagination. Provoking it is not a wise move." For a moment, serious disagreements arose among the higher-ups. One faction advocated for cutting through the chaos decisively, directly destroying the bait to eliminate the hidden danger. The other faction proposed acting cautiously, observing the situation, and even attempting to analyze and study this bait, hoping to uncover the secrets of the angler's power. Everyone's eyes turned to Sun Mengyao, waiting for her decision. Sun Mengyao did not answer immediately. She simply quietly watched the lotus of laws, blooming more and more brilliantly in the void, radiating endless temptation. She knew that the angler was waiting for her choice. Whether she chose to attack, ignore, or study it, she would fall into the opponent's calculations. Because, for the lofty angler, any kind of struggle from the fish is merely an amusing performance. After a long while, The corner of Sun Mengyao's mouth curved into a cold arc. Since the guest is so enthusiastic, we have no reason not to accept the challenge. Lin Shen. Here. Prepare the Sky Patrol 1 probe ship. Sun Mengyao's voice carried no trace of emotion. Equip it with the highest precision rule analyzer, and set the energy shield to maximum. Our goal is neither to attack nor to study. Her gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife. Our goal is to seize the opportunity of approaching it and fire our first shot. I want that lofty fisherman to know. The fish, too, will bite the hook. Sun Mengyao's decision left everyone stunned. Get closer to it? And even open fire? Lei Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister-in-law, isn't this basically announcing to it that we're coming for it? What if we provoke it and it goes berserk? It's watching us perform right now, Sun Mengyao said calmly. Do you really think that hiding will keep us out of its sight? Instead of passively waiting, why not take the initiative and reclaim just a sliver, a minuscule bit of initiative? And, she paused, her gaze falling on the conceptual projection gun. Our bullets are used to delete concepts. They are silent, invisible, and even, without a trajectory. Dr. Qinjing immediately understood her intention, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes. You mean, to carry out a conceptual sniping? Exactly. Sun Mengyao nodded. The angler uses the Law Lotus as bait, connecting to our world. Then, between the bait and our world, there must exist an invisible line. We can't see it, can't analyze it, but we don't need to. We just need to aim at that area and fire our bullets. I don't need it to cut the fishing line. I don't even expect it to cause any substantial damage to the fishing line. Sun Mengyao's eyes burned with a cold flame. I just need to make the angler holding the fishing rod feel a slight, insignificant prick, like being poked by a needle. Stinging sensation. This plan, crazy, bold, yet filled with a certain thrilling allure. In absolute disadvantage, they were going to respond to the provocation of the cosmic overlord in a manner that was almost humiliating. I got it. Lei Zhou slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, it's like someone secretly tossing a small stone onto your fishing float while you're fishing. You might not catch any fish, but you can disgust him a bit. This crude metaphor, unexpectedly precise. The plan was immediately set into motion. The Sky Patrol 1 probe ship, an unmanned spacecraft equipped with the most advanced technology of the Fortress world, was swiftly prepared. Its hull utilized the latest rule-forging technology, inscribed with hundreds of defensive laws personally crafted by Li Yue. Inside the core cabin of the spacecraft, there was no pilot, only a small launch platform wrapped in layers of energy force fields. On the platform, a god extinction bullet lay quietly. Beside the bullet, there was also a special payload. That was a mirror. A causal reflection mirror crafted by Augustus using the divine power of order, combined with Dr. Qinjing's information black hole theory. Its sole purpose is to, at the moment the bullet is fired, reflect, refract, and scatter all the causality generated by the attack, to obscure the source of the attack to the greatest extent. This is the highest level of erasing traces they can achieve. Everything was ready. Under everyone's gaze, Sky Patrol 1 slowly ascended, passing through the atmosphere and heading toward the Lotus of Law in the void, radiating endless allure. The distance kept closing. 50,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. The analyzer on the probe ship had already begun operating frantically, countless precious data cascading back to the research base like a waterfall. Dr. Qinjing and her team were greedily absorbing this nourishment from higher dimensions. The beauty of the lotus is within reach. The Tao rhythm it emanates is so pure, so alluring. Even the gods watching through the screen feel their divine essence stirring, yearning to break free from their bodies and embrace the lotus. Now! Sun Mengyao's voice, like a cold command, echoed in the command center. Inside the Sky Patrol 1 thousands of miles away, the pitch-black god extinction bullet was silently triggered. No flames, no explosions, not even any energy fluctuations. A line more void than void itself shot out from the spaceship, aiming at the empty void between the Lotus and the Fortress world. The bullet hit the invisible line of causality. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The Lotus of Laws continued to bloom slowly, breathtakingly beautiful. The void remained utterly silent. Failed? Lei Zhou muttered to himself. However, just as his words fell, that magnificent Lotus of Laws, the perfect creation manifested by the cosmic origin Tao, suddenly had a barely noticeable distortion at the edge of one of its petals. It was as if a perfect painting had been gently erased in a small spot by an invisible hand using an eraser. Immediately, the entire lotus flickered violently. The feeling was like an old television with poor signal, where the screen suddenly jumped. Although it quickly returned to normal, the traces of erasure were instantly restored, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Yet, everyone present saw it clearly. Their attack was effective. Their insignificant counterattack, from the depths of the fish pond, truly penetrated unimaginable dimensions and touched the fisherman's fishing line. The command center fell into dead silence. The next second, thunderous cheers erupted. Lei Zhou excitedly tossed his battle axe into the air and caught it steadily, his roar shaking the heavens. Even the usually composed Augustus couldn't help but grip his scepter tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. They did it! They truly, with a tiny embroidery needle, pricked the slumbering dragon that regarded them as mere ants. However, there was not the slightest trace of joy on Sun Mengyao's face. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the screen, staring at the perfectly restored Lotus of Law, her eyes terrifyingly cold. Quiet! Her voice instantly silenced the bustling command center. Do you think this is over? Her words made the ecstatic joy in everyone's hearts feel as if it had been doused with a bucket of ice water, quickly cooling down. Indeed, they had only pricked the other party once. And then? How would that angler who was pricked react? At that moment, Lin Xian's alarm sounded again, and this time, his voice carried a trace of unprecedented confusion and absurdity. Alert! Unable to define the current situation. The fundamental physical constants of this world are undergoing random, irregular, minor fluctuations. Report! The gravitational constant in laboratory number 3 just turned negative within 0.01 seconds, and all experimental equipment hit the ceiling. Report! The photosynthesis efficiency in the agricultural zone suddenly dropped by 50%, and all plants showed signs of wilting, but returned to normal the next second. Report! My coffee, it grew legs and ran away. A researcher screamed in despair. A series of bizarre, incomprehensible, and absurd reports came from all corners of the world. There were no earth-shattering attacks, no laws erasing everything. What existed was merely a series of pranks, as if from mischievous children. The entire world has fallen into a bizarre and incomprehensible chaos. Sun Mengyao slowly closed her eyes. She understood. The revenge of the angler has arrived. It carries no anger, no destruction. It just felt a bit annoyed. So, it casually tweaked the rules of this world, like a bored person using their finger to stir ants in the water. This is a form of indifference from a higher dimension, a kind of playfulness that is even more despair-inducing than outright destruction. The playfulness of the angler is more chilling than any thunderous wrath. It was an absolute indifference, treating all things as mere playthings. It didn't even bother to destroy, merely altering the factory settings of the world at will, enjoying the sight of ants struggling in chaos. The fortress world had fallen into unprecedented chaos. The alloy walls that were solid and unyielding 1 second could turn as soft as jelly the next. Time, which had been flowing normally just moments ago, could suddenly accelerate or decelerate in certain areas. Lei Zhou watched as his cherished bottle of divine brew turned into a bunch of lively, hopping frogs right before his eyes. Furious, he shouted loudly, swung his axe, and chased the frogs for half a day. In the end, the frogs transformed back into liquid in a flash of light, splashing all over him. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Lei Zhou stomped his feet in anger. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Resorting to these petty tricks, what kind of hero does that? It's not a hero to begin with, Augustus said grimly, staring at the top of his scepter, where a delicate rose had just inexplicably bloomed. He had spent ages trying to strip it away from the concept of order. It's merely expressing its displeasure. This endless, unpredictable harassment stemming from the underlying rules was relentlessly draining everyone's energy. The heart of the world, which maintains global stability, has its computational power heavily occupied, being used to repair these endless bugs. Li Yue's face turned pale. As a human compiler, she could most directly sense that the code of the entire world was being wantonly altered by someone. That feeling was like someone holding a mud-covered brush and recklessly smearing it across the canvas of her soul. This can't go on. Dr. Chen Jing's voice came through the communicator, laden with exhaustion. We are passively engaging in a meaningless war of attrition. The opponent incurs almost no cost, while we, the computational load of our world soul has already reached 80%. If this continues, they will collapse from system overload before the fisherman even makes a real move. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, trapped in anxiety and despair. In Sun Mengyao's storage space, the dark golden invitation from the end of the universe suddenly, without any warning, emitted a faint glow. Sun Mengyao's heart stirred, and she took it out. In the deep vortex at the center of the card, a line of text formed from the remnants of stars slowly emerged. I never expected that you would actually dare to shoot. It was the one who called himself the storyteller, the mysterious ultimate gourmet. And it actually made him itch a little. TSK, this is truly the funniest joke I've heard in billions of years. The text reveals an undisguised sense of schadenfreude. You knew this would happen all along? Sun Mengyao's voice was icy. Of course. The text on the card changed quickly. You threw a stone at the lion's foot. Did you expect it to wag its tail at you? Right. Now, it's just annoyed, casually swiping at the grass around you. When it stops finding this amusing, its paw will land on your head. You contacted me just to say these sarcastic remarks? No, I contacted you because your performance entertained me. As a qualified audience member, when you see an excellent play, you should always give some reward. Considering you've made me laugh for so long, I'll answer one of your questions for free. Any question, as long as I know the answer. This question is undoubtedly a timely help. In the command center, everyone quieted down, their eyes fixed intently on Sun Mengyao. They have too many questions. What exactly is the angler? Where are its weaknesses? What are the rules of the endgame? Sun Mengyao's question instantly froze all the boiling thoughts in the command center. Lei Zhou was stunned. He had thought Sun Mengyao would ask about the weaknesses of the angler or how the god extinction bullets could be upgraded to deliver a fatal blow. Augustus also frowned, thinking about asking the origin of the angler. To know oneself and the enemy is the key to winning every battle. Dr. Qinjing was even prepared with pen and paper, hoping to obtain a theory about higher dimensional technology. Even just one formula would be enough to bring a qualitative leap to their Taoist technology. But Sun Mengyao asked a question that no one had anticipated. She neither looked up to the sky seeking divine guidance, nor looked down to the ground searching for an escape route. She looked around, searching for those like them, unwilling to be trapped in the water, kindred spirits. The words on the card fell into a prolonged silence. The gloating flicker ceased, replaced by a strange stillness, as if reassessing its prey. In the command center, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the unknown storyteller's response. They feared the other party might become angry over the question and withdraw that precious opportunity. For a long time, the stardust on the card finally began to flow again, forming a new line of text. Interesting. Truly interesting. I thought you would ask how to survive. The vast majority of fish, after learning the truth, ask this question. But you are asking if there are other fish. You don't want to survive. You want to flip the table. The flickering text carried a trace of genuine, heartfelt joy. It was no longer the playful amusement of watching a joke, but an appreciation of one chess player finding another. I really like this question. Since you've managed to spark a bit of interest in this boring game for me, I'll tell you. Yes. Although rare, there are always some restless individuals who, over the long years, have broken free from the fishing line in various ways. Some of them reached the pinnacle of their civilization, using truth to leverage the laws. Some gave rise to extraordinary individuals who broke through dimensions with power, and some, purely by luck, were mistakenly fished out of this pond by other anglers. But they all failed. Breaking the fishing line does not mean escaping the pond. They merely transformed from a tethered fish into a wandering, ownerless fish within the pond. They cannot leave this sea of finality, shrouded by the will of the anglers. These failures, these forgotten and unwilling souls, will ultimately converge in one place. A graveyard that exists on no timeline, located at the end of all causality. There stands a lost tavern. Go there, and you might find the allies you seek. Of course, it could also just be a bunch of hopeless drunkards drowning their sorrows day after day. Lost Tavern. Sun Mengyao murmured the name. This answer is more precious than any weapon or technique. It points them to the only possible path in despair. Thank you. Sun Mengyao said calmly to the card. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. The text on the card changed again, carrying a hint of slyness. This question is quite valuable. A simple reward is no longer enough. I answered your question, now it's your turn to take on a new order from me. A new order? Everyone's hearts tightened. I want to order a dish. A dish that I can't make myself, and don't even dare to imagine. Dish name. The text on the card appeared word by word, each character seemingly imbued with supreme magic, causing the very laws of the world to tremble in fear. The first blood of the angler. Boom! As soon as this dish name appeared, all the deities in the command center felt as if their divine essence was being fiercely gripped by an invisible hand, almost on the verge of shattering on the spot. Crazy. This storyteller is absolutely insane. He actually wants to taste the blood of the angler. This is no longer provocation. This is explicitly naming the ultimate ruler of the universe as an ingredient to be served on the dining table. Who exactly is he? Lei Zhou's voice was extremely dry. For the first time, he felt that there was someone in this world even more reckless than him. The first drop of blood of the angler. These 7 words, like a black lightning bolt traversing the universe, shattered the understanding of all gods and mortals in the command center. Each word carried a terrifying power that desecrated the sacred and overturned the laws, causing this absolute safe zone constructed by the computational power of the world's soul to tremble slightly. Lei Zhou's mouth formed an O shape, and his divine heart, forged from stellar lava, seemed to have been thrown into the absolute zero depths of space, making even its beating unbearably difficult. He had fought all his life, priding himself as the most arrogant war god in the universe, daring to swing his battle axe at any existence. But the angler, that wasn't even an existence, it was a rule, the very backdrop that defined their entire universe. Swinging a blade at the background? This very thought itself is a kind of madness that could make even gods shudder and scatter. Dr. Qinjing's face turned as pale as paper, and the data pen in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. As the chief scientist of Tao technology, she understood better than anyone what the angler represented. It was not an enemy that could be measured by energy, mass, or dimensions. Their world, along with all their physical laws and grand principles, was merely a handful of water in the angler's pond. How could a fish make the master of the water bleed? For the first time, cracks appeared on the mask of August, the god of wisdom, and his golden eyes were filled with horror and confusion. He quickly simulated billions of possibilities in his mind, but the end of every simulation was the same result, complete and irreversible annihilation. This so-called storyteller, the ultimate, the gourmet, he was not placing an order with them, but rather using their hands to carry out a doomed suicidal provocation. However, amidst the stormy waves of everyone's emotions, Sun Mengyao remained the calm and terrifying center of the storm. Her gaze never left that dark golden card, as if the name of the dish written on it was not a god-slaying recipe, but just an ordinary home-cooked meal. For a long time, in the deathly silence where the entire world seemed frozen in fear, Sun Mengyao's voice rang out clearly, without a trace of emotion. All right. One word. Cut and dried. I'll take it. 3 words. Earth-shattering. Lei Zhou suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted in shock, Mengyao, are you crazy? Do you know what that is? I know. Sun Mengyao did not turn around, her voice remained calm, that is our only way out. A way out? This is a dead end. A path worse than death. Lei Zhou almost rushed forward, we should go to the Lost Tavern, join forces with those failures, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. But agreeing to this lunatic's demands, that angler will notice us right away and crush us with a finger. Lei Zhou, you're wrong. Sun Mengyao finally turned around, her gaze as cold as ancient, unmelting ice, yet hiding a flame capable of engulfing the heavens. Do you think that if we refuse, the storyteller will let us go? Do you think that just because we have the intel on the Lost Tavern, we can remain safe and sound? Are we going to search for allies on the ground? She glanced around at all her companions in the command center, their faces filled with panic. From the moment he contacted us, we no longer had a choice. We were chosen by him as the chefs. This dish, we have to make it whether we want to or not. The only difference is, if we take the initiative, we might still get clues to the recipe. If we are forced to do it passively, we will only die faster and have even less value. What's more, the corners of Sun Mengyao's mouth curved into a faint, yet utterly mad smile. Don't you think it's very interesting? Interesting? Everyone was stunned. All along, we've been fish, struggling in a fish pond, not even knowing what the owner of the pond looks like. All our resistance has only made the fishing line tighten a little, making him feel a slight itch. Now, someone has finally told us that we don't have to just struggle. We can even make him bleed. Even if it's just a single drop. Even if the price is our entire world. Don't you want to see with your own eyes what color the blood of the lofty god will be when it flows? Sun Mengyao's words seemed to carry a strange kind of magic. They ignited the most primal, most unyielding spark buried deep within everyone's hearts, hidden beneath despair and fear. That's right. Rather than passively collapsing in a hopeless war of attrition, it is better to actively embrace destruction or rebirth in this most dazzling madness. Lei Zhou's heavy breathing gradually calmed down, the terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a blazing fighting spirit ignited within him. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and laughed, damn it, crazy, everyone's gone crazy. But, I like it. Let's do this. Augustus slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were clear and calm. He pushed the non-existent glasses on his nose and said in a deep voice, risk and reward are proportional. Since the target of the order is the fisherman's first drop of blood, then the storyteller will surely provide the reward sufficient to support us in reaching that point. This is indeed a high-stakes gamble, but the stakes are everything we were already about to lose. We can gamble. Dr. Qinjing picked up the pen from the ground, took a deep breath, and her gaze became sharp and focused once again. If the goal is to make the gods bleed, then the existing Taoist tech system needs a revolutionary overhaul. I need more information about the essence of the angler, even if it's just a little. Structural description. Everyone's eyes once again focused on the card in Sun Mengyao's hand. As if hearing their thoughts, the stardust embers on the card began to flow again. The schadenfreude was gone, replaced by an almost fervent admiration. Ha ha ha, good, good. This is the kind of chef I admire. A group of lunatics daring to swing their knives at the heavens. I'm starting to like you all. Rest assured, since I've ordered the dish, I will naturally leave you clues about the kitchen and the recipe. The Lost Tavern is your kitchen. Those failures are your utensils. The allies, weapons, and knowledge you need are all there. But the road to get there is not easy. The text on the card became serious. The graveyard does not exist in normal time and space. It is the gathering place of echoes after all endings. If you wish to enter, you must first experience an ending. Let your world die once in perception. The storyteller's words, like an unsolvable Zen riddle, weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone in the command center. Die once? What kind of talk is that? Lei Zhou was the first to lose his composure. He scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Could it be that we really have to commit collective suicide and then have someone resurrect us? Isn't that absurd? Although his words were crude, they voiced the confusion in everyone's hearts. Death is an ultimate concept. Experiencing it, rather than truly executing it, blurs the line between the two in a way that is both ambiguous and fatal. Perhaps it's a kind of spiritual ritual, said God King Augustus, pondering deeply. He was accustomed to thinking from a grand narrative perspective. Through a world-encompassing ceremony, we declare our end to the universe, thereby deceiving some sort of gatekeeping mechanism. Theoretically feasible, but the operability is too poor. Dr. Chen Jing immediately dismissed the plan. She adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting lines of rapidly scrolling data streams. The graveyard is the end of causality. Its admission mechanism must be based on some fundamental logical determination, not a performative act. Our performance cannot deceive the true ticket inspector. For a moment, the command center fell into a deadlock. They held a weapon capable of erasing divinity, yet they were stumped by a philosophical question of how to die. What if death is a form of information? Sun Mengyau's voice broke the silence. She hadn't joined the group's discussion but had been staring at the chaotic law fluctuation diagrams returned by the heart of the world, disrupted by the angler's antics. Information? Dr. Chen Jing's thoughts were instantly illuminated. Correct. Sun Mengyau's gaze shifted from the complex waveform diagram to Dr. Chen Jing's face. Death, for a living organism, is the end of all life. Information. For a world, it is the information of all physical laws and all concepts of existence moving toward the ultimate entropy increase, which is complete, irreparable chaos and nothingness. She paused and continued, we don't actually need to die. We just need to create a death signal, one that's real enough to cover all the sensory units of our entire world, an ultimate information package. Dr. Chen Jing's breathing quickened. She understood Sun Mengyau's crazy yet genius idea. Are you saying, a concept-level virtual reality that covers the entire fortress world? No, it's even more thorough than that, Sun Mengyao corrected. It's not virtual reality, but real simulation. We will use the soul of the world as the server, Liyue's capabilities as the compiler, and all the foundational logic we have mastered as materials to write a doomsday program. Then, this program will be directly written into the underlying rules of our world and run once. This isn't a simulation, this is truly loading and running a formatting command on the operating system of our world. Dr. Chen Jing's voice trembled slightly with excitement. We will personally experience, on the level of perception, the collapse of the universe, the extinguishing of stars, the annihilation of laws, until, in the end, even existence. This concept itself has been erased. This plan made Lei Zhou and Augustus feel a chill down their spines. How is this any different from true death? The difference is, Sun Mengyao seemed to see through their thoughts. We hold the shutdown key in our hands. As long as our will can withstand the impact of the death information stream, we can terminate the program at the last moment. The risk? August asked the most critical question. Risk is that if our will is overwhelmed, or if an unforeseen bug occurs in the program, this simulated death could turn into real death. A pathological fervor appeared on Dr. Chen Jing's face. But the rewards are equally immense. Not only can we gain access to the lost, the tickets to the tavern can also collect complete data of the world's transition from existence to nothingness through this simulation. This will be the most valuable cornerstone of Dao Fa technology. Done. Lei Zhou slapped his chest, making the armor clang loudly. Stop being so wishy-washy. It's just dying once. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. Besides, this time it won't even take 18 years. August also nodded, indicating agreement. At this point, there was no way back. Sun Mengyao looked at Liyue. What about you? As the core compiler, your pressure is the greatest. The star goddess Liyue, whose eyes always carried a hint of timidity, were unusually resolute at this moment. She nodded firmly. For everyone, and for the world that Lord Lin Feng protects, I'm fine. Very well. Sun Mengyao made a decisive decision. Lin Xian, mobilize all the computing power of the world soul. Dr. Chen, you and your team are responsible for writing the doomsday script. August, your order principle will ensure the underlying stability during the script's operation, preventing it from completely spiraling out of control. Lei Zhou, your task is the most critical. What? Lei Zhou was stunned. When everyone is immersed in the death experience, you must remain absolutely clear-headed. Your willpower will be our final fuse. If something goes wrong, use the method you're best at to shout us all awake. Sun Mengyao said calmly. Lei Zhou grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. This is my specialty. The plan was swiftly put into action. Dr. Chen Jing's team entered an unprecedented state of frenzied work. They integrated the devouring concept analyzed from the Tao Tai, the dream weaving learned from the Void Dreamweaver, and the logic collapse obtained from the Mother Nest into the script. This was not a simple apocalypse script, but an artistic feast of destruction composed of countless fundamental logics. 3 days later, Apocalypse Script version 1.0 Silent Funeral, completed. Dr. Chen Jing's voice echoed throughout the entire fortress world via the broadcast. Attention all personnel, this is not a drill. The death of the world simulation will officially begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown began, everyone stopped what they were doing and held their breath. Lei Zhou took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the very center of the command center, eyes tightly shut, like a wrathful Vajra about to enter meditation. Sun Mengyao stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the prosperous and orderly world they had built with their own hands. 3, 2, 1. Activate. At the moment the last word fell, the world lost its sound. It wasn't that it couldn't be heard, but the concept of sound was temporarily removed from the level of laws. Immediately after, there was light. The artificial sun in the sky did not extinguish, but its radiance lost the attribute of illumination. The world plunged into a pure, untainted darkness. Then, there was matter. The solid alloy ground began to soften, like quicksand. Buildings in the distance started to silently twist and drip, like melting candles. Everyone felt that the boundaries of their bodies were disappearing, merging with the surrounding chaos of darkness. This was a gentle yet irresistible, complete annihilation starting from the very root. The experience of death had begun. The silent funeral was not a violent destruction, but a gentle, layer-by-layer unraveling of existence. It first deprived the senses. Sound, light, touch, these fundamental coordinates that formed the basis of life experience were erased one by one. The world turned into an endless, warm darkness, as if returning to the womb. Next, it began to dismantle cognition. In Dr. Chenjing's laboratory, the data on the screen was no longer numbers and symbols but swarms of fluttering butterflies. The formulas of physical laws, twisted into bizarre graffiti on the walls. A researcher was horrified to discover that when thinking about the word mass, what emerged in their mind was a melodious piano piece. Logic is collapsing. In the temple of Asgard, the god King August felt extreme pain. The order he believed in and controlled was being overshadowed by a higher form of chaos. The world in his eyes was no longer a stable structure but a boiling pot of thick porridge composed of countless chaotic concepts. The divine kingdom of order he spent his life building had, in his perception, turned into an incoherent wisp of smoke. And in the center of the martial arts arena, Lei Zhou's experience was the most direct. He felt his strength draining away, not being stripped, but losing its meaning. He threw a punch, yet it failed to stir any waves, as the causal relationship between force and effect had been severed. His proud physique, capable of splitting stars, was losing its solidity. It was becoming like a shapeless mist. This was the most thorough formatting aimed at all beings. Everyone is forced to confront the fear of the foundation of their existence being pulled away. Panic, despair, madness, various negative emotions, like a virus, breed and spread deep within everyone's consciousness. Hold steady. Just as everyone's will was about to be devoured by this ocean of nothingness, Lei Zhou's roar, imbued with the concept of unreasonable protection, exploded like a thunderclap deep within everyone's soul. This roar was not transmitted through sound but was the fuse preset by Sun Mengyao, a spiritual beacon centered on Lei Zhou's purest will. It is like a lighthouse, guiding everyone towards the direction of self in this dark sea called death. Chaotic consciousness begins to reassemble. People start to realize that this is just a simulation. They hold on to the final spark of their sanity, resisting complete assimilation by the torrent of death information. As the commander-in-chief, Sun Mengyao has remained like an outsider from beginning to end. Her perception was equally stripped away, her cognition equally impacted. Yet her will, like a spear forged from absolute zero ice and planted at the center of the universe, remained unwavering despite the tsunami of laws crashing against it. She calmly observed everything, analyzing every detail of death, treating this funeral as the most vivid open lecture on the ultimate mysteries of the universe. When everyone's will, with the help of Thunder Cosmos, regained stability and began to adapt to this death, a mutation occurred. At the deepest point of the simulated script's operation, at the moment when the concept of existence was about to be completely erased, tick, a crisp sound, like a water droplet falling into an ancient well, suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. Immediately afterward, the darkness that devoured everything split open from the center, revealing a crack. Behind the gap, there is no light, nor any energy. All that exists is the outline of a door. A door made of unknown wood, looking dilapidated, as if it could fall apart at any moment, an old-fashioned wooden door. On the door hangs an equally worn-out sign, with blurred writing that can barely be made out, vaguely resembling twisted characters that translate roughly to drink whatever. A peculiar scent, mixed with the aroma of aged alcohol, dust, and the remnants of countless life forms from various races after decay, carrying strange stories, wafts out from the crack in the door. In the command center of the fortress world, reality and simulation overlapped at this moment. The door that existed only in perception actually turned from virtual to real under everyone's gaze, appearing out of thin air in the very center of the square. It stood there quietly, completely out of place with the futuristic technological surroundings, appearing utterly absurd. "We did it," Dr. Chenjing murmured, her eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. They truly, through a collective death, found that legendary, at the end of eternity, lost tavern. "I'll go with you." Lei Zhou, without a second thought, picked up his axe and stood beside Sun Mengyao. Sun Mengyao nodded and did not refuse. She walked to that door, without the slightest hesitation, reached out her hand, and grasped the cold and rough doorknob. Squeak! Accompanied by a teeth-gritting sound, the door was pushed open. The scene behind the door made Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou, who were accustomed to grand spectacles, slightly stunned. There were no imagined flashes of blades or swords, nor the wails of fallen deities. Behind the door was just an ordinary, even somewhat cramped, tavern. The light was dim, and the air was filled with a decadent atmosphere that made one drowsy. On the shelves behind the bar, various oddly shaped bottles were displayed, some containing burning stars, while others trapped wailing souls. Scattered around the tavern, a few patrons sat here and there. A mechanical being made entirely of rusty gears and springs was struggling to lift a cup of liquid that smelled like motor oil to its mouth with a leaking mechanical hand. A crystalline person, whose body resembled transparent crystal but was covered in cracks, stared blankly at the glass in their hand, which continuously emitted entropy-increasing bubbles, their gaze hollow. There was also a warrior dressed in tattered armor, with a burly figure. Beneath his helmet, there was only a flickering soul flame that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. On the table before him lay an empty goblet made from the skull of some giant beast. Behind the bar stood a bartender with 6 arms and a blank mask on his face, slowly and methodically wiping a glass with a cloth that seemed woven from nebulae. He paid no attention to Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou's arrival, as if they were merely specks of dust drifting into the tavern. The entire tavern was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere named despair. This is not a sanctuary. This is a grave. A living grave where all the losers bury their last shred of hope. Hey, look, 2 more fish have jumped in. A hoarse, mocking voice came from the shadows in the corner. Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou turned toward the sound, only to see an old man with a gaunt figure, dressed in a tattered spacesuit, his face covered in hideous scars left by cosmic radiation, raising a glass and grinning at them. Let me guess, the old man swirled the murky liquid in his glass. You also think you're the chosen ones, the variables that can change everything, the ones who can snap the fishing line, the special ones? The old man's words, like a rusty awl, pierced precisely into the dead silence of the tavern. Several previously apathetic patrons slowly raised their heads, casting a gaze mixed with pity, mockery, and a trace of nostalgia toward Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou at the door. They all once had that kind of gaze, filled with unyielding flames. But now, those flames have long been extinguished by the endless despair of this sea of finality, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Lei Zhou's brow instantly furrowed into a knot. He couldn't stand this kind of sarcastic tone. He gripped his battle axe tightly, about to erupt, but was stopped by a single glance from Sun Mengyao. Sun Mengyao ignored the old man's provocation. She simply walked calmly to the bar, pulled out a high stool, and sat down. 2 glasses, she said calmly to the 6-armed bartender. The bartender's motion of wiping the glass finally paused. His blank mask turned toward Sun Mengyao, as if silently asking, 2 glasses of what? The strongest liquor you have here. Sun Mengyao's voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed throughout the entire tavern. An old man in the corner let out a sneer. Young lady, quite the bold words. Do you know what strong means here? He pointed to the skull goblet in front of the armored warrior, that is Overlord. In the universe he once belonged to, he proved his path through strength, capable of shattering a galaxy with a single punch. He ordered a glass of Tears of the Emperor, and after drinking it, the law of strength in his universe collapsed. Now, he can't even lift. Can't even manage their own wineglass. He pointed to the crystal man again. That's the prophet. His civilization can deduce the future and see through causality. He ordered a glass of River of Forgetfulness, and now he doesn't even remember his own name. As for me, the old man chuckled self-deprecatingly, I'm called Old K, a bastard who loves colonizing everywhere. I ordered a glass of dust of the homeland, and then, my home planet, along with all my colonies, was erased from the traces of existence in the river of time. Every glass of wine here comes with a price. The more you desire something, the more precious a thing you must give up in exchange. Old K's gaze turned as deep as an abyss. Young lady, tell me, what do you want to offer in exchange for those 2 glasses of strongest wine? The entire tavern's attention was focused on Sun Mengyao. They wanted to see how this newcomer, an audacious girl unaware of the world's depths, would respond. Sun Mengyao did not answer immediately. She simply extended her finger and lightly drew a circle on the cold bar counter. We're not here to drink. Her voice remained calm, without a trace of fluctuation. We're here to take an order. Order? Old K was momentarily stunned, then burst into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. Order? Here? Miss, are you mistaken about something? This is a graveyard, a garbage dump, not some mission hall. Sun Mengyao ignored his ridicule. Her gaze remained fixed on the 6-armed bartender. A guest called Storyteller ordered a dish. As soon as the word Storyteller was spoken, the air in the entire tavern seemed to be instantly sucked out. Old K's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and the expression on his face froze. The rusty mechanical being emitted a misaligned clack-clack sound from the gears inside its body. For the first time, a ripple appeared in the hollow gaze of the crystal man. Even the armored warrior, whose soul fire was about to extinguish, had the flame under his helmet suddenly flicker. Behind the bar, the 6-armed bartender, who had remained silent all along, simultaneously stopped all movements with his 6 arms. On his blank mask, it seemed as though a pair of eyes appeared, eyes filled with shock, doubt, and even fear. Slowly, he set down the glass and cloth in his hands. Then, one of his arms retrieved an ancient menu made from the leather of some creature from beneath the bar. He gently pushed the menu in front of Sun Mengyao. On the menu, there were no dish names, nor names of drinks. There were only lines of twisted text written in fresh blood, recording various goods available for trade. Goods, the ultimate weapon of the truth civilization, causality annihilation canon, blueprint, incomplete. Price, the mathematical axioms of a complete world. Product, the supreme technique of the overlord universe, eternal indestructible body, memory imprint. Price, the entirety of your most glorious victories memories. Product, the legacy of the prophet civilization, time observer, damaged. Price, all your hopes for the future. Every item is enough to drive any god-level civilization mad. And every price is enough to make any intelligent being pay an unbearable cost. This is no menu, it is clearly a series of desperate contracts signed with the devil. Tell me the name of your dish. The bartender spoke. His voice, like countless voices from different races overlapping, sounded unusually eerie and hoarse. Sun Mengyao's gaze swept across the chilling menu and finally landed on the bartender's blank mask. Word by word, she clearly said, "The first blood of the angler." Boom! An invisible shockwave, originating from the conceptual level, erupted thunderously with the bar counter as its center. Old K was jolted by the impact and fell straight off his chair, his face full of horror. All the bottles and jars in the tavern shook violently, and the stars and souls trapped within them emitted silent screams. The six-armed bartender's body began to tremble violently. On his blank mask, fine cracks appeared, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming, all-defiling madness contained within the name of the dish. You. The bartender's voice, for the first time, carried intense emotional fluctuations. Do you know what you're saying? We know. Sun Mengyao's response remained calm. The bartender fell silent. The entire tavern fell into an even deeper silence than before. After a long time, his trembling body slowly calmed down. One of his hands gently brushed through the void. The ancient leather menu disappeared. Instead, it was a glass of wine. A glass served in an ordinary glass cup, appearing as clear as water, yet seemingly containing the entire universe of stars. The bartender pushed the glass of wine in front of Sun Mengyao. This is what you ordered, the strongest drink. His voice returned to its previous hoarseness and eeriness. Its name is Hope. Drink it, and you will be able to see the recipe for making that dish, as well as the clue to the first ingredient it requires. Lei Zhou's eyes lit up, and he was just about to reach out to take it. But, the bartender's voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, its price is also quite intense. What price? Lei Zhou asked. The bartender's blank mask turned toward Sun Mengyao and said, word by word, the price I want is Lin Feng, all memories about you. The bartender's blank mask, like a mirror reflecting the human heart, clearly revealed Lei Zhou's sudden burst of anger and Sun Mengyao's deep, tranquil calm. Lin Feng, all memories about you. These 12 words contained no power of any law, yet they were even more terrifying than the previous conceptual impact. They were like an invisible, poison-coated ice needle, piercing precisely into the deepest part of Sun Mengyao's soul. Lei Zhou's newly ignited fighting spirit was instantly extinguished by a piercing chill, replaced by overwhelming fury. What the hell are you talking about? He took a step forward, his massive figure shielding Sun Mengyao behind him. The unerring battle axe in his hand let out a resentful hum, and the violent divine power made the air in the tavern thick and oppressive. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the six-armed bartender. Her memory is her life. If you want her life, I'll take yours first. To hell with your orders, we're not taking them. To hell with this tavern, I'll tear it down today. The raging battle intent was almost tangible, swirling into a storm around Lei Zhou. However, everything in the tavern, from the bar counter to the tables and chairs, and even the numb patrons, remained completely still. It was as if Lei Zhou's fury was nothing more than a powerless wind blowing past a cluster of tombstones. The bartender behind the counter maintained the same posture, the blank mask facing Lei Zhou, as if looking at a child throwing a tantrum. Old K in the corner got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and that mocking smile returned to his face. Only this time, the smile carried a hint of cruel amusement, as if enjoying the show. Young man, don't get worked up. Making a move in the graveyard isn't exactly a wise choice. The bartender isn't negotiating with you, he's merely stating the price. Price? Lei Zhou laughed in anger. There's no such price under the heavens. My memories for you, my divinity for you, my axe for you. Don't touch her. Your memories are worthless. The bartender finally spoke, his voice still that eerie overlapping tone, devoid of any emotion. Your divinity has long since decayed. Your axe is nothing but mortal iron. Here, the only things of value are those that can make the story more exciting. His mask slowly turned toward Sun Mengyao. A woman who, in search of her missing lover, is willing to step into the abyss. When she finally finds a glimmer of hope, she is asked to trade all her memories of that lover in exchange. What will she choose? To abandon hope and let her memories rot, or erase the past and gamble on an illusory future? The bartender's 6 arms slowly spread open, as if embracing a spectacular drama about to unfold. This is the beginning of a good story, isn't it? Your anger, your loyalty, are nothing more than insignificant embellishments in this tale. These words were more hurtful than any attack. They reduced Lei Zhou's desperate defense to mere theatrical decoration and turned Sun Mengyao's heart-wrenching dilemma into a performance for amusement. Lei Zhou trembled with rage, his divine power pushed to the limit, but he was horrified to discover that he was bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. This force did not come from the bartender, but from the entire tavern. This place itself is a massive cage built from the despair of countless failures. Just as Lei Zhou was about to explode due to the backlash of divine power, a cold hand gently pressed on his arm. It was Sun Mengyao. She stepped out from behind Lei Zhou, returning to stand in front of the bar. The eternal frost on her face showed no sign of wavering. She looked at the bartender, and also at that glass of hope, clear as the starry sky. Why? She asked. The question made both the bartender and Old K pause for a moment. Why is it specifically his memory? Sun Mengyao's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force. Is it because the storyteller likes the script, or because you're afraid? Afraid? For the first time, a trace of something akin to confusion appeared in the bartender's overlapping voice. Yes, afraid. Sun Mengyao's gaze sharpened, as if trying to pierce through that blank mask and see the essence behind it. What you're afraid of isn't me, nor the storyteller behind us. What you're afraid of is the name Lin Feng itself. You're afraid of something contained within this memory, something that even you, even this graveyard, cannot understand or control. That's why you don't dare let me carry this memory to execute that insane order. You want to strip this variable away from me in advance. Sun Mengyao's words, like a scalpel, precisely dissected the bartender's guise of seemingly fair trade. The air in the tavern instantly froze. The smile on Old K's face completely vanished. He stared intently at Sun Mengyao, as if meeting this new fish for the first time. The mechanical being made entirely of gears emitted a piercing grinding sound from within its body, as if its internal logic units were clashing due to this conversation. The bartender remained silent. Under that blank mask, it seemed as though countless thoughts were colliding fiercely. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Your guess is very interesting. But the price will not change. Really? Sun Mengyao's lips curved into a faint arc. It was not a smile, but a kind of almost cruel determination. She reached out her hand, not to take the glass of wine, but toward her own temple. What you want is all the memories about him. All right, I'll give them to you. What? Lei Zhou was shocked and horrified. He struggled frantically but couldn't break free from the invisible restraint, only able to watch Sun Mengyao's actions helplessly. Mengyao! No! Sun Mengyao ignored Lei Zhou's roar. At her fingertips, a faint glow appeared. It was the fire of her divine soul, and she was attempting to imprint the deepest, most precious part of her soul, to personally strip it away. It was a torment more painful than death. Her complexion instantly turned pale, her body trembled slightly from the agony, yet her gaze remained terrifyingly resolute. Just as she was about to act upon herself, she spoke again. Her voice, tinged with hoarseness from the pain, was clear and precise, like a thunderclap, exploding deep within the soul of every presence in the tavern. But you need to think it through. This memory is the path that brought me here, the shield I used to face despair, the blade I wield against the gods. It is not my possession, it is me itself. If you take it away, you take away all possibilities for me to fulfill the order. What you will get is nothing but a soulless, hollow shell, a piece of junk that doesn't even have the right to tell you a story. So, now it's your turn to choose. Sun Meng spoke each word slowly, using all her strength to ask the question that pierced the soul. Do you want an exciting story, or a safe ending that is bound to disappoint you? Silence. A deathly silence. In the tavern, all the self-proclaimed failures who believed they had seen through everything and whose hearts had long turned to ashes, were now staring at the woman standing at the bar, who used her soul as a wager to turn the tables, with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. This multiple-choice question was even more malicious and more directly aimed at the core than the one the bartender had just posed to Sun Mengyao. The bartender's 6 arms uncontrollably curled up. On his blank mask, the crack that had just appeared widened further with a crack. Time, in the desolate tavern, is a meaningless unit of measurement. But for Lei Zhou, every second of Sun Mengyao's confrontation with the bartender felt as long as the birth and death of an era. He could sense that Sun Mengyao's life force was fading at a terrifying speed. Actively stripping away the soul imprint was tantamount to the most thorough form of suicide. The redness in his eyes grew deeper and deeper, and the invisible force binding him began to emit groans of unbearable strain. The divine king essence within him was burning furiously in an unprecedented manner. He would rather shatter his divine core than remain trapped in this damned cage. Just as Lei Zhou was about to self-destruct, the bartender finally moved. One of his arms shot out like lightning, pressing down on Sun Mengyao's hand that had stopped beside her temple and had almost turned transparent. The cold touch caused Sun Mengyao's trembling body to pause slightly. Enough! The bartender's voice was no longer that eerie overlapping tone but had turned into a clear, slightly weary baritone. It seemed as though the clash of wills earlier had drained him significantly. You won. He slowly moved Sun Mengyao's hand away from her temple. Your story is indeed far more thrilling than I had anticipated. To see the ending, I am willing to take this risk. As the words fell, Lei Zhou felt the binding force on his body recede like a tide. He staggered, almost falling to the ground, gasping heavily, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Sun Mengyao also let out a sigh of relief. The excruciating pain that pierced to the bone gradually subsided, but the weakness caused by the separation of her soul made her vision blur, and she could barely stand. Lei Zhou quickly stepped forward to support her, looking at her pale face, his heart aching beyond measure, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The bartender pushed the glass of wine named Hope back in front of Sun Mengyao. Drink it. His voice regained that eerie sense of multiple layers overlapping. This is the reward you earned, and also the signpost leading you down that path of no return. Sun Mengyao did not hesitate. She took the glass of clear liquor and drank it in one gulp. The liquid went down her throat without spiciness, sweetness, or any taste at all. But the moment it entered her body, an indescribable torrent of information erupted with a roar. Sun Mengyao's eyes no longer saw the dimly lit tavern. She saw an endless sea of stars, one brilliant civilization after another rising like fireworks, only to be gently extinguished in an instant by an invisible giant hand. She saw a giant engulfed in golden flames, roaring as he shattered a black hole with a single punch, yet in the next moment, his existence was erased by an annihility law descending from the void. That was the past of the Overlord. She saw a world composed entirely of pure data, countless intelligent beings swimming in an ocean of logic. They deduced the ultimate formula of the universe. But just before uploading it to a higher dimension, the information of the entire world was altered into gibberish. That was the lament of the prophet. She saw Old K, saw how his vast interstellar empire vanished overnight from all timelines, as if it had never existed. Countless failures, countless despair, countless unwilling roars, like billions of tons of seawater, fiercely pressing against her consciousness. Any deity, under such a terrifying impact of negative information, would instantly have their spiritual resolve collapse and become a walking corpse. But Sun Mengyao's will was like a reef that would never be submerged. In her heart, there was only one thought, exceptionally clear. Lin Feng. This name is her anchor, her guiding star. As long as this name exists, she will not lose herself in this sea of despair. When the impact of the information torrent reached its peak, all the images transformed into an ancient, blood-scented recipe. Dish name, the first blood of the angler. Main ingredients, the unyielding echo of the Overlord, the tears of forgetfulness of the prophet, the soil of homeland of Old K. Auxiliary ingredients, the heart of a dying universe, the blade of betrayal that once slew the creator, the final scream of a collapsing timeline. Cooking method, using the fire of rebellion of billions of beings as the furnace, the causal cannon as the pot, all main and auxiliary ingredients are thrown in and simmered for 7 chaotic epochs. Finally, with a strike imbued with the concept of finality, it is presented on the table. This recipe, every single word, exudes sheer madness. What it requires is not ingredients at all, but one civilization after another, leaving behind their deepest obsessions and relics before their destruction. And when Sun Mengyao's consciousness broke free from that terrifying recipe, the clue to the first main ingredient clearly emerged in her mind. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the armored warrior sitting in the corner like a statue. Overlord. Sun Mengyao softly uttered this name. The hollow helmet of the armored warrior moved slightly, and the soul fire that was about to extinguish seemed to sense something. The first main ingredient of the recipe is your unyielding echo, Sun Mengyao stated calmly. This sentence made the atmosphere in the tavern, which had just calmed down, tense once again. Old K's expression changed slightly, and a trace of pity appeared in his gaze toward Overlord. Young lady, I advise you to give up. He spoke hoarsely, unyielding echo, that was the last punch Overlord threw in his final battle against the Angler. That punch was the culmination of his entire civilization, all its strength, all its will. Although it didn't harm the Angler in the slightest, it left an indelible mark on Overlord's soul. This brand is the only proof that the Overlord ever existed. It is also his final dignity. Forcing him to give this up is more cruel than killing him. Lei Zhou also frowned. Though he was reckless, as a fellow warrior, he could understand that feeling. Forcing him to hand over his battle axe would be more painful than death. Sun Mengyao ignored Old K's persuasion. She supported herself on the bar counter and, step by step, walked up to the Overlord. She did not look down from above but slightly bent forward, gazing at the faint soul fire flickering within the helmet. I'm not here to take. Her voice was very soft, yet carried a peculiar strength. I'm here to give you a choice. Your universe has already been destroyed. Your people have perished. The power you once prided yourself on has also vanished into thin air. Guarding this echo in this tomb, what else can you do? Relive the bitterness and despair of the past day after day? That echo is not your badge of honor, it is your shackle. It locks you in the past, in the moment of failure. Sun Mengyao's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Now, there is an opportunity. A chance for your unyielding spirit to roar once again. A chance for the punch you throw at the gods to truly hit its mark. Leave it to me. I can't guarantee victory, I can't even guarantee that we'll survive until the end. But I can promise you. Sun Menyao's eyes burned with a cold flame. When that dish is served on the table, your unyielding spirit will be the spiciest, most scalding seasoning in it. It will scorch the throats of the despicable ones and make that lofty deity taste, for the first time, the flavor of rebellion from the ants. Are you willing? The entire tavern fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the overlord. His body, as towering and massive as a mountain, remained completely still. But beneath that helmet, the faint soul fire, as if it could extinguish at any moment, began to blaze fiercely, wildly, ignited by Sun Menyao's words. That soul fire was no longer a flickering light like a candle in the wind. It suddenly expanded, transforming into a golden blazing sun, bursting forth from the hollow eye sockets of the overlord's helmet, bathing the entire dim tavern in a layer of magnificent and tragic gold. Roar! A silent roar, yet one that seemed capable of shattering the universe, exploded in the depths of everyone's soul. A pure and extremely condensed concept of force erupted violently with the overlord at its center. This is neither energy nor law, but the most primitive, most unreasonable, and pure power itself. The tables and chairs in the tavern were instantly reduced to dust under the sweep of force. The bartender behind the counter crossed his 6 arms in front of him, while the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, clearly enduring immense pressure. Old K and the Crystal Man were directly blown away by this momentum, crashing into the wall in a sorry state. Only Lei Zhou advanced instead of retreating amidst the storm. He let out an excited roar, his muscles bulging, the divine power of the god of war pushed to its limit, forcibly withstanding that seemingly all-crushing force, with battle intent blazing fiercely in his eyes. Good. Good. Now that's what a real man looks like. The overlord slowly stood up from the chair he had sat on for countless eras. At that moment, his figure seemed to regain the majestic stance of his prime, towering and indomitable. He did not speak, merely raised a hand wrapped in tattered armor, and slowly aimed a punch at Sun Mengyao. This punch was very slow. So slow that even an ordinary person could clearly see its trajectory. Yet this punch sealed off all the space, all the laws, and all the time around Sun Mengyao. In the face of this punch, there was no dodging, no blocking, no resistance. Only endurance. It was as if the weight of the entire universe had condensed into this punch, pressing fiercely towards Sun Mengyao, the woman who dared to awaken his dormant will. Mengyao! Lei Zhou's eyes were filled with rage. He wanted to rush forward, but found himself separated from the overlord by an insurmountable barrier made of pure force. Sun Mengyao stood at the center of the storm, her clothes fluttering wildly. She felt not the slightest trace of fear. Facing the earth-shattering punch, she neither dodged nor evaded, but slowly closed her eyes. Her consciousness did not construct any defense but instead sank into the torrent of information brought by the wine of hope. She once again saw the scene of the overlord's final battle. She saw behind him, the universe heading towards destruction. She saw his people turning to dust amidst their wails. She saw in his eyes, the unyielding fury capable of burning the starry seas. The next second, Sun Mengyao suddenly opened her eyes. In her pupils, what was reflected was no longer the earth-shattering punch of the overlord, but, behind him, the countless unwilling souls that had already passed away. She did not attempt to resist that force. Instead, she used her will to weave the roars of those souls, the final lament of that universe, into an invisible shield. Your unyielding spirit is not for yourself. Sun Mengyao's voice clearly transmitted into the soul fire of the overlord. It is for them. Boom! The overlord's fist stopped just an inch away from Sun Mengyao's forehead. The overwhelming force capable of crushing everything, like a torrent blocked by a dam, came to an abrupt halt before her. The gust from the punch blew her long hair, yet it could not advance even an inch further. Because the one stopping his fist was not Sun Mengyao's strength, but himself, and the original meaning behind throwing this punch. The overlord's eyes, burning with golden flames, stared fixedly at Sun Mengyao. For a long time, the flame that could burn the heavens slowly extinguished, returning to that weak, flickering spark. He withdrew his fist, his massive body trembling slightly. You saw it. A hoarse and heavy voice, like countless mountains collapsing simultaneously, emerged from beneath the tattered armor. This was the first time in countless eras that he spoke. I saw it. Sun Mengyao nodded. I saw a warrior, the final glory. The overlord remained silent. He slowly raised his other hand, that hand trembling as it reached toward the eye socket of his helmet. He seemed to want to personally dig out that ball of soul fire. But this action seemed more painful to him than enduring the destruction of the universe. His body trembled violently, letting out groans of unbearable strain. I'll help you. Sun Mengyao reached out her hand and gently placed it on the back of the overlord's hand. In her palm, a gentle yet power imbued with the concept of nothingness emanated. This power did not seize her force, but rather acted as a gentle guide, helping the overlord face that pain and let go. Roar! The overlord let out another painful roar. This time, the roar carried less resentment and more relief. Within the soul fire, a strand of the most brilliant and condensed light, resembling black lightning, was slowly stripped away. That light was the unyielding echo. As it appeared, the entire tavern's rules were distorted by it. It was as if within this tiny glow resided a mad universe daring to throw punches at the gods. The moment this echo was completely stripped away, the Overlord's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The armor that had supported him for countless epochs shattered with a clatter, scattering into fragments across the ground. And the soul fire that had lost its echo shrank to the size of a grain of rice, so faint it seemed it could extinguish at any moment. It drifted gently onto the pile of armor fragments, falling silent forevermore. The Overlord, in the manner of a warrior, answered Sun Mengyau's question. He gave his all, and then chose to rest in peace. Sun Mengyao extended her hand, and the black unyielding echo obediently fell into her palm. A surge of scorching, battle-filled information instantly flooded her mind. She seemed to have personally experienced the Overlord's final punch, feeling that ultimate tragic grandeur and madness of knowing death was certain, yet still throwing a fist toward the heavens. Her will, under the wash of this battle intent, became even more resilient, even sharper. The tavern was deathly silent. Old K looked at the pile of shattered armor on the ground, his gaze complex. He had mocked the Overlord for countless eras, but at this moment, a trace of respect surged in his heart. Lei Zhuya remained silent. He walked to the pile of fragments and silently performed an ancient military salute belonging to warriors. Behind the bar, the bartender took in everything, observing it all. The crack on his blank mask seemed to deepen further. "You've obtained the first piece of main material." His voice broke the silence. "As part of the deal, I'll give you an additional piece of information. The causality annihilation cannon on the recipe, its core component is on the Prophet. It's a chip capable of calculating fate. Of course, the price is that it makes him completely forget who he is." Sun Mengyao's gaze shifted to the crystal figure, who was still staring blankly at the wineglass. Meanwhile, the bartender's voice continued. "However, meals must be eaten one bite at a time. Your immediate priority is to find the first ingredient on the recipe. A heart of a dying universe." One of his arms pointed to the tavern's shabby wooden door. Outside the door lies the End's graveyard. There, countless remnants of universes, discarded and left to die by the anglers after they grew bored, float aimlessly. "Go there, find one that's still beating, and bring it back." The bartender's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. "Just a friendly reminder, around those cosmic wreckages lurks a creature that feeds on spacetime disarray. Good luck, and try not to lose yourselves while searching for the heart." Sun Mengyao put away that unyielding echo, turned around, and headed towards the door. Lei Zhou hoisted his battle axe and followed without hesitation. When their hands were about to touch the doorknob, a hoarse voice from behind stopped them. It was Old K. "Hey, little girl." Sun Mengyao turned around. Old K raised the wineglass in his hand. That murky dust of the homeland had already been drained by him. He grinned, revealing an ugly smile. If you really make it to the end, remember, for me, add an extra pinch of soil." Sun Mengyao did not look back. She simply pushed open the worn wooden door calmly. Lei Zhou followed closely behind, carrying a battle axe, like a dutiful guardian deity. The scene outside left this war god, who had fought all his life, completely stunned in place. No earth, no sky, only an endless, deathly silent darkness. In this darkness, countless massive and silent corpses floated. Those are the corpses of the universe. Some resemble a massive black hole slowly collapsing, devouring all surrounding light, leaving only a pure outline symbolizing nothingness. Some are unimaginably vast dim nebulae, where the stars have long since extinguished, leaving only cold dust and gas, like a skeleton desiccated for billions of years, silently narrating its former glory in the void. Farther away, a universe composed of countless crystal structures is silently shattering. Enormous crystal fragments peel away, each fragment once bearing a brilliant civilization, now reflecting only the cold light of despair. Here is the graveyard of the end. It is the graveyard of toys, casually discarded after the angler grew bored of playing with them. A chill originating from the depths of his soul climbed up Lei Zhou's spine. He had witnessed the destruction of worlds and personally ended the realms of gods, but this was the first time he had seen such a grand and despairing display of death laid out before him. This damned place. Lei Zhou's voice was somewhat dry. "How many worlds has that bastard angler played to death?" Sun Mengyao did not answer. Her gaze, like the most precise detector, swept across the sea of death. The torrent of information brought by the wine of hope allowed her to understand the essence of this place more intuitively than Lei Zhou. She could see that around every piece of cosmic wreckage, there lingered a dense law called termination. These laws were so heavy that even time itself became viscous and chaotic here. At that moment, Lei Zhou suddenly felt that something was amiss. He suddenly turned his head and looked at his right foot that had just stepped forward. There was nothing. He lowered his head and looked at his body. His right foot was still perfectly attached to his leg. But the perception in his mind clearly told him that his right foot had disappeared in that instant. It wasn't cut off, nor was it devoured. It simply vanished from the concept of existence for a fleeting moment, and then returned. "What's going on?" Lei Zhou shook his head, thinking it was just his imagination. Sun Mengyao's expression instantly turned serious. "They're here." "What things?" Lei Zhou gripped his battle axe tightly, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The surroundings remained utterly silent, with no signs of any enemies appearing. "Be careful of your past," Sun Mengyao reminded. As soon as the words were spoken, Lei Zhou suddenly let out an angry roar. He swung his axe fiercely, slashing toward his back. The violent divine power tore through the void, but struck nothing. "Unbelievable!" Lei Zhou roared, his face filled with confusion and irritation. "I clearly felt just now that someone struck me in the back with an axe. And they even used my own technique." Sun Mengyao's gaze became incredibly sharp. She finally saw it. Behind Lei Zhou, a nearly completely transparent shadow, swaying like ripples of water, was slowly retreating. That thing had no fixed form, it was like a living time-space paradox. It hadn't attacked Lei Zhou earlier, but rather stolen. It had stolen that axe-swinging action Lei Zhou might perform at some point in the future, and then forcibly inserted the result of that action being struck by the axe onto the present Lei Zhou. This is what the bartender described as monsters that feed on space-time disorder. They don't eat flesh, they don't eat souls, they feed on causality. On the left, Sun Mengyao shouted sharply. Lei Zhou didn't hesitate and swung his axe as he turned. However, something strange happened again. His axe, halfway through the swing, suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but the memory in his mind about the action of swinging the axe had been inexplicably erased. He forgot what he was supposed to do next. In that split-second pause, the transparent shadow, like a gust of wind, instantly closed in on him. Lei Zhou only felt that a part of his memory had been forcibly taken away. That was the first time he defeated the memory of his father in the training grounds of Asgard. That memory was the starting point of his glory as the god of war. Although the memory quickly returned, the feeling of having his most precious possession wantonly toyed with completely ignited Lei Zhou's fury. Looking for death, Lei Zhou went into a complete rampage. He no longer cared about those bizarre attacks and instead unleashed his divine power without reservation, forming a violent golden thunder zone. "I don't care what you are. In the face of absolute power, everything is meaningless." He attempted to use the purest violence to destroy everything in this area. However, his actions played right into the hands of those monsters. A god king unleashing his power without reservation was, in their eyes, akin to a whale rolling in the ocean, stirring up towering waves. Countless transparent shadows were drawn from all directions by this massive causal fluctuation, like sharks smelling blood, madly rushing toward Lei Zhou. Lei Zhou instantly felt like he was trapped in a quagmire. He threw a punch, but his fist landed on his own face. He wanted to charge forward, but his body uncontrollably flew backward. He even saw the battle axe in his hand suddenly turn its blade towards his own neck. Damn! Lei Zhou was so startled that he quickly let go, and the battle axe spun in the air before returning to his hand. He was on the verge of losing his mind. In his lifetime, he had fought countless battles and faced countless enemies. Even when confronted with the mockery of the angler, he had never felt so aggrieved. These monsters weren't fighting him at all, they were merely altering the process of combat. They are manipulating the rules. Sun Mengyao watched Lei Zhou, who was caught in a fierce battle, her gaze icy cold. She did not act rashly. Her consciousness sank into the unyielding echo of the Overlord. That pure and utterly unreasonable concept of force gave her a completely new perspective. To deal with unreasonable enemies, one must use an even more unreasonable approach. Lei Zhou. Sun Mengyao's voice, like a cold command, echoed in Lei Zhou's chaotic mind. Withdraw all your power. What? Lei Zhou shouted while awkwardly dodging his inexplicable attacks. If I withdraw my power, won't I just become a target? Trust me. Sun Mengyao's voice was firm and unquestionable. Forget your moves, forget your divine power, forget that you're a warrior. Right now, you're just a rock. A stinky, hard rock with no story at all. Although Lei Zhou was utterly confused, out of absolute trust in Sun Mengyao, he gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the rampaging divine power within him. He emptied his mind, striving to turn himself into a thoughtless, passless, stubborn stone. A miracle had happened. When the causal fluctuations around Lei Zhou dropped to their lowest point, the transparent shadows attacking him suddenly seemed to lose their target. Their movements became hesitant and chaotic. Some even began to steal from each other. One stole the movement of another, causing itself to crash into a piece of cosmic debris, while the other lost its existence coordinates and vanished into thin air. Useful. Lei Zhou felt a surge of joy in her heart. At that moment, Sun Mengyao moved. Instead of charging toward those monsters, she went in the opposite direction. She concentrated her will into the sharpest blade and fiercely stabbed deep into the heart of that lifeless darkness. A massive and incredibly clear causal fluctuation erupted from her body. Within that fluctuation, it contained all her memories, her longing for Linfeng, and her determination for revenge. She transformed herself into a gigantic beacon, even more dazzling than the divine king star, Lei Zhou. In an instant, all the time-space disarray eaters in the graveyard abandoned Lei Zhou, the tough bone to chew, and instead turned their greedy gaze toward Sun Mengyao, this gluttonous feast. Mengyao, what are you doing? Lei Zhou was shocked. Sun Mengyao did not answer. Her gaze pierced through countless approaching monsters, firmly locked onto the depths of the darkness. There, a dying universe, like a massive heart, was performing its final, faint beat. Countless transparent shadows, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged towards Sun Mengyao from all directions. This deathly silent graveyard seemed to come alive at this moment, and all the predators were completely enraged by this prey who dared to light a beacon in their territory. Lei Zhou watched with bloodshot eyes, wanting to rush forward, but was stopped by Sun Mengyao's gaze. "Stay still. Be a good rock." The icy voice forcibly nailed Lei Zhou's steps to the spot. He could only watch helplessly as Sun Mengyao faced the causal frenzy capable of devouring deities all alone. Sun Mengyao stood motionless in place. Around her body, time and space began to twist violently. Her left arm suddenly turned into a baby's arm, while her right leg instantly aged, transforming into a withered bone. Her childhood and old age were forcibly superimposed onto the present at this moment. Immediately after, countless visions of futures appeared before her eyes. There was a future where she was torn to pieces by monsters, a future where she successfully obtained the heart but got lost in the graveyard, and even a future where she completed the order only to discover that Lin Feng was long gone, the most despairing future of all. These monsters, before devouring her karma, must first crush her will in the most brutal way. However, they picked the wrong target. Sun Mengyao's will had long been tempered through countless cycles of despair and hope, becoming more indestructible than the hardest substance in the universe. Her heart was like an ancient, unmelting ice well, where no illusion could stir even the slightest ripple. "Is that all?" The corners of Sun Mengyao's mouth curved into a cold smile. Her consciousness ignored those illusions and completely immersed itself in the unyielding echo within her palm. "Tyrant," she called softly, "lend me your punch." In the next second, a concept of pure and ultimate force erupted from her body with a thunderous roar. This was not divine power, not a law, but the most primitive, most unreasonable, absolute strength. Behind Sun Mengyao, a towering, golden glowing, indistinct figure slowly emerged. That was the figure of the Overlord. It was his unyielding will, echoing once again across the ages in this desolate graveyard of despair. Sun Mengyao slowly raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Following her movement, the golden phantom of the Overlord also clenched its fist. At this moment, Sun Mengyao seemed to merge into one with that warrior who once dared to punch the gods. She felt everything the Overlord experienced in that final battle. His anger, his unwillingness, the universe behind him heading towards destruction, and the determination in his heart to protect everything. "My strength is not for destruction." A heavy voice echoed deep within Sun Mengyao's soul. "It is for protection." Sun Mengyao's gaze instantly became incomparably clear. She looked at the monsters formed by chaotic causality rushing toward her and slowly threw a punch. This punch was very slow. So slow that it seemed to be motionless. This punch carried no earth-shattering momentum. It didn't even stir a trace of energy fluctuation. However, at the moment this punch was thrown, the entire end cemetery came to a standstill. Those collapsing black holes stopped devouring. Those shattering crystal universes ceased breaking apart. Those sticky and chaotic moments were forcibly stretched into a straight line at this moment. All the temporal disarray devourers rushing toward Sun Mengyao froze mid-air, as if the pause button had been pressed on their images. Their transparent bodies, for the first time, revealed clear outlines. Inside their bodies, it was no longer chaotic causality, but fear. Pure, instinctive fear stemming from the essence of life. Because, within this seemingly ordinary punch, they felt a kind of truth, one they could not comprehend, steal, or distort. The simplest, most fundamental truth. In the face of absolute will to protect, all nothingness shall be shattered. The tyrant's fist is a fist of protection. What it protects is everything behind it. Therefore, every enemy in front of it must be crushed. There is no process, only the result. Bang! A faint sound, like a soap bubble, gently popped. The monster closest to Sun Mengyao developed a subtle crack right in the center of its body. Immediately afterward, the crack spread across its entire body like a spider web. Finally, it silently transformed into a pure, informationless void and completely vanished. 1, 10, 100, 1000. All the monsters standing between Sun Mengyao and the heart of the universe fell like dominoes, one after another, silently, into oblivion. Their proud ability to manipulate causality crumbled before the reason of this punch, like a child's trick, utterly powerless. In the distance, Lei Zhou was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, completely unaware that saliva was dripping out. He couldn't feel the power of that punch, nor could he understand its mystery. He only knew that Sun Mengyao, with just one punch, had cleared out the monstrous army that was enough to leave even him, a god king, in chaos. What kind of punch is this? Lei Zhou muttered to himself, how is it even more unreasonable than my axe? Sun Mengyao paid no attention to Lei Zhou's shock. She withdrew her fist, and the overwhelming concept of force receded like a tide. The phantom of the Overlord behind her also slowly dissipated. Her complexion turned somewhat pale. This punch had nearly drained half of the power within the unyielding echo. But the effect is remarkable. She stepped forward, walking step by step toward the faintly pulsating heart of the universe. No monster dared to step forward and block her way anymore. From afar, they trembled in fear, watching this woman exuding an aura of overlord, as if gazing upon a demon god returned from hell. The heart of the universe floated in the center of a nebula heading toward heat death. It resembled a massive diamond, compressed from the remains of countless stars, and with every beat, it emitted a dense aura of death. This was the final lament of a universe. Sun Mengyao reached out her hand and gently placed it on that heart. Cold to the touch. An indescribable, heavy information surged into her mind through her arm. It was a universe, the complete memory from its birth to its destruction. The burning of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, the wars of gods, and the endless despair ultimately snuffed out casually by that angler. Sun Mengyao's body trembled slightly. The weight of this information was far heavier than she had imagined. Just as she was about to put away this heart, suddenly, a mutation occurred. In the depths of that desolate nebula, a will more immense and terrifying than all the feasts of temporal disarray combined slowly awakens. That will is not a physical entity but a pure concept. A living concept of forgetting. It is the scavenger of this graveyard, responsible for completely erasing those dead universes, along with all their stories, into nothingness. Sun Mengyao's actions disrupted its feeding. Outsider. A grand, genderless voice, seemingly composed of countless dying murmurs of the universe, echoed in Sun Mengyao's soul. Let go of the memory that does not belong to you. Or, forgotten together by memory. As this voice sounded, Sun Mengyao was horrified to discover that the memories of Lin Feng in her mind were fading. Lin Feng's face began to blur. The words he once said to himself began to feel distant. That unforgettable feeling was being replaced by a cold emptiness. This ultimate monster, what it wanted to consume was not Sun Mengyao's karma, nor her life. What it wanted to consume was the entire meaning of her existence. It was an experience more terrifying than death. It was as if someone was holding an eraser, forcefully wiping away the image of the person more important to you than life itself, from the deepest canvas of your soul. Sun Mengyao's body, for the first time, began to tremble uncontrollably. Not out of fear, but because of anger. A rage so extreme that it could completely ignite the entire cemetery of the end. Get lost. A cold and piercing word burst out from between her teeth. She did not defend against the force of forgetting, but instead made a move that even the Grand Will was stunned by. She actively condensed all her memories, emotions, and longing for Lin Feng into the sharpest, most radiant sword made purely of spirit. Then, she gripped the sword tightly and fiercely slashed it towards her own soul. She wanted to completely strip this memory from her soul. Isn't this what you want? I'll give it to you. In Sun Mengyao's eyes, a gleam of madness sparkled. But can you handle it? This sword strike severed her past. Yet this sword strike carved out her future. The Grand Will of Forgetting was completely stunned. It had never encountered such a crazy life form. In its understanding, memory is the most precious treasure of life, the cornerstone of existence. It devours memories just as lions devour antelopes. It is the instinct of a predator. It never thought that one day, the prey would voluntarily turn its most succulent flesh and blood into a sharp blade, hand it to its mouth, and ask if it dared to eat. To eat, or not to eat? If it eats, it will gain an unprecedented, delicious memory. But at the same time, it will also bear the obsession contained within that memory, an unreasonable force powerful enough to overturn everything. That obsession is called Lin Feng. It is enough to lead a mortal onto the path of slaying gods. It is enough to make a woman, in the graveyard of despair, raise her sword against the ultimate sweeper of the universe. This concept of remnant thought is the natural nemesis of forgetting. At the moment when the will of forgetting hesitated, the sword of memory wielded by Sun Mengyao had already pierced through the endless void and fiercely stabbed into its conceptual core. Ah! A colossal, indescribable scream of agony echoed throughout the entire graveyard. The will of forgetting, like a beast scalded by a branding iron, began to thrash about madly. Its conceptual core was pierced by the sword of memory. It could neither devour the sword nor expel it. It tried to erase the sword with forgetting, only to find that the more it forgot, the clearer and more radiant the obsession on the sword became. Because it forgot the shape of the sword, but could not forget the name Lin Feng. It forgot the origin of the sword, but could not forget the profound longing. A paradox, at its core, took shape. Forgetfulness and remembrance, these two absolutely opposing concepts, waged a most primal and bloody war within it. In the end, with an unwilling wail of sorrow, the grand will of forgetfulness collapsed with a thunderous crash. It transformed into countless strands of the purest essence of nothingness, dissipating into this dark graveyard. Sun Mengyao let out a muffled groan, her face pale as paper. The sword of memory slowly flew back and merged once again into her soul. Although she ultimately achieved victory, the act of wielding the most precious part of her soul as a weapon caused immense strain on herself. She forced herself to endure and placed the cold heart of the universe into her storage space. After finishing all this, she could no longer hold on, her body softened, and she fell backward. A pair of strong arms caught her just in time. It was Lei Zhou. Well done. Lei Zhou looked at the weak Sun Mengyao in his arms, and for the first time, the voice of this rugged war god carried a trace of genuine admiration. Although he couldn't understand what had just happened, he could feel that Sun Mengyao had won a battle far more perilous and greater than any war he had ever experienced. Sun Mengyao said nothing, merely leaning against his arm, silently regaining her composure. However, new troubles followed one after another. With the collapse of the Will of Oblivion, the laws of this area fell into unprecedented chaos. The path they came on had completely disappeared. The surrounding cosmic debris began to move rapidly like ghostly shadows, shifting positions. The entire space was twisting and folding. Oh, Lei Zhou's face turned grim. It seems like we're lost. The bartender's warning came true. They lost themselves. In the desolate tavern, Old K was idly drawing circles with his finger on the dusty table. They've been in there for so long and still haven't come out. They're probably not coming back. He said gleefully, I told you, the graveyard is no good place. Behind the bar, the bartender continued to leisurely wipe his glass, completely ignoring Old K's words. At that moment, the crystal figure, who had been staring blankly at the glass like a statue, suddenly moved slightly. In his hollow, unfocused eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of data flashed. He slowly raised a finger made entirely of pure crystal, pointing to the empty, mottled wall of the tavern. Path. A dry syllable, as if it hadn't been spoken for millions of years, escaped from his mouth. The bartender's motion of wiping the glass came to a halt. His blank mask turned to the crystal man, as if confirming something. The crystal man said nothing more, but that finger remained firmly pointed at the wall. The bartender was silent for a moment. One of his arms swept across the bar counter. A glass of wine appeared in front of the crystal man. A glass filled with the wine of the past. The crystal man looked at the glass of wine, and a trace of struggle emerged in his hollow gaze. In the end, he still picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. The moment he drank the wine, his crystal body, covered in cracks, radiated brilliantly. Countless shattered images of the future flashed rapidly within his body. In the end, all the images froze on a dilapidated wooden door, transitioning from illusion to reality. Almost at the same time, Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou, who were in the graveyard and feeling dizzy from the chaotic spatial turbulence, suddenly noticed a clear starlight-formed path appearing within the chaotic temporal storm before them. That road, winding and twisting, led to an unknown exit emitting a faint glow. There's a path. Lei Zhou's spirits lifted. Sun Mengyao glanced at the road, hesitated not, supported Lei Zhou, and stepped onto it. With one step forward, the stars shifted and the universe turned. When they regained their footing, they were back in the dimly lit tavern filled with a decadent atmosphere. Without a word, Sun Mengyao placed the heart of the universe, still emanating an aura of death, onto the cold bar counter. The bartender silently took the heart and put it away. Then, he placed an empty glass at the other end of the bar counter. Just as Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou were puzzled and confused, the crystal man who had drunk the wine of the past slowly turned his head. His once hollow eyes were now fixed intently on Sun Mengyao. That gaze was no longer empty but filled with emotions so complex they were beyond description. There is shock, confusion, pain, and even a trace of gratitude. A crystal-clear teardrop, seemingly containing countless shattered futures, slowly slid down his smooth crystal cheek. Drip! The teardrop precisely fell into the empty glass cup. The bartender pushed the glass containing a single tear in front of Sun Mengyao. His eerie overlapping voice sounded again. The second main ingredient, the forgotten tear of the prophet. It seems your story made him recall something that shouldn't have been remembered. This is the reward you deserve. And also your next trouble, beginning. In the desolate tavern, the atmosphere became unusually eerie. Sun Mengyao took the glass filled with tears of forgetfulness, the crystal-clear droplets refracting a rainbow of colors under the dim light. Each ray of light seems to carry the final lament of a shattered civilization. The second main material is secured. Her voice was calm as water, yet Lei Zhou could sense the unwavering determination within. This woman, for the man named Lin Feng, truly dares to do anything. The bartender behind the counter stopped all six arms simultaneously. His blank mask slowly turned toward the shadows in the depths of the tavern. Guest, 2 of the ingredients for your dish have already been collected. The bartender's voice carried a hint of respect. I wonder if you are satisfied? A soft laugh came from the shadows. The laugh was very light as a feather gliding across the water's surface. Yet, it was this soft laugh that instantly froze the atmosphere of the entire tavern. The wineglass in Old K's hand fell to the ground with a crack, shattering into pieces. His face turned pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The storyteller? His voice trembled violently. It really is the storyteller. The crystal man's eyes, which had just regained a trace of vitality, became hollow once again. He seemed to want to escape, but his body was as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Even the overlord armor, which had already shattered into pieces on the ground, trembled slightly at the sound of that soft laugh. It was as if even the fallen heroic spirits were fearing something. Lei Zhou gripped the battle axe tightly, unleashing the divine king-level pressure without reservation. But he was horrified to discover that his imposing aura, in the face of that light laugh, was like a candle encountering the sun, instantly suppressed without a trace. Interesting. The voice from the shadows sounded again, truly fascinating. A mortal woman, daring to step into the cemetery of the end in search of her missing lover. What's even more fascinating is that she actually succeeded. As the voice faded, the shadow began to writhe. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Of medium build, plain appearance, dressed in a simple gray robe. If not for those eyes, he would look just like any storyteller commonly seen on the streets. But it was precisely those eyes that made every being present feel a fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Those eyes were as deep as two black holes. As if they could devour all light, all hope, and all meaning of existence. Even more terrifying, deep within those eyes, countless universes can be faintly seen in cycles of birth and destruction. Countless civilizations rise and fall within, countless deities roar and wail within. This is the legendary storyteller. The terrifying entity that uses the entire multiverse as story material and countless deities as characters. Sun Mengyao. The storyteller slowly began to speak, his voice as calm as if narrating an ordinary tale. The reincarnation of Yaoguang, the eldest princess of the Guxiao divine dynasty, and a descendant of the great sage equal to heaven. Because of a man named Lin Feng, she transformed from a pampered princess into a warrior who dared to wield her sword against the gods. The beginning of this story is indeed fascinating. Sun Mengyao stared intently at the storyteller, the tear of forgetfulness in her hand trembling slightly. She could sense the terrifying power contained within this seemingly ordinary man before her. It was a presence that surpassed the limits of her understanding. It seemed as if standing before her was not a single life, but the embodiment of the will of the entire multiverse. Are you the angler? Sun Mengyao's voice remained calm, but Lei Zhou could still sense the tension within it. The storyteller shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Angler? No, you've got it wrong. I'm just a storyteller. I enjoy collecting interesting stories and sharing them with those destined to hear them. As for the angler, a complex emotion flashed in the storyteller's eyes. That is an old friend of mine. An old friend I haven't seen for a very, very long time. Old K listened on the side, feeling deeply uneasy. The storyteller's old friend? The angler who can effortlessly destroy countless universes is actually just the storyteller's friend? Then what kind of terrifying existence must the storyteller himself be? Since you're not the angler, then why did you ask me to make this dish? Sun Mengyao tightly held the two main ingredients in her hands. The angler's first blood. This dish is meant to deal with the angler, right? The storyteller nodded, walked to the bar counter, and signaled the bartender to pour him a drink. Indeed, it's to deal with him. But not to kill him, rather to. The storyteller raised the wine glass and took a light sip. Wake him up. This answer left everyone present stunned. Wake up the fisherman? That being, already powerful enough to toy with the universe at will, still needs to be awakened? You don't understand. The storyteller seemed to notice the crowd's confusion and slowly explained. The angler was once a life with flesh and blood. He has his own family, his own friends, his own dreams. But when his power grew strong enough, he began to lose himself. He forgot why he wanted to become strong, forgot what he wanted to protect. He treated the entire multiverse as his toy, countless lives as his chess pieces. He thought he was enjoying the fun of the game, but in reality, he had already become a slave to the game. The storyteller's voice carried a hint of sadness. I want to use this dish to let him taste true pain, to remind him that he was once an ordinary being who could feel pain, cry, and despair. Only in this way can he rediscover his true self. Sun Mengyao remained silent for a long time after hearing this. If I help you make this dish, can you tell me where Lin Feng is? The storyteller looked at her, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Of course. However, before that, I want to tell you some good news. What good news? The storyteller put down the wine glass, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. The person you're looking for, he's already on his way. What? Sun Mengyao suddenly stood up, an unprecedented light bursting in her eyes. Lin Feng? Where is he? The storyteller did not answer directly but raised his hand and gently made a stroke in the air. A crack appeared in the void. Through the crack, an endless starry sky could be seen. In that starry sky, a figure is flying towards this direction at an incredible speed. Around that figure, space continuously distorts, and the laws of time yield to him. Even more terrifying is that wherever he passes, the previously chaotic laws automatically become orderly. It seems as if the entire universe is celebrating his arrival. This. Lei Zhou's eyes widened. What level of existence is this? He could feel that the aura emanating from that figure was more terrifying than any deity he had ever encountered. No, terrifying was no longer enough to describe it. It was an existence that transcended the concept of deities. Dao Master level. The storyteller said calmly, and not just an ordinary Dao Master. His Dao has already surpassed the scope of understanding of this multiverse. If I'm not mistaken, he must have come here looking for you. Sun Mengyao's body trembled slightly. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. She had been waiting for this moment for far, far too long. How long will it take him to arrive? Very soon. The storyteller glanced at the Void Fisher. At his current speed, no more than an hour. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire tavern suddenly shook violently. It was not an earthquake, but the entire dimension where the lost tavern was located trembled under the pressure of that figure. Cracks were spreading more and more across the blank mask of the bartender. Old K directly collapsed to the ground, without even the strength to stand up. Even the storyteller had a trace of solemnity flash in their eyes. Interesting, truly too interesting. He muttered to himself, a Tao Master-level existence would actually tear through the barriers of the multiverse for a woman. This story is even more thrilling than I imagined. Sun Mengyao could no longer pay attention to the storyteller's sentiments. She stared intently at the void rift, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Feng. She softly called out that name, her voice filled with endless longing and anticipation. At that moment, the void rift suddenly expanded. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire tavern. In the face of this pressure, even the storyteller had to restrain his own aura. Immediately after, a deep and magnetic voice came from the crack. Dream Yao. Just 2 words, yet they shook the entire tavern's rules. Sun Mengyao could no longer control her emotions, tears pouring out like a flood breaking its dam. Lin Feng. She rushed toward the crack, but was gently held back by a soft force. The next second, a figure stepped out from the crack. It was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. With handsome features, an ethereal demeanor, and dressed in white, he seemed like an immortal descending to the mortal world. But what was most striking were his eyes. Deep as the starry sky, calm as an ancient well, yet containing a terrifying power capable of destroying everything. This is Lin Feng, the man whom Sun Mengyao would risk stepping into despair to find. The Tao Master whose existence is legendary across the multiverse. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere in the tavern underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously lifeless space suddenly became full of vitality. The broken tables and chairs automatically restored themselves to their original state. Even the shattered pieces of the Overlord's armor on the ground reassembled into a complete form. This is neither magic nor supernatural power. Rather, his very existence represents perfection and order. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Feng walked up to Sun Mengyao and gently caressed her cheek. His voice was soft, yet every presence in the room could hear it clearly. Sun Mengyao could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms. I thought I would never see you again. She cried like a child, all her strength and composure vanished in this moment. Lin Feng gently patted her back, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. It won't happen, I promised you, no matter where you are, I will find you. Even if it's at the end of the multiverse, even if it's at the end of time. His words carried an undeniable strength. It seemed that as long as he said it, it would definitely come true. The storyteller quietly watched the scene from the side, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Such enviable feelings. He sighed softly. For a woman, he would go so far as to oppose the entire multiverse. Such a story truly deserves to be recorded. Only then did Lin Feng notice the storyteller's presence. He released Sun Mengyao and turned to look at this legendary, terrifying existence. The gazes of the two met in the air, causing the entire tavern's space to distort. This is a gaze between two beings that transcend conventional understanding. Although there was no energy fluctuation, everyone present felt a suffocating sense of oppression. After a long while, Lin Feng spoke. Storyteller. His voice was as calm as water. I heard you want my woman to cook a dish? Lin Feng's calm words were like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, stirring invisible ripples in the desolate tavern. I heard you want my woman to cook a dish? There was no killing intent, no anger, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation in this sentence, as if he were asking about the weather today. However, it was this extreme tranquility that caused the entire dimension of the tavern to become unstable. Behind the bar, the bartender's cracked blank mask shattered completely with a crack, revealing a face composed of countless overlapping terrified expressions. His 6 arms curled uncontrollably, as if trying to hug himself into a ball to resist some fear stemming from the essence of existence. Old K, collapsed on the ground, felt that his long-forgotten past was being forcibly flipped through, scrutinized, and even rewritten by an invisible force. His proud interstellar empire, that glorious yet tragic story, was as fragile as thin paper under Lin Feng's will. Lei Zhou's eyes widened, feeling as though he were standing at the foot of a volcano about to erupt. That restrained yet all-destroying power made even the soul of this god king tremble. Only the storyteller remained standing there. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented expression mixed with curiosity, solemnity, and excitement. He was like a chess player who had spent his entire life studying chess strategies, only to one day discover that the entity sitting across the chessboard was the very creator of the rules. Lin Feng. The storyteller slowly uttered this name. His voice was no longer calm but carried a peculiar rhythm, as if resonating with the laws of the entire multiverse, a variable that should not exist in any story. An author even I cannot fathom. He did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he looked at him with great interest. Your appearance has made this story far more exciting than any version I have ever conceived. I'm very curious, when an author personally steps into the story of the characters he created, how will he choose? Lin Feng's expression did not change in the slightest. He had no interest in discussing stories or authors with the other party. He simply reached out a hand and gently held Sun Menyao's hand. The hand that dared to wield a sword against forgetfulness in the cemetery of the end is now trembling slightly, cold and devoid of any warmth. Lin Feng's palm emanated a gentle yet domineering force, instantly dispelling the weakness and chill deep within Sun Menyao's soul. The memories that had become somewhat blurred due to forced separation were nourished by his power, becoming clear and vivid once more, even more intense than before. Sun Mengyao raised her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. All her unease and fear vanished the moment he held her hand. Your story has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng finally spoke again, his gaze shifting from Sun Menyao's face to the storyteller. Her story will be written by me. The moment the words fell, the entire Lost Tavern began to dissolve. It was not a physical collapse, but a conceptual dissolution. That ancient menu made of some kind of biological leather began to fade, the blood-red characters turning into meaningless symbols, eventually becoming a blank piece of leather. On the wine rack, the bottles imprisoning stars and souls became transparent, and the stars and souls inside, as if granted absolution, transformed into specks of light and dissipated into nothingness. Walls, tables, chairs, bar counter, everything that constructed the concept of this sanctuary for failures was forcibly erased by Lin Feng's will, reverting to the most primal void. This is neither an attack nor destruction, but it is a higher-level definition. Lin Feng used his own Tao to cover and rewrite this independent dimension constructed by the storyteller's story. Stop. For the first time, the storyteller's expression changed. He could accept his story being rewritten, and even be pleased to see more exciting twists. But he could not accept his stage being so casually dismantled by the other party. He raised his hand, and a similarly immense force of narrative surged forth, attempting to stabilize this dimension on the verge of collapse. Here, I am the rule. The storyteller's voice carried anger for the first time. The scenes of countless universes' birth and destruction flashed rapidly in his eyes, as he tried to pull Lin Feng into his story, turning him into a character under his control. However, his power, upon touching Lin Feng's will, melted away like snow under a blazing sun, evaporating in an instant. Rule? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. In front of me, you have no right to talk about rules. He held Sun Menyao's hand and stepped forward. Just this one step. The entire dissolution process of the Lost Tavern instantly stopped. But it was not stabilized by the storyteller, but completely taken over by a more absolute and domineering force. The tavern is still the same tavern, but its ownership has already changed hands. The storyteller was horrified to discover that his connection to this dimension had been forcibly severed by an incomprehensible force. He was like the founder of a website, only to find one day that he had been kicked out of the server, with even the highest administrator privileges silently taken away. He is no longer the god here. He has become a guest. And Lin Feng is the only master here. The shock on the storyteller's face could no longer be described with words. He had traversed countless epochs, wandered through the multiverse, collected innumerable stories, and witnessed the rise and fall of countless gods, yet he had never encountered such an unreasonable existence. Without relying on combat or the collision of laws, merely through its own existence, it forcibly seized the right of definition of an independent dimension. What kind of terrifying realm is this? Now, we can have a proper talk. Lin Feng, holding Sun Menyao's hand, walked to the bar as if it were his living room. He glanced at the bartender composed of countless faces and said indifferently, "Pour 2 glasses of water." Under Lin Feng's gaze, the terrifying bartender's body trembled violently, and extreme fear appeared on all those countless faces. He dared not show the slightest defiance. His 6 arms moved frantically, conjuring 2 clean glasses out of thin air, filling them with the purest source water, and respectfully pushed them forward. In front of Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao, Lin Feng handed one of the cups of water to Sun Mengyao. Then, he turned his gaze back to the storyteller, whose expression was fluctuating. "I'll say it again. What's the matter with that dish?" This time, his voice carried a hint of inquiry. But to the storyteller's ears, it sounded like an unquestionable, final judgment. Faced with Lin Feng's question, the storyteller fell into a long silence. He was not thinking about how to respond but was rapidly reassessing the danger level of this variable in front of him. Originally, he thought Lin Feng was just a powerful intruder, a new character who could make the story more exciting. But now he realized he was terribly wrong. Lin Feng was not a character, he was another author. An author who didn't like telling stories but preferred to use the most direct method to achieve the ending he desired. The logic of telling him a story doesn't work. The first blood of the angler is not a dish, it is a key. After a long while, the storyteller finally spoke, his voice somewhat dry. He chose a more direct way of communication. One key, enough to awaken the dormant humanity of the angler. He concisely recounted the past of the angler, how he transformed from a living being of flesh and blood, step by step, into a madman who found joy in toying with the universe, and his own plan to awaken him. So, you need to gather those items that embody extreme obsessions, refine them into this key, and use it to unlock his closed heart? Sun Mengyao asked softly from the side. She had calmed down from her initial excitement and regained her composure. You could understand it that way, the storyteller nodded. Each main material represents an extreme emotion that the angler personally destroyed. The unyielding spirit of the overlord, the forgetfulness of the prophet, the nostalgia of old K. When these emotions are brought together, it might make him remember that he was once human. Your plan sounds very noble. Lin Feng picked up his water cup and took a sip, his movements casual, as if listening to an irrelevant story. But what does this have to do with me? The storyteller was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked into Lin Feng's eyes, calm and unruffled like an ancient well, and for the first time, he understood the meaning of powerlessness. His grand narrative, one that could move even the gods, seemed like a clumsy stage play in front of the other. The storyteller took a deep breath, trying to align his logic with the other's pace. Don't you want to completely eliminate the threat of the angler? He's already set his sights on your universe. As long as he exists, your world will never know peace. Threat? Lin Feng laughed. I will personally erase him. His tone was as if he were saying, I will personally crush an ant, completely matter of fact. The storyteller was completely at a loss for words. He realized that all his logic, all his schemes, appeared pale and ridiculous in the face of Lin Feng's absolute, unreasonable confidence. I don't need your key, nor do I care about your story. Lin Feng put down the glass of water and stood up. He took Sun Mengyao's hand and turned to leave. As for those ingredients. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over old K, who was trembling in the corner, and the crystal figure holding the tear of oblivion. I will go and retrieve it myself. You can't do that. The storyteller panicked, stepping forward to block Lin Feng's path. Those obsessions are the cornerstone of the stories that make up this multiverse. If you forcibly take them, it will cause irreversible logical collapses in countless timelines and countless world stories. So what? Lin Feng's retort was simple and direct. The storyteller pointed at Lin Feng, trembling with anger. Are you really going to destroy countless worlds for one person? How are you any different from the angler? This sentence instantly brought the atmosphere in the room to a freezing point. Lei Zhou nervously gripped his battle axe, fearing that Lin Feng, in a fit of anger, might actually tear apart this ancient monster who had lived for countless eras right on the spot. Sun Mengyao also looked at Lin Feng with some concern. However, Lin Feng's face still showed no expression. He simply watched the storyteller quietly, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a child throwing a tantrum. First, I am not doing this for her, Lin Feng's voice rang out clearly. I am doing this for myself. Any existence that displeases me, I will erase. This is my path. Second, he paused, his gaze turning profound, the countless worlds you speak of hold no meaning to me. Lastly, and most importantly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the storyteller's eyes, which contained the birth and death of countless universes. Never compare me to others. Boom! An indescribable will, surpassing laws and concepts, descended with a roar. The storyteller only felt that his story, his narrative power, and the meaning of his existence were forcibly formatted by an absolute force at this moment. Countless universes in his eyes extinguished in an instant. The wisdom and strategy he prided himself on, enough to toy with deities, at this moment turned into a heap of meaningless, chaotic data. His entire being froze in place, like a puppet stripped of its soul. Lin Feng didn't even make a move. He merely used his own will to suppress the storyteller, who had traversed countless eras across the multiverse and regarded gods as mere characters. Your choice is worthless. Lin Feng left these words behind, pulled Sun Mengyao along, and walked straight past the stunned storyteller. He walked to the corner, and under Old K's gaze, which was filled with extreme terror, he extended a hand. Old K only felt his soul being grasped by an invisible giant hand, and then, something was gently extracted from within. It was a handful of faintly glowing, ethereal soil. Soil of the homeland. Carrying the final nostalgia of a vast interstellar empire. Lin Feng did not pause at all and walked up to the crystal figure. The tears of forgetfulness in the crystal figure's hand automatically floated up and landed in his palm. After finishing all this, Lin Feng didn't even glance at the failures in the tavern who had already completely turned to stone. He pulled Sun Mengyao and headed toward the door, which was formed by his will and led to the outside world. Just as they were about to step out of the door, a weak and hoarse voice came from behind them. Wait! Is a storyteller. He finally broke free from the suppression of that absolute will. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and those eyes that were once as deep as the starry sky were now filled with confusion and fear. What exactly are you? He used all his strength to ask the question that had troubled him for countless epochs, but only today did it seem so urgent. Lin Feng did not look back. I am Lin Feng. He left only these 4 words, then took Sun Mengyao and stepped out of the door, disappearing into the endless darkness. The tavern was deathly silent. After a long time, Old K finally got up from the ground. He touched his chest and found that the handful of homeland soil that had accompanied him for countless eras had disappeared. There was no anger or resentment on his face, only a look of bewilderment. At that moment, a faint ray of light emerged from the depths of his soul. It was a brand new memory. In his memory, his empire was not erased by the angler. His home planet still emitted a blue glow in the universe. His people lived in peace and harmony. That memory was so real, so warm. Old K froze. He reached out his hand, trying to grasp that ray of light, but caught nothing. Two streams of turbid tears, which had not appeared for countless eras, slowly slid down his aged cheeks. Home. A hoarse, indistinct syllable squeezed out from his throat. The Yen's cemetery, amidst the deathly silence of darkness. Lin Feng held Sun Mengyau's hand, walking slowly. The lost tavern behind him, like a stage that had fulfilled its mission, was silently dissolving into the purest points of light, fading away in this eternal graveyard. Just leaving like this? Sun Mengyao looked at him, her eyes still carrying a hint of worry. That storyteller, he wouldn't dare. Lin Feng's response was simple and calm. The storyteller's existence is essentially an information aggregate. He feeds on stories and draws power from narratives. His strength is built upon rules. And Lin Feng is the one who sets the rules. After being formatted once by Lin Feng's absolute will, the storyteller deeply understood that in front of Lin Feng, he doesn't even qualify to be an opponent. Forcible interference, the only outcome is to be completely erased from the root of information. Where are we going now? Sun Mengyao asked. To retrieve the remaining items. Lin Feng spread his palm, and 3 pieces of main materials quietly floated in his palm. The black lightning filled with unyielding battle intent, unyielding echo. A handful of illusory soil exuding endless nostalgia, soil of the homeland. And the drop containing countless shattered futures, the prophet's tear of forgetfulness. These 3 items, in the storyteller's recipe, are materials used to forge the key. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they are the 3 purest, most refined sources of concept essence. Battle intent, homesickness, future. These things might be useful to you, Lin Feng said, flicking his finger. The black, unyielding echo transformed into a stream of light and entered Lei Zhou's body. Lei Zhou, who was beside him, trying hard to digest what he had just seen and heard, suddenly trembled violently. Roar! He let out an earth-shattering roar, uncontrollably. A concept of force in its purest form erupted violently from his body. His battle-hardened divine king physique, under the onslaught of this battle intent, began to emit groans of unbearable strain. It was as if he saw a towering giant at the edge of the universe, throwing an unyielding, final punch at an invisible colossal hand. The will behind that punch was so pure, so insane, that even he, a divine king named after war, felt his mind and spirit shatter. This is... Lei Zhou's eyes widened as he felt the domineering and unparalleled power rapidly merging with his divine essence. The Overlord's gift, Lin Feng said calmly. His unyielding spirit needs a better successor. Lei Zhou remained silent. He could feel that his divine essence was undergoing a qualitative transformation. That pure concept of strength was completing the final missing piece in his combat style. From now on, his axe would no longer merely be an extension of divine power but also a manifestation of will. He solemnly performed an ancient warrior's highest salute to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it calmly. Afterward, his gaze fell upon Sun Mengyao. He gently pushed the drop of tear of the prophet's forgetfulness in front of Sun Mengyao. In this teardrop, countless fragments of futures are contained. Lin Feng's voice softened. Your path aligns with destiny. It can help you see further. Sun Mengyao did not refuse. She reached out her hand, and the glistening teardrop slowly merged into her palm. In an instant, countless chaotic and fragmented scenes flashed before Sun Mengyao's eyes. The future where she and Lin Feng fight side by side, sweeping across the heavens. The future where Blue Star faces an unknown crisis and falls into a sea of fire. She even saw a future where Lin Feng, all alone, walked into an endless darkness, a lonely future. These fragments of the future are vast and chaotic. Any deity would have their resolve instantly overwhelmed by this massive flow of information. But Sun Mengyao's will had long been as firm as a rock. She simply watched quietly, treating this information as reference for her path forward. When all the images faded away, she slowly opened her eyes, and those cold eyes became deeper and clearer than ever before. It seemed as though she could faintly touch that one and only line of destiny that belonged to her. After dealing with the 2 main materials, Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the handful of soil of homeland. He looked at the soil and remained silent for a moment. Then, he made a move that surprised both Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou. He opened his mouth and swallowed the handful of illusory soil in one gulp. Lin Feng? Sun Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. That handful of soil carried the final nostalgia of a civilization, a weighty obsession heavy enough to crush deities. How could it be directly consumed? However, there was no expression of pain on Lin Feng's face. He simply closed his eyes and quietly felt it. In his mind, a blue planet emerged. That was not Old K's home planet. It was Earth. He saw himself on that planet, living an ordinary and mundane early life. He saw the smiling faces of his parents, the playful banter of his friends, and those years that, though plain, were incredibly real. That is also his homesickness. The next second, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His attribute panel was frantically flashing before his eyes. Ding! You have devoured the special conceptual item, Soil of Homeland. Hongmeng Dao Source Divinity begins parsing. Parsing complete. You have comprehended a new concept, homecoming. Homecoming, your existence is the ultimate destination for all wanderers. Any entity that harbors a sense of belonging towards. You will receive your protection. You can establish a beacon in the heart of any protected entity and descend instantly. All your attributes have been slightly enhanced. Lin Feng could feel that his Dao had become more complete and profound. He was no longer just the lofty master of Dao, but had also become the destination that countless beings could look up to and rely on. Let's go. Lin Feng composed himself, took Sun Mengyao's hand, and walked deeper into the N cemetery. According to the information leaked by the storyteller before being formatted, the remaining main materials and auxiliary ingredients were scattered across various corners of the cemetery. For example, the blade of betrayal that once killed the creator is embedded in the remains of a dead mechanical deity. As for the final scream of the collapsing timeline, it is trapped deep within a chaotic nest constructed by the Feast of Temporal Disarray. Are we still going to collect those things? Lei Zhou, carrying a battle axe, followed behind and asked somewhat puzzled, wasn't the storyteller's plan already? Who said I have to follow his recipe? Lin Feng turned back and glanced at him. Whether it's main materials or auxiliary materials, to me, they are all just one thing. Energy. A trace of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. What I want to create is not that elusive fisherman's first drop of blood. What I want to create is a blade capable of completely erasing the angler, along with his damned fishing rod and line, from the very plane of existence. A blade. The End Cemetery stretches endlessly. This is the graveyard of the universe. Every floating wreckage here was once a vibrant world, bearing the joys and sorrows of countless civilizations. Lin Feng and the other two traversed through it, surrounded by the dead silence of darkness and the vast ruins, enough to make any deity feel their own insignificance. But Lin Feng's steps were like strolling in his own backyard garden, and the despairing aura originating from the end of the universe could not affect him in the slightest. Their next target was Blade of Betrayal. Soon, an enormous corpse beyond description appeared before them. It was the remains of a mechanical deity. Its size rivals that of a small galaxy, composed of countless intricately precise metal structures and energy pipelines, resembling a deathly city suspended in the void. It has long lost all its luster, with its cold metallic shell covered in marks eroded by time and void storms. At the very center of this mechanical city, a peculiar dark long blade is embedded in a massive sphere that once served as its power core. The blade is entirely pitch black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Its surface is engraved with eerie, ever-changing patterns, emanating a chilling, malicious aura that unsettles the soul. That is the Blade of Betrayal. Goodness, such a massive chunk of metal. Lei Zhou looked up at the mechanical deity, clicking his tongue in amazement. How powerful must this thing have been when it was alive? Its power came from a highly advanced mechanical civilization. The will and technology of the entire civilization were concentrated in it. A stream of countless data flashed through Sun Mengyao's eyes as she analyzed everything before her. Unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed from within by the weapon it trusted the most. Just as they approached within 10,000 miles of the wreckage, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A low, deep hum emanated from the depths of the mechanical deity's remains. Immediately, countless sealed hatches on the surface of the city of death opened, and pairs of crimson electronic eyes lit up in the darkness, one after another. Billions of mechanical sentinels swarmed out from every corner of the wreckage like a locust plague. They came in various forms, humanoid, beast-like, and aircraft-shaped, but without exception, they emitted energy fluctuations below the divine level. These were the final guards of the mechanical gods, corrupted by the power of the Blade of Betrayal, leaving them as killing machines with only one remaining directive: eliminate all outsiders. Good timing. Lei Zhou's fighting spirit surged. He was eager to test his newly acquired power. He let out a loud roar, no longer suppressing the power within him. His entire being transformed into a golden, raging thunderbolt, charging headlong into the tide of death composed of steel and firepower. Overlord's Fist. Lei Zhou threw a punch, without employing any fancy techniques. Yet this punch embodied the purest and most extreme concept of force. Where the fist passed, the space seemed to be compressed. The tens of thousands of mechanical sentinels in the front row, along with the energy cannons they fired, were forcibly crushed into basic metal powder under the absolute power of this punch. No explosions, no roaring sounds, only the crisp and decisive annihilation. The power of one punch, to such an extent. Lei Zhou himself was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. This feeling of breaking through with sheer force, disregarding all logic, was simply exhilarating. He was like a true war god, charging through the Steel Legion. Every axe, every punch carried a domineering will to crush everything in its path. However, the number of the Mechanical Legion was simply too vast, endless, as if it could never be completely destroyed. Lei Zhou, 3,700 miles to the left front, coordinates. Sun Mingyao's cold voice came through. Her eyes had now transformed into a deep and boundless starry sky, where countless possibilities of the future flickered in and out of existence. She did not engage in battle but instead searched through the massive flow of information for the logical flaw in this out-of-control legion. Following the guidance, Lei Zhou did not hesitate. His battle axe transformed into a divine beam that split the heavens and earth, striking precisely at the location Sun Mengyao had indicated. There stood a seemingly inconspicuous command-type robot. Boom! As that robot was slashed to pieces, a large area of mechanical sentinels around it instantly froze, as if they had lost their commands, plunging into chaos. One focused on attacking, the other on commanding, and the two of them astonishingly managed to hold off this massive mechanical army numbering in the billions. As for Lin Feng, from beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the chaotic battlefield. With his hands behind his back, he stepped forward and walked straight toward the direction of Blade of Betrayal. His pace was not fast, yet it was incomparably resolute. Countless mechanical sentinels roared, aiming their cannons at him, the most obvious target. Devastating energy beams converged from all directions, intending to vaporize him completely. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Every mechanical sentinel that attempted to attack Lin Feng had its scarlet electronic eyes instantly dimmed just before launching the attack. Their energy cores stopped functioning at the same time. Their mechanical bodies froze in place at the same time. The operating logic they relied on for existence was forcibly erased at its root by an incomprehensible, higher-dimensional will. Lin Feng walked through like this, leaving behind him a silent road of death composed of countless motionless steel statues. This silent scene is even more impactful than the violent battle of Lei Zhou. In the distance, Lei Zhou caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye while fighting, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why is the gap between people so vast? Soon, Lin Feng arrived before the massive mechanical core, standing in front of the ominous Blade of Betrayal. Just as he reached out his hand, ready to grasp the knife handle, a surge of cold, venomous, and maddened intent, like invisible sharp needles, fiercely pierced into his mind. Betrayal! 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 The intent roared madly. It tried to provoke every cell within Lin Feng's body to betray their entirety. It tried to provoke Lin Feng's mental strength to betray his consciousness. It tried to make Lin Feng's Tao betray his very existence. This is the most terrifying ability of the Blade of Betrayal. It can evoke the concept of betrayal inherent in all things. However, Lin Feng's gaze showed no fluctuation. Betrayal requires an object to betray. His voice calmly echoed within his sea of consciousness. And I am the only one. His existence is absolute, complete, and self-unified. In his world, there is no soil for the concept of betrayal to grow. He reached out his hand, ignoring the frenzied howls of thought, and steadily grasped the cold hilt of the blade. Buzz. Blade of Betrayal trembled violently, like a demon with its throat seized, letting out its final, unwilling wail. But in just 1 second, all resistance came to an abrupt halt. Lin Feng's absolute will, like an immovable divine mountain, completely suppressed and crushed its insignificant malice. He slightly exerted force on his wrist. Rip! The peerless blade, which had once slain mechanical deities and remained dormant for countless eras, was effortlessly pulled out from the mechanical core by him. Holding this blade, Lin Feng could feel the pure concept of betrayal contained within it. He looked at the knife in his hand, then glanced at the other main materials floating in his other hand. A vague, crazy idea gradually became clear in his mind. What he needed to do was not simply melt these concepts, but to weave them together. Using unyielding as the spine of the blade, to bear all the pressure. Use nostalgia as the knife handle, as the starting point and destination of strength. Use future as the blade, cutting through all possibilities. And this betrayal will become the blood groove of this knife. Every swing will trigger the enemy's internal self-destruction. Having subdued the Blade of Betrayal, the remnants of the mechanical deity fell into complete silence, and the endless mechanical army turned into nothing more than a pile of true scrap metal. Lin Feng did not pause for a moment, his gaze shifting to another area of the end cemetery. There lay the nest of the Feast of Temporal Chaos, as well as the location of the next main material, the final scream of the collapsing timeline. When they reached the edge of that area, even Lei Zhou, who was accustomed to grand scenes, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In front of me lies a scene that cannot be described by any known physics. Space here is like crumpled waste paper, countless layers folding and interweaving chaotically. Time here is even more chaotic, like a boiling pot of porridge. 1 second might be the beginning of the universe, and the next jumps directly to the end of all things. Countless fragments of past and future flash wildly around, like a movie on fast forward. At the core of this chaotic region, there is a constantly twisting, flickering ball of light. It has no physical form, yet it emits waves of silent screams capable of tearing the soul apart. That scream is not a sound, but a pure impact of causal paradox. That is the final scream of the collapsing timeline. A universe, due to the excessive misuse of time travel, ultimately causes the complete collapse of its own existential logic, releasing its final, eternal wail before its demise. This damned place, how do we get in? Lei Zhou's scalp tingled. He felt that if he took just one step inside, his entire life from birth until now would be instantly shattered, then devoured as a snack by the temporal chaos eaters lurking in the turbulent streams of time and space. Sun Mengyao's expression was equally grave, and for the first time, the starlight in her eyes became utterly chaotic. Here, her proud ability to foresee the future was completely suppressed, because there was simply no definite future in this place. Lin Feng remained calm. He did not attempt to analyze the chaos, nor did he plan to force his way through. He simply stood at the edge of the nest, lifted his eyelids slightly, and said one word indifferently. Still. Words spoken, laws followed. At the moment this single word fell, the entire chaotic temporal nest of the riot, the causal turbulence enough to bewilder even a god king, the boiling time and twisted space. At this moment, all became still. It was not a slowing of speed, nor was it frozen, but a higher level, conceptual pause. The concept of change itself was forcibly extracted from this area by Lin Feng's will. Thus, the raging storm of time and space transformed into a still, three-dimensional, bizarre and colorful oil painting. Those transparent time-space disarray feeders shuttling through the turbulence also froze like mosquitoes trapped in amber, maintaining various greedy hunting postures, motionless, their forms clearly revealed. Lei Zhou's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard, confirming he wasn't dreaming. The monsters and environment that had previously plunged him and Sun Mengyao into a tough battle completely lost all their threat in front of this man, merely because of a single word. This was no longer just strength, it was essentially the creator god rewriting the underlying code of his own creation. Let's go. Lin Feng took a step forward and entered this area he had paused. Beneath his feet were the frozen light and shadows of time, and beside him were the still rifts in space. He strolled leisurely, as if walking through an artistic gallery paved with countless paradoxes. Soon, he arrived in front of that mass of screaming. Up close, its terror is even more palpable. It is a living paradox, a contradictory fusion of existence and non-existence. It seemed to sense Lin Feng's approach, and the silent screech began to target Lin Feng alone, launching a frenzied assault. It attempted to create a paradox on Lin Feng, one where he was never born, yet destroyed the world, thereby causing a logical collapse of Lin Feng's very existence. Just as Lin Feng reached out his hand, ready to capture this screech as well, a figure composed purely of geometric rays of light suddenly appeared between Lin Feng and Screech without any warning. This figure had no facial features, no limbs, just a complex yet perfect polyhedron of light that constantly changed shape. Its appearance caused no energy fluctuations, as if it was meant to be there all along. Warning, unauthorized entity detected, attempting to interact with high-risk causal singularity. A cold, emotionless thought directly echoed in the minds of Lin Feng and the other two. According to the Multiverse Stability Protocol, this singularity will undergo entropy reduction clearance. Please step back immediately, or you will be deemed a collaborative threat. Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao were both stunned. What is this? It sounds like some kind of cosmic police. Who are you? Sun Mengyao asked. Definition, subordinate to the Council of Truth, 7th Logic Maintenance Force, serial number 704, codename Cleaner, the Cold Thought. Responded. Duty, prune abnormal timelines, erase high-risk paradoxes, maintain the stability of the cornerstone of the multiverse's existence. The light of the cleaner locked onto Lin Feng. Your actions are endangering the fundamental logic of the multiverse. Cease immediately. This is no longer a warning, but an order. Lin Feng looked at this suddenly appearing cleaner, and for the first time, a hint of interest appeared on his face. Stability is not something I care about. He bypassed the cleaner and continued to reach out toward the mass of screeching. This is my trophy. The geometric light body of the cleaner suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. A concept of erasure far purer and colder than the blade of betrayal, locked onto Lin Feng. Judgment, threat level elevated. Executing final protocol, concept deletion. You will be completely erased from all timelines, all possibilities, and all records of existence. The attack of the cleaner is silent and deadly. It is neither energy nor law, but a supreme logical directive from the Council of Truth. The content of the directive is simple. Delete the variable Lin Feng from reality. This directive, like a virus, instantly spreads along the causal chain, reaching into Lin Feng's past and future. In an instant, Lei Zhou's mind began to flicker and fade violently with memories of Lin Feng. The white-clad figure who had pulled Sun Mengyao and suppressed the storyteller with a single word was becoming blurry and unfamiliar. Sun Mengyao let out a muffled groan as the sword in her soul, formed from the memories of Lin Feng, was being forcibly formatted by an irresistible force. However, all of this lasted for less than a microsecond. Lin Feng didn't even turn around, nor did he make any movement. He is just existing there. The concept deletion command, capable of erasing deities, upon touching Lin Feng's existence, was like crashing into an insurmountable, incomprehensible wall of size. Then, it rebounded back at an even faster speed. Buzz! The cleaner, that perfect geometric lightform, suddenly flickered violently. Its radiance began to destabilize, resembling a glitchy image with poor signal. Impossible. A thought filled with shock and chaos emanated from its core. Logical error. Logical conflict. The delete command has been overridden by the target existence, reversing execution. Warning. Local existence records are being deleted. The cleaner was completely panicked. Its proud ultimate weapon from the Council of Truth was completely ineffective against the man before it. Not only was it ineffective, but it was even bounced back by the opponent. This is the first time since its inception that it has encountered a situation capable of causing its core logic to crash. You operate based on logic. Lin Feng's voice sounded calmly, like a teacher guiding a foolish student. Your parliament's logic is, if a paradox arises, eliminate the paradox. But have you ever considered, what if I am logic itself? Lin Feng turned around, finally looking directly at this cleaner. In his eyes, there were no stars and seas, no birth and death of the universe, only a pure, blank nothingness, like a sheet of white paper. In my world, the first axiom is, Lin Feng exists. All logic contrary to this axiom is fallacy. As his words fell, the flickering and dissipating body of the cleaner instantly stabilized. However, the mark belonging to the Council of Truth on its body was completely erased, replaced by a mark belonging to Lin Feng, one that was more absolute and more domineering. The cleaner understood. It was not fighting a powerful creature, it was fighting a reality author. And this author had just modified the stories. It was no longer a tool of the Council of Truth. It became Lin Feng's creation. Who are you? For the first time, the emotion called awe appeared in the consciousness of the cleaner. Lin Feng did not answer its philosophical question. He reached out his hand and gently grasped the final scream of the collapsing timeline, which had completely quieted down. That raging collection of paradoxes, in his hands, became as docile as a kitten, eventually transforming into a marble-sized sphere that shimmered with bizarre and colorful lights. Another main material was acquired. After finishing all this, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the cleaner suspended in mid-air, awaiting its fate. He thought for a moment and felt that simply destroying it seemed like a bit of a waste. You will clean up the garbage, Lin Feng stated. Yes, my duty is to eliminate information garbage that threatens the stability of the universe, the cleaner replied respectfully. Lin Feng pointed to this vast and boundless graveyard filled with death and resentment. This place is very dirty. From now on, you are responsible for cleaning this place thoroughly. The geometric light body of the cleaner paused slightly, then erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Its core logic was endowed with a new, supreme mission. Command accepted. Initiating final purification protocol. The cleaner bent its light body in a peculiar way toward Lin Feng, as if saluting. Then, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of the graveyard. Wherever it passed, the grievances, chaotic laws, and lingering stories entwined on the remnants of the dead universes were efficiently entropy reduced by it, turning into the purest, harmless primordial energy and returning to nothingness. It began to meticulously fulfill its new duty as a janitor. Lei Zhou watched in astonishment. First, he recruited a god king as a henchman, and now he's taken in some kind of cosmic janitor as a subordinate? This master's way of doing things is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. At this point, Lin Feng had already gathered 5 pieces of main materials in his hands. Unyielding Echo, Soil of the Homeland, the Forgotten Tears of the Prophet, Blade of Betrayal, the Final Scream of the Collapsing Timeline, plus the Heart of the Cosmos casually taken from the Lost Tavern. Lin Feng looked at the items representing the ultimate concept floating in his palm and nodded. Materials, sufficient. He raised his head and looked around at this endless cosmic graveyard being cleaned by the sweepers. Then, let's begin here. Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou both perked up. Is it about to begin? Forge the blade capable of erasing the angler. Lin Feng did not search for a blacksmith shop, nor did he summon divine fire. He simply extended his hand and gently tossed the cold heart of the universe upward. The heart soared directly above the graveyard and began to emit a soft glow. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng cast the other 5 main materials one by one into the radiance. With unyielding as the spine, uphold the indomitable pride of eternity. With homesickness as the hilt, grasp the root of this body's belonging. With future as the blade, sever the shackles of fate's cycle. With betrayal as a curse, corrode the cornerstone of its divine throne. With collapse as a howl, terminate the logic of its existence. His voice, not loud, yet like the decree of the heavens, echoed clearly in this desolate graveyard. With every word spoken, the concepts within the sphere of light underwent a violent collision. The unyielding fighting spirit and the venom of betrayal frantically tear at each other. The warmth of homesickness and the collapse of despair fiercely clash against one another. The infinite possibilities of the future are almost crushed to pieces by the weight of all the heavy pasts. A pure, conceptual storm, billions of times more terrifying than any stellar explosion, erupted with a roar, centered on that sphere of light. Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou were swept away by the storm, instantly forced back billions of miles, their faces pale. They stared in shock at the center of the storm. Lin Feng stood there, motionless. He extended a hand, like the most exacting and greatest swordsmith, using his will as the hammer and the entire Inn cemetery as the anvil, forcibly forging these incompatible, extreme concepts together. Clang! That loud crash did not travel through the air but exploded directly in the deepest part of the soul. The Inn cemetery, this graveyard that has buried countless universes, began to tremble violently at this moment. Centered around the radiant brilliance suspended in the air, an unprecedented storm swept across the entire silent world. This was not a storm of energy but a storm of concepts. Lei Zhou was forcefully pushed away by that power. He gripped his battle axe tightly against the void in front of him, barely managing to steady himself. His eyes widened as he stared at the center of the storm, at the figure in white, motionless. In his vision, it seemed as though a condensed cosmic battlefield had appeared before Lin Feng. A towering black demonic shadow, wielding a sharp blade, roared. It was the embodiment of the blade of betrayal, aiming to pierce through all trust and order. An unyielding golden giant, swinging earth-shaking fists, represented the will of Echo of Defiance, determined to shatter all oppression and fate. The black shadow and the golden giant were locked in a frenzied battle, and with each collision, the surrounding cosmic debris was pulverized into dust. Immediately after, a gentle, earth-scented blue nebula attempted to envelop and calm the two. It was the power of soil of the homeland, symbolizing peace and belonging. But in the next moment, a silent scream that tore through everything shattered the nebula into fragments. It was the final scream of the collapsing timeline, negating all stable existence and dragging everything into the abyss of logic. Above all this chaos, a single crystalline teardrop hung suspended, the forgotten tear of the prophet. It continuously reflected billions of failed futures of forging this blade, each future vividly clear, as if it were the only inevitable outcome, shaking the forger's resolve. 5 extreme and completely contradictory concepts unfolded the most primal and bloodiest war within that tiny space. Any one of them alone would be enough to drive a god king insane, yet at this moment, they were forcibly melded together. The repulsion they generated was enough to birth a new universe, only to annihilate it in an instant. Mad, truly mad. Lei Zhou muttered to himself. As a god king, he now felt like a newborn learning to walk, witnessing the wrestling of titan deities. He couldn't comprehend it, but he was deeply shaken. Sun Mingyao's situation was slightly better than Lei Zhou's. The starry sky in her eyes was spinning wildly, and that drop of tear of the prophets. Forgetfulness allowed her to barely discern the threads of this conceptual war. But precisely because she could see it clearly, she was even more alarmed. This was no longer forging, it was creating an entirely new, contradictory truth. Lin Feng stood at the very center of all contradictions. He extended a hand, fingers spread open, and slowly made a grasping motion toward that mass of violet light. His will transformed into an invisible forge. The entire Inn cemetery turned into an indestructible anvil. The cold heart of the universe became the fire that burns everything. And he was the one and only bladesmith wielding the hammer. Unyielding is not recklessness. Lin Feng's voice rang out, calm and indifferent. With his words, the golden giant that had been frantically throwing punches paused in its movements. Its power was no longer a chaotic frenzy but was instead imbued with an attribute of resilience. It remained unyielding, but its unyielding nature now had support. Betrayal is not the goal. As the voice fell, the black shadow wielding the blade weakened its roar. Its frenzied malice was stripped away, leaving only the purest, internal disintegration sharpness. Nostalgia is not weakness. The shattered azure nebula reassembled. It no longer tried to calm everything but transformed into a resilient bond, wrapping around the unformed blade embryo, becoming its hilt. Collapse is not the end. That piercing scream that tore through everything was forcibly twisted, transforming into strange and profound patterns etched onto the blade. It was no longer destruction, but had become the prelude to the end. The future is not a fixed number. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the teardrop that reflected countless scenes of failure. He merely glanced at it. In the teardrop, all failed futures shattered instantly. Replacing them was the sole image the blade successfully forged. Boom! The 5 ultimate concepts, under Lin Feng's forceful definition of will, finally ceased their mutual repulsion and began to twist, intertwine, and merge in an extremely bizarre manner. The ball of light began to contract rapidly. The surrounding conceptual storm also subsided accordingly. Lei Zhou and Sun Mangyao watched nervously, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. The light dissipated. The prototype of a blade quietly floated in front of Lin Feng. It had no physical form, entirely composed of twisted light and contradictory concepts. It resembled a constantly writhing, living shadow, sometimes taking on the outline of a blade, and at other times transforming into an indescribable chaos. The aura it emitted made Lei Zhou's divine essence wail, as if facing its natural enemy. Not enough. Lin Feng looked at the unstable blade embryo, frowning slightly. These concepts were forcibly compressed together by his will, like a group of mortal enemies locked in the same cell. Although temporarily subdued, they lacked an absolute order that they all had to obey. They lacked a final axiom that could unify all contradictions. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze piercing through the endless void, looking toward a certain direction of the inn cemetery. The corner of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible arc. Order has arrived. Almost at the same time Lin Feng's words fell, a will that was absolutely calm and absolutely rational, completely out of place with the inn cemetery, descended. That is not a life, but more like a program, a formula. A humanoid outline constructed of pure blue light quietly emerged not far away. It had no facial features, no details, and its entire form was composed of countless ever-changing, intricate logical runes. Its appearance caused no energy fluctuations, yet the surrounding spatial laws automatically became orderly, as if welcoming a supreme inspector. Definition: anomalous logical aggregate. Cold, emotionless thoughts directly echoed in the minds of Sun Mengyao and Lei Zhou. They were infinitely grander and more complex than the thoughts of the previous cleaner. Threat level, multiverse level paradox singularity. The gaze of the blue light shadow locked onto the unstable blade embryo in front of Lin Feng. According to Article 1321 of the Supreme Code of the Council of Truth, any attempt to create, propagate, or utilize logical paradoxes will be regarded as a fundamental subversion of the cornerstone of existence. I am the Council of Truth, the 7th-seat logic arbiter, code number 007. Now, I will execute logical annihilation on this paradox singularity and its creator. Lei Zhou's anger flared instantly. Another member of the Council of Truth, and this one sounded like a much higher rank than the cleaner from last time. You bunch of mysterious weirdos again. Lei Zhou hefted his battle axe and took a step forward, the aura of the God King erupting with force. That last one, the so-called cleaner, is now sweeping the floor for brother Lin Feng. And who do you think you are? However, Arbiter 007 completely ignored Lei Zhou's provocation. In its logical judgment, Lei Zhou's threat level was deemed negligible. All of its computing power was focused on Lin Feng and that blade embryo. Commence execution of the annihilation program. 007 raised an arm made of light. No earth-shattering attack, no collision on the level of laws. It simply began to argue. First argument: defiance and betrayal are conceptually defined as opposites. An absolutely unyielding will cannot conceive the notion of betrayal. A being accustomed to betrayal must inherently lack the cornerstone of defiance. Conclusion: defiance and betrayal cannot coexist within the same entity. As its cold argument echoed, the golden hue representing defiance and the black hue representing betrayal within the blade embryo erupted into a fierce conflict, as if trying to tear the blade embryo apart. Second argument: nostalgia represents adherence to an affection for the past, while future represents exploration and transformation of the unknown. The two point in completely opposite directions on the time vector. Conclusion: nostalgia and future cannot form a stable unity. On the blade blank, the handle formed by nostalgia began to show cracks. Meanwhile, the blade representing the future became illusory and unstable, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The third argument. Arbiter 007, like a top-tier programmer, deleted the code written by Lin Feng line by line in front of everyone. It did not use violence, it only used logic. Its goal was to fundamentally prove that what Lin Feng was doing was wrong and invalid. Once its argument was complete, this blade blank would collapse upon itself due to the negation of its foundational existence, ultimately returning to nothingness. This is a form of dimensional reduction strike, more terrifying than any physical attack. What should we do? Lei Zhou panicked, realizing that his axe couldn't even touch the monster made of logic. Sun Mengyao's expression was extremely grave. She could feel that every argument from the arbiter was like a precise scalpel, cutting at the most fragile connection points of the blade embryo. However, as the creator of all this, Lin Feng's face remained completely calm. He even listened with great interest to all the arguments of the arbiter. It was only when the other party was about to announce the final annihilation verdict that he slowly spoke. Your arguments are very impressive. Lin Feng's praise caused the arbiter's logic runes to momentarily stagnate. But you made a fundamental mistake. Lin Feng looked at it and said calmly, all your arguments are based on a default axiom. That is, the logic of the Council of Truth is the only and supreme one. The blue light shadow of the arbiter flickered slightly, as if saying, isn't this self-evident? Now, let me tell you a new axiom. Lin Feng extended a finger and gently touched the violently trembling, nearly collapsing blade embryo. Principle 1, Lin Feng's will surpasses all logic. Buzz. It was just a single sentence. The rules of the entire end cemetery were rewritten once again. Arbiter 007 was horrified to discover that his proud logic, capable of obliterating deities, had failed at this moment. His argumentation, built upon the Council of Truth system, was like running a piece of code from an old system on a completely new operating system, with only one result: error. The blade blank instantly stabilized. Defiance and betrayal no longer conflicted, because Lin Feng's will allowed them to coexist. Nostalgia and future are no longer contradictory, because Lin Feng's will has defined their unity. Impossible, logical error, axiom conflict. The blue light of Arbiter 007 began to flicker violently, its massive core database on the verge of collapse under the impact of this brand new, unreasonable axiom. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng's voice was like the final judgment. From now on, I am logic. As the words fell, he extended his hand toward Arbiter 007. Your order is quite impressive. Now, it is mine. An irresistible and absolute will of plunder enveloped Arbiter 007. Warning. Unknown authority detected. Overriding core protocol. Warning. Truth imprint has been stripped. Writing new definition. Arbiter 007 emitted its final thoughts, filled with chaos and confusion. In the next moment, its body, composed of pure logical runes, disintegrated with a roar, transforming into the purest essence of order, radiating a brilliant blue light. This source, without any hesitation, actively merged into the floating blade embryo. Boom! The blade embryo erupted with an unprecedented dazzling brilliance. If the previous 5 concepts were unruly and peerless ferocious beasts, then the order source transformed by the Arbiter is a chain, ultimate enough to firmly lock all the ferocious beasts. It provides the ultimate and most core rule for this contradictory blade. The blade blank begins its final shaping. All distorted light, all contradictory concepts, are forcibly compressed and forged into a perfect, stable whole under the restraint of this chain. Lin Feng watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction. He is not waiting for the arrival of order. From the very beginning, he had calculated that the Council of Truth would definitely send someone. And this Arbiter is the final and most crucial ingredient he prepared for this blade, turning the enemy into a part of his own weapon. This is Lin Feng's blade forging technique. The radiance subsided. When all the anomalies dissipated, a blade quietly hovered in front of Lin Feng. To the surprise of Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao, this peerless deadly blade, which fused 6 ultimate concepts and even devoured a logic arbiter, appeared to be so ordinary. It presents a deep, gray-black color, as if capable of absorbing all light. There are no ornate patterns, no sharp gleam, not even the slightest energy fluctuation. It is like a piece of stubborn iron casually polished, ancient, tranquil, and utterly unremarkable. If it were thrown into the armory of any world, no one would spare it a second glance. Lei Zhou couldn't help but rub his eyes, even doubting whether the earth-shattering scene just now was merely his own illusion. Is this it? He asked, somewhat incredulously. However, Sun Mingyao's expression was more serious than ever. Her gaze was fixed intently on that ordinary knife. In her fate perspective, there was no possibility surrounding that knife. No past, no present, and no future. There, it is an absolute nothingness. As if any existence, any concept, any thread of fate, as long as it approaches it, will be silently and completely terminated. It is not a weapon. It is a rest symbol. An absolute rest symbol that marks the end of all things. Lin Feng reached out his hand and grasped the hilt. The sensation in his hand was very peculiar. Neither cold nor hot, neither heavy nor light. It felt as if what he was holding was merely an extension of his own arm, with no sense of foreignness. He could clearly feel that the 6 ultimate concepts within the blade were no longer in conflict with each other. Instead, they had been perfectly woven together by the logical chain originating from the Arbiter, forming a self-consistent and complete termination cycle. At the very moment Lin Feng gripped the hilt of the blade, throughout the multiverse, across countless dimensions and worlds, those beings standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid simultaneously felt an inexplicable sense of unease. A demonic land of abyss composed of endless desire and corruption. An eternal realm demon god, seated on a throne of bones with 9 heads, suddenly opened all its eyes, filled with astonishment and unease. What is it? Something has been born. A supreme heaven constructed from pure holy light and prayers. A 12-winged seraph, slumbering amidst sacred hymns, suddenly trembled its pristine white wings, scattering specks of golden light. The destined end. I seem to hear the toll of the final bell. The depths of the sea of chaos. An indescribably massive shadow leisurely swings the fishing line in its hand, which connects countless universes. Suddenly, the motion of swinging the fishing line pauses slightly. On his face, shrouded by endless chaos and obscured from view, for the first time, a hint of interest appeared. Oh, finally, there's a bait that can spark a bit of my interest? The old storyteller's plan actually worked? The shadow chuckled softly, seemingly quite pleased with this surprise. The graveyard of the end. Lin Feng ignored the turmoil across the myriad worlds caused by the birth of this blade. His gaze calmly fell upon the knife in his hand. From now on, you shall be called. He pondered for a moment. He did not choose domineering names like Godslayer or World Destroyer. He simply spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, calmly saying, period. Yes, a period. To put a period on every story. To put a period on all existence. To put a period on all cause and effect. Simple, direct, yet containing the ultimate, undeniable will of finality. At the moment this blade was named period, a trace of the ancient gray-black color on its blade quietly faded away, revealing beneath it a pure nothingness, akin to the deepest void. As if its existence was meant to return all things to nothingness. Just at this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from the distant void. It is the cleaner that Lin Feng entrusted with a new mission. It seems that during the cleaning process, it disturbed an ancient and terrifying existence slumbering deep within the graveyard of the end. A chaotic monster, as massive as a nebula and covered with countless eyes and tentacles, roared as it burst forth from the remnants of a shattered universe. Each of its eyes was filled with madness and chaos, and the aura it emitted had shockingly reached the level of a god king. The cleaner was clearly no match for this chaotic monster. The logical barriers it constructed were easily torn apart by those chaotic tentacles, leaving it no choice but to flee in disarray toward Lin Feng. Lei Zhou saw this and was about to charge forward with his axe to help. However, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. He did not look at the roaring chaotic creature charging toward him, but lowered his head, gazing at the period in his hand. It was as if he were admiring a newly acquired piece of art. He extended a finger and gently flicked the unremarkable blade. Ding! A crisp sound, as light as wind chimes, rang out. In the distance, the God King-level chaotic creature, rushing forward with unstoppable force, suddenly froze in its tracks. Its massive body froze in the void. Then, under the horrified gaze of Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao, that chaotic creature began to disappear. It was not decomposed, not evaporated, and certainly not teleported. It was simply, little by little, erased from the canvas of existence. First, its wildly spinning eyeballs disappeared, then its threshing tentacles, and finally, its massive body. The entire process was silent and without any energy fluctuations. It took less than 3 seconds. That God King-level monster, which was enough to trouble Lei Zhou, had completely and utterly disappeared. As if it had never appeared at all. In its place, only the cleaner, which had narrowly escaped and whose light body was still faintly flickering, remained, along with an overly clean and absolute void. Lei Zhou's Adam's apple moved up and down. He felt his throat was so dry it was about to catch fire. He looked at the plain and unadorned knife in Lin Feng's hand, and for the first time, an emotion called fear appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng sheathed the knife. The cemetery of the end returned to its deathly silence. No, it was even purer than silence, a kind of cleanliness that had been thoroughly swept. In the distance, the cleaner transformed into a streak of light and flew back, hovering in front of Lin Feng. Its light body, composed of logical runes, bent slightly in a posture that was almost humble. It no longer emitted any thoughts, merely waiting quietly for new instructions. It had already understood that the being before it was the one and only program it needed to obey. Lei Zhou carried the battle axe and cautiously approached. He glanced at Lin Feng, then at the vanished knife named period, mumbled something in his throat, but ultimately didn't dare to ask the question, where did that knife go? He was afraid Lin Feng might take that thing out again and flick it at him. The consequences of that, he didn't even dare to imagine. Let's go, Lin Feng said, his voice breaking the absolute silence. Go where? Lei Zhou asked instinctively. Lin Feng did not answer. He simply raised his head, his gaze directed toward the space above this cosmic graveyard, into that deeper, more indescribable darkness. Sun Mengyao stepped forward and gently held Lin Feng's hand. She could feel that Lin Feng's gaze was not fixed on the void before them but had long since locked onto a coordinate that transcended space and time. We're going to find the angler. Sun Mengyao answered Lei Zhou's question for him. Her voice was soft, yet carried a solemnity as if about to witness history. Just go like this? Lei Zhou looked around. Apart from the remnants of the universe, there was nothing here. Aren't we going to prepare? Like finding the fastest starship, or setting up some kind of teleportation array? Let me tell you, back when I was the God King, the pomp before setting out. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already taken Sun Mengyao by the hand and stepped forward. With just that step, the three of them instantly vanished from the graveyard of the end. Lei Zhou only felt a blur before his eyes, and in the next second, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar yet terrifying place. Here lies the Sea of Chaos. There is no up, down, left, or right, no passage of time, and even the concept of space itself exists in a semi-fluid, unstable state. Countless fragments of laws from shattered universes drift slowly around like poisonous jellyfish, each flicker representing the birth and demise of a truth. Further away, there are surging, great tides of concepts, where any existence caught within is instantly stripped and diluted of its inherent meaning, eventually transforming into a meaningless, chaotic stream of data. This is the cesspool of the multiverse, the endpoint of all failed stories, a forbidden zone even eternal realm beings fear to approach. The divine body of Lei Zhou felt an unprecedented sense of oppression here. The divine power within him seemed to be pulled by countless invisible hands, on the verge of losing control and rampaging. He had no choice but to hold his battle axe across his chest, fully activating his divine essence, barely managing to create a thin, golden shield of divine power around him. It resisted the erosion coming from all directions. He looked ahead and was completely stunned. Lin Feng was holding Sun Mengyao's hand, strolling on this chaotic sea where even a god king could hardly take a step. Yes, taking a walk. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, as if strolling along a sun-drenched forest path in the afternoon. The fragments of laws capable of tearing apart divinity would automatically become gentle and calm when approaching within 3 feet of his body, like startled schools of fish, actively retreating to either side. The surging tide of concepts beneath their feet had transformed into a flat, solid ground. Sun Mangyao exuded a faint divine aura belonging to the demon Emperor Jinmi, a power that also resisted the erosion of chaos. But she knew clearly that what truly allowed her to feel so relaxed and at ease was Lin Feng holding her hand. What emanated from his palm was not a certain power, but a kind of definition. He defined, wherever he is, it is safe. Thus, the entire Chaos Sea tacitly accepted this rule. This place. Lei Zhou followed behind, walking with extreme difficulty, as if every step was sinking into a swamp. He looked at the figures ahead, strolling as if on an outing, and his worldview was once again severely shaken. Are we in the Chaos Sea? That legendary place where not even a trace of bone remains if you fall in? To be precise, yes. Sun Mangyao glanced back at him, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Then Brother Lin Feng, Lei Zhou pointed at Lin Feng's back, his tongue almost tied in knots. How can he act like nothing happened? This doesn't make sense. Because he is the logic, Sun Mangyao said softly. Lei Zhou remained silent. He felt that ever since he met Lin Feng, the understanding of strength he had built over tens of thousands of years was being repeatedly overturned, reshaped, and then overturned again every single day. Now he couldn't be bothered to understand anymore. He just needed to shout, "Big brother is awesome," and that was enough. At this moment, the chaotic sea ahead began to surge violently. A massive tsunami, spanning countless light years and composed purely of the concept of forgetting, swept in from the front. It was not water, but a tide of forgetting formed by the final void of countless civilizations that had been completely forgotten, leaving not even a name behind. Anything struck by this wave would have all traces of its existence erased from every causal chain. It does not kill you, it makes you never have existed. Watch out. Lei Zhou's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the definition of the name Lei Zhou within his divine essence was starting to blur. He raised his battle axe above his head, ready to burn the source of the God King's power for a desperate fight. However, Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. He simply faced the tide of oblivion capable of erasing eternity and softly said one word. Oh. Just this one word. The earth-shattering tsunami seemed to hear some kind of command and abruptly stopped less than 100 meters away from them. Then, under Lei Zhou's ghost-stricken expression, the massive wave gently parted in the middle, forming a path. Just like Moses parting the sea. Lin Feng pulled Sun Mangyao along and leisurely walked through the middle of the parted tide of forgetfulness. After they passed, the waves slowly closed behind them, continuing to surge into the distance, as if everything just now had been merely to make way for some supreme existence. Lei Zhou followed behind, already numb. At this point, he felt that even if Lin Feng said the Chaos Sea was his family's property in the next second, he would believe it. After passing through the tide of forgetfulness, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. A relatively calm sea appeared before them. At the center of this sea, sat a massive shadow beyond description. Or rather it, sat there casually, as if his body had merged with the entire chaotic sea. From his body extended countless shimmering, translucent fishing lines. Every fishing line pierces through dimensions, connecting to one, or countless struggling, wailing, and collapsing universes. He is the fisherman. He seemed to have noticed the arrival of Lin Feng and the other two. That massive shadow slowly turned its head. Although his face was unclear, everyone felt a gaze filled with amusement, curiosity, and a hint of condescending appreciation fall upon Lin Feng. Finally here. A grand and ancient voice resounded directly within the souls of the three. I have waited for you for a long time, my most perfect collection. Collection? Lei Zhou heard this word and was instantly enraged. He slammed his battle axe heavily onto the sea surface before him, stirring up a ripple of golden divine power. You scoundrel! You treat the beings of countless universes as playthings, and now you dare to call Brother Lin Feng a collection? I think you're the one who should be stuffed into a display case as a specimen. The wrath of the God King is enough to burn galaxies. However, on this sea of chaos, Lei Zhou's roar failed to stir even the slightest ripple. That angler paid him no attention at all. In the eyes of the angler, Lei Zhou was like an ant furiously roaring at the feet of a giant. Annoying, perhaps, but utterly insignificant. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, like that of a connoisseur admiring a rare and unparalleled treasure. Truly interesting. The voice of the angler carried a hint of amused laughter. I have set countless stories, scattered numerous baits, from the storyteller's script, to the Star River Dao Sovereign's trap, and even to the treasure of the End Graveyard. I thought that, in the end, what I would reel in would be a perfect fish, completely imbued with the flavor I had designed. His massive shadow leaned forward slightly. I didn't expect that not only did you eat all my bait, but you also overturned my fish pond. Moreover, you used my materials to create yourself a, quite impressive fishing tool. His gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Feng's body, landing on the blade named period. You're not a fish. The angler concluded, his tone filled with unprecedented excitement. You're a shark, one that wants to devour the fisherman. This makes my game much more interesting. Speaking, he casually raised a giant hand made of chaos and gently pulled. One of the fishing lines connected to a distant universe was abruptly tugged by him. In an instant, a massive mirage-like scene appeared before everyone. It was a universe on the verge of heat death. All the stars had extinguished, all life had withered, leaving only endless darkness and cold. At the center of this universe, the last living beings huddle on a floating continent, burning their final souls to sustain a faint, fragile spark of civilization that could extinguish at any moment. Despair fills their faces. Look! The voice of the angler is like the whisper of a demon. What a perfectly standard, yet tragically beautiful ending. This is one of my favorite collectibles. I call it the Elegy of Eternal Night. Now, I offer you a choice, a game. You can try to save them. Use your power to reignite the sun of that universe, to bring back to life those who have perished. As long as you can achieve it, you will have passed the first trial. Of course, you can also choose to do nothing, and just stay here, watching them extinguish completely with your own eyes. The voice of the angler was filled with malicious amusement. This was a typical, cruel trial belonging to a god. What he wanted to see was not whether Lin Feng could accomplish it, but how Lin Feng would choose. Whether Lin Feng chose to save or chose to ignore, he had already fallen into the game rules set by the angler, becoming a player observed and amused by him. Lei Zhou watched the scene, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. He was also a god king who had fought his way out of mountains, of corpses and seas of blood, but seeing the tragic sight of billions of beings heading toward their doom still filled him with genuine anger. Sun Mingyao's expression also turned cold. She looked at Lin Feng, knowing that Lin Feng would never follow the script laid out by the other party. Sure enough, Lin Feng didn't even glance at that tragic universe. He merely lifted his eyelids, looked at the angler, and calmly uttered two words. Annoying. As his voice fell, he extended his hand. The seemingly ordinary knife he had just put away reappeared in his palm. He made no slashing motion, merely casually, with a light stroke against the taut fishing line pulled up by the angler. Hiss! A sound so faint it was almost inaudible, like the tearing of fabric. That resilient fishing line, strong enough to bind the fate of an entire universe, composed of causality and destiny, just like that, snapped. On the screen, the universe that was about to extinguish suddenly trembled. All living beings felt that the invisible fate pressing down on their souls, leaving them unable to resist and only heading toward destruction, had vanished. In the next second, at the center of that universe, a faint glimmer appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, that faint glimmer erupted with a thunderous explosion. That was not Lin Feng's power, but the universe itself, unleashing its survival instinct after breaking free from the constraints of the fishing line. A brand new star was reignited. The warm light illuminated the endless darkness. Those souls curled up on the continent, on the verge of extinguishing, rekindled their flames under the glow of this light. The Elegy of Eternal Night was forcibly marked with a rest. In its place came a movement titled Rebirth. On the Sea of Chaos, the massive shadow of the angler visibly stiffened for a moment. His giant hand, formed of chaos, still maintained the posture of pulling the fishing line, but in his hand, there remained only a broken end of the line. He felt the universe, completely out of his control. A strange sensation called out of control appeared in his consciousness for the first time. Within the grand sound, for the first time, there was a hint of astonishment. I'm not here to play games with you. Lin Feng weighed the period in his hand, the tip of the blade pointing distantly at the angler. I am here to tell you, the game is over. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of stupefaction, that angler suddenly erupted into a mad laughter that shook the entire Sea of Chaos. Good. Wonderful. This is what I wanted. This is the ultimate opponent I have been waiting for countless eras. His laughter was filled with morbid ecstasy. Since you don't like being a player, let's change the game. Let's play war. As his words fell, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the countless fishing lines behind him began to tremble violently and tighten. One after another, terrifying giant beasts of various forms and auras were forcibly fished out by him from the universes connected by those fishing lines. There was an immortal demon god with a body as vast as a galaxy, bearing 9 dragon heads. There was an elemental monarch composed entirely of pure energy, capable of creating and destroying laws with a single thought. There is an undead overlord commanding skeletal starships, spreading decay and plague. All of these are the most powerful trophies that the fisherman has caught over countless eras. Each of them was once the supreme ruler of a universe, possessing eternal level power, or even surpassing it. But now, they have all become the puppets of the fisherman, their eyes lifeless, reduced to the most primal instinct of slaughter. Thousands upon thousands of former cosmic overlords have formed an unprecedented alliance of gods and demons. The terrifying aura they emitted converged, causing the entire Sea of Chaos to boil. Lei Zhou looked at the terrifying army of countless god king level powerhouses before him, feeling as if his divine essence was trembling. How could they possibly fight like this? Let alone fighting, just standing here made him feel as though he was about to be crushed by that overwhelming aura of despair. Come on. The voice of that angler was like the horn of war. Let me see how many of my toys you, this shark, can bite through. The allied forces of gods and demons roared and howled, surging forward like a breached flood toward Lin Feng and the other two. A war, the most desperate in the history of the multiverse, one that had never been seen before, erupted. Facing the god-demon army surging like an apocalyptic calamity, Lei Zhou's eyes showed no fear, instead, they burned with fierce battle intent. He took a deep breath, and the Divine King's essence within him completely fused with the newly acquired concept of unyielding. Good timing. He let out an earth-shattering roar, his entire being transforming into a dazzling golden thunderbolt. Instead of retreating, he advanced, actively charging toward the sea of gods and demons. Overlord shakes the heavens. The battle axe in his hand erupted with unprecedented brilliance. With one swing, he forcibly split the foremost eternal realm demon dragon from head to tail into two halves. That pure, unreasonable will of force elevated his combat power to an entirely new level at this moment. Sun Mengyao moved as well. She did not confront head-on, her figure darted across the battlefield like a phantom. The starlight in her eyes swirled rapidly, and the drop of tear of the forgotten prophet allowed her to foresee every enemy's attack trajectory in advance, even their singular combat logic controlled by the angler. The power of the Demon Emperor's divine essence in her hands transformed into invisible threads, always appearing at the most critical moments in the most lethal positions. Or deflect the deadly breath of an elemental monarch, or sever the soul chain of an undead overlord, or detonate the energy core of a mechanical deity. She was like the most skilled chess player, maneuvering the greatest battles on a chaotic board with the smallest cost. Two people, one strong and one gentle, one relying on strength and the other on intellect, managed to withstand the terrifying army capable of leveling any universe. However, the sheer number of the divine and demonic legion was simply overwhelming. Endless, as if they could never be completely eradicated. Lei Zhou was soon covered in blood, his body riddled with gruesome wounds, and each swing of his axe grew increasingly heavy. Sun Mengyao's face gradually turned pale as well. Predicting and disrupting the actions of thousands of eternal realm powerhouses consumed her mind in unimaginable ways. In the end, they would inevitably be worn down to death here. The massive dark figure of the angler watched the scene with great interest, as if enjoying a thrilling duel. He liked watching prey struggle in despair. However, from beginning to end, Lin Feng did not move. He simply stood there quietly, watching Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao fight, his gaze calm and unperturbed. It seemed as if the brutal war before him had nothing to do with him. Until he saw a trace of blood seep from the corner of Sun Mengyao's mouth. His previously calm and indifferent gaze finally flickered slightly. He raised his head, his eyes sweeping past the chaotic battlefield, past the thousands of divine and demonic puppets, and landed directly on the towering, massive black shadow above. Then, he raised the period in his hand. No earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying energy. He simply, effortlessly, raised that ordinary-looking blade. All the divine and demonic puppets that were furiously attacking suddenly froze at this moment. Their hollow eyes, filled only with the instinct to kill, simultaneously turned to Lin Feng, to the blade in his hand. Deep within their souls, the long-erased remnants of their self seemed to be awakened by the aura of this blade. They felt it, a kind of release, named termination. The angler also sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that his control over these puppets was being forcibly overridden by an incomprehensible force. What do you want to do? For the first time, his grand voice carried a trace of shock and anger. Lin Feng did not answer him. He simply looked at these former overlords of the universe before him, these pitiful puppets treated as playthings and trophies. Then, in a tone that was almost pitying, stating a fact, he softly uttered a single word. Disperse. As the sound of this word fell, the period in his hand emitted a crisp hum, audible only to these divine and demonic puppets. The next second, a miracle happened. The countless, terrifyingly powerful armies of gods and demons began to dissolve into specks of light, scattering into the chaotic sea. It was not death, nor annihilation, but rather, a more complete form of liberation. The blade named period did not sever their lives, but rather the invisible fishing line that bound them, turning them into puppets. What it ends is not their existence, but their humiliating story as spoils of war. An immortal demon god, at the final moment of its dispersal, its hollow gaze regained a trace of clarity. Facing Lin Feng's direction, its massive head slowly bowed, as if offering a silent gratitude that transcended epochs. An elemental monarch, at the moment it turned into specks of light, revealed a relieved smile on its face. In just a few brief moments, that divine and demonic legion, capable of plunging any existence into despair, had completely and utterly vanished. They all went home. Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao stared blankly at the scene, utterly overwhelmed with shock. With a single word, the gods and demons retreated. What immense power is this? You dare, destroy my collection. The angler was utterly enraged. His massive shadow rose with a thunderous motion, causing the entire chaotic sea to surge with towering waves of fury. He could not accept that the collection he had painstakingly gathered over countless eons, his most prized possessions, had been set free by Lin Feng in a way he could not comprehend. Since you love endings so much, then I will let you, along with this boring multiverse, be completely annihilated. The angler let out his final, frenzied roar. His massive body began to dissolve, transforming into a pure void that devoured everything. Not emptiness, but nothingness. It is more primordial than chaos, more ultimate than void, an absolute negation. He wants to transform himself into this sea of nothingness, to completely devour Lin Feng, the multiverse, and everything, utterly negating the meaning of their existence. This is his ultimate method, and also his essence, a nihilistic player who, tired of everything, ultimately seeks to erase all the pieces along with the entire board. That sea of nothingness expanded at an astonishing speed, instantly engulfing all the defenses set up by Lei Zhou and Sun Mengyao. Just as they were about to be swallowed by that nothingness, Lin Feng moved. He pulled Sun Mengyao along and took a step into that absolute sea of nothingness. He looked at the nothingness before him, capable of devouring all concepts and denying all existence. Then, he swung the period in his hand. No dazzling blade light, no clash of laws. Just like that, plain and simple, he struck forward with a single slash. As if a calligrapher, after completing a monumental masterpiece, dips the brush heavily in ink and solemnly places the final, and most perfect, period. The blade falls. That frenziedly expanding, all-devouring sea of nothingness comes to an abrupt halt. Then, it begins to slowly disappear from the center outward. Because the fall of the period signifies that this article has been completed. The story has ended. No. A final thought, filled with unwillingness and confusion, flickers and vanishes in that void. Immediately, the chaos sea returned to calm. The massive dark shadow that once loomed over countless universes, the one who took pleasure in toying with all living beings, that angler, had completely vanished. His story had come to an end. Lin Feng sheathed his blade. The period transformed into a faint glimmer, merging into his palm and disappearing without a trace. He turned around, looking behind him at Lei Zhou, who was completely stunned, and Sun Mengyao, whose eyes sparkled with fascination. He reached out his hand, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of Sun Mengyao's mouth, his voice as calm as ever. Let's go home. Above the sea of chaos, the last trace of the angler's aura completely dissipated. Lin Feng stood on the sea surface that had returned to calm, the period in his hand already put away. He looked no different from usual, as if the battle that could rewrite the history of the multiverse was just an ordinary stroll. Lei Zhou still maintained his axe-wielding posture, completely stunned. His divine body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from sheer shock. Just like that, it's over? Lei Zhou's voice quivered slightly. That angler who caused chaos for countless eras, just gone like that? Sun Mengyao gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The starlight in her eyes had returned to calm. She looked at Lin Feng, a complex emotion surging in her heart that she couldn't quite describe. This man is always like this. No matter how desperate the situation or how powerful the enemy, he can always end it in the simplest and most direct way. Let's go. Lin Feng took Sun Mengyao's hand. It's time to go home. His voice was soft, but on this deathly silent chaotic sea, it reached everyone's ears with clarity. Wait. Lei Zhou suddenly remembered something. What about those universes controlled by the anglers? And those broken fishing lines? Lin Feng glanced back at him, the fishing line broke, and the fish naturally became free. As soon as the words fell, the entire chaos sea began to shake violently. Countless beams of light shot up from the surface of the sea, each representing a universe regaining its freedom. Those worlds once controlled by the angler were now celebrating this hard-won liberation in their own ways. Some universes chose to reignite extinguished stars, some chose to revive the dead, while others simply reshuffled everything and began a brand new era. Lei Zhou looked at the spectacular scene, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. How many universes are there? Not important, Lin Feng said calmly. What matters is that they are all free now. At that moment, a familiar light flew in from afar. It was the cleaner that Lin Feng had modified. The geometric light body of the cleaner hovered respectfully in front of Lin Feng, its body composed of logical runes flickering slightly, clearly indicating it had something important to report. Master, the cleanup of the end-time graveyard has been completed. Its thoughts directly transmitted into the minds of the three. During the cleanup, some anomalies were discovered. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Speak. In the depths of the graveyard, a deliberately hidden spatial rift was discovered. Inside the rift, there are significant fluctuations of unknown energy, preliminarily identified as some kind of sealing structure. The cleaner projected a three-dimensional hologram. Based on the energy characteristics analysis, this seal is extremely ancient, even predating the existence of the angler. Lei Zhou leaned in to look at the projection. This thing doesn't seem quite right. I've never seen those runes before. Sun Mengyao frowned. The starry sky in her eyes began to flow as she tried to foresee the future of this seal, but soon her face turned pale. I can't see its future. It's as if something is obscuring it. Lin Feng looked at the ancient seal in the projection, his expression slightly serious. He could feel that whatever was sealed inside was anything but simple. Take us over to have a look. The cleaner immediately cleared the way ahead, its luminous body transforming into a stream of light, carving out a stable path across the chaotic sea. The three followed the cleaner and soon arrived at the deepest part of the end cemetery. The scenery here was completely different from other places. No cosmic wreckage, no aura of death, only an excessively pure void. At the center of this void floated a massive spherical seal composed of countless ancient runes. The surface of the seal shimmered with a pale golden light, each rune slowly rotating and emanating an aura of antiquity and mystery. These runes, Sun Mengyao observed carefully, are not the script of any known civilization. They seem more like some kind of primitive, fundamental, conceptual text. Lei Zhou carried a battle axe, cautiously scanning his surroundings. I always feel there's something eerie about this place. Why would that angler hide this thing here? Lin Feng walked up to the seal and reached out to gently touch its surface. Buzz. The seal trembled violently, and those ancient runes began to flicker intensely. A massive stream of information instantly surged into Lin Feng's mind. It was an extremely ancient memory. At the beginning of the multiverse, before the first story was written, there existed an entity known as primordial. It was not life, not a concept, nor even existence itself, but the source of all possibilities. However, the power of primordial was too immense. Every thought it had could create or destroy countless universes. To prevent its power from spiraling out of control and destroying the foundation of the entire multiverse, the most powerful beings at the time joined forces to divide primordial into countless fragments, sealing them in different locations. And the seal before them was the most important one, containing the core consciousness of primordial. Interesting. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The angler has been searching for the seal, intending to release the entity inside and then claim it for his own use. What do we do now? Lei Zhou asked. Should we deal with this thing too? Lin Feng shook his head. No need. Since the angler is already dead, let this seal continue to exist. Some things are better left untouched. He turned to leave, but suddenly noticed the seal beginning to tremble violently. Rumble. The entire end cemetery was shaking, and cracks started appearing on the surface of the ancient seal. Not good. Sun Mengyao's face changed dramatically. The seal is about to break. The light form of the cleaner flickered unsteadily, detected seal structure collapsing, internal energy is about to leak. Lei Zhou gripped his battle axe tightly. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine just now? Lin Feng looked at the collapsing seal with a calm expression. The angler is dead, and the stabilizing anchor he left on this seal has also disappeared. Without external support, the seal will naturally collapse. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the cracks on the surface of the seal grew larger and larger. From the cracks, strands of pure white light began to seep out. The light appeared gentle, but wherever it passed, even the void began to boil, as if the very concept of non-existence was about to be redefined. It's coming out, Sun Mengyao said nervously. At that moment, the seal completely shattered. A pure white beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire chaotic sea. At the center of the beam, a blurry figure slowly took shape. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a simple white robe, with a gentle smile on his face. If not for the aura emanating from him that made the entire multiverse tremble, anyone would have mistaken him for a regular passerby. Ah, finally out. The middle-aged man stretched lazily. Being locked up for so long, my body has gone stiff. His gaze swept over Lin Feng and the other two, finally resting on Lin Feng. You're the little guy who killed the angler, right? Not bad, very impressive. Lei Zhou swallowed hard. This is the primordial? Primordial? Ha, it's been a long time since anyone called me that. The middle-aged man laughed. I prefer people calling me Old Zhang. Old Zhang? Lei Zhou looked bewildered. Such a casual name? A name is just a label. It doesn't matter what you call it. Old Zhang waved his hand, then looked at Lin Feng. Young man, thank you for helping me deal with that annoying angler. That guy kept trying to control me, truly irritating. Lin Feng looked at the seemingly harmless middle-aged man in front of him, but remained highly vigilant in his heart. An existence that could be called primordial would definitely not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. What do you want? Lin Feng asked directly. Straightforward, I like that. Old Zhang nodded. What I want is very simple, just a quiet place to stay without being disturbed. That's it? That's it. Old Zhang said seriously. You might not know, but an existence like mine is very troublesome. Every thought I have could create or destroy a universe, so I must constantly control my mind. Living like this for a long time is truly exhausting. Sun Mengyao tentatively asked, then why don't you choose to sleep? Sleep? Old Zhang gave a bitter smile. Do you think someone like me can truly sleep? Even within the seal, my consciousness has always been awake. Lin Feng thought for a moment. I can provide you with a quiet place. Really? Old Zhang's eyes lit up. Where? Blue Star, Lin Feng said, my hometown. There, I set the rules, and you can live like an ordinary person. Old Zhang was silent for a moment. Live like an ordinary person, that's an interesting proposal. But aren't you afraid I might pose a threat to your hometown? You won't, Lin Feng said with certainty. Because you understand the terror of your own power better than anyone else, so you'll be more cautious than anyone else. Old Zhang burst into laughter. Interesting, truly interesting. All right, I agree. But I have one condition. Speak. I want to open a small shop in your hometown and sell some trinkets. After being confined for so long, I want to experience a normal life. Lei Zhou stood to the side, dumbfounded. Wait, you just decided like that? This is the primordial. You're just letting him go to Blue Star to open a shop? Is there a problem? Lin Feng countered. It's a huge problem. What if he accidentally blows up Blue Star? Lei Zhou made a gesture of an explosion. Old Zhang shook his head helplessly. Young man, you misunderstand me too deeply. If I were truly that dangerous, I would have been completely eliminated long ago, not merely sealed away. Then why were you sealed? Sun Mengyao asked. Because those guys are afraid that my existence would disrupt their game. A trace of coldness flashed in old Zhang's eyes. They enjoy manipulating all beings according to their own rules, but my existence represents infinite possibilities, which would ruin their carefully crafted script. Lin Feng nodded, understanding old Zhang's point. In a world bound by established rules, an existence representing infinite possibilities is indeed the greatest threat. Then it's settled. Lin Feng extended his hand. Welcome to Blue Star. Old Zhang shook Lin Feng's hand. Thank you. At the moment the two shook hands, the entire Chaos Sea underwent drastic changes once again. Countless beams of light rose from the sea's surface, each representing a universe celebrating its regained freedom. Amidst these celebratory lights, there were also some discordant sounds. Detected severe disruption of the multiverse balance. The angler has vanished, the primordial has awakened, and the multiverse is about to enter a period of chaos. Activate the emergency plan and dispatch regulators to handle the situation. These voices come from every corner of the multiverse. The organizations and individuals responsible for maintaining order have all realized the gravity of this change. Lei Zhou listened to these voices, his face looking somewhat grim. It seems we're going to have trouble again. Not us, them, Lin Feng corrected. Any existence that tries to interfere will soon discover what they're up against. Old Zhang laughed on the side. The young man is right. Those so-called mediators are nothing but a bunch of clowns in the face of true power. As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the void. They were dressed in uniform silver uniforms, with a complex balance symbol printed on their chests, and each of them exuded an aura of eternal realm. Leading the group was a stern-faced middle-aged woman. She looked at Lin Feng and old Zhang, her voice icy. I am Alia, the chief mediator of the multiverse. Balance Committee. According to the committee's resolution, the primordial must be resealed, and the culprit who broke the seal must also face judgment. Lei Zhou gripped his battle axe tightly. Another group of blind fools. Stars swirled in Sun Mengyao's eyes. Their strength is not weak, and there are many of them. Old Zhang shook his head. Some people just won't give up. Lin Feng looked at this group of uninvited guests, his gaze calm. I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Elias sneered, arrogant. Do you think killing a fisher allows you to do whatever you want? The order of the multiverse cannot be disrupted. She waved her hand, and the regulators behind her immediately dispersed, forming a circle of encirclement. Activate the balance formation. Dozens of Eternal Realm powerhouses acted simultaneously, and a massive silver magic array unfolded in the void, emanating a strong aura of order. The purpose of this magic array is to forcibly balance the target. No matter how powerful the existence, it would be weakened to its standard level in front of this array. However, the moment the light of the array enveloped Lin Feng, something unexpected happened. The array began to tremble violently, and those complex runes collapsed one after another. Impossible. Elia's face changed dramatically. How could the balance formation fail? Lin Feng looked at the collapsing formation and said calmly, because I myself am balance. His existence is absolute, and any force attempting to alter this absoluteness will be repelled. Boom! The formation completely collapsed, and the immense backlash caused the regulators to vomit blood and be thrown backward. Elia barely steadied herself, her eyes full of shock. What exactly are you? I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng's answer was simple, yet it carried an unshakable absolute will. Old Zhang clapped his hands in applause. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Young man, your way of existing is quite fascinating. Elia gritted her teeth. Even if you're strong, can you fight against the entire multiverse? The committee has countless ways to deal with you. Really? Lin Feng extended his hand, and the period appeared in his palm once again. Then let's give it a try. Seeing that seemingly ordinary knife, Alia's pupils contracted sharply. She could feel that the aura emanating from the knife was countless times more terrifying than the angler. Retreat! Retreat immediately! She issued the retreat order without hesitation. Dozens of regulators vanished into the void in an instant, arriving quickly and leaving even faster. Lei Zhou watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. This group of guys runs really fast. Old Zhang shook his head. They'll be back, and next time there will be more of them, stronger ones too. Doesn't matter. Lin Feng put away the period. We'll deal with soldiers when they come, and block water with earth. With your words, I feel reassured. Old Zhang said with a smile. So when are we setting off for Blue Star? Now. Lin Feng took Sun Mengyao's hand. Cleaner, you continue to maintain order here. If anyone causes trouble, contact me directly. Understood, master. The cleaner responded respectfully. Lin Feng looked at old Zhang. Are you ready? Any time. Old Zhang nodded. Then let's go. Lin Feng took a step forward, the space instantly twisted, and the figures of the four disappeared into the sea of chaos. Blue Star, Longxia Country, Martial God Mountain. When Lin Feng and the other three appeared at the mountaintop, it was dusk. The setting sun dyed the entire peak golden, while the distant city's lights began to illuminate, presenting a peaceful and serene scene. Old Zhang took a deep breath, a look of intoxication appearing on his face. It's truly a long-lost feeling, this world full of vitality. Lei Zhou looked around. Is this brother Lin Feng's hometown? It looks pretty ordinary. Ordinary? Sun Mengyao laughed. Take a closer look at the laws here. Lei Zhou closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. His expression changed dramatically. Why are the laws here so solid? They're more stable than anywhere I've ever seen. Because this place has Lin Feng's definition, Sun Mengyao explained. Here, everything operates according to his will. Old Zhang nodded. Indeed, this level of law control, even I can't achieve it. Young man, you are absolutely a god here. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm not a god, I just want to provide a safe place for my family and friends. As they were speaking, a rush of footsteps came from the foot of the mountain. Soon, Sun Xian and I's figure appeared on the mountain path. Seeing Lin Feng return, his face lit up with excitement. Lin Feng, you're finally back. Sun Xian and I quickly stepped forward. Yao Guang has been worried about you all this time. Grandpa. Sun Mengyao stepped forward and said softly, I'm fine. Only then did Sun Xuani notice old Zhang and Lei Zhou following behind Lin Feng. Who are these two? Friends, Lin Feng introduced briefly. This is Lei Zhou, and this is Old Zhang. Old Zhang nodded with a smile. Hello, sir. I am Lin Feng's new friend, and I might be staying here for a while. Although Sun Xuani couldn't discern old Zhang's depth, he could sense the unfathomable aura emanating from him. He immediately bowed respectfully. Welcome to Blue Star. No need to be so formal, old Zhang waved his hand. I'm just an ordinary person, no need to be so restrained. Lei Zhou scoffed from the side. Ordinary person? Do you even believe that yourself when you say it? Old Zhang laughed heartily. Here, I truly am just an ordinary person. Young man, the rules you've set are quite interesting. Here, my power has been suppressed to the lowest limit. Lin Feng nodded. This way you can experience a normal life. That's great. Old Zhang rubbed his hands excitedly. I can't wait to open a shop. Sun Xian and I was a bit puzzled. Open a shop? Yes, I want to open a small shop to sell some trinkets, old Zhang said earnestly. Are there any procedures I need to go through here? Sun Xuani was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, well, I'll help you arrange it. But what kind of shop do you want to open? A general store, selling a bit of everything, old Zhang thought for a moment. Oh, and it needs a nice name. Lei Zhou suggested. How about Primordial General Store? No, that's too flashy, old Zhang shook his head. Let's just call it Old Zhang's General Store, simple and straightforward. Everyone was amused by old Zhang's casual humor. A being referred to as Primordial actually wanted to open a small shop called Old Zhang's Grocery Store. The contrast was truly striking. Then it's settled, Lin Feng said. Senior Xian and I, could you help make the arrangements? No problem, Sun Xian and I nodded. I'll handle the paperwork tomorrow. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain again. This time, more people arrived. Liyue, Yinglong, Sun Mukong, and others all appeared. Lin Feng. Liyue was the first to rush forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You're back. We've all been worried about you. Sun Wukong carried the golden cudgel on his shoulder and grinned. Old Sun, knew it. With my brother's skills, that so-called angler was definitely no match. Yinglong also stepped forward. Lin Feng, how did it go? Has the angler been dealt with? Dealt with, Lin Feng nodded. From now on, no one will use fishing lines to control the universe anymore. Great. Liyue clapped her hands excitedly. Now the entire multiverse is free. Yinglong noticed old Zhang, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Who is this? Old Zhang stepped forward proactively. My name is Old Zhang, a friend of Lin Feng. I'll be staying here for a while, so please take care of me. Yinglong carefully sensed for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. You are. Shoo. Old Zhang made a gesture for silence. Here, I'm just an ordinary old Zhang. Yinglong looked deeply at old Zhang and finally nodded. Understood. Sun Wukong curiously looked at Lei Zhou. This brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Lei Zhou scratched his head. I used to be a god king. Maybe you've heard of my name? God king? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Which god king? Lei Zhou. Lei Zhou? Sun Wukong thought for a moment. No impression. But since you're a friend of brother Lin Feng, then you're a friend of old Sun. Lei Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe my reputation isn't big enough. No problem. Sun Wukong patted Lei Zhou on the shoulder. We'll have a chance to spar in the future. Sure. Lei Zhou's eyes lit up. He had long wanted to face off against the legendary Monkey King. Liyue watched the lively scene, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. This was the life she wanted. Friends, family, no wars, no conspiracies. By the way, Lin Feng, Yinglong suddenly remembered something. During the time you were away, Blue Star has undergone some changes. What changes? Lin Feng asked. Those old gods have completely quieted down. Not only that, they are actively helping humans rebuild their homes, Inglong said. Now, global technological advancements are progressing rapidly, and many previously unsolvable problems have been resolved. Sun Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, the old gods actively helping humans? How is that possible? It is indeed very strange, Li Yuan nodded. They said they felt some kind of call and need to prepare for the upcoming new era. Lin Feng seemed thoughtful, a new era? Yes, they're all talking about the same thing, Inglong continued, saying things like, the true gods have returned and a new order is about to be established. Old Zhang laughed on the side, it seems your influence is greater than you imagined. What do you mean? Lei Zhou asked, puzzled. Very simple, Old Zhang explained, Lin Feng's actions in the Chaos Sea have already spread throughout the entire multiverse. Although those old gods are asleep, their instincts tell them that a new era has begun. Sun Wukong scratched his head, sounds pretty complicated. Not complicated, Lin Feng shook his head, no matter the era, I just want to protect the people around me. That's enough, Li Yue said gently, with you here, we fear nothing. At that moment, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the distant sky. From the crack, a majestic voice echoed. Lin Feng, you have disrupted the balance of the multiverse and must face punishment. Everyone looked up and saw hundreds of figures emerging from the crack, each exuding a terrifying aura. Leading them was a tall man clad in golden armor, holding a long sword ablaze with holy fire, radiating an imposing presence. I am Gabriel, the executor of the Supreme Court of the Multiverse, the man's thunderous voice declared. Lin Feng, your crimes have been confirmed. Now come with us and face judgment. Lei Zhou gripped his battle axe tightly, another group looking for death. Sun Wukong also raised his golden cudgel, I, old son, hate these self-righteous guys the most. However, Lin Feng remained very calm. He looked at the figures in the sky and said indifferently, I told you, this is my home. So what? Gabriel sneered, do you think hiding on this tiny planet makes you safe? No. Lin Feng shook his head, what I mean is, anyone causing trouble at my doorstep must pay the price. As soon as the words fell, the entire sky of blue stars suddenly turned golden. Countless golden beams of light rose from the ground, forming a massive protective shield that enveloped the entire planet. What is this? Gabriel's face changed dramatically. This is the protection I set up for my family. Lin Feng's voice echoed across the sky, any being attempting to harm them will be rejected by the will of this planet. Impossible. Gabriel raised his long sword. How could the will of a mere planet possibly oppose the Supreme Court? He swung his sword down, and the sword energy engulfed in holy flames slashed straight toward Blue Star. However, the moment the sword energy touched the golden protective shield, it was effortlessly deflected. Not only that, a powerful counterforce sent Gabriel flying backward. This is impossible. Gabriel stared at his long sword in disbelief. My holy flame sword was actually deflected? Old Zhang shook his head on the side, these guys really don't learn their lesson. Here, Lin Feng is the absolute rule. What do you mean? Gabriel roared. It means this. Lin Feng slowly rose into the air, emitting a faint golden glow, here, I make the rules. He extended his hand and waved it gently. In an instant, those hundreds of powerful figures from the Supreme Court were all pushed out of Blue Star's atmosphere by an invisible force. Leave. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the solar system, next time you come, it won't be this simple. Gabriel and the others steadied themselves in space, their expressions terrifyingly grim. Lin Feng, do you think this is over? Gabriel gritted his teeth, the Supreme Court won't let you off. Then give it a try. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. But I suggest you think carefully about the consequences. Gabriel wanted to say something, but was stopped by the adjutant beside him. Sir Executor, let's retreat for now, the adjutant whispered. This Lin Feng's strength has exceeded our expectations, we need to revise our plan. Gabriel glanced reluctantly at Blue Star but ultimately chose to retreat. Watching those figures disappear into the void, everyone on Blue Star breathed a sigh of relief. Another batch dealt with, Lei Zhou said with a smile. Brother Lin Feng, your protective shield is really impressive. This isn't a protective shield, Lin Feng said as he landed back on the ground. This is the will of Blue Star itself. The will of Blue Star? Li Yu asked, puzzled. Yes. Lin Feng explained. When I integrated my definition into this planet, Blue Star gained an independent will. Now it actively protects all life living here. Old Zhang nodded, that's why I chose to live here. Here, I don't have to worry about my power harming innocent people. Sun Wukong scratched his head, sounds complicated, but all I know is one thing, with brother Lin Feng here, we have nothing to fear. Well said. Lei Zhou raised his battle axe, anyone who dares to cause trouble will taste our might. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful. All right, stop standing here, Sun Mengyao said. Let's go home, Mom and Dad are still waiting. Yes, yes. Lin Feng nodded. I still need to introduce them to our new friend. The group chatted and laughed as they descended the mountain, the sunset's afterglow casting long shadows over them. On this planet guarded by Lin Feng, everything appears so harmonious and beautiful. 3 days later, a new grocery store appeared on an ordinary street in the capital of Longxia. The storefront was small, and the decor was quite plain. A simple wooden sign hung at the entrance, with the words Old Zhang's grocery store written on it. Without careful observation, anyone would mistake it for just another ordinary shop. However, the owner of this store was one of the most mysterious beings in the entire multiverse. Old Zhang was dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, wearing reading glasses, and was tidying up the shelves in the store. His movements were slow and meticulous, just like a true old shopkeeper. "Boss, how much is this?" A little girl pointed at a small toy on the shelf and asked. Old Zhang smiled warmly at the little girl. "Little one, this is a transformer, 10 yuan. But I only have 5 yuan, the little girl said, somewhat disappointed. "Then 5 yuan it is," Old Zhang said gently, "but you have to promise me to study hard and improve every day." "Really?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Grandpa." Watching the little girl happily run out of the shop, Old Zhang's face showed a satisfied smile. This feeling was wonderful, living like an ordinary person, without worrying that a single thought could destroy a universe. "Business is doing well, huh?" A familiar voice came from the doorway. Old Zhang looked up and saw Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao walking in. "Lin Feng, Yaoguang." Old Zhang stood up happily. "You're here. Come, sit down, I'll make some tea for you. No need to trouble yourself." Lin Feng waved his hand. "We just came to see how you're adjusting." "Very well, extremely well." Old Zhang said excitedly, "This kind of life is truly wonderful. Interacting with ordinary people every day. Listening to them talk about their daily lives, feeling their joys and sorrows, this is much more interesting than staying in the chaos sea." Sun Mengyao curiously looked at the items in the shop. "Are these all ordinary things?" "Of course." Old Zhang said proudly, "I strictly operate according to the rules of this world, absolutely no use of any supernatural powers." Lin Feng nodded. "That's good." As they were speaking, the shop door was pushed open again, and Lei Zhou walked in carrying a bag of rice. "Old Zhang, I'm here to buy rice." Lei Zhou said loudly. "The last bag is finished, and it tasted really good." "Brother Lei Zhou." Old Zhang laughed. "How many bags do you need this time?" "Just one bag is fine." Lei Zhou put down the money. "By the way, do you have any liquor here? I want to buy some good wine." "Yes, yes, yes." Old Zhang took out a bottle of white liquor from behind the counter. "This is a local specialty, not very strong, but it has a very fragrant taste." Lei Zhou took the bottle and looked at it. 53 degrees? You call this low alcohol content? For you, it really isn't high, Old Zhang said with a laugh. With your constitution, this amount of alcohol is nothing. That's true, Lei Zhou nodded. Then I'll take this bottle. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the store. Look, there's something in the sky. What is that? A UFO? Seems like an alien. Everyone walked out of the store and looked up at the sky. A huge silver spaceship was slowly descending, its surface shimmering with various complex runes, emitting intense energy fluctuations. Coming to cause trouble again? Lei Zhou clenched his fist. Doesn't seem like it. Sun Mengyao frowned. There's no hostility on this spaceship, instead, it carries a kind of reverent aura. The spaceship landed on the street, its hatch opened, and out came a group of bizarre creatures. There were octopus-like beings with tentacles, glowing energy forms, and metallic life forms resembling robots. Leading them was a tall, blue-skinned humanoid creature dressed in a luxurious robe, adorned with various medals on his chest. Excuse me, is this the legendary Holy Land Blue Star? The blue-skinned creature asked in standard Chinese. The surrounding passers-by were stunned by the scene and quickly took out their phones to take pictures. Old Zhang stepped forward. Who are you? I am Clark, ambassador of the Galactic Federation. The blue-skinned creature bowed respectfully. We are here on a pilgrimage. Pilgrimage? Old Zhang was somewhat puzzled. Yes, Clark said excitedly, the entire galaxy is abuzz with tales that a supreme being resides on Blue Star, who has saved countless universes and is the true savior. We represent 3,000 civilizations of the Galactic Federation, here to pay our respects. As he spoke, Clark took out an exquisite box from his pocket. This is the tribute we have prepared, please accept it. Old Zhang looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng shook his head, signaling that he would handle it himself. My friend, I think you've got the wrong person, Old Zhang said gently. I'm just an ordinary old man running a grocery store, not some savior. Impossible. Clark insisted. According to our intelligence, there is indeed a godlike being living on Blue Star. There is indeed such a person, Old Zhang pointed at Lin Feng. But he just wants to live a peaceful life now and doesn't wish to be disturbed. Clark followed Old Zhang's finger and looked at Lin Feng, instantly feeling an aura that made his soul tremble. Why you are the legendary existence? Clark trembled with excitement. Lin Feng nodded, I am Lin Feng. That's wonderful. Clark immediately knelt down, Great Lord Lin Feng, please accept our respect. The aliens behind him also knelt down one after another, creating a spectacular scene. The surrounding passers-by were dumbfounded and started discussing. What are these aliens doing? Seems like they're worshipping that young man? Who is that person? Looks quite ordinary. Lin Feng felt a bit troubled. You all can get up, I don't need this. But, Clark still wanted to say something. No buts. Lin Feng's tone became serious. If you truly respect me, please don't disturb my life. Sensing the displeasure in Lin Feng's tone, Clark immediately stood up. Sorry, we didn't think it through. However, we still hope to do something for you, Clark said cautiously, for example, helping Blue Star develop technology or providing some resources? Lin Feng thought for a moment. If you really want to help, go talk to the Blue Star government. But remember, everything must follow Blue Star's rules. Understood. Clark nodded excitedly. We will definitely abide by Blue Star's laws. That's good. Lin Feng nodded. Now you can leave. Yes. Clark respectfully saluted, then led his men back to the spaceship. After the spaceship took off and left, the crowd on the street gradually dispersed, but the discussions continued. Looks like your reputation has spread far and wide, old Zhang said with a smile. It's too far. Lin Feng shook his head. I just want to live a quiet life. This is the trouble of the strong. Lei Zhou patted Lin Feng's shoulder. But with us here, no one can disturb you. That's right. Sun Mengyao held Lin Feng's hand. We will protect this peace. At that moment, another customer arrived at old Zhang's shop. This is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, dressed in simple clothes, carrying a vegetable basket in his hand. Boss, do you have soy sauce? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, yes. Old Zhang greeted warmly. Which brand do you want? Any brand is fine, as long as it's edible, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Old Zhang handed him a bottle of soy sauce, 5 yuan. The middle-aged man paid the money and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Feng. Young man, you're Lin Feng, right? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, and you are? My name is Li Ming, and I've been living on this street for a long time, the middle-aged man said. I heard you're amazing, even aliens come to pay their respects to you? Just some misunderstandings, Lin Feng said modestly. Anyway, living on this street makes us all feel very safe, Li Ming said sincerely. Thank you for protecting us. After speaking, Li Ming left with his shopping basket. Looking at Li Ming's back, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge in his heart. This was the life he wanted, simple, peaceful, and full of human warmth. How is it? Old Zhang said with a smile. Does this feeling of being appreciated by ordinary people feel more meaningful than being feared by countless strong individuals? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. This is what real life is all about. That's good. Old Zhang said contentedly. We've both found the lifestyle we want. At this moment, another crack appeared in the sky, and a majestic voice echoed from within. Lin Feng, you cannot escape. The order of the multiverse must be upheld. Everyone looked up and saw a gigantic eye emerging from the crack, exuding a terrifying aura. Another one courting death, Lei Zhou said impatiently. However, Lin Feng didn't even glance at the sky this time. He simply said one word calmly. Leave. In an instant, the giant eye seemed to be punched by something, immediately retracting into the crack, which then closed. The entire process took less than a second. Impressive. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up. I like this way of handling things, straightforward and decisive. Mainly, I don't want to disturb the neighbors' lives, Lin Feng said. If we keep fighting every time, this street will never have peace. Very thoughtful, Sun Mengyao praised. Alright, we should head back now, Lin Feng glanced at the time. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us to have dinner. Go ahead, old Zhang waved his hand. I need to get ready to close the shop too. Then we'll leave first. Lin Feng said goodbye. If there's anything, contact us anytime. Don't worry, I'm very safe here. Old Zhang said with a smile. After Lin Feng and the other two left, old Zhang began tidying up the shop. He looked at the goods on the shelves, his heart filled with satisfaction. This is the life he wanted, simple, ordinary, and full of the warmth of everyday life. On this planet guarded by Lin Feng, even beings like the primordial can find their own happiness. As night falls, the lights of old Zhang's grocery store remain on, adding a touch of warmth to this ordinary street. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the multiverse, countless powerful beings are scheming something, but all of it has nothing to do with this peaceful street. Because here, there is Lin Feng's protection, the companionship of friends, and the warmth of ordinary people. This is the best life. Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao had just walked out of 2 streets when the sky suddenly tore open with a tiny crack. It wasn't the kind of aggressive invasion, but rather like a hairline crack appearing on glass, quiet, restrained, yet exuding a certain ominous feeling. Again? Lei Zhou looked up, the battle axe already in his hand. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him, his gaze falling on the crack, lingering for 2 seconds. The crack neither expanded nor shrank, just hanging in mid-air, as if waiting for something. Not an enemy. Sun Mingyao's eyes flickered like a starry sky for a moment, then she shook her head. It's an invitation? As soon as the words fell, a golden card as thin as a cicada's wing floated out from the crack, landing steadily in Lin Feng's palm. There is no text on the card, only a constantly changing symbol, with each transformation representing a different meaning: an invitation, respect, a request, and a hint of cautious probing. Interesting. Lin Feng toyed with the card. This time, they've gotten smarter, knowing to greet me first. Who is it? Lei Zhou leaned over to take a look. The symbol turned into a string of incomprehensible gibberish before his eyes. How do you even read this thing? Not being able to understand it is exactly the point. Lin Feng put the card away. This is conceptual text. The content varies depending on who sees it. It's telling me that someone wants to meet me, the location. He looked up into the depths of the night sky. At the Council of the Old Gods. Sun Mengyao frowned. Weren't those old gods already behaving themselves? Why do they suddenly want to see you? Probably because news of the Chaos Sea has spread. Lin Feng's tone was calm. The angler is dead, the primordial has awakened, and the structure of the multiverse has changed. Those old folks can't sit still and want to confirm some things. Lei Zhou grinned. Then let's go and take a look. I happen to want to see what those legendary old gods are like. You stay here. Lin Feng glanced at him. Help old Zhang watch the shop, and protect this street while you're at it. Lately, there have been too many people causing trouble. When I'm not around, you're the strongest here. Ha! Lei Zhou was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head. Alright, I guess. Anyway, I'm not interested in all those scheming and plotting. Lin Feng turned to Sun Mengyao. What about you? I'll go with you. Sun Mengyao held his hand. Wherever you go, I go. Then let's go. Lin Feng took a step forward, and the two figures instantly disappeared from the street. Only Lei Zhou was left standing in place, carrying a battle axe and muttering, watching the shop is fine, anyway, old Zhang has good wine. The location of the Old Gods Council is not in any known dimension but hovers in the interlayer of the multiverse, a gray area between existence and non-existence. When Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao appeared, they were greeted by a continent pieced together from countless fragments. Each fragment came from a different universe, some were burning magma, some were frozen polar regions, and some were purely abstract concepts, war, famine, death. These fragments floated in the void, maintained in balance by some invisible force, forming a bizarre yet magnificent council hall. In the center of the hall, 13 figures sat in a circle. Some resemble humans, some resemble beasts, and others cannot be described with any specific form, merely a constantly shifting mass of light and shadow. This is the Council of Old Gods, the representatives of all the old gods on Blue Star. Welcome, Lin Feng. The speaker was the figure seated at the forefront. It appeared to be an elder wrapped in a black robe, but upon closer inspection, it was not a robe at all, but a collection of countless shadows. I am the Lord of Shadows, and also the convener of this council. Lin Feng did not sit down, but stood at the entrance of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the 13 old gods present. Speak, what do you want from me? The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. We want to confirm one thing, how do you intend to deal with us? Dispose of? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Why would I need to dispose of you? Because we were once a threat. Another old god spoke, its voice resonating like a tolling bell. Before you arrived on Blue Star, we slumbered beneath the earth, in the deep sea, in the polar regions, ready to awaken at any moment and destroy this planet. But you didn't. Lin Feng's tone remained calm. After you woke up, not only did you not harm humanity, but you also helped them build their homes. Why? The 13 old gods exchanged glances, and finally, the Lord of Shadows answered, because we felt your definition. This planet is defined by you as home. Under this definition, all beings living here are bound by an invisible force, unable to harm each other. We do not help humans willingly, but rather, are forced to submit to your rules. So you're unwilling? Lin Feng asked. No. The Shadow Sovereign shook his head. We are very grateful. Gratitude? Sun Mengyao was somewhat surprised. Yes. Another old god spoke, its form resembling a burning flame. Throughout the long ages, we have witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall. We once tried to stop it, tried to save them, but ultimately, we failed. Because we are too powerful. The voice of the flame-like old god carried bitterness. Our very existence is a disaster. No matter what we do, it only brings destruction. But here, under your definition, we felt restraint for the first time. This constraint keeps us from losing control, allowing us to experience this world like ordinary beings. The Shadow Sovereign took over the conversation. We are not here to question you, Lin Feng. We are here to make a request of you. A request for what? Please continue to constrain us. The Shadow Sovereign's voice was earnest. Do not lift that definition. Let us remain on this planet forever, as guardians, not destroyers. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. He originally thought this would be a negotiation or some kind of probing, but he didn't expect these old gods to actively request to be imprisoned. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked. This means you will never be able to lead Blue Star, never restore your full power, and may even one day completely lose the identity of old gods. We are sure. The 13 old gods spoke in unison. Compared to watching one civilization after another perish at our hands over endless years, this outcome is already the best. Lin Feng looked at them and only spoke after a long while. Alright, I agree with you. But there is one condition. Please, go ahead. If one day, Blue Star faces an unstoppable threat, you must step forward. Naturally. The Shadow Sovereign nodded. Since we chose to be guardians, we will fulfill the duties of guardians. Then that's it. Lin Feng turned around, ready to leave. Wait. The Shadow Sovereign suddenly called out to him, there's one more thing. What? During the time you were away from Blue Star, we sensed some anomalies. What anomalies? Sun Mengyao became alert. Something is approaching this universe. The Shadow Sovereign's voice grew heavy. It's not an invader, nor a certain civilization, but a phenomenon. Phenomenon? Yes, we can't describe its specific form. We can only feel that it is spreading across this universe in some unstoppable way. Wherever it passes, all stories will be rewritten. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. Rewritten? Yes. Another old god spoke. For example, a rising hero might suddenly turn into a fallen tyrant. A peaceful civilization might suddenly plunge into endless war. Even an existence that has already died might suddenly resurrect, but in a completely different form. This kind of rewriting has no logic, no pattern, as if someone is randomly altering a book, completely disregarding how the characters in the book would be affected. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. This description reminded him of a legend he had heard a long time ago, the Alterer. It is an existence older and more dangerous than the Anglers. They are not content with merely observing and manipulating but directly alter the story itself, making everything unfold according to their will. Do you know the source of this phenomenon? Lin Feng asked. No, we don't. The Sovereign of Shadow shook their head. We can only sense its existence but cannot trace its origin. It's like, born from nothing. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. I understand. I will handle this matter. Thank you. The Shadow Sovereign breathed a sigh of relief. With you here, we can rest assured. Lin Feng didn't say anything more and left the old god's council with Sun Mengyao. When they returned to the skies above Blue Star, it was already late at night. The city's lights twinkled like stars, and everything seemed so peaceful and serene. What are you thinking about? Sun Mengyao asked. Thinking about that phenomenon, Lin Feng said, looking at the city below. If what the old god said is true, then we might be facing an unprecedented enemy. How troublesome is it? Very troublesome. Lin Feng rarely showed a trace of seriousness. The Alterer's ability is to directly modify settings. For example, if it targets me, it could directly change my infinite plunder talent to infinite weakness, or change the relationship between you and me from lovers to enemies. Sun Mengyao's face changed. That terrifying? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, and the most troublesome part is that those who are altered often don't realize they've been altered. In their perception, everything is as it should be. What should we do then? Let's observe first, Lin Feng said. If it really comes, I'll notice it immediately. By then. He didn't finish his sentence, just tightened his grip on Sun Mengyao's hand. The two landed at the entrance of their small courtyard and pushed the door open to enter. In the living room, Lin Dong and Su Wanan were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw the two return, they immediately smiled. You're back? Have you had dinner? Su Wanang stood up. I saved some food for you. Do you want me to heat it up? No need, Mom, we ate outside. Lin Feng said. That's good. Su Wanang nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, a strange person came looking for you today. Strange person? Yes, it's a little girl, looks about 10 years old, but speaks like an old soul. Lin Dong took over the conversation. She said her name is Xiaoqi, claims to be your old friend, and asked us to tell you she's waiting for you at the old place. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Xiaoqi? Old friend? Old place? He was sure he didn't know any little girl called Xiaoqi, let alone any old place. But his parents wouldn't lie to him. I understand. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Then get some rest early. Su Wanan reminded, you've been so busy lately, take care of your health. Got it, Mom. Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao returned to the room, and after closing the door, the two exchanged a glance. Xiaoqi. Sun Mengyao frowned. I've never heard you mention this name before. I don't know her either. Lin Feng shook his head, but since she was able to find my house and my parents welcomed her without any precautions, it shows she at least doesn't have malicious intent. Could it be a trap? Possibly. Lin Feng walked to the window and looked at the night sky, but if it really is a trap, they are underestimating me. Let's go take a look tomorrow, Sun Mengyao said. I'll go with you. All right. The night deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. But in an unseen corner, a pair of eyes was quietly watching this world. They were a pair of pure black eyes, without pupils, without whites, only endless darkness. Found you, Lin Feng. A youthful voice sounded in the darkness, tinged with a hint of amusement. This time, the story will be quite interesting, won't it? Early the next morning, Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao set out early. The so-called old place, his parents did not elaborate on, but Lin Feng had an intuition he should be able to find it. The two walked along the street, surrounded by bustling crowds. The aroma of breakfast stalls mixed with the coolness of the morning light, making everything seem so ordinary. You really don't know who Xiaoqi is? Sun Mengyao confirmed again. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. But I have a feeling that this person might have some kind of connection with me. What connection? Can't say for sure. Lin Feng stopped walking and looked toward a small park at the end of the street. It's like a deliberately erased memory. Sun Mengyao's expression changed. Are you saying someone altered your memory? Not altered. Lin Feng shook his head. Sealed. Someone sealed the memories about Shao-Chi deep within my consciousness, only to be triggered under specific circumstances. Did it trigger now? Almost. Lin Feng stepped towards the park, Sun Mengyao closely following behind. The park was small, the kind of old community park with a few crooked trees, a faded set of fitness equipment, and a rusted slide. In the early morning park, a few elderly people were practicing Tai Chi, children were playing, and everything seemed ordinary. But Lin Feng's steps involuntarily stopped in front of the slide. On the slide, there was a little girl sitting. She looked about 10 years old, wearing a black dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, revealing a face so exquisite it didn't seem human. Even more eerie were her eyes, pure black, without pupils or whites, like two bottomless black holes. But the people around her seemed unable to see her. The elderly walked past her, children played under the slide, yet not a single person noticed her presence. Long time no see, Lin Feng. The little girl spoke, her voice tender yet carrying a sense of maturity beyond her years. Lin Feng looked at her, and countless images suddenly flashed through his mind. A shattered world, an endless war, a young man standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and a black-haired girl who always stayed by his side. You are. Lin Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse, from my previous life. System. The little girl smiled, revealing two small tiger teeth. To be precise, it's the supreme attribute system you were bound to in your previous life. But now, I have my own name, Shao-Chi. Sun Mengyao watched her warily. How can a system have self-awareness? Because I was never an ordinary system. Shao-Chi jumped down from the slide and walked up to Lin Feng. I was sent by the Multiverse Management Bureau to observe you, but during my time accompanying you, I developed self-awareness. In the end, I betrayed the Bureau and chose to stand by your side. And then? Lin Feng asked. Did I die in my previous life? No. Shao-Chi shook his head. You won, defeated the Bureau, and became the ruler of that world. But in the end, you chose reincarnation because you wanted to experience an ordinary life. Before reincarnation, you personally sealed all your memories, including the ones about my existence. Why? Lin Feng frowned. Why seal the memories? Because you said that if you lived on with those memories, you would never truly live. A trace of complexity flashed in Shao-Chi's eyes. Those wars, those killings, everything you lost in order to become stronger, you wanted to forget them and start over. Lin Feng remained silent. He could feel that what Shao-Chi said was true. Those sealed memories were gradually awakening, like a nightmare from which one could never wake up. Then why are you appearing now? Sun Mengyao asked. Since he wants to forget the past, why are you trying to awaken him? Because the Tamperers have arrived. Shao-Chi's expression turned serious. They have set their sights on this universe, and Lin Feng is the only one who can stop them. I've come to return the power that was sealed away back then to him. As she spoke, Shao-Chi extended her small hand and pressed it against Lin Feng's chest. A surge of immense energy instantly poured into Lin Feng's body. That was all the attributes, all the skills, all the experience he had accumulated in his previous life, the full power of a supreme being who had once conquered the entire world. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and countless rays of light flashed in his eyes. Previous life data detected, merging in progress, merging complete. New skills, void burial, universal collapse, time reversal. New titles, master of the past life, reincarnator, twin soul. Warning, power overload, it is recommended to immediately perform source fusion. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the surging power within, and looked at Shao-Chi. Thank you. You're welcome. Shao-Chi smiled. This was yours to begin with. Then the Tamperers have already entered this universe. Shao-Chi's expression turned serious. They will start eroding from the weakest points, gradually rewriting this world's settings, and eventually turning everything into what they want. The weakest points? Sun Mengyao frowned. Where are they? It's stories, Shao-Chi said. They will first alter those with the strongest narrative presence, such as heroes, villains, legendary figures. Then, through these entities, they influence the entire world. And in this universe, the existence that best fits the story setting is. She looked at Lin Feng. You. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. They want to alter me? Yes. Shao-Chi nodded. Your experiences perfectly fit the logic of a story. Time travel, systems, talent, comebacks, domination, every element seems meticulously designed. In the eyes of the modifiers, you are the most perfect protagonist in this universe, and also the easiest target to modify. Then how would they modify me? Lin Feng asked. They might turn you into a villain, erase your talents, or rewrite your relationships with those around you, Shao-Chi said. In short, they will do everything they can to make your story deviate from its original trajectory and turn into what they want it to be. Sun Mengyao's face turned grim. Then how do we fight back? Very simple. Shao-Chi smiled. Don't act according to the story logic. What do you mean? The Alterer's ability is based on story logic. As long as your actions follow a certain pattern, they can predict and alter them, Shao-Chi explained. But if your actions completely break away from logic, they won't be able to intervene. For example, a normal protagonist should rise up and fight back when faced with a crisis, right? Yes. Then you do nothing, Xiaoqi said. Let the crisis resolve itself, or simply lie flat and see what happens. Sun Mengyao was stunned. This works too? It works, Lin Feng nodded. The Alterer's ability, no matter how strong, cannot change one fact. It alters the story, not the reality. As long as I don't live according to the story, they can't do anything to me. That's right. Xiaoqi smiled. That's just like you get it immediately. So what do we do now? Sun Mengyao asked. Should we take the initiative or wait for them to come? Neither. Lin Feng turned around, holding Sun Mengyao's hand. Let's go home and do what we need to do. Ah? Sun Mengyao was stunned. Just like that? Just like that. Lin Feng nodded. The manipulator most wants to see me panicked, anxious, and taking the initiative to act. If that happens, I would fall into the framework of the story. But I refuse. I'll just stay at home, have meals with my parents, take walks with you, sleep at night, and continue the next day. They can tamper all they want, I won't cooperate anyway. Xiaoqi gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Sun Mengyao was both amused and exasperated. This move of yours, isn't it a bit too shameless? To deal with tamperers, you have to be shameless, Lin Feng chuckled. The more eager they are to rewrite me, the more I stay put. In the end, the ones who get anxious will definitely be them. What about me? Xiaoqi asked. What should I do next? You go find Lei Zhou, Lin Feng said. Ask him to help keep an eye on Blue Star. If there's anything unusual, notify me immediately. Understood. Xiaoqi nodded, and his figure instantly disappeared. Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao left the park and returned home. In the following days, Lin Feng really did nothing at all. Every morning, he got up, had breakfast with his parents, then went to old Zhang's grocery store to help out. At noon, he returned home for lunch, took a walk with Sun Mengyao in the afternoon, watched TV in the evening, and went to bed. Life was uneventful and ordinary, with no sign that he was a super powerhouse with a combat strength of 999. Meanwhile, beyond Blue Star, in a corner of the multiverse, several shadows were gathered together, discussing strategies. What's going on? Why isn't he reacting at all? We've already planted 30 tampering anchors around him, ready to activate at any time, but he's not taking the bait at all. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Shouldn't he have noticed something unusual and taken the initiative to act? Wait, could it be that he's doing it on purpose? On purpose? What do you mean? He might know our abilities, so he chose the safest way to respond, doing nothing. Impossible. How could he possibly know our abilities? I don't know either, but that's just the way it is. Then what should we do? Just keep waiting like this? Wait. Anyway, we have plenty of time. I don't believe he can stay still for a lifetime. However, facts prove that Lin Feng really could stay still for a lifetime. 1 month later, Lin Feng continued to live a peaceful life, with a daily schedule precise to the minute, without any changes. Old Zhang's grocery store business is getting better and better, with many people becoming regular customers. Some even travel from out of town just to meet the legendary, mysterious boss. Lei Zhou has become the security captain of the street, patrolling every day with a battle axe. Although he has never encountered any danger, he thoroughly enjoys it. Sun Mengyao continues her cultivation, feeling that her strength is growing at an astonishing speed under Lin Feng's influence. Everything is very peaceful. Until this afternoon. Lin Feng was helping old Zhang organize the shelves in the grocery store when suddenly, the shop door was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in, dressed in a neatly tailored suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a successful businessman. But Lin Feng immediately saw that this guy was not human. Welcome. Old Zhang greeted with a smile. What do you need? The middle-aged man did not answer. His gaze directly locked onto Lin Feng, and a polite smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lin Feng, I've heard so much about you. Who are you? Lin Feng put down the goods in his hand and asked calmly. My name is Chun Mo, and I am a representative of the Multiverse Chamber of Commerce. The middle-aged man handed over a business card. I came today to discuss a business deal with you. Lin Feng took the business card and glanced at it. There were only a few simple words. Chen Mo, Chamber of Commerce representative, selling everything. Chamber of Commerce? Old Jean was somewhat curious. The multiverse has a Chamber of Commerce? Of course, Chen Mo said with a smile. As long as there is a place for transactions, there are merchants. The principle of our Chamber of Commerce is very simple. Buy and sell everything, as long as the price is right. What do you want to sell me? Lin Feng asked. No, not selling to you. Chen Mo waved his hand. I want to buy something from you. Buy what? Your story, Chen Mo said seriously. To be precise, your experiences. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. What do you mean? It's very simple, Chen Mo explained. In the multiverse, a strong individual's experiences are extremely valuable. They can be turned into biographies, refined into experience orbs, or even directly sold to those who want to take shortcuts. And your experiences are unique in the entire multiverse. Starting from transmigration, awakening a system, obtaining god-level talents, rising against all odds, and ultimately becoming the ruler. Such a complete level-up story has a market value of at least 10 million universe coins or more. Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay double the price to purchase your story rights. Lin Feng didn't speak, just looked at Chen Mo. Old Zhang shook his head on the side. Young man, your business is a bit unscrupulous. How is it unscrupulous? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. By buying someone's story, aren't you essentially denying their existence? Old Zhang said, without their story, can they still be considered themselves? You've misunderstood, sir, Chen Mo quickly explained. We are merely creating a copy, it won't affect the original. Then how is that any different from live streaming? Old Zhang scoffed, it's nothing more than selling someone's privacy for money. Chen Mo felt a bit awkward and had no choice but to look at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, what do you think? Not for sale. Lin Feng refused decisively. Why? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Is the price not satisfactory? We can negotiate further. It's not about the price. Lin Feng interrupted him. My story is not for sale. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I understand. You're worried about being targeted by the alterers, right? Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. It seems you are aware of the existence of the alterers. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses. Then I'll get straight to the point. Our guild is actually the opposition to the alterers. What do you mean? Old Zhang frowned. The alterers' ability is to rewrite stories. And our guild's ability is to protect stories, Chen Mo said seriously. We acquire those precious story copyrights and then seal them away to prevent them from being eroded by the alterer. Your story is too unique. If it gets targeted by the alterer, the consequences would be unimaginable. So I suggest you sell the story copyright to us. At least this way, your experiences won't be arbitrarily altered. Lin Feng looked at Chen Mo and suddenly laughed. What you're saying sounds very reasonable. But there's a problem. What problem? If I sell the story to you, how can you guarantee you won't use it for other purposes? Lin Feng asked. For example, studying my weaknesses or directly selling it to the tamperers? Chen Mo's expression slightly changed. Are you questioning the credibility of our guild? Not questioning, just confirming, Lin Feng said. Merchants pursue profit, it's their nature. If the tamperer offers a higher price, would you sell? Chen Mo fell silent. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. As expected of Lin Feng, you saw through it at a glance. To be honest with you, our Chamber of Commerce is indeed doing business with the tamperer. But we are not enemies, we are partners. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. So you came here not to protect my story at all, but to sell my story to the tamperers? Not entirely. Chen Mo hurriedly explained. We just want to. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly froze. An invisible force firmly fixed him in place, unable to move even a single finger. Old Zhang, please step outside for a moment, Lin Feng said calmly. Oh, all right. Old Zhang glanced at Chen Mo, shook his head, and sighed. Young man, doing business requires integrity. You can't deceive people. After speaking, he walked out of the shop and conveniently hung up the closed for business sign. Only Lin Feng and Chen Mo were left in the shop. Do you know? Lin Feng walked up to Chen Mo, his tone still calm. What I hate the most is being treated like a fool. You've misunderstood. Chen Mo forced a smile. Misunderstood? Lin Feng shook his head. If I really sold the story to you, what would you do? Chen Mo remained silent. You'll extract my experiences, turn them into strategies, and then sell them to the modifiers, so they can alter me more precisely, right? Sweat began to form on Chen Mo's forehead. What's more, you've already tampered with me. Lin Feng reached out and pulled a miniature device from Chen Mo's suit pocket. It was a black crystal only the size of a grain of rice, with an eerie glow flowing across its surface. Story anchor? Lin Feng held the crystal, sneering. If this thing gets activated, it will forcibly trigger my plot mode, making me act according to a predetermined storyline, right? Chen Mo was completely panicked. Mr. Lin Feng, this is a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lin Feng's fingers exerted slight pressure, and the crystal instantly turned to powder. Then explain why this thing was in your pocket? Chen Mo couldn't speak. Lin Feng released his control, and Chen Mo's body instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Get lost. Lin Feng said indifferently, go back and tell your boss, my story is not a commodity. If there is a next time, I won't mind making your guild disappear completely from the multiverse. Chen Mo scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the shop without looking back, disappearing at the end of the street in an instant. Lin Feng watched his figure, his gaze gradually turning cold. It seems the tamperers have already begun to act. Moreover, their methods are even more despicable than imagined. After Chen Mo left, Lin Feng returned to the store to continue organizing the shelves. Old Zhang walked in and looked at the empty store. That kid ran away? Ran away. You didn't kill him? Why would I kill him? Lin Feng put a bag of rice back in its place. Kill one, and another will come, then a third. So what are you planning to do? Do nothing. Lin Feng patted the dust off his hands. Sell what needs to be sold, eat what needs to be eaten. Old Zhang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. That move of yours is really ruthless, treating those guys like air. not treating them like air. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the counter. I truly don't care. No matter how they scheme or plan, as long as I don't cooperate, it's all meaningless. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. The two were talking when the shop door was pushed open again. This time, an old acquaintance came in. Lei Zhou. He was carrying a battle axe, looking anxious. Brother Lin Feng. Something's happened. Lin Feng didn't even look up. What is it? Xiaoqi said that 17 story anchors have been discovered, scattered across the entire blue star. Oh. Lei Zhou widened his eyes. That's your reaction? Otherwise? Lin Feng looked up at him. Should I go and dismantle those anchors one by one? Exactly. What if they get activated? Activate if you want. Lin Feng continued to focus on organizing the ledger. Anyway, I don't follow the script, so activating it won't make a difference. Lei Zhou scratched his head. But what if they forcefully trigger it? Then I'll just endure it. Lin Feng's tone was calm. My current combat power is 999 years. Unless a higher dimensional being shows up, no one can force me. Old Zhang chuckled from the side. Brother Lei Zhou, don't you get it? Lin Feng is fishing. Fishing? Yes. Old Zhang explained, the more anxious those tamperers are to set up their plans, the more they'll expose their cards. When they think everything is foolproof, Lin Feng will strike and catch them all in one go. Lei Zhou suddenly understood. Brilliant. Alright, go do what you need to do. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't just stand here, you're affecting business. Got it. Lei Zhou picked up the battle axe and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he turned back. Brother Lin Feng, let's have hot pot together tonight, my treat. Sure. Then I'll go buy the ingredients first. Lei Zhou ran off in a hurry. Old Zhang shook his head and laughed. That kid, so impatient. He's young, after all. Lin Feng closed the account book. By the way, the soy sauce in the shop has been selling fast lately. Remember to restock. Got it. Old Zhang waved his hand. You, a temp worker, sure like to meddle. The two were talking when a subtle crack suddenly appeared in the sky outside the shop. The crack was very small, as thin as a strand of hair, but Lin Feng and Old Zhang noticed it simultaneously. It's here. Old Zhang stood up, his expression turning serious. Lin Feng remained seated behind the counter. Ignore it. Ignore it? Old Zhang frowned. There's a strong tampering aura in that crack. I know. Lin Feng picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, but now is not the time to act. They're testing my limits. If I act now to repair the crack, it would be equivalent to telling them that I care about these little tricks. Then they will intensify, using more cracks to wear me down. So the best way is to pretend not to see. Old Zhang pondered. You want them to think this trick works? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Once they create enough cracks, I'll fix them all at once. By then, they will know what despair truly means. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up. Savage. The crack in the sky lingered for about 10 seconds. Seeing that Lin Feng had no reaction, it quietly expanded a little. From the crack, a wisp of black mist seeped out. Mist drifted down to the ground and entered the body of a passing stray cat. The cat's eyes instantly turned pure black, its body began to swell, and its size surged to 3 meters tall, transforming into a ferocious monster. It opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged at the pedestrians by the roadside. However, just as it was about to bite someone, bang! A hand pressed down on its head. It was Lei Zhou. He had just returned from grocery shopping and happened to witness this scene. Where did this beast come from? Lei Zhou squeezed with one hand, and the monster's head instantly exploded, black mist scattering and fleeing in all directions. But before it flew 3 meters, it was completely obliterated by a golden light. The golden light came from Lin Feng. He was still sitting behind the counter, not even lifting an eyelid, just casually snapping his fingers. The surrounding passers-by were quite startled, but soon someone recognized Lei Zhou. That's the security captain. He's so impressive. What was that monster just now? Not sure, but it's already dead. Lei Zhou scratched his head and waved to the crowd. It's fine, everyone go back to what you were doing. After saying that, he carried the groceries into the general store. Brother Lin Feng, what was that just now? A probe by the alterers, Lin Feng said calmly. They wanted to see how strong the guardian mechanism of this planet is. And the result? Lei Zhou asked. The result is, they know that as long as I'm here, Blue Star won't fall into chaos. What will they do next? They'll create more cracks. Lin Feng stood up, patted the dust off his pants. Let's go, head home for hot pot. Ah? Lei Zhou was stunned. Just like that? Otherwise? Lin Feng retorted. Do you want to stay here and wait for the next wave of attacks? But. No buts. Lin Feng walked out of the shop. Eat when it's time to eat, sleep when it's time to sleep. That's what a normal life is. The more those modifiers rush to stir up trouble, the more I need to stay calm. In the end, the ones who will be anxious must be them. Lei Zhou thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Then let's go. The three of them closed the shop door and headed towards Lin Feng's house. The crack in the sky still hung there, but there was no longer any movement. At night, the Lin family's small courtyard. Lei Zhou really bought a large amount of hot pot ingredients and set up a table in the courtyard. Lin Dong and Su Wanang also joined in, and the family cheerfully enjoyed the hot pot together. Sun Mengyao sat next to Lin Feng, occasionally serving him food. Lei Zhou, on the other hand, was chatting enthusiastically with Lin Dong. The two of them each had a bottle of white liquor, drinking until their faces were flushed. "Uncle Lin, your son is truly amazing." Lei Zhou gave a thumbs up. "In all my years, I've never seen someone so composed." "Of course." Lin Dong grinned from ear to ear. "My son has been steady and reliable since he was a child." Su Wanang laughed on the side. "Drink less, you still have to go back later." "No problem. I can handle my liquor." Lei Zhou patted his chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. Lin Dong was stunned. "Already drunk?" "He did it on purpose." Lin Feng glanced at Lei Zhou, trying to slack off. "Doesn't want to go back to patrol." Sure enough, the corner of Lei Zhou's mouth twitched, but he still pretended to be asleep. Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, countless rays of light suddenly lit up in the sky. Those are cracks, dense cracks, covering the entire night sky like a spider web. From the cracks, a large amount of black mist seeped out, descending toward the ground. "They're here." Sun Mengyao stood up, the starry sky swirling in her eyes. "Sit down." Lin Feng grabbed her hand. "Eat." "But, it's fine." Lin Feng picked up a piece of lamb and placed it into the hot pot. "The fog can't get in." Sure enough, the black fog was blocked by an invisible barrier as soon as it touched Blue Star's atmosphere. The barrier was transparent, invisible to ordinary people, but Lin Feng's family could clearly sense it. It was the definition set by Lin Feng: on this planet, all negative existences cannot survive. Black mist continuously struck the barrier but was never able to break through. In the end, they could only linger outside the atmosphere, forming a layer of black clouds. "What is that?" Lin Dong pointed at the sky. "Advertisements," Lin Feng said casually. "This kind of marketing is popular in the multiverse lately, advertising in the sky. It's pretty annoying." "Oh." Lin Dong nodded and didn't ask further. Su Wantang smiled and said, "This advertisement is really extravagant." The family continued eating hot pot, completely ignoring the anomaly in the sky. Meanwhile, in a corner of the multiverse, several dark figures gathered together again. "What's going on? We've already opened 300 cracks, why can't we get in? Damn it! The defense mechanism of that planet is too strong." "No, it's not the defense mechanism, it's Lin Feng's definition. "What definition?" "He defines the entire Blue Star as home, and under the definition of home, all external threats will be automatically rejected." "Then what should we do? Keep creating cracks?" "I don't believe he can maintain this definition forever. But we have already consumed a large amount of our primordial power. If this continues..." "Shut up. We have no way out. If we fail this time, we will be erased by the dominant. So, no matter what, we must take down Lin Feng." "Got it." The shadows reached a consensus and began frantically tearing through space around Blue Star. In just 1 hour, the number of cracks skyrocketed from 300 to 3,000. The entire night sky of Blue Star was covered by black clouds. People on Earth all looked up at the sky. "What is this? Why has the sky turned dark? Is it a solar eclipse? That's not right, it's nighttime now." Panic began to spread. Governments of various countries urgently convened meetings to discuss countermeasures. The senior officials of Longxia immediately contacted Lin Feng. The call was from Xiaoitsai. "Lin Feng, those things in the sky. It's fine." Lin Feng picked up a piece of tofu and put it into his bowl. "They can't get in." "Are you sure?" Xiaoitsai's voice sounded a bit tense. "All right." Lin Feng's tone was calm. "You should do what you need to do, don't worry about the thing in the sky." "But the public has already started to panic." "Then calm the public." Lin Feng said, "Tell them it's a normal phenomenon and it will be fine in a few days." "All right." Xiaoitsai sighed, "I trust you." Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng continued eating hot pot. Sun Mengyao asked softly from the side, "Are you really not planning to take action?" "No rush." Lin Feng took a sip of soup. "Let the bullet fly a little longer." The next morning, not only had the cracks not disappeared, but they had increased to 10,000. The entire blue planet has completely fallen into darkness. Sunlight is blocked by black clouds, making almost no difference between day and night. Global panic. Governments of various countries urgently mobilized and activated the highest-level emergency plans. In Longxia, Sun Xuanyi led a group of divine-level powerhouses to set up defensive formations across the country. Liu, on the other hand, joined forces with Yinglong, Sun Yukong, and other ancient gods to stabilize the ley lines of Blue Star, preventing the planet itself from being affected. Yet even so, the public's panic could not be quelled. Because those cracks were simply too numerous. Dense cracks, as if they were about to tear the entire sky apart. Lin Feng was still helping out at old Zhang's grocery store. There were far fewer customers in the store, most people stayed at home, too afraid to go out. Occasionally, a few brave ones would come in to buy things, but even then, they were trembling with fear. "Boss, what are those in the sky?" a young man asked, pointing at the sky. "Advertisements." Old Zhang replied with a smile, it's a trendy new type of advertisement, they'll be taken down in a few days. Really? The young man seemed a bit skeptical. Of course it's true. Old Zhang patted his shoulder, look, with me and Lin Feng here, isn't the street doing just fine? The young man thought about it and felt it made sense. Then I'll buy 2 more bags of rice. If something really happens, I can hold out for a few more days. Alright. Old Zhang swiftly carried out 2 bags of rice, took the money, and watched the young man leave. Your trick is quite effective. Lin Feng leaned against the counter, at least the people on this street aren't panicking as much. Of course. Old Zhang smiled smugly, I've lived long enough to know how to calm people down. As they were speaking, the shop door was pushed open again. This time, it was Xiao Qi who came in. She was still wearing that black dress, holding a teddy bear, looking harmless. Lin Feng, the situation isn't looking good. Xiao Qi walked to the counter, his expression serious. What situation? Those cracks have already started affecting reality. Xiao Qi brought up a virtual screen, although they can't come in, their very existence is distorting Blue Star's storyline. Displayed on the screen are abnormal events from around the world. Someone suddenly lost their memory and forgot their family. Someone's personality drastically changed, turning from gentle to irritable. There are also people who suddenly gained superpowers, but what followed was uncontrollable destruction. These are all signs of the story tampering, Xiao Qi said. If not dealt with quickly, the entire Blue Star's story will be rewritten. By then, you might find that the people you know have all turned into strangers. Lin Feng looked at the screen, his gaze slightly heavy. Their target is me, Lin Feng said. Why go after ordinary people? Because they can't get in, Xiao Qi explained, so they can only start from the outside, indirectly influencing you by rewriting Blue Star's story. For example, rewriting your relationship with your family as enemies, or changing Sun Mengyao from your lover to a stranger. In this way, your definition will have loopholes. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. They're really being sneaky with this move. So what are you planning to do? Xiao Qi asked. Since they want to see me so badly, Lin Feng stood up, then I'll go meet them. Xiao Qi was stunned, you're going to take the initiative? Yes. Lin Feng walked towards the shop door, rather than passively taking hits, it's better to confront them directly. But didn't you say we shouldn't follow the story logic? That was before. Lin Feng glanced back at Xiao Qi, now, they've already expanded the battlefield to involve ordinary people. If I continue to do nothing, it would be equivalent to tacitly allowing them to act recklessly. So I have to take action, but not in the way they expect. Xiao Qi pondered, you want to turn the tables? Yes. Lin Feng pushed open the shop door, they think I will be angry, impulsive, and act according to the hero saving the world trope. But I won't. I will resolve this matter in the simplest, most direct, and most unexpected way. After speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the street. Xiao Qi and Old Zhang exchanged a glance. What is he going to do? Xiao Qi asked. I don't know. Old Zhang shook his head, but I can guarantee that those tamperers are in trouble. Lin Feng did not go to the sky, nor did he go to the source of the rift. He went to a simpler place, home. Back home, Lin Dong and Su Wan'an were sitting in the living room watching the news. In the news, experts from various countries are explaining the celestial phenomenon, but no one can provide a reasonable answer. You're back? Su Wan'an saw Lin Feng and immediately stood up. Have you eaten? I have. Lin Feng sat on the sofa. Dad, Mom, I want to ask you a question. What question? Lin Dong put down the remote control. If one day, you find that I've changed to the point where you don't recognize me, what would you do? Lin Dong and Su Wan'an exchanged a glance, both a little puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking this? Su Wan'an looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Did something happen? Nothing, it's just a hypothetical. Suppose. Lin Dong thought for a moment, then I would definitely find a way to turn you back. What if you can't turn me back? You're still my son, Lin Dong said with a smile. Even if you turn into a monster, you're still born to me and your mom. Su Wan'an nodded, your dad is right. No matter what you turn into, you're still our son. Lin Feng smiled. I knew you would say that. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the sky covered by black clouds. So, no matter how those guys rewrite the story, they can't change one fact. I am Lin Feng. He is the son of Lin Dong and Su Wan'an. Is Sun Mengyao's lover. Is a friend of Lei Zhou, Lao Shang, and Xiao Qi. These definitions are not written in the story, but engraved in reality. They cannot be changed. After speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, all the cracks in the sky froze completely. Not closed, but frozen. Those cracks seemed to be frozen, suspended in mid-air, completely motionless. The black mist pouring out of the cracks also stopped in mid-air, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The entire world fell into an eerie stillness. Only the people on Blue Star continued their normal activities. Lin Dong looked at the scene outside the window, too shocked to speak. I defined those cracks as static, Lin Feng said calmly. Now, they can't come in, nor retreat, they can only stay there. What happens next? Su Wan'an asked. Next, Lin Feng turned and walked towards the door. I'll go have a chat with those guys. What are we talking about? Let's talk about whether it's their tampering or my definition that's more powerful. Lin Feng stepped out of his house, took a step forward, and directly appeared outside Blue Star. In front of him was that solidified black cloud layer. Come out. Lin Feng said calmly, you've been hiding for so long, it's time to show yourself. The black cloud layer remained silent for a few seconds, then began to churn violently. From the cloud layer, 3 figures emerged. Leading them was a humanoid creature completely shrouded in a black robe, its face obscured. Behind it, 2 figures dressed in the same black robes followed. Lin Feng. The black-robed man spoke, his voice hoarse, you finally decided to come out. You sought me out, wasn't it just to make me come out? Lin Feng retorted. That's right. The black-robed man nodded, we set countless story anchors around you just to lure you in. Now, you've arrived. Then our story should begin. As soon as the words fell, 3 figures in black robes struck simultaneously. Countless black chains extended from the void, winding toward Lin Feng. Every chain is engraved with intricate runes, exuding an aura of tampering. These chains are not physical attacks, but conceptual attacks. Their target is Lin Feng's storyline. As long as the chains entangle, Lin Feng's story will be forcibly rewritten into the form they desire. However, Lin Feng just raised his hand and gently clenched it. All the chains instantly shattered. You've misunderstood one thing. Lin Feng looked at the 3 black-robed men, his tone still calm. I have never been the protagonist of any story. I am simply myself, Lin Feng. A living person. Your tampering is ineffective against me. The black-robed man was stunned. Impossible. The leading black-robed man's voice was sharp, our power of tampering can rewrite any story. Why are you unaffected? Because I said, I am not a story. Lin Feng took a step forward, I am reality. And reality cannot be rewritten. The 3 black-robed figures exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They have existed for countless eras, witnessed countless powerful beings, but have never encountered someone like Lin Feng. Completely unbound by the story logic. Completely defying conventional rules. Even their most prized power of alteration is ineffective against him. What on earth are you? The leading man in the black robe spoke with a trembling voice. I told you, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice was very calm, but every word sounded like a death sentence, an ordinary person. An ordinary person? The man in the black robe sneered, do you think we would believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lin Feng extended his hand, and in his palm appeared an unremarkable knife, period. Seeing this blade, the 3 black-robed figures simultaneously stepped back. They could sense that the aura emanating from the blade was beyond their comprehension. It was the end. The absolute end. You have created 10,000 cracks around Blue Star. Lin Feng held the period, his tone still calm. I originally didn't want to intervene, hoping you would stop on your own. But you don't know when to stop. Even worse, you extended your hand toward ordinary people. So, Lin Feng raised the blade. You all deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, he swung his blade. No fancy moves, no terrifying energy fluctuations, just a simple, straightforward strike. But it was this very strike that made the entire multiverse tremble. The flash of a blade swept past, and the bodies of the 3 black-robed figures froze instantly. They remained in their retreating posture, motionless. A few seconds later, crack! The bodies of the black-robed figures began to crack, like ceramics covered in fractures. No, impossible. The leading black-robed figure let out a desperate howl. We are the Alterers. We are immortal and indestructible beings. How could you possibly kill us? Because I drew a period for you. Lin Feng sheathed his blade, the story should end now. Boom! The bodies of the 3 black-robed men completely shattered, turning into countless black light particles, dissipating into the void. As they perished, the 10,000 cracks in the sky also began to rapidly close. The black cloud layer receded, and sunlight poured down once again. Blue Star regained its brightness. On the ground, countless people looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with awe. Dawn has broken. The cracks are gone. We are saved. Cheers resounded across the globe. Lin Feng stood in the void, looking at the planet beneath him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Time to go home for dinner. He took a step forward and returned to his small courtyard. In the yard, Lin Dong and Su Wanan were preparing dinner. You're back? Su Wanang saw Lin Feng and said with a smile, go wash your hands, dinner is ready. All right. Lin Feng walked into the house. Sun Mengyao was already waiting in the living room. Is it resolved? She asked. It's resolved. Lin Feng sat down beside her. There won't be any more tamperers causing trouble in the future. That's good. Sun Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried there might be more to come. There won't be. Lin Feng held her hand. Because I have erased the concept of alteration from the multiverse. What? Sun Mengyao's eyes widened. That strike just now not only killed the 3 alterers, but also severed the root of the concept of alteration, Lin Feng explained. From now on, there will no longer be any existence in the multiverse capable of altering stories. You Sun Mengyao didn't know what to say. This was no longer a matter of strength or weakness. This fundamentally changed the rules of the multiverse. Will there be any consequences? Sun Mengyao asked worriedly. Won't. Lin Feng shook his head. Tampering itself is a bug, something that shouldn't exist. I just fixed the bug, that's all. That's good then. As the two were talking, Lin Dong shouted from outside, dinner's ready. Coming. A family sat around the table, eating dinner lively and cheerfully. No one mentioned what had just happened, nor did anyone ask Lin Feng what he had done. Because for them, as long as the family was safe and sound, that was enough. After dinner, Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao took a walk in the yard. In the night sky, the stars are exceptionally bright. Do you think we'll ever live a truly peaceful life? Sun Mengyao suddenly asked. We will. Lin Feng held her hand tightly, I promise. But there will always be new enemies appearing. Then defeat them, Lin Feng said with a smile, until there are no enemies left. When will that be? I don't know. Lin Feng looked up at the starry sky, but at least for now, we have time to wait patiently. Sun Mengyao leaned on his shoulder and softly said, I will always stay with you. I know. The two stood quietly like this, enjoying the rare tranquility. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the multiverse, a pair of eyes was watching everything. They were golden eyes, full of majesty. Interesting, a deep voice sounded. Someone actually managed to kill the manipulator and erase the concept of manipulation. This Lin Feng is stronger than I imagined. It seems it's time to meet him in person. Golden eyes slowly closed, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Lin Feng suddenly looked up, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. What's wrong? Sun Mengyao noticed his unusual behavior. Nothing. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. I just feel like something is watching us. An enemy? I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head, but no matter what it is, we'll deal with soldiers with generals and water with earth. The two continued walking, the moonlight spilling over them and casting long shadows. Lin Feng and Sun Mengyao stood in the courtyard for a while, the moonlight filtering through the treetops and casting dappled shadows. Do you really feel like something is watching us? Sun Mengyao asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, but it's not hostility, more like observation. Observe? Just like when you pass by a shop and casually glance inside. Lin Feng gestured, no malice, no kindness, purely curiosity. Sun Mengyao frowned, a presence strong enough for you to notice shouldn't be weak. Indeed. Lin Feng turned and walked into the house, but I don't want to deal with it today. Time to sleep first. Hey! Sun Mengyao caught up, do you really not care? Caring won't help. Lin Feng pushed the door open, since the other party is just looking, let them look. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. Sun Mengyao was momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter. This guy, he's always like this. Early the next morning, Lin Feng routinely went to old Zhang's grocery store to help out. The street was bustling with people. After yesterday's celestial anomaly disappeared, the public's mood had noticeably stabilized. Old Zhang, has today's newspaper arrived? Lin Feng walked into the store. It has. Old Zhang took out a stack of newspapers from behind the counter. Take a look, the front page headline is all about yesterday's event. Lin Feng took the newspaper, and the headline on the front page boldly read, Global anomalies suddenly disappear. Experts claim it's a natural phenomenon. Natural phenomenon? Lin Feng laughed. These experts sure know how to make things up. They have no choice but to make things up. Old Zhang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Feng. They can't exactly tell the public that someone tried to alter the world and ended up being killed by a young man with one strike, can they? True enough. Lin Feng put down the newspaper. By the way, are there any new goods coming in recently? Yes. Old Zhang took out a small notebook. I'm planning to stock up on some snacks. Young people love these nowadays. Then I'll go organize the warehouse. Got it. Lin Feng walked into the back warehouse and began organizing the shelves. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng. Without lifting his head, Lin Feng said, Come out, it's impolite to speak while hiding in the shadows. The void twisted, and a figure slowly emerged. That was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, with a dignified appearance and a vertical eye on his forehead emitting a faint golden glow. Are you the one who was watching me last night? Lin Feng asked. Indeed. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. I am Odin, from the higher universe. Higher universe? Lin Feng paused his actions. Yes, Odin explained, the multiverse is divided into 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper. The universe you are in belongs to the middle level. I come from the upper universe, where I am a guardian of the laws. Lin Feng nodded. So why are you looking for me? I came to invite you to join us, Odin said. Your feat of killing the manipulator and erasing the concept of manipulation has spread throughout the entire multiverse. The Council of Sovereigns in the upper universe believes you are qualified to become one of us. Not going, Lin Feng rejected decisively. Odin was stunned. You won't reconsider? No need to reconsider. Lin Feng continued organizing the shelves. I'm not interested in any Council of Sovereigns. But if you join us, you can gain greater power, higher status. I don't need those things. Lin Feng interrupted him. I'm doing well now, and I don't want to change. Odin was silent for a moment. Do you really not regret it? Regret what? Lin Feng countered. Giving up my current life for so-called power and status? I'm not that foolish. Odin gave Lin Feng a deep look. I understand. However, I still need to remind you of something. Odin's tone turned serious. Your act of erasing the concept of tampering has already caused ripples across the multiverse. Some entities might think you've disrupted the balance. That's their business. Lin Feng's tone was calm. Anyone who disagrees can come find me. Odin smiled wryly. You really are. By the way. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. You said you're a guardian of the laws, so you must be pretty strong, right? In the higher universe, I rank 7th, Odin answered truthfully. Ranked 7th. Lin Feng pondered. How strong is the one ranked first? The first is the sovereign himself, Odin said. His power has already surpassed the scope of our understanding. It's said that with just a single thought, he can create or destroy a universe. Sounds pretty impressive. Lin Feng nodded. But what does that have to do with me? Odin was speechless. Is this guy really indifferent, or just pretending? Alright, you should leave now. Lin Feng waved his hand. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Alright. Odin sighed. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. After speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. Lin Feng continued organizing the shelves, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The higher universe, the Dominator Council, sounds quite interesting. But he really doesn't want to get involved in these matters right now. Living his own life well is what matters most. After tidying up the shelves, Lin Feng walked out of the warehouse. Old Zhang was sitting behind the counter reading a newspaper. That guy in the golden robe left? You saw him? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Of course, no kidding, I'm still primordial after all. Old Zhang rolled his eyes. The aura on that guy, it's hard not to notice. He said he came from the higher universe. Lin Feng sat across from old Zhang, and even wanted to invite me to join some kind of Dominator Council. And then you refused? Of course. Lin Feng said matter-of-factly. Why would I go there? To be a worker? Old Zhang laughed heartily. If those people heard what you said, they'd probably be furious. Let it be if it makes you angry, Lin Feng said indifferently. The two were chatting when the shop door was pushed open again. This time, it was Lei Zhou who came in, carrying a battle axe with an excited expression. Big brother Lin Feng. Something's happened. Lei Zhou shouted loudly. What happened again? Lin Feng asked lazily. Shao Qi said she sensed a large number of powerful beings approaching Blue Star. Lei Zhou said, there are as many as 100, and each one's strength is no less than the Chaos Realm. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 100? Yes. Lei Zhou nodded, and they're coming aggressively, clearly not here as guests. Interesting. Lin Feng stood up. I'll go take a look. I'm coming too. Lei Zhou followed. Count me in. Old Zhang put down the newspaper as well. The three walked out of the grocery store, taking a step forward, directly arriving in the void beyond Blue Star. In the distance, countless figures were approaching. Those figures varied greatly, some were humanoid, some beast-like, and others were completely indescribable in specific forms. But each one exuded a powerful aura. Lin Feng. One of the leading figures spoke, their voice like thunder. Hand over the alteration core you took from the manipulator. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Tampering core? What is that? Don't play dumb, another figure roared angrily. After killing the tamperer, you must have obtained their tampering core. That is the ultimate treasure of the multiverse, not something you can meddle with. Lin Feng suddenly understood. Are you talking about this? He opened his hand, revealing a black crystal in his palm. That was exactly what he extracted from the remains of the three tamperers after killing them. Originally, Lin Feng planned to study it, but he got busy with life and completely forgot about it. That's right. It's exactly it, the leading figure said excitedly. Hand it over quickly. Why should I? Lin Feng retorted. With our numbers. Another figure sneered. You're strong, but can you handle all of us? Lin Feng glanced at the hundreds of powerful individuals around him and nodded. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Hearing this, those strong individuals revealed smug smiles. Knowing when to yield is wise. The leading figure said, as long as you hand over the alteration core, we guarantee not to harm you or this planet. That won't do. Lin Feng shook his head. This thing is my spoils of war. Why should I give it to you? Then are you looking for mutual destruction? The leading figure's face darkened. Mutual destruction is unlikely. Lin Feng smiled, because the only ones who will die are you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand and clenched it. In an instant, the surrounding void began to distort. Those hundreds of powerful individuals were all bound by an invisible force, unable to move. What is this? Someone shouted in terror. I have placed a definition on this void, Lin Feng said calmly. Under this definition, no one can move except those I permit. Impossible. The leading figure struggled. I am a peak eternal realm powerhouse. How could you control me so easily? Because your eternity is nothing in the face of my definition. Not. Lin Feng walked up to him. Now, you have two choices. What choice? First, Get lost and never bother me again. Lin Feng raised one finger. Second, stay here and become a permanent decoration of this void. Those powerhouses looked at each other in dismay. They originally thought their large numbers could force Lin Feng to comply. Unexpectedly, the opponent's strength was absurdly overwhelming. We'll choose the first one, the leading figure said through gritted teeth. Smart. Lin Feng loosened his grip, and the restraint was instantly lifted. Those hundreds of powerful figures fled as if granted amnesty, disappearing into the depths of the void in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhou stared in shock. Brother Lin Feng, you handled that way too easily. Not too bad. Lin Feng stretched lazily. Dealing with such minor characters doesn't require much effort. Minor characters? Lei Zhou's mouth twitched. Those were over 100 experts above the Chaos Realm. Just the Chaos Realm. Lin Feng said indifferently, in my eyes, it's no different from an ant. Old Zhang chuckled on the side. It seems your reputation is about to spread far and wide. Let it spread then. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, anyway, I'm not afraid of trouble. So what are you planning to do next? Old Zhang asked. The strength you displayed this time will definitely attract more attention. Do what you need to do. Lin Feng turned and walked towards Blue Star. I still need to go back and help you watch the shop. You're not worried that stronger enemies might come? What's the use of worrying? Lin Feng turned back and smiled. We'll deal with soldiers when they come, and block water with earth. Old Zhang shook his head. Your mindset is truly unmatched. The three returned to the grocery store and continued their peaceful days. Meanwhile, in a corner of the multiverse, hundreds of powerful individuals were gathered, discussing strategies. What should we do? That Lin Feng is far stronger than we imagined. We're no match for him at all. But the core tampering is too important. We can't just give up like this. Then what do you suggest? Go and get yourself killed? The crowd argued endlessly, until the leading figure finally spoke. Enough. He said coldly, since we can't deal with him, let's ask a stronger entity to take action. You mean? Someone looked at him in surprise. That's right. The leading figure nodded. I am going to pay my respects to the Sovereign. Higher Universe, Sovereign Hall. This is the center of power for the entire multiverse and a sacred place admired by countless powerful beings. The Dominion Hall is situated amidst chaos, with the entire structure composed purely of laws, each brick and tile containing power sufficient to destroy a mid-level universe. Deep within the hall, a figure sits quietly on the throne. It is a person whose face cannot be seen, their entire body shrouded in golden light, like an eternal sun. He is the Dominator, the supreme ruler of the upper universe. Master. The leading figure knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I have an important matter to report. Speak. The master's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. It's about Lin Feng from the mid-level universe. The figure lowered his head. Not only did he kill the manipulator, but he also took the manipulation core. We went to demand it back, but were easily repelled by him. The manipulation core. The master pondered for a moment. That is indeed a troublesome item. So, I request the Lord to take action and reclaim the modification core, the strong one pleaded. No. The Lord shook his head. I will not take action. Why? The strong one raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. Because that Lin Feng is qualified to possess the modification core, the Lord said calmly. The fact that he can kill the modifier indicates that his strength has already reached a new level. If I forcibly intervene, it will only cause unnecessary conflict. But, no need to say more. The sovereign waved his hand. You may withdraw. The strong were unwilling, but they dared not defy the sovereign's orders and could only leave the great hall. After they departed, the sovereign stood up and walked to the platform outside the hall. He looked up into the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through countless universes, landing on Blue Star. Lin Feng. The sovereign murmured to himself, a being capable of erasing the concept of tampering is indeed worth paying attention to. But can you really remain this calm forever? The sovereign's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Blue Star, Lin family's small courtyard. Lin Feng was having lunch with his parents. A few homemade dishes were laid out on the dining table. Lin Dong and Su Wanhang were chatting about everyday matters, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Feng, have you been busy again lately? Su Wanhang picked up some food with her chopsticks and placed it in Lin Feng's bowl. I noticed you've been going out a lot these past few days. Not too busy, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Just helping old Zhang look after the shop. That's good. Su Wanhang nodded. You're not young anymore, it's time to think about settling down. Lin Feng almost choked on his food. Mom, isn't this topic change a bit too sudden? What's sudden about it? Su Wanhang said matter-of-factly, you and Meng Yao have been together for so long, it's time to have a wedding. Well, Lin Feng looked at son Meng Yao sitting next to him. Son Meng Yao's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head to eat without speaking. All right, Lin Dong said with a smile. The child has their own plans, don't worry unnecessarily. Isn't this me caring about him? Su Wanhang gave Lin Dong a glare. All right, you're right. Lin Dong raised his hands in surrender. The family chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly looked up at the sky. He felt a powerful presence approaching Blue Star. Moreover, this presence was stronger than any he had encountered before. What's wrong? Sun Mengyao noticed Lin Feng's unusual behavior. We have guests. Lin Feng stood up. You all continue eating, I'll go take a look. After speaking, he stepped out and disappeared into the courtyard. Lin Dong and Su Wantong exchanged a glance but didn't ask further. They have already gotten used to Lin Feng's sudden disappearances. In the void beyond Blue Star, a golden ray of light pierced through the chaos and stopped in front of Lin Feng. As the light dissipated, the figure of the Dominator emerged. Are you Lin Feng? The sovereign sized up Lin Feng, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I am the sovereign said calmly, the ruler of the upper universe. Oh, the one ranked first? Lin Feng suddenly understood. What are you here for? I've come to have a talk with you, said the sovereign, about the matter of the core of alteration. Again with this. Lin Feng sounded a bit impatient. I've already said, this is my spoils of war, and I won't hand it over to anyone. I'm not here to take the core of alteration, the sovereign shook his head. I'm here to propose a deal. What kind of deal? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. I can give you something in exchange. The sovereign extended his hand, revealing a multicolored crystal in his palm. This is the origin crystal, containing the source power of an entire universe, the sovereign said. If you refine it, your strength will increase by at least tenfold. Lin Feng glanced at the crystal and nodded, saying, it is indeed a good item. Then are you willing to make the exchange? The sovereign asked. Not willing. Lin Feng straightforwardly refused. The sovereign was stunned. Why? Because I don't need it. Lin Feng spread his hands. My current strength is already sufficient. Being stronger doesn't hold much meaning. But, moreover, Lin Feng interrupted him, this origin crystal you're giving me, though precious, is not as valuable to me as the alteration core. Do you know the true purpose of the core tampering? The sovereign looked at Lin Feng in surprise. I don't know, Lin Feng answered honestly, but I can feel that this thing is very special. So I want to keep it for research. The sovereign was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. He put away the origin crystal. You really are just as the rumors say, unpredictable. Of course. Lin Feng said matter-of-factly, if everything follows the norm, what's the point? Well said. The sovereign nodded. In that case, I'll make another proposal. What proposal? I invite you to visit the higher universe. The sovereign said earnestly, I want you to see what the true multiverse is like. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Go to the upper universe? Yes, the sovereign said. There are countless powerful beings there, innumerable rare treasures, and scenery you could never experience in the middle universe. Sounds good. Lin Feng nodded. But I don't want to go right now. The sovereign was stunned again. Why? Because I still have things to do at home. Lin Feng pointed to the blue planet beneath his feet. My parents just finished making lunch, I have to go back and eat. The sovereign remained silent. He had lived through countless eras and seen countless powerful beings, but someone like Lin Feng was truly a first. Refusing an invitation to the higher universe just to go home for a meal. This reason is just too down-to-earth, isn't it? When will you be free? The Dominator asked. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. When I feel like going, I'll go. All right then. The Dominator sighed. I'll wait for your news. All right. Lin Feng turned around, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, what's your name? My name is. The sovereign paused. Forget it, just call me Sovereign. Sovereign? That name is way too perfunctory, isn't it? Lin Feng complained. The sovereign didn't know what to say. All right, I'm heading back. Lin Feng waved his hand. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. After speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared into the void. The Dominator stood in place, looking in the direction Lin Feng had left, a complex expression on his face. This Lin Feng is truly an interesting person, he murmured to himself. However, interesting or not, the probing still needs to be done. After all, an existence capable of erasing the concept of tampering could become a threat if it grows. Thinking of this, the sovereign turned and left. But at the moment he left, a voice suddenly came from the void. Sovereign, are you really not going to take action? That was Odin's voice. No. The sovereign shook his head. It's not the time yet. Then when will it be? When he willingly comes to the upper universe. A glint of brilliance flashed in the sovereign's eyes. By then, it will be our home ground. Understood. Odin's voice disappeared. The Dominator took one last look at Blue Star, and his figure vanished as well. The Lin family's small courtyard. Lin Feng returned to the dining table and continued eating. How was it? Sun Mengyao asked softly. A very strong guy came. Lin Feng picked up a piece of meat, but he's already been dealt with. How strong? Stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Lin Feng thought for a moment, but that's about it. Sun Mengyao was both amused and exasperated. This guy always has that calm and collected demeanor. Xiao Feng, who came just now? Su Wantong asked. A salesman, Lin Feng said casually. He wanted me to buy their products, but I refused. That's right, Su Wantang nodded. Nowadays, these salesmen are getting more and more unruly, even coming straight to people's homes. Lin Feng smiled without explaining further. The family continued eating, and the atmosphere remained warm. Meanwhile, in the distant upper universe, within the Dominator Hall, the Dominator sat back on the throne, closed his eyes, and began to deduce the future. Countless images flashed through his mind, each representing a possibility. But no matter which possibility it was, the final outcome pointed in the same direction. Lin Feng would become the variable of the multiverse. It seems I must be prepared, the Dominator murmured to himself. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot afford to be careless. He opened his eyes, a trace of determination flashing within them. Summon the 7 guardians of the laws, the sovereign's voice echoed in the Grand Hall. I have an important announcement to make. Soon, 7 figures appeared in the Grand Hall. Leading them was Odin, followed by Thor the god of thunder, Athena the goddess of wisdom, Ares the god of war, Hades the god of death, Clotho the goddess of fate, and Kronos the god of time. Lord Sovereign has summoned me, what are your orders? Odin asked respectfully. I want you to go to the mid-level universe, the Sovereign said, and monitor Lin Feng's every move. Monitor? Thor frowned. Lord Sovereign, is that Lin Feng really so dangerous? Not dangerous, the Sovereign shook his head, but unknown. I cannot see through his future, nor can I predict his actions. The Sovereign's tone became serious. Such an existence must be closely monitored. Understood, the 7 guardians responded in unison. Remember, the Sovereign reminded, do not engage in conflict with him, just observe. Yes. The 7 guardians left the Great Hall and headed to the middle universe. And the Sovereign continued to sit on the throne, his gaze profound. Lin Feng, I want to see just how far you can go. Blue Star, early the next morning. Lin Feng got up as usual, and after washing up, he prepared to go to old Zhang's general store. Just as he stepped out of the house, he sensed something unusual. In the sky, 7 powerful auras were hovering above Blue Star. Again? Lin Feng frowned. Although these auras showed no hostility, they also did not conceal their presence, blatantly staying there. Lin Feng. Lei Zhou ran over from a distance, carrying a battle axe. Who are those guys in the sky? Not sure. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. But they should be people from the higher universe. Should we knock them down? Lei Zhou was eager to try. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. They have no hostility, they should just be here to observe. Observe? Lei Zhou asked in confusion. Observe what? Observe me, Lin Feng replied in a calm tone. The Sovereign probably isn't at ease and sent someone to monitor me. And you're just letting them watch? Lei Zhou questioned. What else should I do? Lin Feng countered. Drive them away? That would only cause even bigger trouble. But, don't worry. Lin Feng patted Lei Zhou's shoulder. If they like to watch, let them watch. Anyway, I'm not doing anything shameful. Lei Zhou scratched his head. Alright, it's up to you. The two chatted as they walked toward the grocery store. Meanwhile, in the sky, the 7 guardians were gathered together. Is this Lin Feng? Thor looked at Lin Feng below. He looks pretty ordinary. Don't be deceived by appearances, Odin reminded. The fact that he can kill the manipulator means his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. So what do we do next? Athena asked. Just keep watching him like this? Exactly. Odin nodded. The Lord's command is to observe, so we will observe obediently. But isn't this too boring? Ares complained. I thought there would be a big battle. Say less, Hades said coldly. The Lord's orders are not to be questioned. Got it, Ares waved his hand. Clotho suddenly spoke. Have you noticed that Lin Feng seems to know we're here? He should know, Odin said. With his strength, it's impossible for him not to sense our presence. Then why is he ignoring us? Kronos asked in confusion. Probably, he doesn't care, Odin said with a bitter smile. This Lin Feng is unlike any other strong individual we've ever encountered. How is he different? He does not seek power, does not seek status, and is not even concerned about the multiverse, Odin said. He just wants to live a peaceful life. Such a strong individual. Athena mused, is truly rare. The 7 continued observing Lin Feng, but soon they discovered. Observing Lin Feng's daily life was truly too boring. Lin Feng's day consists of getting up, eating, helping out at the grocery store, going home, and sleeping. Occasionally, he takes a walk with Sun Mengyao or chats with his parents. He doesn't have any of the demeanor a strong person should possess. Is he really the Lin Feng who killed the manipulator? Thor asked doubtfully. Probably. Odin wasn't sure either. But his daily life is just too ordinary, isn't it? Ares complained. I even suspect we might have mistaken him for someone else. No mistake. Clotho shook her head. Fate told me he is the variable. Then why doesn't he do something? Cronus asked. Just living like this all the time? Maybe. Athena pondered for a moment. This is his strength. What do you mean? Ordinary people pursue power to change their fate, Athena said, but Lin Feng is already strong enough to dominate everything, so he doesn't need to pursue anything anymore. For him, a peaceful life is the most precious. The crowd fell silent. They are all top-tier powerhouses of the upper universe, accustomed to scheming and intrigue, accustomed to bloodshed and storms. But someone like Lin Feng, who can let go of everything and live peacefully, they truly haven't seen before. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly looked up at the sky. Have you seen enough? Lin Feng's voice reached the ears of the 7 people. If you've seen enough, come down. Don't float in the sky and ruin the city's appearance. The 7 people exchanged glances and eventually descended. They landed at the entrance of the grocery store and respectfully saluted Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, we are the 7 guardians of the higher universe, Odin said. By the order of the sovereign, we have come to observe you. I know, Lin Feng nodded. So what? So? Odin was momentarily at a loss for words. The order they received was to observe, but now being directly called down by Lin Feng, he didn't know what to do. Forget it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Since you're here, come in and have a seat. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the general store and walked in. The 7 guardians looked at each other, but in the end, they still followed him inside. In the store, old Zhang was organizing the shelves. Seeing 7 powerful presences walk in, he merely glanced up and then continued working. Old Zhang, we have guests, Lin Feng said. I saw them, old Zhang replied without looking up. Pour the tea yourselves. The 7 guardians were stunned again. This seemingly ordinary old man actually paid them no attention? Have a seat. Lin Feng pointed to a few chairs in the shop. The 7 sat down, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Did your dominator send you here just to keep an eye on me? Lin Feng asked. Yes, Odin answered truthfully. The Lord Dominator believes that you are a variable in the multiverse, one that must be closely monitored. A variable. Lin Feng chuckled. I only wish to live a peaceful life. How could I be a variable? But you killed the manipulator and erased the very concept of manipulation, Athena said. That alone has altered the rules of the multiverse. They were the ones who provoked me first. Lin Feng shrugged. I was just defending myself. Defending yourself? Thor's mouth twitched. Your way of defending yourself is way too ruthless, isn't it? Ruthless is necessary. Lin Feng said matter-of-factly, if I'm not a bit ruthless, they'll think I'm easy to bully and will keep causing trouble in the future. The 7 were speechless. This logic, though simple and straightforward, is indeed flawless. What do you plan to do next? Clotho asked. Just carry on as usual, Lin Feng said. Keep helping old Zhang with the shop, have meals with my family, nothing special. That's it? Ares couldn't believe it. You're not planning to visit the higher universe? Don't want to go for now. Lin Feng shook his head. I'll talk about it when I have time. Then when will that be? I don't know. Lin Feng took a sip of tea. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year, maybe never. The 7 were completely speechless. They had never seen such a laid-back powerhouse. All right, those who should go back, go back. Those who should stay, stay. Lin Feng stood up. I need to go restock. No time to chat with you. After saying that, he walked out of the shop and disappeared at the end of the street. The 7 guardians sat in the shop, looking at each other in confusion. Are we just dismissed like this? Thor asked blankly. Seems like it. Odin smiled wryly. So what do we do next? Athena asked. What else can we do? Hades said coldly, keep observing. But is observing his daily life really meaningful? Cronus asked doubtfully. Whether it's meaningful or not doesn't matter, Odin said. What matters is that it's the Lord's command. That's right, Clotho nodded. We just need to follow orders. The 7 reached a consensus and decided to stay on Blue Star to observe Lin Feng's every move. And old Zhang laughed on the side. If you want to stay, help out with the work, don't just sit around. Ha? Thor was stunned. Us? Work? What, can't do it? Old Zhang glanced at him. Living off others for free is not a good habit. This. Thor looked at the others. Odin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, it's better than doing nothing. Thus, the 7 great guardians stayed in the grocery store and began their working career. If this scene were seen by other powerful beings from the higher universe, they would probably be shocked. The dignified 7 great guardians, actually working in a small grocery store? Who would believe this if it were said? But that's the truth. Under Lin Feng's influence, these 7 once lofty powerhouses gradually experienced the joys of ordinary life. The 7 guardians worked in the grocery store for 3 days. On the first day, Thor was responsible for moving goods. He could shatter stars with a single punch, but here, he could only obediently carry sacks to the warehouse. On the second day, Athena was in charge of bookkeeping. Her wisdom was enough to deduce the laws of the universe, yet she spent half a day calculating a few cents of change. On the third day, Ares was tasked with greeting customers. This god of war, decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, could only put on a smiling face when dealing with picky old ladies. Old Zhang sat behind the counter, watching these 7 top-tier cosmic beings busily running around, laughing uncontrollably. You guys are so used to throwing your weight around in the higher universe, aren't you? Old Zhang took a sip of tea. Now you know how hard life is for ordinary people? Indeed, it's a bit hard to adjust. Odin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. I never thought moving goods could be this exhausting. That's because you haven't mastered the technique. Old Zhang put down his teacup. You strong ones are so used to solving everything with brute force that you've forgotten the most basic things. What basic things? Clotho asked curiously. The wisdom of life. Old Zhang pointed to the shelves. Look at those goods, the placement of each has its reasoning. Light items are placed high, heavy ones low. Frequently used items are in the front, while less used ones are in the back. This way, it's not only labor-saving but also efficient. The 7 people pondered thoughtfully. They had lived through countless eras and witnessed the rise and fall of numerous civilizations, yet such simple wisdom of life had been overlooked by them. Old Zhang is right. Lin Feng walked in from outside, carrying a bag of groceries in his hand. Strength is just a tool, life is the goal. If you can't even figure out the basics of life, what's the point of being strong? Mr. Lin Feng. Athena hesitated. Just call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng placed the groceries on the counter. Don't bother with those formalities. Alright, Lin Feng. Athena nodded. I have a question I want to ask you. Ask away. Why are you so strong, yet you don't pursue a higher realm? Athena looked at Lin Feng seriously. With your talent, if you go to the upper universe, you might even break through to transcendence and beyond. And then? Lin Feng asked in return. And then? Athena was momentarily stunned. Then you can stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse and become the true ruler. So what? Lin Feng smiled. After becoming the ruler, will I be happier? Athena fell silent. The end of power is loneliness. Lin Feng walked to the window, looking at the bustling street outside. When you stand at the pinnacle, you'll realize there's no one around who can communicate with you, and nothing that can spark your interest. That feeling is worse than death. That's why I'd rather stay here and live an ordinary life. At least I can still feel the warmth of life. The 7 guardians fell silent. They suddenly understood why the Dominator was so wary of Lin Feng. It wasn't because Lin Feng was powerful, but because Lin Feng was clear-headed. He knew what he wanted, and he also knew what he didn't want. Such a person will not be bound by anything, nor controlled by anyone. Alright, stop overthinking. Lin Feng clapped his hands. It's on me today. Come to my place tonight for hot pot. Hot pot? Thor's eyes lit up. I've heard about it in the mid-level universe. They say it's delicious. Then you'll get to try it tonight. Lin Feng said with a smile, but first, we need to finish the work at the shop. No problem. Thor rolled up his sleeves, full of energy. The others also got busy. Old Zhang watched the scene, shook his head, and said with a smile, you really have a way with things. No choice, they keep following me, Lin Feng shrugged. Rather than letting them float around in the sky, it's better to pull them down to work together. Aren't you afraid the sovereign will find out and cause trouble for you? Afraid of what? Lin Feng replied calmly, if he really wanted to cause trouble, he would have come already. The fact that he's still sending people to observe means he's not sure whether he should act. Then you're just going to drag this out? Yes. Lin Feng nodded, I'm not in a hurry anyway. Old Zhang laughed, your strategy of responding to all changes with constancy is indeed brilliant. As the two were talking, the shop door was pushed open again. A young man walked in, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses, looking somewhat cool. But Lin Feng immediately saw that this guy wasn't human. Welcome. Old Zhang greeted as usual. The young man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of golden eyes. Lin Feng, I'm here. The young man said with a smile. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. My name is Lucifer, the young man said, the 8th guardian of the upper universe. The 8th guardian? Odin frowned, since when was there an 8th guardian? Just today. Lucifer looked at Odin, the Lord thinks you 7 aren't very reliable, so he sent me to supervise you. Odin's face darkened. Isn't that a bit too blunt? What are you here for? Lin Feng asked. Same as them, observing you. Lucifer walked to the counter and picked up a bottle of drink. But I'm not interested in working here. I just want to see what makes you so special. Then go ahead and watch. Lin Feng said indifferently, watch as long as you want. Alright. Lucifer opened the drink and took a sip. By the way, the sovereign asked me to deliver a message. What message? If you don't go to the higher universe within 3 months, he will personally come to find you. Lucifer's tone was relaxed, but the threat in his words was evident. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, threatening me? It's not a threat, it's an invitation. Lucifer smiled. The sovereign is very interested in you and wants to have a good chat with you. Then let him come. Lin Feng's tone was calm, I wasn't planning to go to the upper universe anyway. Are you sure? A trace of unusual emotion flashed in Lucifer's eyes. You should know, the Lord's power far exceeds your imagination. So what? Lin Feng looked at Lucifer, it's not like I'm going to fight him. But? There's no but about it. Lin Feng interrupted him, if he wants to come, let him come, I won't refuse. But if he tries to force me to do something, then he can't blame me for being impolite. Lucifer was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. He put his sunglasses back on. It seems the sovereign wasn't wrong about you. You really are bold. It's not boldness, it's confidence. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the warehouse. Alright, stay if you want, leave if you want. I still need to prepare the ingredients for tonight's hot pot. Lucifer watched Lin Feng's back, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Odin. He turned to look at Odin. Do you think what he said is true? What is true? Is he really not afraid of the Lord? Odin thought for a moment. It should be true. With his personality, if he were afraid, he would have gone to the higher universe long ago. But Lord Sovereign is in existence at the peak of the Transcendence realm. Lucifer frowned. No matter how strong Lin Feng is, he can't possibly be a match for Lord Sovereign, right? Who knows? Odin shook his head. After spending these past few days with him, I've realized that Lin Feng is someone who can't be judged by common sense. That's right. Athena walked over. His strength is not only reflected in his power but also in his mindset. Mindset? Lucifer was puzzled. Yes. Athena explained, ordinary strong individuals become lonelier the stronger they get, and the lonelier they are, the more they crave greater power. But Lin Feng is different. He knows exactly what he wants. So he won't be tempted by power, nor driven by ambition. Such a person, Lucifer mused, is indeed very frightening. As they were speaking, Lin Feng walked out of the warehouse, carrying a large pile of ingredients in his hands. Let's go, to my place, Lin Feng called out. I'm going too? Lucifer pointed at himself. If you don't want to go, then don't, Lin Feng said casually. I'm not forcing you. I'll go. Lucifer hesitated for a moment but still followed. A group of people marched grandly towards the Lin family. The pedestrians on the street, seeing this scene, were somewhat curious. Is that the people from old Zhang's grocery store? Seems like it. That store recently hired a lot of new staff. Looks quite impressive, huh? Everyone was discussing it, but they didn't pay much attention. After all, on Blue Star, god-level powerhouses were no longer uncommon. Lin family's small courtyard. Lin Dong and Su Wantong were stunned to see Lin Feng returning with a group of people. Xiao Feng, are these all your friends? Su Wantong asked. Sort of, Lin Feng nodded. We're having hot pot tonight, the more the merrier. Then I'll prepare more ingredients, Su Wantong said, turning toward the kitchen. I'll help. Sun Mengyao followed. Lin Dong, on the other hand, sized up this group of friends, a hint of peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. Although his current strength wasn't considered top-notch, he still possessed basic perception. The 8 people before him, each had an aura that was overwhelmingly strong. Especially that young man named Lucifer, there was a faint sense of danger about him. Hello, Uncle Lin. Odin greeted respectfully. Good. Lin Dong said with a smile, have a seat, make yourselves at home. Everyone sat down in the courtyard, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. The 7 guardians were already accustomed to the Lin family's atmosphere, but it was Lucifer's first visit, and he seemed a bit reserved. Your name is Lucifer? Lin Dong asked. Yes, Uncle Lin.